Chapter 86. At night, Nickpin returned to his room. He came back a bit late today, because Princess Viva visual impact during the day, which caused his efficiency in drawing mangas to be half a beat slower than usual. However, as soon as he entered the room, his eyes were exposed again. Ah, this. Why is he so lucky today? He was tested by Princess Vivi during the day, and now he going to be tested by Nami again. I said, what's the matter with you? Looking at Nami's slid shoulders, Nickpin is a little confused. The last time was in Nami's room, and that made sense. But now this is Nickpin's room. The test has intensified. Nami turned around and gave Nickpin an unreasonable look. She reminded, you look again. Nickpin nodded, yeah, you're very pretty. Huh. The tattoo on your shoulder. Nickpin rushed over quickly, sat beside Nami, and stared at her shoulder carefully. Clean and fair, no tattoo marks at all. Hee, are you surprised? Seeing Nickpin's expression, Nami smiled happily at Nickpin. It's really a surprise. That's for sure. In the original plot, when Nami left Kokoyashi village, she asked the tattoo artist in the village to remove her tattoo, but left a scar. In fact, when Nami left his hometown, he also had this plan, but was stopped by Nickpin. The main reason is that at that time Nickpin already knew that Nami possessed the ability of Clow cards. According to his idea, as long as Nami could get the erase cards, her tattoo could be easily erased without leaving any traces. Nickpin opened the system email and checked again, but he didn't receive the news of Nami getting the card. But if it's not to the erase cards, then there is no other reason. Is it the ability of the erase cards? After thinking about it, Nickpin still asked. Nami nods. Nickpin is fascinated. He wondered, did you get the erase card? No. Nami shook her head, and then a little anger appeared on her face. Just thinking about it makes me so angry. What's wrong? It seems that Nami keep getting frustrated the manga world. Nami said, this time, Kurili found the trace of the erase card, and I tried to subdue her in the past, but the problem is that the abilities of several of my cards can't help in this matter. And then? As a qualified listener, Nickpin knows how to ask appropriate questions. Then little Sakura appeared. And that little Sakura's simp, Sioranli. Sioranli is a simp. Why doesn't Nickpin remember this incident? Yes. He is little Sakura's simp. It's just a high-level simp, it's not so easy for people to find out. Holmes Nami is sure of this. Alright. If you want to say that, then Sioranli is indeed a different kind of simp. Every time little Sakura is in trouble, he always comes to the rescue. If you think about it carefully, this guy is really a bit advanced. It's still my Nami who is the right one. So, the erase card was taken away by little Sakura? Nickpin probably guessed what was going on, and continued to ask. Yeah. Little Sakura just kept crying and crying, that Sioranli didn't know what whispered to her, and then little Sakura suddenly seemed to wake up and found the erase card, she subdued her. Nami said dejectedly. I still don't forget to add, it's all because of Sioranli. Otherwise, little Sakura may not be able to subdue the erase card, and maybe I will be subdued. Nami cursed silently in her mind, frickin' simp. Only. She forgot one thing. Someone is also Nickpin's simp. Nickpin understood, he smiled and said, understood, in the end it was little Sakura who helped you get rid of the tattoo? Yeah. Sakura is such a pure and lovely girl. She is also very friendly, although she took away the card, she invited me to her house as a guest, so I am not so angry. Oh, by the way, that Sioranli was not invited. Okay. Although you haven't subdued the erase card, you can remove the tattoo on your shoulder, this is something worth celebrating, let's hold a banquet tomorrow and celebrate collectively. Looking at Nami's cute appearance full of resentment, Nickpin comforted with a smile. Hearing this, Nami's mood suddenly improved. She grabbed Nickpin's arm, hee, it's a good thing I have Nickpin. And, it's late now, it's time to go back to bed, Nickpin said, petting Nami's little head. However, Nami has no intention of letting go of Nickpin. Closing her eyes and leaning against Nickpin for a while, she said in a condescending tone, I can't walk, you have to carry me to my room. It's really a test to death. Naturally, Nickpin would not refuse this kind of thing. He stopped Nami's back with one hand, bent down and passed through Nami's leg with the other, and when he stood up, Nami was carried horizontally by her. Came to Nami's room, Nickpin gently put her on the bed, and then covered her with the quilt, then scraped her cute nose with fingers, and said softly, "Good night." "Okay, good night." With the residual warmth of Nickpin's Princess Carrie, Nami fell asleep happily. Time flies, a few days have passed. Going Merry is approaching an island full of primitive atmosphere. Little garden. Just from the appearance, the island is almost completely covered by dense and tall rainforest. From time to time, some strange beast calls and growls can be heard. In the cabin at this time, the studio. Nickpin is browsing the email records received in the past few days. Your manga fan Monkey D. Luffy has improved his world strength in the manga Akame ga Kill and Observation Haki has been promoted to intermediate level. You get its Observation Haki ability simultaneously. You get points too. Your manga fan Nami has conquered the big card in the world of manga card captor Sakura. You simultaneously acquired the big card abilities. You get points 1. Your fan Kobe has improved his world strength in the manga Demon Slayer, Zenitsu, and learned the second form of the Breath of Thunder, Inadama Rice Spirit. You get its thunder breathing ability simultaneously, and you get 2 points. Your manga fan Usopp has cultivated the ability of Shirkai, the god-killing star Flaming Phoenix, in the world of the manga Bleach, Otsunemea. You simultaneously get the ability of Shirkai, the god-killing star, Flaming Phoenix. You get points 1. Nami is still as strong as ever, and continues to make contributions. Luffy's strength improvement is very gratifying. This time the observation Haki has been promoted to the intermediate level, which means that his two-color Haki has reached the intermediate level. Even if he go to New World, he definitely going a strong player that cannot be ignored. Kobe actually learned the second form of Thunder Breath. This was a bit beyond Nickpin's expectation. After all, Zenitsu only learned one form from beginning to end. However, the talents of the two people are different, and it is understandable. Kobe's master is Jigoro Kawashima, not Zenitsu. Nickpin don't know if Zenitsu's mentality will collapse after seeing Kobe also learn the second form. Thinking of that unlucky boy, Nickpin couldn't help expressing his condolences silently. But what interests Nickpin the most is Usopp's ability. At first glance, this guy's Shirkai abilities do match his own. But Nickpin did some research and found that the effect of this Flaming Phoenix was actually Hat's 32 Oka's Yellow Fire Flash. It's just that the power is not as powerful as that used by Urahara Kisuke in the Bleach manga. Not nerfed, but because Usopp has limited Ryatsu now. When his Ryatsu gradually becomes stronger, the power of this Flaming Phoenix will naturally become stronger and stronger. It's a pity, the points are 29, and there is only 1 point left to unlock the second stage of achievement rewards. He checked the points column, this 1 point that was close was really killing his obsessive-compulsive disorder. Forget it, go to the deck and have a look, it is estimated that it will be docked soon. Nickpin reckoned that by the time they leave this island, they should be able to draw prizes. But just when he was about to close the system interface, a new email popped up. Good thing. He opened the mail and looked. Your fan Nefertari Vivi gained the Black Wing armor in the world of the manga, Fairy Tail, Urza Scarlet. You simultaneously gain the Black Wing armor. You get points 1. It's actually a contribution from Princess Vivi. He have to say, Princess Vivi's talent is really good. In just a few days, she has actually gotten 2 kinds of armor. It seems that her future achievements will be good. Good. Looks like Princess Vivi is also my lucky star. After confirming that the points had become 30 points, Nickpin immediately opened the reward interface. Sure enough, the icon of the second treasure box has actually been lit up. From the appearance point of view, the second treasure box has more complicated textures than the first treasure box, which looks more mysterious and taller. Okay. It should be that the further back the treasure box, the better. Without thinking too much, Nickpin immediately opened the second treasure box. As the lid of the treasure chest was opened, golden light jumped out from inside. Then, a package-like prop jumped out of it. Marine 6 Styles full-level gift pack. After using it, the host can instantly master all the moves of Marine 6 Styles. Compared with the previous Resurrection Gold coins. The importance of Resurrection Gold coins is self-evident. But with Nickpin's current strength, it is estimated that he may not be able to use resurrection coins in this life. But this Marine 6 Styles is different. Very convenient ability, the frequency of use will not be low. Use the Marine 6 Styles pack. Nickpin gave an order. The package immediately burst into light, and then merged into Nickpin's body. As soon as Nickpin moved, he appeared outside the door in an instant. The principle of Soru is to step on a dozen times or even dozens of times in an instant, bursting out with a powerful speed. And the speed of full-level Soru is even more terrifying. What's more, Nickpin's own speed attribute has been increased to a very terrifying level by the system. At this time, using the full-level Soru on the basis of this speed can only be said. In addition, the most practical should be Jeppo. It can be said to be a high-level application of Soru, which can be used to exert force and change direction in the air by stepping on the air, so that people who have no flying ability can obtain explosive airborne ability. In addition, Kami-e is a very good defensive move, and if used well, it has magical effects. Shurgan and Renkyaku belong to the attack ability. The stronger the strength of these two abilities, the greater the power they will display. Perfect for Nickpin. Only one Takkai skill was passed by Nickpin. It's not that this ability is not strong, but that this ability has a natural debuff ability. As we all know, in One Piece world, as long as you use the Tekkai ability to defend, the battle is over. Yes, it ends with your failure. Isn't Tekkai just as good in battle? Only one. That was the critical moment of the battle between Kaido and Luffy in the original plot. CP0 used Tekkai to attack Luffy, the only successful case. But guys who fail to defend with Tekkai, just fail or get hurt. And the only guy who justified the name of Tekkai was sent to receive a blow by Kaido in less than 5 seconds after he succeeded. If someone fails with Tekkai, they just fail. If you dare to perform well with Tekkai, you will end up dead. From this we can see how terrible the curse of Tekkai is. Although Nickpin is not superstitious, it is better not to touch this outrageous debuff. Wow! It's here. At this moment, Luffy's excited shout came from the deck outside. Well, it looks like the little garden adventure is about to begin. After closing the system interface, Nickpin went to the deck. Chapter 87. On the deck of Going Merry, everyone from the Straw Hat Pirates came here. Hey hey hey. Are we really going to disembark at this place? Did you hear that? What was that terrible sound just now? Like some kind of bird? Sanji took a puff on the cigarette and said casually. Sanji, Sanji. Suddenly, Luffy called out abruptly. What? Sanji looked confused. Pirate Bento. I feel like I'm going on an adventure. Oh, okay, I'll do it. After understanding, Sanji went back to the cabin. Actually, we don't need to disembark here. There is no city on this island at first glance, and we can't go shopping after disembarking. Why don't we wait for the log post to store up the magnetic field of this island on the ship, and then we will go sail immediately. As a navigator, Nami gave very correct advice. Yes yes yes. Nami is absolutely right. Give up, Luffy wants to take an adventure, do you think someone can stop it by shouting a few words? At this time, Nickpin came over. He came to the front of the deck, looked at this island full of primitive atmosphere, and suddenly said. And, I want to see it too. In the previous life, Nickpin lived in a modern society made of steel and concrete, and it was impossible for him to step into this pure primitive forest. And in this life, with such an opportunity, how could Nickpin give up? Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates has their own ideals. As for Nickpin, although he said that he wanted to draw everyone's journey into a manga. But more, Nickpin actually wants to see the world. Feel the charm and infinite scenery of Pirate World. Wow huh. Seeing that Nickpin was about to disembark, Luffy was very happy. Usopp looked at Nami bitterly. Nami, hurry up and persuade them, can't you use your fist to persuade them? I've decided, I want to go on an adventure too. Nami pounced to Nickpin's side, holding his arm, where was the serious analysis before? What? Usopp yelled and fell to the ground depressed. I want to go too. Princess Vivi slowly raised her hand, showing a requesting gaze. No problem. Nami pulled Princess Vivi over. She held Nickpin in one arm and played with Princess Vivi in the other. She giggled and said. Nickpin and I will protect you. Seeing Nami's courageous appearance now, Nickpin was very pleased. With strength comes confidence. In the original plot, Nami and Usopp are known as a cowardly duo. And now, it's just Usopp's timid one-man show. Of course, Usopp actually has strength, but his timidity will not change for a while. Just like some people in the previous life suddenly became rich, but their temperament has not kept up. When it comes to Usopp, the strength suddenly increases, but the courage is still dragging its heels. Hey, hey, hey. You guys are so brave. No, Usopp is lying on the ground, almost foaming at the mouth. Zoro on the side stretched his arm and said, "Anyway, I'm free, so I'll get off the ship and go for a walk." No. Nickpin immediately refused. Zoro wants to walk alone. Do not make jokes. He looked at Zoro. If you go for a walk, people will have to look for you all over the mountains. Ah. Isn't that exaggerated? No. Not at all. Very true. All crew members nodded seriously. Seeing those expression, Zoro scratched his head in embarrassment, but I also want to get off the ship. Then you can come with us, Nickpin said. Okay then. As long as he can walk around, Zoro has no problem. What? Zoro is going too? Is he going to hunt? I'm no worse than him. Sanji, who had no plan to get off the ship, became interested at this time. That's not true, I was just afraid of him losing his way around and called him to come with me. Nickpin shook his head, then he looked at Usopp. Usopp, our ship is guarded by you, this is the lifeblood of our Straw Hat pirates. Don't worry. Brave sea warriors are not afraid of difficulties. Usopp got up from the ground and made a pose. Nickpin looked at Sanji. Sanji, you don't need get off the ship, Kaya needs some cooking meals, please help her. Wow. That's great. I will definitely take good care of the gentle and lovely Miss Kaya. In this way, with Sanji and Usopp on board, there should be no problem. Even if the Baroque work took the opportunity to sneak in, the two of them could handle it completely. These arrangements should have been done by the captain, but Luffy's words. Forget it. Everyone is also used to having Nickpin arrange related matters every time they disembark. So the Straw Hat pirates set foot on the territory of Little Garden. Suddenly there was a long roar, and then a huge long neck was lifted up from the forest. What? Princess Vivi's eyes widened instantly, and she looked at the giant in the sky in shock. Hey! Why are there sea kings on land? Stupid, that's a dinosaur. Zoro complained. Wait. Vivi said the name of this place is Little Garden, right? Princess Vivi looked at Nami. Yes, it's called Little Garden. I remembered. I read a Little Garden before, which recorded the situation of this island. This island should be an island that completely stayed in the age of dinosaurs. Yes, the islands on the Grand Line are extremely difficult due to navigation, there is no communication between many islands, so many islands will maintain their independence. Somewhere, there are highly civilized islands, and there are also islands like this that have not evolved for thousands of years, or even tens of thousand years, and have maintained a completely primitive style. Boom! At this moment, a loud roar came. Everyone immediately looked towards the center of the island, which was the direction where the roar was generated. It's a volcanic eruption. Seeing the black rock rising suddenly, Nami immediately made a judgment. This huge dinosaur seemed to be frightened, and immediately started to go crazy, destroying the forest with his super big neck crazily. Brush! Suddenly, a broad axe slashed across the sky, cutting off the dinosaur's long neck directly. Boom! 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 Accompanied by the roar of the earth, a huge giant whose stature was no less than that of a dinosaur hit the ground with its huge feet and ran forward. Did you see? Luffy's expression was wonderful, his eyes were round, and he was completely unbelievable. Look, see. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Zoro's side cheek. The person who passed by just now. It's the first time he have seen such guy with a mountain size. Giant, suddenly cold sweat dripped down on her fair cheeks, and Princess Vivi's eyes rolled in horror. After all, she was also a person who participated in the World Summit, so of course she knew about the existence of the giant race. Giant race? Is there such a tall human race? Hearing what Princess Vivi said, Nami asked curiously. Although the giant is scary, she has the Clow card, so she is not afraid at all. What's more, there is Nick Pin by his side. Yes, but they shouldn't live in this place. Although she can't remember the name of the island where the giants are located, Princess Vivi is sure that this is definitely not the hometown of the giants. Hey hey hey. He ran over there. There seems to be something he is eager to see. Come on, let's go and have a look. Nickpin also followed. Nami is like a pendant on Nickpin's body, and this time there is a string of two, a Vivi in series. Not long after, everyone came to a rather sparse primitive forest not far from the volcano. House, unexpectedly there are two more. Seeing the two giants like hills appear in front of his eyes, Zoro bared his teeth, and the cold sweat came out of his side cheeks again. Wow! It's so big! The volcano erupted again, that's the signal for our duel. Dory, are you ready to lose to me? Yaha! Broggy, for the sake of honor, I will definitely win this 73,466th battle. They have fought more than 70,000 battles. Listening to what the two giants said just now, Princess Vivi was shocked. It seems to be like this. Nami also nodded blankly, and then asked in confusion. What kind of hatred do these two guys have? Why are they fighting such a battle? Nickpin explained, I have heard some sayings about the giant clan. If there is an irreconcilable dispute between two people in their village, then the solution is this kind of duel. Zoro frowned. In this case, in fact, I still don't know who is right and who is wrong. Nickpin spread his hands with a smile. That's right, but they believe that their gods will let the right people survive, so dueling is the only way for them to solve the problem. Your knowledge is really broad. Listening to Nickpin's narration, even Vivi, the princess of the kingdom, couldn't help being amazed. You know, she has been to many places since she was a child, but at most she knows that there are giants. But she didn't expect Nickpin to look so young, but he even knew giant customs. As a mangaka, I need a lot of creative inspiration, so I usually like to read various books and newspapers, and it is normal to know a lot. Nickpin explained a little bit. He, it's amazing. Nami hugged Nickpin's arm even tighter. So, they have fight more than 70,000 still and have not yet decided the winner? Why did this happen? At this time, Luffy discovered the problem. I also think it's outrageous. Zoro bared his teeth, feeling speechless too. Ha! You are right. In fact, if you want to decide the outcome, one game is enough. The so-called draw is that both sides are unwilling to end these kinds of battles. Just then, he heard a loud roar. Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Broggy stopped at the same time, and then burst out laughing. Did you see it? In fact, they didn't intend to decide the outcome. When you are exhausted, there will always be someone who can make up the last sword. Hey! Little ones! Don't think that we can't hear you because you are small. Elbaf's honor must never be tarnished. Princess Vivi was a little startled, and subconsciously leaned against Nami. Another giant, Red Ogre Broggy, looked at Nickpin, especially that brat. You actually know about our Elbaf traditions, it's really surprising. Nickpin shrugged slightly, non-committal. At that time, Luffy asked curiously, you have fought so many battles, it should take a lot of time. Blue Ogre Dory said, yeah, it have been 100 years. Huh, that's right. I keep track of the time, it's indeed 100 years. Aha. You have been fighting for 100 years. Don't make such a fuss. We live 3 times as long as you. Gahahaha. But even if you have such a long lifespan, after 100 years, your enthusiasm for fighting should have cooled down. What kind of deep hatred can make you fight for so long? When did the agreement start? As long as the volcano erupts is the signal for us to fight. But the reason for our dispute has long been forgotten. Ha! This is for honor. You don't understand. The views of the two giants seem to agree. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Nickpin laughed out loud. Laughing presumptuously. Little devil, why are you laughing? Annoyed by Nickpin's laughter, the two giants looked at Nickpin at the same time. Nickpin said with a smile, if you really want to decide the winner, I have a good way. Oh. Tell me. You two fight me separately, whoever lasts more seconds in the battle with me will be the stronger one. Nickpin said. What? The anger of Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Broggy rises at the same time. Arrogant. Chapter 88. What do the giants of Elbaf care about the most? That is of course the honor of a warrior. If they are provoked by others, needless to say whether it is aggressive or not, they will definitely not back down. What's more, he is an ordinary human who is so small in their eyes. How can this be endured? Even the most outrageous thing. This tiny human actually uses seconds to judge how long the two of them can last in his hands. The dignified Elbaf's powerful fighter is actually just a second boy in the eyes of others. Hateful. Hateful. Little man, since you ask it, then I will fight with you. I will crush you. Blue Ogre Dory was very angry. He held the shield in one hand and the sword in the other, roaring loudly. No. Let me do it. I want to crush this guy into a pulp with an axe. Boy, you are too arrogant. Dare to underestimate Elbaf's fighters, you must be sanctioned by the Elbaf god. No. Let me clean up this bastard. You rest by the side, I'll get it done in a second. Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Broggy pushed each other, in order to compete for the first place to fight with Nick Pin. They almost fought. Ah, it seems that this battle can't be fought. Zoro looked at the scene in front of him, and sat on the ground next to him speechless. Ahahaha. Nickpin's method is so good, I want to fight. Let me do it. Luffy took a big mouthful of smile at Nickpin, eager to try. Alright, Nickpin doesn't care. For things like fighting, Nickpin is not very keen, he just wants to use a method to make the two giants decide the outcome. Actually, if Luffy wants to fight, so give him the chance to train. Shihihihi. Seeing that Nickpin was willing to give up the opportunity, Luffy was very excited. He jumped to the front and yelled at the two giants, "Who will fight with me?" The two giants froze for a moment. Get out of here. We are going to clean up that bastard. Dare to defy the honor of Elbaf fighters, we will never let him go. Nobody wants to fight for him. Ah, Luffy froze for a moment, fell asleep with his arms and dragged his tongue and came back. It seems that they want to fight with you, Nami blinked her eyes. Okay, it seems that they want me to exercise my muscles. Nickpin pulled his arms out of Nami's embrace, and walked towards the two giants. Although the two giants in front of them are tall and mighty, their actual strength is really mediocre. In the original plot, even Luffy, who just went out to sea, is not weaker than these two giants. But think about it. In the whole world of One Piece, the giant race seems to have no top-level powerhouse. Author forgot about Big Mom. He don't know if it's because this race puts all their talent points on the body, so the talent in training is very weak. Hey! Are you guys trying to avoid fighting with me, pretending to have a dispute this fierce? Maybe I should go. As a man who traveled from the 21st century, in terms of talking trash, he has the buff bonus of the keyboard man in his previous life. Just a word can make the other half angry. Of course, if Nickpin can't find a way to stop the two of them from arguing, who knows when this battle will start. Sure enough, as soon as Nickpin said this, the two giants stopped immediately. Ah! Damn bastard! Broggy, I'll let you go first. You beat his head to the ground. Okay. You don't need to say I will do it. Then beat him to the ground, and then we will fight again. Red Ogre Broggy turned to face Nickpin with the battle axe in his hand. What a disgrace. It's a disgrace that the mighty Elbaf fighter should bully such a small man. Oh. Think I'm too small. This can't work. Thinking of this, Nickpin mentally communicated with the big card. This is the Clow card that Nami just got. Let's say Nami is Nickpin's lucky star. If she hadn't worked so hard to get a big card before arriving at Little Garden, then Nickpin can only stare at being ridiculed. You think I'm small, don't you? I'll show you what it means to be big. Rumble. His body size is growing rapidly. The towering ancient tree that originally covered the sky around Nickpin has already been stepped on by him at this time, and it collapsed. What? Luffy was stunned in shock. Zoro was also shocked by the sudden scene and fell to the ground. Wow, so big. Nami opened her red lips slightly, her eyes are still full of admiration for Nickpin. Yeah, it's really big. Princess Vivi's face trembled slightly, she was also stunned, and murmured. How could he be so big? It's a big card. The ability of the Clow card. In a blink of an eye, Nickpin's stature climbed to the size of Elbaf's giant. However, it has risen a bit more, it looks like it is a head taller than the two giants. Little? Now what? Who's little? Nickpin looked down at Red Ogre Broggy slightly, and teased lightly. The corner of Red Ogre's mouth twitches. For the giants of Elbaf, size is what speaks volumes. Now the opponent is as big as him and taller than him by a head. Broggy immediately recognized that Nickpin has the strength to match him. However, when he was about to do it, he found that Nickpin's hands were empty. Dory, lend this guy your weapon. The god of Elbaf will never admit the result of my battle with an unarmed guy. On this point, Dory and Broggy agree. Fight a defenseless man with a weapon in your hand, even if you are victorious, the god of Elbaf will never recognize your honor. Brush. The huge sword flew towards Nickpin. What a big sword. It feels like a train is flying past. Giant is really an exaggerated race. Nickpin easily caught Dory's sword, tried it a few times, felt that it was not easy, and then threw it back. You want to be empty-handed? You look down on me? Hey, I said you giants are really, can't your mind be enlarged? Nickpin shrugged, and then said. I'm not used to using his sword, since you want me to fight with a weapon, I'll just use my own weapon. Speaking, Nickpin mentally communicated with the magic source of physical strength, and activated the requip magic. The magic wave surged instantly, forming a protective film to completely cover Nickpin. The original clothes dissipated, replaced by a large amount of magic steel that appeared out of nowhere. Ah! What is this? It was the first time for Luffy to see such a tall thing, and he jumped up in excitement. Are you kidding? He can transform like this? It's so cool. My god. Whose ability is this? Why have I never seen it? I don't know, it's not mine, Luffy shook her head hastily. It's not mine either, Zoro also denied it, before adding, it's probably not Sanji and Usopp's either. Whose is it then? Nami was puzzled, turned to look at Princess Vivi, and asked. Have you read the manga? However, Princess Vivi didn't seem to hear Nami's words, but her pupils were wide open, her mouth was slightly opened, and she was in a state of shock. He muttered in his mouth, it's so big. Hey. It's been over a while ago, it shouldn't be time to marvel at the cool magic armor around Nickpin. Princess Vivi, why did she react so much? Nickpin summoned the armor of the Sky Wheel, and suddenly thought of Princess Vivi's previous operation in his mind, so he subconsciously looked at Princess Vivi. FLAR. Princess Vivi must have thought of the previous incident, otherwise why did her cheeks turn red again? Thinking of this, Nickpin felt secretly embarrassed. No, where is Princess Vivi looking? Nickpin followed Princess Vivi's gaze in confusion. Hey. What's the situation? Could it be that his magic wave is also ineffective on her? No way. It was originally thought that Princess Vivi's reaction was to recall the scene where she herself used the requip magic before. But if he take a closer look, Nickpin feels more and more wrong. But he didn't have time to think about this matter at this time, because Red Ogre Broggy had already rushed over clamoring. Good. This is the qualified opponent of Elbaf fighter. A huge tomahawk came from the air, setting off a violent gust of wind. Nickpin raised his hand, Nickpin's sword easily blocked the slash. What? Red Ogre Broggy's eyes were shocked. He slashed vigorously, but was easily blocked by the person in front of him. How can that be? It's my turn. Nickpin raised his left leg, went up and kicked Broggy. This kick uses the ticking principle of Marine 6 styles, which greatly increases the power it sends out. Not only that, Nickpin also opened the first gate of 8 inner gates. As for why not open the second gate? That's because Nickpin was afraid that he would drive high and kick Broggy to death. He's here to persuade, not to kill. He didn't even dare to use armament hockey. Boom! The moment the foot touched, Red Ogre felt as if he was hit by a continuous mountain. His huge figure was like being carried by an extremely fast off-string arrow, and he flew upside down with a whoosh. Boom! The mountain wall not far away exploded, and Broggy was deeply embedded in it. Broggy! Blue Ogre Dory yelled in shock. The battle is over, 2 seconds. Nami has been recording the time for Nickpin, and at this time, she played the role of the counting clerk. After waiting for a while, they saw that just as Broggy struggled out of the mountain wall, he threw himself on the ground. Then, "It's your turn." Nickpin looked at Dory and raised his eyebrows. Blue Ogre Dory took a deep breath. Just now Nickpin's fighting power made him feel terrified. Only Elbaf's sense of honor as a warrior urges him not to back down. Okay. Come on. The sword in his hand slashed across. It's sword against sword. Seeing this, Nickpin swept the sword in his hand. Two swords collide. There was a deafening roar on the island of Little Garden. Next moment. Boom. The sword in Blue Ogre Dory's hand shattered instantly. The blade of Nickpin's sword lay heavily on Dory's body. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Dory also followed in Broggy's footsteps and was ruthlessly embedded in the mountain wall. Wow. It's faster this time, it only took 2 seconds. Nami said with a cheer. Done. Nickpin's mental strength moved, and he left to cancel the armor of the Sky Wheel. He subconsciously looked at Princess Vivi, only to find that Princess Vivi's red lips grew in horror again, and her eyes were full of complicated lust. Then, the eyes of the two met. Princess Vivi's cheeks were covered with a layer of red, and the corners of her lips touched. What the hell? Nickpin can be sure that the magic wave cannot stop Princess Vivi's sight. What's the situation? Why? Is it because this ability was acquired by Princess Vivi, so she also has a certain privilege in the ability to equip? Thinking about it carefully, it seems very possible. According to this theory, that is to say, whoever trained the ability will have a certain privilege. And Nickpin, as the master of mangas, has a higher privilege for all abilities. I'll find time to ask Vivi later, if she really sees through the magic wave. After thinking about it, Nickpin also removed the ability of the big card and returned to normal. Chapter 89. Broggy and Dory waited for a long time before sitting up slowly. Although Nickpin's attack was heavy, it didn't aim to be fatal. It just made the two of them temporarily lose their ability to move. Dory lasted for 2 seconds in my hands, and Broggy lasted for about 3 seconds in my hands. The gap is obvious, and Broggy is slightly better. Nickpin looked at the two and announced their results. This gap is really obvious. Zoro clicked his tongue. The gap of 1 second. It's only a 1-second gap, they shouldn't be convinced, right? Princess Vivi said in a low voice. Nami also agreed, nodded, and responded in a low voice, I think so too. Nickpin smiled, no. The outcome has been decided, and they will definitely agree. To be honest, Nickpin can completely manipulate this kind of victory. But for the stubborn giant race, they have to use a duel to judge right or wrong, so how could they question the outcome? No matter what the method is, no matter whether there is unfairness or not, their sense of honor as fighters will never allow them to flinch in any way. Just like in the original plot, Dory was obviously injured by a bomb. But when the signal of volcanic eruption appeared, he still went to duel with Broggy without hesitation. There is no slightest intention to use injury as an excuse. This is the almost pervert sense of honor of the giants. I won. Dory. This battle has lasted for a century. Broggy showed his huge front teeth excitedly, and shouted. 73,466 fight. I lost. Blue Ogre Dory sat slumped on the ground, he murmured. This is the judgment made by the god of Elbaf, he didn't protect me, that's all. As Nickpin said, Blue Ogre Dory didn't find any excuses, and accepted his failure frankly. Ha 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 ha. Tears welled up in Red Ogre's happy eyes. Too long. The battle ended suddenly, he didn't know whether he should be happy or cry. This is the battle that has accompanied them for 100 years. Now suddenly lost, his heart seems to be empty. At this time, Nickpin's words first rang in their ears. I heard that the fighters of Elbaf not only have the lofty honor of fighters, but when the duel is over, no matter what the reason for the previous dispute is, it doesn't matter. They will accept each other again with a broad mind. I really admire this kind of soldier's honor and bravery. The point is, Nickpin believes that the giants must love to hear this. In the words of the 21st century, Nickpin is called moral kidnapping. It's just that other people's moral kidnapping is usually for disgusting things, but Nickpin here for good things. Essentially there is a difference. Sure enough, when Nickpin said this, the giant Broggy blushed and stopped celebrating. Dory. We have been fighting for 100 years, and lasted more than 70,000 battles. In fact, the outcome is not important anymore. I don't think I need to say it, you should feel it too, we have actually established an unbreakable friendship in the past 100 years. Ah ha ha. Hearing this, Dory's eyes were filled with tears, and he said solemnly. Yes. 100 years. Congratulations, Broggy, you conquered me with a victory. Dory grabbed Broggy's extended hand, borrowed some strength, and stood up with a swipe. Dory. Broggy looked deeply at Blue Ogre Dory. Broggy. Dory also looked deeply at Red Ogre Broggy. Hey. The two hugged each other fiercely, with tears in their eyes. Youth. Wow huh. Great. They finally reconciled. Zoro picked his ears. Actually, they reconciled a long time ago, but they lacked an opportunity. Nick Pin just gave them this opportunity. Nick Pin gave thumbs up to Zoro. He is indeed the most calm existence of the whole Straw Hat Pirates. An hour later. A small barbecue banquet was held at the foot of the volcano. This dinosaur meat barbecue is really delicious. Luffy was carrying a piece of barbecue bigger than others, and his mouth was full of oil. It's really chewy. It seems that the bigger the animal is, the more delicious it will be when chewing. While eating the barbecue, Zoro was thinking, we must hunt a dinosaur back later, so that Sanji can cook a few big meals. That's right. Just bring them all. Uncle, by the way, how long do the log posy in this island need to be stored? Nami ate a piece of roasted dinosaur tendon, and she didn't forget to twitch her fingers. It's delicious. It will probably take a year. Broggy bit off a dinosaur hind leg, and answered casually. Oh, what? The dinosaur tendon in his mouth suddenly became unsavory. Nami looked at Broggy with wide eyes in horror, and stretched out a finger. You mean, year? Yeah. When you came here, didn't you see a lot of human skulls piled up there? Dory ate the meat and pointed in a direction towards the foot of the volcano. Luffy nodded. I see, I thought those people were killed by you guys. Ahaha. We're not interested in those people, they all died on this island before the log pose filled the magnetic field. Red Ogre Broggy laughed out loud, and then he explained, in order to prevent their corpses from being eaten by dinosaurs, we specially found the corpses of these dead people at the foot of the volcano. That's how it is. Zoro nodded understandingly. Sure enough. It's impossible for an upright fighter like the uncles to do that kind of thing. Ha. Hey, don't you guys understand the situation? Uncle just said that the magnetic field of this island needs to be recorded for a year. It's clear, but it's no use worrying. Zoro took another piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. It's better to eat a little more, so that you will have the strength to go around the island later. Maybe you can find a way. Yeah. I'll eat more. Nami has an urge to hit someone. Why don't these two foodies support her? Nick Pin, what shall we do next? Nami approached Nick Pin, and put her cheek on Nick Pin's shoulder tiredly. This scene really made Vivi on the side envious. Nami is tired and has someone to rely on, but what about her? Thinking of seeing the huge size of the giant Nick Pin when he changed his magic armor, Princess Vivi's heart immediately felt like a drumbeat. There is a saying in my hometown, that is, when the ship arrives at the bridge, it will go straight. Nick Pin smiled, turned his head to look at this cute cheek on his shoulder, scratched Nami's little nose, and then said, as Zoro said, let's eat first. The problem should be solved. It will always be resolved. Okay. Depressed for a while, Nami took the opportunity to coquettishly and opened her mouth. Ah. Nick Pin could still understand this voice. This is what she want to eat. Nick Pin tore off a strip from his own barbecue and stuffed it into Nami's mouth. It really made Vivi on the side look greedy. After they were full, the Straw Hat Pirates bid farewell to the two giants and continued their adventure in Little Garden. Walking on the path in the rainforest. It's useless for us to wander around like this. Nami is still worrying about recording pointers. Since she learned that the magnetic field of this island needs to be recorded for a year, she had been observing the recording progress of the recording pointer. The more she observed, the more her mentality collapsed. Because she found that it would really take a year to record at this speed. Relax, don't think about log pose anymore, for a few days, just treat it as a relaxation. Nick Pin patted Nami on the shoulder, smiling and comforting. You can still laugh. Nami frowned, lowered her head, her two little hands were tangled together. She is really worried about this matter. Even in such difficulties and dangers, with only Nickpin by her side, Nami will not feel any fear or tension. But only in the matter of recording the magnetic field, no matter how powerful it is, it can't help. Looking at Nami's worried look, Nickpin is both funny and concerned. Indeed, Nickpin has no way for log pose to record the magnetic field quickly. But he knew that in the sea not far from the little garden island, there was a small resort island. Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week stationed there with a group of Baroque work subordinates. Although Nickpin doesn't know where the island is, but he knows one thing. Mr. 3 has been planning to capture Dory and Broggy. The bounty offered by these two giants totaled 200 million belly, which was a huge temptation for Mr. 3. And according to the plot timeline, in the next few days, Mr. 3 will definitely come. Since this guy dared to come, he definitely didn't plan to stay on this island for a full year before leaving. Therefore, Mr. 3 must have an eternal pose in his hand, which can point to a certain island, so that he can leave the little garden island smoothly. At least, there must be an eternal pose to the resort island. So all they have to do now is wait. Just wait for Mr. 3 to send them the log pose. Ah! I'm going to go walk somewhere else, and find a year's rations on the way. Oh, really sensible. Nami finally felt a little better, and smiled brightly. Of course, Zoro has always been very sensible, unlike that idiot Sanji, ahaha, Nickpin said with a smile. Zoro gritted his teeth, what two hateful guys. By the way, Luffy, don't you want to follow Zoro? Otherwise, he will definitely get lost later. Yeah. Luffy didn't feel the pressure at all, he just thought Nami was right. Zoro, wait for me. With that said, Luffy chased after Zoro. This time, Princess Vivi is embarrassing. Normal people can feel it, and of course a smart girl like Princess Vivi can also feel it. Why don't I go for a stroll? Although she felt a bit bitter in her heart. No need. Let's go together. Inadvertently, the arms of Nickpin and Princess Vivi were all leaning together. Feeling the temperature from Nickpin's arm, Princess Vivi was startled, and subconsciously looked at Nickpin. When her eyes fell on Nickpin's handsome face, her heart jumped. With a swipe, Princess Vivi's face turned red all the way to the ears, and she hurriedly lowered her head shyly. Chapter 90. The leisure time in Little Garden has passed for several days, and it can be regarded as a rare relaxing time. Although Nami was still worried, being able to visit the big forest with Nickpin made her feel much better. Going merry. In the studio. Nickpin is checking his mail. In the past few days, he have not received many emails from it. There are only 2 of them. Your manga fan Roronoa Zoro has improved his world strength in the manga Zaraki Kenpachi biography, and Zoro's sword has evolved into the prototype of Zanpakuto. You get points, 1. Your fan Nami has conquered the snow in the world of the manga cardcaptor Sakura. You get the snow card ability simultaneously. You get points, 1. Although there are only 2 system emails, this news from Zoro surprised Nickpin. Zoro's sword has evolved becoming a prototype of Zanpakuto. What's going on? Moreover, this ability has not been synchronized to Nickpin. System. What's the situation? Why did Zoro's sword evolve into a Zanpakuto prototype, but I didn't get it? After a while. Nickpin shook his head slightly. Sure enough, this broken system is not a system that can communicate. Just some simple prompts, stylized dialogue and the like. Forget it, don't expect the system to give an answer. As long as Zoro's sword continues to be Zanpakuto, Nickpin feels that he will always know the reason. Another system message is from Nami. Nami is awesome. Although many Clo cards have limited functions, they can continue to provide Nickpin with points. This is very capable. Let me go. At this moment, an angry roar came from the little garden group. It's Broggy. Nickpin's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that the giant is shouting, and it seems to be in trouble. Nami came to Nickpin's studio for the first time. Yes, let's go and see. Nickpin nodded, but he was happy in his heart. Because on this island, it is almost impossible for any animal to pose a threat to Dory and Broggy. The only people who can really trouble the 2 of them are the guys from the Baroque work. Now that the people from the Baroque work have come, the eternal pose will naturally also come. Coming to the deck, other members of the Straw Hat Pirates have also arrived. It's Broggy's cry, he must need help. Without saying a word, Luffy jumped off the deck and rushed towards the volcano. For the loyalty of friends, Luffy is always very reliable. This idiot is not afraid of getting lost if he rushes like this. I'll go after him. Zoro jumped down quickly and chased after Luffy. Damn. Sanji, go after Zoro, don't let him get lost. Okay, you can count on me. During the past few days, Sanji also got off the ship and wandered around the island, so he also got to know Dory and Broggy. Hearing Broggy's cry now, he wanted to help too. Let's go too, Nami said. Nickpin shook his head. You and Vivi stay here and watch the ship. I'll go, since it is very likely that people from Baroque work show up. It is necessary to prevent those guys from stealing the ship. Well, okay, Nami thought about it, but Usopp was alone on the ship and had to take care of Kaya, which was indeed a bit disturbing. But with her and Princess Vivi around, it would be different. During these few days of getting along, the relationship between her and Princess Vivi has become more harmonious, and the two seem to have a tendency to develop into best friends. Nickpin didn't delay anymore, he stepped on his foot and jumped out quickly. After changing direction several times in the air, he fell into the depths of the rainforest and rushed towards Broggy's place. Not long after, Nickpin came to the foot of the volcano. In the air, the pungent smell of candle oil came into the nostrils. Needless to say, Mr. 3 must be here. Dory and Broggy were lying on the ground at this time, their limbs were pierced by the sharp swords solidified by the candle, and they were nailed to the ground. Although they are giants, they can only serve as fish on the chopping board in the face of devil fruit power. Beside the two of them, there is a tall candle holder like a cake tower. The candle holder above is constantly rotating, and a large amount of candle oil falls down from the rotating candle holder, gradually covering Dory and Broggy. Ha! The candle statue made of giants is really a perfect work of art. If your bounty is not too tempting, I really want to keep you in my wax museum. Next to the tall candle holder, the man standing there comfortably with his hands folded in front of him, isn't he the Mr. 3 from Baroque Works? A blue and white striped short-sleeved shirt, paired with beige trousers, and a purple bow at the neckline, is also very cool. Most importantly, on his left wrist, he wears a log pose. It is good. Target found. Nickpin feels more at ease. No. Those guys are ahead of me, why haven't they come here to save people? Nickpin glanced over. Dory. Broggy. Mr. 3. MS Golden Week. Luffy. Luffy? This tea tastes really good, let's have another cup. On the grass, Luffy is sitting on a picnic blanket, with a small wooden table in the middle, drinking tea. Opposite him, sat a little kif dressed in a sporty style. With big black eyes, double ponytails, and pear-shaped red cheeks on both cheeks, she looks very cute. Only. She is not Luffy's friend, but Mr. 3's partner, MS Golden Week. It's a pity that the time is too rushed, otherwise the tea will be more fragrant and rich if it is brewed for a longer time. While talking about the tea, MS Golden Week picked up the teapot and refilled a cup for Luffy. On the back of Luffy's clothing, there is a striking piece of green paint. It turns out that he fell into the color trap. Nickpin understood. Ms. Golden Week is not devil fruit power, but she is good at color paint, comparable to the effect of hypnosis. For a simple head like Luffy, the abilities of hypnosis and hint can almost exert 200 effect. Nickpin's current ability is enough to crush the two present, but he feels. If he can be careful, it's better to be careful. Who knows, if he accidentally touched the paint of MS Golden Week, what kind of disaster would happen? Then, Nickpin palmed, and a Clow card appeared in his hand. He glanced at the sky above his head at MS Golden Week. Wow! A blue lightning suddenly intertwined out of thin air, forming a thick beam of lightning, which fell from the sky in an instant. Hack! Ms. Golden Week hadn't finished her tea yet, and was knocked to the ground, smoking non-stop. Although the appearance of Ms. Golden Week is cute, but Nickpin will not be soft on the enemy. Ruthless. In Nickpin's eyes, it doesn't matter who you are, as long as you are an enemy, you should subdue them first. Miss Golden Week. Unexpectedly, Mr. 3 saw a bolt of lightning falling from the sky, which knocked over the MS Golden Week, and it really shocked Mr. 3. He hurried over and confirmed that Ms. Golden Week was not in danger, and he was relieved. But seeing the unlucky appearance of Ms. Golden Week, Mr. 3 smiled wryly and asked. Hey, hey, hey. Have you done something bad recently? Why is lightning hitting you in this clear sky? Tongue is also numb, how can she speak? But she turned her eyes very hard, and looked behind Mr. 3. What are you looking at? Is there something on my shoulder? But Ms. Golden Week's eyes are still looking towards Mr. 3's shoulder. Is she becoming stupid? Did the lightning cause her brain to malfunction? Suddenly realizing this possibility, Mr. 3's expression on his face was not very good. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a strong force tightening on his hair. Then he felt someone was pulling his hair up. Stupid, she is looking at me behind you. Nick Pin held Mr. 3 like pulling a carrot, and said calmly. Mr. 3 was in pain all over his hair, turned his head with difficulty, and immediately saw his enemy, a tall guy. Nick Pin used the big card then, with his other hand activated the ability of Rubber Fruit, which instantly wrapped around Mr. 3's two arms, restraining M3 completely. The reason for adopting such a safe method is mainly to worry that the eternal pose on Mr. 3's wrist will be accidentally broken during the battle. Otherwise, when lightning struck Ms. Golden Week just now, Mr. 3 should be electrocuted together. Bastard, who are you? What is this devil fruit ability? Suddenly encountering such an unresisting thing, Mr. 3 shouted in shock. After one arm of Nick Pin completely restrained Mr. 3, the palm continued to extend until it came to Mr. 3's left wrist, and he could only carefully take the eternal POS. Brush. After it entered the system space, Nick Pin was completely relieved. Then he threw Mr. 3 aside. Nick Pin picked up Luffy, who was still drinking tea there, and turned his back to the grass, like a rag, wiped the rag hard. Ah. Damn, I actually got that damn paint. I have to teach her a lesson. No need, I've already taken care of her, there's another one over there, take him to vent your anger. Nick Pin shrugged, then pouted in the direction of M3. They obviously capture me, but then let me go. Then. Is it to make my companions take it out on me? Asshole. How dare you underestimate me? Idiots, you will regret what you just did. Mr. 3 got angry, and the candles came rolling in. A large lump of candle oil suddenly appeared in his hands, and he flung it towards Nick Pin. Candle shackles. Stupid. Your opponent is me now. Nanny. How come you two are noodle people? Mr. 3 showed a bewildered expression. You are the noodle man. Nick Pin and Luffy also raised strong objections to the nickname given to them by Mr. 3. This is the rubber fruit ability, idiot. Luffy's arm was directly thrown out, and it hit Mr. 3's body with a bang, blasting him hard against a big tree. FK. This power is so strong. Mr. 3 spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling like his soul was almost blown away. Large candle shackles. He didn't dare to think too much, and desperately activated the fruit ability. The candle oil, which was bigger than others, was smashed hard at Luffy. Wow. Luffy didn't dodge and was hit accurately. Ha ha ha. You are finished. Once my candle solidifies, it is harder than steel. But at this moment. Boom. The block of candle that had sealed Luffy exploded. What? How is it possible? Although it hasn't been completely solidified yet, this is by no means something that ordinary people can break free with their energy. When his eyes fell on Luffy's arms. Throat. He almost choked to death with my own breath. Woo, armament hockey. Suddenly, Mr. 3 wondered if he was dreaming. What are you kidding? Such a young guy has armament hockey. You must know that among the agents in the Baroque works, only the boss has cultivated hockey. Nobody else, not a single person. He has also been in the Grand Line for a while. Naturally understand what hockey stands above all. Strong. There is no doubt that this is the symbol of strength. However, he has no time to think about these at this time. I hate you, noodle man. When Luffy's displeased voice came, followed by Luffy's giant punch. Boom. Poor Mr. 3. He was directly blasted into the tree trunk, and fell to the ground after rolling his eyes. Chapter 91. Goodbye, our friend. In the river port of Little Garden, Dory and Broggy wave goodbye to Going Merry. Wow, huh. Uncles. Hope to see you again in the future. From now on, no one will disturb you on this island, ahaha. Looking at the two, Nick Pin always felt that the relationship between these two guys has surpassed friendship. Is that something like love? Ha ha ha. In the original plot, the knot between the last two people has been untied, but these two guys still did not leave Little Garden, but stayed there. Hey hey hey. What are you going to do with us? The whole body is tied up with steel bars, from head to toe, it is almost completely tightened. This kind of steel bar can be broken for Nick Pin, Nami and others, but non-strength players like Mr. 3 can't move it. There is no way, the Straw Hats don't have sea stone in their hands at the moment, and they can't limit the devil fruit power, so they can only use the safest way to tie up Mr. 3 completely. Even if Mr. 3 uses the wax fruit ability, he is not Logia after all, and he cannot use elementalization to escape. Please, one of you has a bounty of 24 million belly, and the other has a bounty of 29 million belly, and you still ask what we want to do with you. Nami came over. The small magic wand in his hand knocked on Mr. 3's forehead. Really? Bastard. You are pirate yourself, you still do this kind of thing. He was furious, this is so unethical. Speaking of thieves. Damn. Didn't you also plan to catch Dory and Broggy for bounties? You still have the face to say us? Oh, yes, Mr. 3 was slapped and forced, and then he was honest. But he didn't stop talking, and asked angrily, we are all prisoners, why should she be treated differently? He looked at himself who was tied up into a mummy by steel bars, and then at them Golden Week with hands and feet tied behind their backs. Mr. 3 is very unconvinced. Snapped. Nick Pin slapped him on the back of the head again. If it weren't for the 30 more bounty for living, we would have taken your corpse directly. Besides, if you talk nonsense, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Look at her, stay here quietly and don't do anything, this is what a prisoner should look like, understand? Golden Week nodded, yes, I am very quit, by the way, if you are only worried that Mr. 3 will use the devil fruit ability to escape, you can try to soak him in seawater. Huh. Makes sense. Mr. 3 immediately exploded, which group are you on? Of course we are together. Ms. Golden Week still had a calm look on her face, she explained, if they use the method of soaking in seawater to limit your devil fruit ability, then don't they need to continue to tie you up with steel bars? Is that so? It seems to be pretty good, feeling aggrieved by being motionless, Mr. 3 nodded. Wow. A large bucket of seawater was brought up. Nick Pin picked up the Mr. 3 and inserted it directly into the bucket, with only one head sticking out. Mr. 3 was in a state of weakness visible to the naked eye, he said in a cold sweat, can you release the steel bars on my body now? Snapped. What are you thinking? This is it. Nanny. Originally thought that the restriction of the steel bars could be lifted, and then found an opportunity to escape, but I didn't expect to be completely locked up now. Mr. 3 looked at Ms. Golden Week depressedly, idiot, what a bad idea you came up with. Ah, I'm so sorry, the corner of the mouth is slightly pulled down, Ms. Golden Week is also very depressed. Nick Pin, come quickly. At this moment, Nami ran over from the cabin with a hurried look, and pulled Nick Pin into the cabin. What's wrong? You shouldn't be sick. Looking at Nami's appearance, Nick Pin asked with some concern. In the original plot, when Nami was in Little Garden, she was bitten by a poisonous insect and became seriously ill. If he hadn't arrived at Drum Island in time, Nami's life journey would have ended here. Nick Pin knew about this, so when he was walking in Little Garden these days, he used the ability of Thunder Card to spread a dissociated electromagnetic field around, making it impossible for those bugs to get close. Logically speaking, since the bugs can't get close, Nami shouldn't be sick. Someone is sick, but it's not me, it's Princess Vivi. Nami's face was very tense, and she dragged Nick Pin to Princess Vivi's room before she knew it. When he saw the condition of Princess Vivi, Nick Pin didn't know where he got wrong. Regardless of the original plot or the current plot, one of them must be infected by bacteria in Little Garden, right? But Nick Pin still doesn't understand. Princess Vivi was walking with him and Nami, it is impossible for Nick Pin to only protect Nami and ignore Princess Vivi. He is very sure that absolutely no poisonous insect has ever approached Princess Vivi. Why is it still like this? With such confusion, Nick Pin came to Princess Vivi's bedside, sat down, and put his hand on Princess Vivi's forehead. Hiss. High fever. This situation is indeed similar to Nami's situation in the original plot. Sorry, the face that was originally fair and tender was now flushed with high fever, Princess Vivi said apologetically. What are you talking about, idiot? Nickpin smiled and gave her an encouraging look. Don't worry, it's fine. I don't know if it's because of the high fever, but Princess Vivi thinks Nickpin's caring words are really nice. You have a good rest, I'll ask Sanji to make you some millet porridge. With that said, Nickpin pulled Nami out. He asked, you go and check Princess Vivi's body to see if there are any wounds bitten by insects. Is it a bug bite? It's so serious. Although Nami knew something about common diseases at sea, she didn't know anything about this rare disease. After a while, Nami came out and shook his head with a solemn expression. There is no wound. No wounds. Nickpin is fascinated. If it wasn't bitten by a poisonous insect, how could it be the same disease as Nami in the original plot? Seeing Nickpin's expression, Nami added again, really not, even checked there. Ah, I don't doubt your words, I just think this disease is too strange. Nickpin patted the top of Nami's head apologetically. Being doted on by Nickpin, Nami was very helpful, and leaned into Nickpin's arms. However, fortunately, we were lucky, not only got the Eternal Pose to Alabasta from Mr. 3, but also got the MS Golden Week the Eternal Pose to Drum Island. In this way, Princess Vivi's illness should not be delayed. Yes. This poor girl has a heavy burden on her. Princess Vivi is worthy of admiration for being able to do this for the commoners who have nothing to do with her. On the other hand, Wapol, the king of Drum Island. When the Blackbeard pirates went to attack Drum Island, he took the lead as the king to escape. The next day. Nickpin, there seems to be a marine warship ahead. The studio door was pushed open and Usopp spoke. Normally, if a situation is discovered, all crews will be notified. But this time point is the time for the crew to practice, so Usopp thought about it, and it is better to come and find Nickpin, the idleman. As for his own words. Because his training situation is different from others, he needs to stay in the mangas for a short time, so he often stays on the watchtower during the day. And the most important thing is that Usopp likes to stay on the watchtower to watch the world because the god-killing star can greatly improve eyesight. That feeling of looking far and controlling everything. Very cool. Let's go and have a look. Nickpin recalled the plot a little bit, and he probably guessed who he might meet here. Coincidentally, there are 2 pirates on board, and it would be troublesome to carry them on board all the time, so I might as well hand them over to Marine here. On the sea about 10 nautical miles away from the Going Merry, 10 small warships flying the Marinal are sailing in the direction of the Going Merry. On the deck, Smoker sat on a comfortable chair and looked at the documents in his hand. Beside him, on the mast post, was strapped a strong fellow. At this time, Chief Petty Officer Tashigi came over, took a note, and reported. Captain, these are the information I got from him. Their code name should be that they belong to a certain criminal group. Generally speaking, in order to be safe, they seldom use phone snail, but use orders. Also, it seems the latest task concerns the long-lost princess of Alabasta. Wonder if this has something to do with the recent riots in Alabasta. After listening to Tashigi's report, Smoker thought for a while. It seems that it is necessary to go to Alabasta to investigate the whole matter. It's just, having said that, Smoker frowned again. In this case, the pursuit of Straw Hat crew will be delayed. Tashigi adjusted his glasses. I think the matter of Alabasta is more important. Once the riots really happen, it will affect the lives of thousands of people. You're right. Sighing deeply, Smoker looked at another intelligence officer. Notify the headquarters immediately, and request for Eternal Pose to Alabasta. Captain, there's a ship ahead. Look like a pirate ship. Suddenly, the observers on the watchtower announced loudly. Pirates. Hearing this, Smoker stood up with a swipe. He took the binoculars from the marine video next to him and watched the past. Ha! This pirate flag. Ha 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 ha. It's the Straw Hat Pirates. I found them. Fire. Fire the main gun. Without any hesitation, Smoker ordered directly. Yes, sir. The marine soldiers on the deck immediately got busy and adjusted the direction of the main gun. Boom. A cannonball dragged a fierce flame, like a ferocious beast, rushed towards the pirate ship in the distance. Ha! They fired. It seems that they saw our pirate flag. Usopp is holding the god-killing star in his hand, and he can see places that are not clearer than the marine telescope by relying on himself. While speaking, he raised his hand to fill up the god-killing star. Flaming Phoenix. The moment he let go, Ryatsu rolled and turned into a combo of flames. Skip the distant sea and sky as fast as lightning. Boom. The shell of the main gun was directly engulfed by the flames of the yellow spark. They're about to fire a second shot, you might as well give them a good shot. Nick Pin also held the god-killing star in his hand, clearly seeing the situation on the deck of the warship. He saw Smoker and Tashigi, and immediately found it interesting. In the original plot, Smoker is all about catching Luffy. As a result, he chased all the way to Alabasta, but he didn't catch Luffy, but he did help Luffy and picked up a lot of credit, and finally I was directly promoted to Commodore of Marine Headquarters. If he didn't know Smoker's personality, Nick Pin would even wonder if he was chasing Luffy all day long just to get credit. On the deck of the marine warship. What is that? It actually directly destroyed our shells. The second round is loaded, we must let the pirates taste the power of our marine. Ready, fire. But at this moment, a beam of psionic energy shot out quickly. Accurately hit the barrel of the warship's main gun. Boom. The barrel of the main gun was lifted up all of a sudden, and the air wave generated by the explosion directly washed everything on the deck into the sea. Immediately afterwards, a figure descended from the sky. Marine, I have something to talk to you. Chapter 92. The explosion blasted Smoker's cigars into the air. Just as he was about to get up, he saw a figure had already landed in front of his eyes. Marine, I have something to talk to you guys. Nick Pin looked at Smoker calmly, completely ignoring the Marines on the deck who were hurriedly raising their guns. Smoker raised his head slowly, and when he looked at Nick Pin, his two eyes almost burst into flames. A pirate. He actually went to the warship and presumptuously said that he wanted to talk to Marine. Simply too arrogant. Although in Logue Town, Smoker was knocked out by Nick Pin's armament hockey, but he didn't think it was a normal battle result. At that time, he never thought that the pirate from the Little East Blue would armament hockey. And there are still two. If he knew at that time, he would definitely not ignore the fists of Nick Pin and Luffy. The elementalization of Logia is indeed a bug, but sometimes it can't resist people. Of course, if they were really strong players, such as Marine Admiral, they wouldn't make such low-level mistakes. Because those pirates who need them to go out to clean up, armament hockey is the most basic qualification. Boy. Last time you succeeded in Logue Town, do you think you are good? Huh. Nick Pin was stunned. What's the situation? What with the courage, actually pretending to be in front of me? What exactly gave him the illusion that he is qualified to pretend in front of me? Really, it seems that you have forgotten the horror of being dominated by armament hockey again. Nick Pin sighed, pursed his lips slightly, and rubbed the wrist of his right hand with his left hand. Immediately a strong armament hockey wrapped around it. I'll give you another chance to speak humanly. Raising his armed fist, Nick Pin reminded. Hehe, although the armed color can capture Logia's entity, but boy, there are so many abilities you haven't seen. For example, Marine 6 styles. Smoker's figure disappeared from the chair in an instant. Pay for your arrogance. Smoker's voice appeared behind Nick Pin. As soon as he raised his hand, he poked Nick Pin's back forcefully. Look back at me in pain. Let me see your eyes that suddenly become blind. Facing this kind of scene where he can avenge his shame, Smoker can't wait to see Nick Pin begging for mercy in pain. But when he tried hard to feel Nick Pin's flesh and blood, his brows frowned suddenly. Wrong. This Shurgon doesn't feel right. Could it be that? No way. When Smoker realized that the problem was serious, Nick Pin, who had been pierced by his Shurgon, disappeared in an instant. What? What time? That's a situation that can only be caused when the speed is fast as the speed of light. When he was surprised, Nick Pin's voice came from behind. Soru. Stomp on the ground dozens of times in a row at high speed in an instant, thereby generating an explosive reaction force. To achieve an instant high-speed movement, as if the enemy disappeared directly in front of his eyes. Hearing this, Smoker was shocked. He turned his head abruptly, and saw Nick Pin looking at him calmly. You also know Marine 6 styles. Smoker's complexion suddenly turned bad. Suddenly, he thought of something again, and looked at Nick Pin with a face full of horror. What ability did you use to disappear in an instant and then appear behind me? Nick Pin did not understand what he said. No way. Can't you see it? I use Marine 6 style Soru. Soru? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Stop talking nonsense, I can use Soru myself. Don't you know the speed of Soru? Although the Soru's speed is very fast, it is impossible to achieve the speed of teleportation like you just did, to an extent. Lie to me this professionally. Stop dreaming. Hey. I don't need to lie to you about this kind of thing, do I? Spreading his hands, Nick Pin felt very speechless. I'm a pirate, and I'm arguing with a marine on a warship about this kind of issue. Outrageous. But the next moment, he suddenly understood. Oh. I want to understand, my Soru is the highest level of Soru. And your Soru has just mastered the entry level, so it's normal that you can't understand my Soru. Well broken. But it's okay if he doesn't explain. This explanation made Smoker even more unacceptable. Impossible. You, a pirate, brazenly say that you have trained Marine 6 styles to the highest level. There must be a limit to your big talk. Want to mock me with lies? I can't be fooled by you as a smoker. Yes. Stop lying. Our captain is not easy to deceive. Pirates, raise your hands and surrender. The surrounding Marines also stood up for Smoker. Sure enough, what kind of general will lead what kind of soldiers? Nick Pin's stomach hurts from laughing at the confidence of these Marines. He shook his head. Since you guys like to argue about this, let me teach you a lesson. Here, look, this is one of my fingers. Next, I will use it to show you what is called Shirgan. As soon as Nick Pin raised his hand, he poked Smoker directly. Don't try to succeed. Smoker yells and uses Marine 6 style Soru again. After stomping on the ground dozens of times, his figure instantly disappeared from Nick Pin's eyes. Immediately after. Puff. Smoker trembled violently. A heart-piercing pain instantly hit the whole body from the chest. How is it possible? He looked down at his chest, where Nick Pin's finger was stuck. The fingers are submerged in half, obviously leaving room for the heart. The other party showed mercy. It's easy. Observation Hockey has locked your trajectory. Armament Hockey captured your elemental entity. So, do you think my Shirgan is standard enough? Nick Pin slowly pulled out his finger. There was still Smoker's body on it. Puff. With blood spilling from his mouth, Smoker sat slumped on the ground. He looked at Nick Pin in disbelief, gritted his teeth. Ha. I deliberately used the lowest level Shirgan, just to let you understand. It's okay, you didn't let me down. Puff. Originally, it was just blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, but upon hearing Nick Pin's words, Smoker spit out a mouthful of blood. Using the lowest Shirgan on purpose just to make me understand. Since when have I, Smoker, been looked down upon so much? Shame. Powerlessness. Emerging deeply in Smoker's heart. All the Marine soldiers on the deck pointed their guns at Nick Pin. Their swords were on edge. As long as Smoker gave an order, they would shoot immediately. Stop. This will kill the captain. But she also knows that facing such a strong man, even if all their Marines are shot, they are just lambs to be slaughtered. It seems that there are still smart people. Nick Pin turned to look at Tashigi, then waved to her. Tashigi was taken aback, but considering that Smoker was still next to Nick Pin, she had no choice but to walk over obediently. You, what are you going to do? A little panicked, Tashigi pursed his lips and said nervously. Nick Pin didn't speak, just stretched out his hand to Tashigi. Hateful. Pirates are pirates. Even a guy who is so handsome is still a disgusting pirate. Sensing that Nick Pin's palm was stretched towards her heart, Tashigi was about to go into a rage. Don't move. Or your boss will die. Although she didn't want this to happen, it was absolutely impossible for her to watch this boss who cared about her get killed by pirates. Bastard. If you want to blackmail me, can't you do it in a more private place, where there is no one to see? If it can be exchanged for the safety of her boss, she can sacrifice it. Suicide later. What's more, compared to other pirates, this Nick Pin in front of him has an acceptable appearance anyway. Just when she was thinking wildly, Nickpin's hand came to her jacket pocket, and took out the handkerchief inside. Nickpin calmly wiped the blood off his fingers, then threw the handkerchief in front of Smoker, and said, "Stop the bleeding, I'm here to talk about something." Nanny. Tashigi is numb. This nasty guy. The threat he made in that tone was actually just for my handkerchief. God. What did I just say? Thinking of what she thought and said just now, Tashigi felt an unprecedented shame wrapping her in an instant. Oh. At this moment, her cheeks turned red instantly, and she just wanted to find a hole in the ground. Get in quickly. Oh, that's right, what did you just say to take you to a place where there is no one? Is there something you want me to do to you in a place where no one is? Pfft. If I didn't know clearly, you must have naughty thought just now. Hey, isn't it? And she just agreed. This pirate is really stupid, if he takes the opportunity to threaten her, she will really succeed. Hey, have you overlooked a problem? People don't have that kind of thinking at all, everything is just made up by the chief herself. Pfft. I have to hold back, I can't laugh. Haha. Although it's Marine's own person, but men are like this, once they talk about that kind of topic, they will be even harder to tease their own people. Listening to the comments of people around, Tashigi felt that he was already dead. Nasty pirate. It's all your fault. It's because of wishful thinking. As Captain Marine, it is absolutely impossible for me to talk to pirates. Sorry, I didn't make it clear just now, Nickpin raised his eyes and explained with a smile. What about my talk? It's not two-way, but one-sided, I'm talking to you, you listen, understand? Bastard. Why do you think I will compromise with you? Although he is a good guy, he has a big temper. Personality is even more staunch. Die at worst. Compromise with pirates? No way. By the way, Miss Petty Officer, I think your idea just now is very good, I agree. Tell me, where do you like to go? The rubber fruit ability was activated, and an arm spread like a snake in an instant, binding Tashigi tightly from the beginning to the end. What? But then, when she realized what Nickpin was talking about, her mind went blank. Is this really going to happen? I thought it was going to happen just now, but it didn't happen, and people didn't have that idea. Now I thought it wouldn't happen, but suddenly it happened. The ups and downs of life are too fast. At this time, Smoker snorted coldly, let her go, let's talk. Isn't it going to be okay if it's already like this? Nickpin shrugged, followed by laughter. After a while. There are two more people on the deck of the warship. Mr. 3 and MS Golden Week. So, you made such commotion, and in the end you just want to exchange these two people for bounty? Smoker looked at Nickpin in bewilderment. Yeah, why not? Nickpin spread his hands. Puff. Smoker spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 93. For these two people, one offers a reward of 24 million belly, and the other offers a reward of 29 million belly, there are a total of 53 million belly, who will settle the bill, so I can hurry on my way, Nickpin pouted at Smoker and asked. Smoker shook his head, no. Huh? What do you mean, you're only willing to pay if I do something to that lovely subordinate of yours? No, I mean, it's impossible to carry that many belly on a warship. Hearing that Nickpin was going to find Tashigi again, Smoker quickly explained. How much do you have? Nickpin asked. Smoker immediately looked at a Tashigi and ordered. After a while, she came back from the cabin. Seeing Nickpin's handsome face, she blushed again. How many belly are there on our warship? Smoker asked straight to the point. Oh. Wait a minute. There are 12,730,500 belly in total. As long as he stands in front of Nickpin, Tashigi can't speak easily. Smoker looked at Nickpin, do you think the price is okay? Puff. Mr. 3 and Ms. Golden Week spurt out blood at the same time. It's like they are being sold as a commodity. You can also see that they are unhappy, and they feel low when they look at it day by day. That's right. The bounties of me and the Miss Golden Week is worth more than 50 million. How much do you look down on us if you take a little over 10 million? A prisoner must have the dignity of a pirate. Yes, at this price, I might as well feed the two of them to the sea to feed the fish, it's just a little over 10 million to scare people. Nick Pin looked at Smoker, saying that the money is not enough to fool me. FK. Mr. 3 opened his mouth and looked at Nick Pin with a confused look. Ah. Captain Marine, I think Golden Week and I are actually worth 10 million belly. Enough is enough, please buy us over. Okay. Nick Pin scolded, and then said. Since there are 73 million belly and 500, then you should make a down payment of that much. For the remaining balance, you can write me an IOU, sign it and press your handprint or something. Since there is not so much money on the warship, Nick Pin can only do this. It's not convenient to always bring these two guys. What's more, with this IOU, the money cannot be lost. Even if he doesn't meet Marine base along the way, according to the future development, Luffy will go to Marine headquarters at least once. Nick Pin thought about it. If the money has not arrived by then, he will ask Sengoku face to face. Live broadcast all over the world, seeing your big face, I'm so sorry that I don't give it to you. IOU. Tashigi opened his mouth wide. Marine wrote an IOU to pirates. Nick Pin showed a puzzled expression. You owe me money, write me an IOU, what's the problem? Okay, it seems it's okay. Thinking about it carefully, Tashigi seems to be unable to think of a reason to refute. Only. Smoker said unhappily, that can't be done. If you take the IOU to Marine base to ask for money, no Marine will give it to you. I mean, what will this do to my reputation if they found out? Oh, then you lovely beauty office, maybe I should talk to her alone. Nick Pin didn't dare Smoker to talk nonsense, so he reached out and hugged Tashigi's waist. What? Caught off guard, Tashigi blush. Damn it. Here we go again. Smoker hates Nick Pin now. But even though he was very upset to see Nick Pin, he couldn't kill him. So. Enough. Smoker is going to explode. But he really can't help. Let's fight. He can't beat Nick Pin. The key is that people still take advantage of it. I'll write an IOU. These words came out of Smoker's mouth, and the sound of some teeth being crushed could be faintly heard. After a while, the table, paper, pen, ink pad. All placed between Nick Pin and Smoker. And the entire family property on this warship, 12,730,500 blows. I'll say it, you write it, Nick Pin laughed. Smoker took a breath and said, say it. Nick Pin thought for a while, then said, today, I will accept 2 pirates from Nick Pin, the manga artist of the Straw Hat Pirates, Mr. What? How do you know my name? The Ms. Golden Week expression on the side is also very exciting. My name is also correct. What's the matter? As a mangaka, is it too much for me to have some information? Mr. 3 were stunned. It doesn't matter at all, okay. Nick Pin glanced at the two, and then continued to report, the total bounty is 53 million belly. The current bounty paid is 12,730,500 belly, the remaining 40,269,500 belly has not been paid. This is written in the name of Captain Marine Headquarters. Issue this IOU. So that Nick Pin can claim back the remaining reward with this IOU at any Marine base. Just writing these words makes Smoker feel extremely humiliated. He couldn't imagine that when Nick Pin took this IOU to a certain Marine base to ask for money, how the base chief of that Marine base would laugh at him. Smoker. But now, he had to write. Well, good. Sign it. And don't forget the handprint. Smoker's molars were almost broken. He took a pen, signed his name, and pressed his fingerprints. Nick Pin checked again, and then collected the IOU. Okay. Private affairs are over, now let's talk about business affairs. What do you mean? Smoker's face suddenly changed. The surrounding Marines also became vigilant. Is this guy going to start a killing spree? You old Smoker wants to deal with our Straw Hat Pirates with all your heart, so I will talk about it here today. From today on, you can follow our Straw Hat Pirates, but if you hurt our Straw Hat Pirates' hands, then. Did you see that? The next time you try to hurt us, it will be the day I take her. Suddenly being teased by Nick Pin, Tashigi almost cried. All the mistakes he made, you look for him. Why do you keep pretending that I want? What a nasty fellow. Smoker felt his blood pressure had soared to 99. I have seen unreasonable, never seen such unreasonable. With that said, Nick Pin let go of Tashigi, it settled. Hey hey hey. You can't just throw us to Marine. I don't want to be imprisoned in the impel down prison forever. Facing an existence like Nick Pin who can run amok on a warship, it doesn't seem like Nick Pin weak Comapri to Mr. Zero. And he actually has terrible intelligence information. Such a person, wouldn't it be a good choice to follow him? What's more, everyone is a pirate, and I am a devil fruit user, and MS Golden weak strength is not bad. He should be willing to accept us. Nick Pin stopped. The hope in Mr. Three's heart suddenly increased. He hurriedly said, "We will hang out with you in the future, just wait for us." Then he winked at Ms. Golden Week. Ms. Golden Week said, "Let's join your pirate group, I can make tea." Nick Pin came to Mr. Three, fiddled with the "3" on his head twice, showing a playful expression. "Forget it, I'll give you a gift. You went to Impel Down prison to find a man named Buggy Pirate, hang out with him, you will have a bright future." Buggy? Is it a very powerful pirate? Hearing the name, both Smoker and Tashigi reacted. Isn't it the East Blue pirate who you exchanged bounties with Marine after being captured in Logue Town? After all, Tashigi is good at document work. She has a good memory. She tapped her temples and asked doubtfully. "But I remember, the bounty for that buggy is only 15 million belly, right?" "What? A reward of 15 million belly?" Originally, he was still wondering who would be the one who could be remembered by a strong man like Nick Pin, but when he heard Buggy's bounty offer, he immediately became angry. "Asshole. Is it a sense of accomplishment to play tricks on me before leaving? Hee, the opportunity is here for you, believe it or not. Within 3 years, Buggy is a name that scares even Marine. Well, goodbye, everyone." After finishing speaking, Nick Pin picked up the big treasure box full of belly, and jumped out of the deck in one step. "Ah! Be careful, you're about to fall into the sea." Looking at Nick Pin's parabolic trajectory, Tashigi subconsciously shouted. "Idiot! It would be better if he fell in." "Oh, yes, Tashigi finally came to his senses. However, at the next moment, she exclaimed again, "Ah! That's Jeppo. Damn! Why is he a pirate who has mastered 3 Marine 6 styles abilities? And each of them is so powerful. Yeah, if only he could join Marine," Tashigi was thinking wildly again. "Captain, the Straw Hat Pirate's ship is leaving, what should we do? Should we shoot it with cannons?" Smoker glanced ahead, then at Tashigi. "My heart is bitter. King F. King F. King. Didn't you hear that bastard just now? If we dare to shoot their pirate ship, they dare to take Tashigi." Smoker slammed the table hard and roared. "So what do we do now?" the Marine gunner asked. "What else can I do? Retreat." Chapter 94. 2 days later, the Straw Hat Pirates arrived at Drum Island. This is a country of ice and snow. The mountains are covered with snow, and majestic high mountains stand on the vast land like the original wax statues. Seen from a distance, those high mountains are like pillars rising to the sky, with relatively flat land at the top, traces of human habitation. Wow! It's snow. It's really exciting. Luffy sat in his first-class seat, rubbing his hands excitedly. "I'm so happy with so much snow. Look! There is a river flowing out of the island. It's a waterfall formed by melting snow mountains, and then flowed down along the terrain to form rivers." Zoro leaned against the railing, watching the beautiful scenery of snow mountains, and murmured. Along the inland waterway formed by this waterfall, Going Merry slowly docked towards the shore. "Hold on. Pirates!" Immediately afterwards, a large number of people came out of the dense forest. "Huh? People. They see the person in the front is the leader of the group of people." He looked at everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates coldly. "Pirates are not welcome here, get out of here immediately." Luffy said immediately, "We're here for a doctor." "Yes. Someone on our ship is sick, and this person's state is very critical and needs immediate treatment." Sanji was smoking a cigarette, looking at these people calmly, feeling that things were a little difficult. Sure enough. We are not fooled. Such a stupid excuse, even if it's a lie, it's too is just a poor excuse. "You shameless pirates, leave our land. Raise your anchor and get out. Or we will shoot and sink your ship." The faces of the people on the shore were full of anger, as if there was some deep hatred. Really? It's just the first time we met, why does they hate us so much? Do you want to fight? Zoro's hand approached the hilt of the sword. Luffy also rolled up his sleeves, I'm not afraid of you, let's fight. On your marks. Seeing that the pirates did not listen, the people on the shore immediately raised their guns. In those hidden corners of the mountain, a large number of figures also appeared at this time, and many of them focused on weapons. Wait! At this moment, a shout came from the cabin door. Afterwards, Nickpin came out. Behind him, Nami and Kaya supported Princess Vivi together and walked out with difficulty. Oh! Do you think we will be fooled by you showing a weak woman to pretend to be sick? Among the crowd on the opposite side, Dalton spoke coldly. He wouldn't believe this kind of trick. However, as soon as he finished his reprimand, he heard Nickpin call out faintly, Dalton. As soon as these words came out, all the people on the ground became vigilant. The safety of the guns were all opened with a clatter. You actually know my name. It seems that you are really shameless pirates who want to destroy this country. He raised his hand ready to give the order to fire. Hey! Even if you don't believe in the character of us pirates, don't you believe in the character of Alabasta's princess? The arm that was about to swing down suddenly stopped. The princess of the kingdom of Alabasta. If it had been someone else, Dalton might not have remembered. But for Princess Alabasta, Dalton remembered her. That was several years ago. The World Summit every 4 years is held in Mariehua. Dalton had the honor of going to Mariehua with his King Wapol. During the meeting, when the host who presided over the meeting mentioned that the Revolutionary Army would bring harm to the world, Wapol showed disdain and said that it had nothing to do with him as he too lazy to listen. Cobra, King of Alabasta, therefore accused Wapol of being too selfish and only thinking of himself. As a result, after the meeting, Wapol deliberately knocked Cobra's young daughter to the ground to vent his dissatisfaction with Cobra. But just when Cobra was going to be angry at Wapol for knocking his daughter, Princess Vivi, who was only 6 years old at the time, said that she accidentally bumped into Wapol and immediately apologized to Wapol. Dalton was extremely impressed with this event. Because he knows that on World Summit, even a little bit of conflict is very likely to lead to war between the two countries. The reason why the young Princess Vivi did that was obviously to avoid triggering a war and affecting innocent civilians in the two countries. In contrast, Wapol, the king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, was selfish. When the pirates came to attack the Magnetic Drum Island, he left the people alone and ran away with his guards. Even took all the doctors. The comparison of the two makes Dalton admire Alabasta's princess even more. At this time, Dalton was not surprised when he heard Nickpin say that the daughter next to him was the princess of Alabasta. He looked at Princess Vivi. Although Princess Vivi has grown up, the resemblance between her brows cannot deceive anyone. In addition, Dalton was very impressed with the young Princess Vivi, and he confirmed at a glance that this is the princess of Alabasta. It's actually you. After seeing Princess Weiwei clearly, Dalton was shocked, and he murmured, do you recognize me? You seem to be the guard behind Wapol. Princess Vivi was weak at this time, and the bacteria had spread very badly. She raised her head with difficulty, looked at it for a while, and her brows trembled even when she spoke. It really is you. Quickly. Let them go ashore. He immediately ordered everyone to disperse, and then said to everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, I'll take you to the village first, but if you are sick. Speaking of this, he sighed, you came at the wrong time. At present, there is only one doctor left in our country, is the witch. We should not have gone to the village. Seeing the early confrontation, I can see that the people there hate pirates very much. Avoid misunderstandings, just tell me where the witch doctor located, and we'll go find her. Although Nickpin knows that the witch Kureha lives in the castle on the top of the highest mountain in the middle, there is still a big difference between knowing it from the mangas and knowing it in reality. The simplest, there are many roads leading to that kind of mountain, not all of them will work. Moreover, what kind of situation you will encounter on the road is also different. What if there was a canyon halfway, wouldn't they be lost? Thank you for your consideration. Have you seen the highest mountain? There is a castle on the top of the mountain, that's where the witch lives. Hey, hey. That castle looks like a place where the king lives. Well, it was true before, it's just that there is no king in this country now, and the witch lives there, and no one says anything, Dalton replied. Sanji pulled out the cigarette from his mouth, poked his head to look at the highest mountain. Why does she live so far away? Can you guys call her to come here? Dalton immediately shook his head, no, although her medical skills are impeccable, but she. But he was only halfway through. Nick Pin immediately interrupted, okay, just tell us how to get there, our crewmate can't wait any longer. Oh, sorry. Glancing at the weak Princess Vivi, Dalton also realized that he was wasting time. He pointed to a small path ahead on the right. From here. With a thought, Nick Pin took out the paper and pen. Dalton talked while he drew. Soon, a clear partial ground appeared in front of my eyes. Okay. The road is here. Nick Pin held the map, but frowned. However, the shape of the mountain is not easy to go up, especially Princess Vivi and Kaya are so weak. I can carry one. Sanji volunteered to stand up, with little red hearts in his eyes. If it doesn't work, I can carry one on my back and hug the other. Zoro rolled his eyes, there's no donkey in the crew like you. Ah. You bastard. It's a pity that I don't have a flying card, or I can just fly up. Nami supported Princess Vivi, with a remorseful expression on her face. Idiot, of course I can't blame you. Nick Pin patted the top of Nami's head, and said. Luffy and I will go there, the rubber fruit ability can help us overcome the last 10 straight cliffs. Okay. I will take one. Not only can he help his friends, but he can also climb mountains. Such a good adventure. Come on. My plan is, Luffy and I each carry one, and the rest stay on the ship, what do you think? Nick Pin looked at everyone. Ah. Bastard, why don't you let me do such a good thing? Idiot. What Nick Pin said is the best solution. You will only become a burden if you go. I also agree with Nick Pin's plan. Nami pursed her red lips, handed Princess Vivi to Nick Pin, and told Nick Pin seriously, Vivi's condition is already serious, be careful on the road. Well, trust me, it'll be fine. Nick Pin gave Nami a reassuring look, then turned his back to Vivi and said softly, come on. At this time, Princess Vivi had a high fever and was extremely weak. It was only with the help of Nami that she managed to stick it on Nick Pin's back. Nick Pin, let's have a competition. See who gets there first. Ha! The game is on. Take care of Kaya. On the deck, Usopp looked at the backs of Luffy and Kaya, feeling a little inexplicable in his heart. He also wanted to stand up and escort Kaya at this time, but he knew he couldn't climb that high mountain. Asshole, let me do it. Give me Princess Vivi. Boom. Nami's fist falls. The whole world is quiet. She walked up to Nick Pin and tightened Nick Pin's collar, take care of Vivi, and take care of yourself. What a gentle little thief. Nick Pin was moved, and without saying anything, he jumped off the ship and chased after Luffy. Soon after the four disappeared. A pirate ship comparable in size to Going Merry appeared at the entrance of the inland waterway. The pattern on the pirate flag is an iron-mouthed skull licking its tongue, with a crown on its head. It seems that another pirate is coming. On the watchtower, Usopp announced loudly. What? Pirates? Not good. It's Wapol. He is back. And you also check out my other work such as, Exposing One Piece with Q&A and read for free up to ch 180. Chapter 95. Ha ha ha. I saw a ship going straight forward from a long distance, and I didn't expect to find my way home after following it. The pirate ship of Wapol entered the inland waterway and blocked Going Merry. Wapol stood at the front of the deck, laughing. Looking at his appearance, he doesn't seem to be a good person. Zoro looked at the pirate approaching slowly from a distance of less than 2 meters and said calmly. Dalton looked serious. You're right, he was the previous king of our country. Because he was afraid of the pirates' attack, he fled with his guards and let the country be destroyed by those pirates. Although Wapol had left the island of the drum before, Dalton couldn't feel at ease. Because Wapol can't beat those pirates, but he can beat the people of Drum Island. With his devil fruit ability, as long as he returns to Magnetic Drum Island, the civilians may have to live the days of being ruled by dictator again. For the record, we didn't know he was following us. Nami spread his hands to avoid unnecessary misunderstanding. After all, judging from the degree of hatred these civilians have for pirates just now, a little mistake will cause conflicts. I know, the person who can be with Princess Vivi won't be a bad person. Still staring at Wapol, Dalton answered Nami's words intently. Hey! You traitor, why don't you kneel down when you see your king coming back? This guy dressed in green and white interlaced, a bit like a clown, is the former chief of staff of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, Chess. On the other side of Wapol, there is also an Afro man wearing boxing gloves and wearing an orange coat. He is the former affairs officer of Drum Kingdom, Kuromarimo. Both of them were staunch followers of Wapol. Bastard! We don't recognize this cowardly king. Get out! You are not welcome here. Shameless villain, leave! You ran and raised a pirate flag, you are no king. Chess' words immediately enraged the people on the shore, causing a burst of cursing. These idiots are disrespectful to the king. They really want to die. Swipe swipe. Instantly shoot 3 arrows. Take cover. Seeing this, Dalton yelled. Moo. His figure changed suddenly. Ox fruit model bison zoan fruit user. He rushed out without hesitation, using his body to stop the 3 arrow in midair. Puff puff. 3 arrows pierced Dalton like a spear, and shot him in front of the civilians. Chess laughed and said, "Look, Dalton, you're still the same, as long as I shoot an arrow at a civilian, you'll automatically cover them. That man is protecting the innocent civilian." Usopp saw the attack and said angrily. "Bastard! How dare you use such a despicable method? Lord Dalton. Ah! Damn Chess! He hurt Dalton. Protect Dalton." The people on the shore raised their guns and shot at Wapol and others. Huh! It's a bullet. It tastes good. Nanny? That guy ate the bullet. Usopp looked shocked. Zoro also twitched the corner of his mouth. Can that stuff be eaten? Bang dang. At this time, the pirate ship belonged to Wapol and the Golden Mary leaned against each other, and there was a strong collision. Ha ha ha. Double happiness today. Not only did I return to my own country, but I also got a nice pirate ship. Wapol said happily while jumping on the Going Merry. The pirate ship you mentioned shouldn't be our ship, right? Zoro lowered his figure slightly, and put his right hand on the blade. Isn't that obvious? As he said that, Wapol took a big bite and aimed the fence in Going Merry. Crunch. He ate a piece of fence into his mouth, chewed it, and it was gone. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates suddenly went blank. What's the situation? This man is eating ships. Smack smack the taste in his mouth, Wapol's eyes shone brightly, and he immediately bit towards the deck. Hey! Don't eat our ship. Usopp came to his senses at this moment, and hurriedly shouted. Everyone! Don't move. Master Wapol is eating, don't disturb Master Wapol's pleasure of eating. Ha! Let's eat from the middle of the deck. But just when his mouth was about to hit the ground, a foot wearing only black shiny leather shoes landed on his face with precision. Enough is enough. Bastard! Sanji with the power of 8 inner gates exploded and opened the second gate. Wapol's body rushed into the sky with a bang with his head slammed into the distant mountain wall hard. Boom! Wapol's whole body is embedded in it. Sanji was depressed because he couldn't carry any of the girls, and it happened that someone came to find fault at this time. Angry at the king, because he failed to carry the beauty on his back. This terrifying kick directly kicked Wapol and broke at least dozens of bones. What? Master Wapol. You actually attacked Master Wapol, killed these bastards. The soldiers of the guards immediately pulled the trigger in their hands. Shield defense. With a small hand movement, Nami mentally communicated with the energy of the Clow card. The ability of the shield merged into her body, instantly forming an energy barrier in front of her, blocking all the bullets. If Bartolomeo were here, he would definitely shout, "I am so honored to be able to do the same ability as Nami-senpai. The captain and the deputy captain are not here, and we keep encountering headache like this." Zoro shook his head slightly. He passed the energy barrier created by Nami and rushed towards the guard soldiers on the deck. Like a butterfly piercing through a flower, in the blink of an eye, Zoro's figure has passed by the guard soldiers and appeared behind them. Puff! 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 A series of wounds exploded blood on the bodies of these guard soldiers as if they were belatedly unaware. Ah! Bastard! Stop taking away my moment. Seeing Zoro clean up the enemies so handsomely and neatly, Sanji was very upset. He took a puff of his cigarette and posed a pose, but it's okay, I took down the biggest one of them. Stupid, the one you kick seems to be up again. Zoro curled his lips. Although he doesn't like to argue with others, Sanji is an exception. If you always compare yourself to him, then it's better than him. Sanji's pose is awkward. He took a closer look, and saw that Wapol had been rescued by Chess and Kuromarimo on the deck of their pirate ship. Then they saw a group of doctors in white coats clattering out of the cabin of Wapol pirate ship. The operation start. Knife. Stop the bleeding. Bone saw. Apply medicine. Stitch. Operation complete. While everyone was stunned, Wapol, who had been crippled, passed through the hands of these people for a while, and was revived on the spot with full blood. Ah, this. Usopp's mouth was open to the back of his head, and he pointed to Wapol in front of him, exclaiming incessantly. Even such a serious injury can be healed in an instant. No wonder Nick Pin said that this country had such medical wonder. Nami also took a deep breath, shocked by such medical skills. Then, she thought of something again, and said angrily, the kin turn these doctors into their own personal doctors, completely disregarding the life and death of ordinary people. This bastard king deserves to die. Nami big sister is angry. Standing behind Nami, Usopp suddenly felt a terrible breath coming, and backed away in fright. Wow! Is the beautiful Nami-chan going to fight? Zoro also stopped. It's rare to see Nami so angry. I'm afraid that apart from Nick Pin, there is no one who can stop Nami in this situation. I'm alive again. I thought I was going to die just now, ha ha ha. On the deck of Wapol pirate ship, Wapol moved his body, laughed, and ordered, come on, bring me my weapon. Clatter. Heaps of weapons were carried from the hold to the deck. Wapol grabbed these weapons and stuffed them into his mouth. It looked like he was eating snacks. Delicious. What's the matter with that guy? Why does he eat everything? I am a munch devil fruit user. As long as I ate it, I can be turned into the thing I ate. In a blink of an eye, Wapol wolfed down the weapon, explained his devil fruit, and stretched his hands forward, like this. I saw 2 cannon barrels emerge from his hand. Boom! Boom! 2 cannonballs blasted over. Nanny! Usopp was shocked and envious. This is really too much. Only. The moment the 2 shells approached the Golden Mary, they hit the energy barrier and exploded with a bang. The power of the explosion did not have the slightest impact on the Going Mary. Wapol was shaken. What it is? Wapol looked at it with a confused face, then opened his mouth wide, and swallowed the energy barrier in one gulp. He stretched out his right fist. An energy barrier appeared right in front of his fist. Damn bastard. How dare you eat the energy of beautiful Nami-chan? Spit it out. Leaf Whirlwind. With the 8 inner gates' second door open, the power of Sanji's kick is terrifying. As for the name of this trick, it was changed by Sanji himself based on the trick of Leaf Hurricane when he was studying with Might Guy. Wow! It's him again. Wapol was kicked half to death by Sanji just now, leaving a shadow in his heart. Seeing Sanji coming to kick him again at this time, he was panicking. Master Wapol, the defense in your hand seems to be very strong. Chess reminded. Wapol froze for a moment. He looked at the energy barrier in his hand. He can't escape anyway, so he try it. As soon as he raised his hand, he was able to fortify Sanji's whirlwind kick. Boom! Terrifying sound. It shows how terrifying the power of Sanji's kick is. However. Wahaha! Great! With this trick, I am invincible. Little girl, thank you for your ability. It's awesome. Nami's face was gloomy, and she wanted to teach the other party a lesson, but she helped the other party indirectly. The cute and beautiful face was transformed into a little devil face that rarely appeared even in the original plot at this moment. Hiss. Usopp, Sanji and Zoro gasped at the same time. To be able to make Nami so angry. Good luck to you. Next moment. The sky suddenly darkened. Damn it, what the hell is this weather? Why is there no sun all of a sudden? But one glance, eyeballs are about to pop out. Why is this sunny day turning cloudy? This is when the sun is suddenly covered by a huge giantess. Nami was more than 10 meters tall at this time, and the small magic wand in his hand turned into a western sword under the magic power of the sword card. Facing the pirate ship iron barrel below, he slashed down with a sword. Block! Wapol didn't have time to think about it, and quickly raised the energy barrier in his hand to resist. Brush! Without the slightest sense of hindrance, this energy shield was cut from it at once. My God! Wapol was so frightened that he rushed to the side road. It was like cutting a piece of cheese. The so-called impregnable Wapol pirate ship split into two in an instant. Damn! How could the ship be cut open? This power is terrible. Run, the ship is sinking. The ship turned into two halves and slowly sank. Those on board who could run quickly jumped into the water. Why is this woman so scary? After so many years of dominating, Wapol has never encountered such a situation. He immediately got up and wanted to run. He looked at a shadow that suddenly covered the ground. He wondered in his heart, could it be that he was going to be stepped on? Subconsciously, he looked up. Boom! He don't have time to express any emotion. Nami's shoes covered him directly. Chapter 96. Rumble. The mountains are shaking for a while. In the sky, the giant version of Nami looks so intimidating and scary. The huge shoe rubbed against the ground a few times before moving away. On the ground, Wapol was trampled in the soil, dying. A hups to, dot. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chessa's soul was scared out of his wits. He turned around and ran away. Wapol is dead. The same is true for Kuramarumo. Not daring to lag behind, he quickly followed Chess and ran. Although the two of them are the most determined to follow Wapol, but that is also because Wapol pay them nicely. Now that Wapol is dead, they have no more salary to work hard. It is a natural instinct for treacherous villains like them to follow the wind. Don't even try to run, you two bastards. Nami roared, and the sound was like thunder from the sky. FK. The roar really startled Chess and Kuramarumo. The two subconsciously looked back to the sky, and saw that the giant Nami had kicked them. Boom! Chess and Kuramarumo felt a terrifying force vibrating from their bodies in an instant, and their minds went dark all of a sudden. Together with the soil on the ground and the trees growing on the ground, Chess and Kuramarumo were instantly kicked out under Nami's foot. Oh! Usopp built a binocular with his hand, looking at the sea and sky in the distance. He can vaguely see two human-shaped black dots gradually falling towards the sea level. This woman can't be messed with. Zoro bared his teeth, and he waited. Even if he faced Nami's ability, unless he desperately tried his best, he might not escape the fate of being thrown out. Sanji was hugging the mast, with a face full of affection, and shouted foolishly. It's so beautiful, Nami-chan. You guys. Treat him immediately. Ah. Give him treatment. You mean, Wapol? Are you sure? The doctors were a little confused. They didn't dare to move around without knowing what Nami meant. If this terrible female overlord kicks them, it's not over. That's right. Treat him. Divide into a few people, and heal that man's injuries. Oh yeah, the doctors immediately became busy. Soon. Both Wapol and Dalton were healed of their injuries. Ah. I'm alive again. You didn't kill me, it seems that you wanted to be my queen. Since the other party doesn't want him to die, then everything is easy to negotiate. But at this moment, Nami raised the sole of his oversized foot and stepped on Wapol. Wapol's face hadn't been relaxed for 2 seconds. When he saw this scene again, he yelled in horror, ah. Hey. What are you doing? What am I doing? Of course I stepped on you again. What? As soon as this word came out, all the people present were heartbroken. FK. It turns out that the purpose of waking and healing Wapol is to step on him again. This woman is not to be messed with. Absolutely not. Boom. Shoe fall, stomping Wapol in the ground again. Where is the person? When did you escape? Usopp bared his teeth, pointed at Nami's soul with a cracked expression on his face. Nami raised her leg and opened the sole to take a look. This guy is actually stuck in the texture of the sole of the sneaker. Then, Nami pulled the half-dead Wapol out of the sole pattern, and threw it to the ground. Wapol froze for a moment. A bastard like you who completely disregards the life and death of the people and is selfish does not deserve to live in this world. Furious, Nami took a step back and kicked Wapol too. Boom! Wapol takes off in place. The direction seems to be wrong, Usopp reminded with a twitching eyelid. It's not a big problem, with the strength of Nami's foot, even if it flies towards the inner side of the island, it is estimated that it can fly over the island and fall into the sea on the other side, Zoro said. It seems reasonable. Usopp tracked Wapol's flight trajectory for a while, and after confirming that the parabola could indeed cross the island, he retracted his sight. He really pissed me off. Nami, who has recovered to normal size, returned to the deck, and seems to be a little bit angry. Seeing this scene, Usopp quickly moved the stool. Nami, big sister, please sit down. Zoro curled his lips, thinking that he should do something, otherwise what if Nami's remaining anger came to him? Calm down, let me clean up the garbage on the deck first. As he spoke, Zoro mentioned the guards lying on the ground and threw them down one by one. Beautiful Nami-chan, please taste the drink I made with my heart. Sanji slid and knelt in front of Nami, holding the tray with one hand in a graceful gesture. It's delicious. Make another cup. Hearing this, Sanji feels like he is about to take off. But before he reached the cabin door, he heard Nami's voice, make it two and put one in the refrigerator, it tastes so good, I think Nick Pin will like it. Puff. Sanji suddenly became wilted. Ha ha ha. Usopp and Zoro giggled. The other side. Relying on the advantage of speed, Nick Pin quickly caught up with Luffy. At this time, it is very close to the mountain in the middle of the island. A black shadow flies across the sky. Huh. Just now it seems like something flew over. Nick Pin raised his head subconsciously, as if he felt something swiftly passing by in the sky. I don't know, could it be those rabbits just now? Luffy froze for a moment, looked up at the sky, there was nothing like that. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? Nick Pin is a little lost. At this moment, there seemed to be a violent roar coming from the top of mountain in front of him. Huh. What happened to the top of the mountain? Nick Pin spread his hands, maybe, some type of potion was developed by that witch and exploded? It seems so, then we have to hurry up, otherwise, she will be in trouble if she is blown to death by herself. Luffy took a big step, and ran out with Kaya on his back. Nick Pin said that there is absolutely no such possibility. Suddenly, Vivi on his back let out a cry. Are you awake? Nick Pin just about to run wildly, then he slowed down again. Kaya was only weak, and Luffy ran wildly with his back, so the problem was not too big. But Princess Vivi received a bacterial infection at this time, and the situation is already serious. Nick Pin still needs to pay more attention when walking. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, life will die. No matter how skilled the doctor is, she cannot bring the dead back to life. Princess Vivi opened her misty eyes, and she looked at the scenery in front of her. Are we there yet? Yes. As long as you climb this high mountain, you will be able to see the witch doctor, your illness will be cured then. After all, as a weak patient, Princess Vivi was really suffering from being carried all the way here. She was extremely weak and had a high fever, and her whole body was paralyzed on Nick Pin's back like cooked noodles. With her chin resting weakly on Nick Pin's left shoulder, Princess Vivi looked at the face that was so close. She don't know if it's because of her own beauty vision when she has a fever, Princess Vivi just thinks this face is really perfect. It is said that appearance is also a kind of spiritual food. It's not. Princess Vivi seems to feel that she has a little strength again. She suddenly thought of the scene in Little Garden, when Nick Pin used the big card and then used the dress-up magic, and suddenly smiled to herself. Did you think of something happy? Sensing Princess Vivi's smile, Nick Pin asked curiously. Unexpectedly, Nick Pin was alarmed, and Princess Vivi felt a little embarrassed. However, her fever has reached 42 degrees at this time, so it is obvious that she will not be so thorough in thinking about the problem. She laughed softly. Nick Pin, you used the requip magic that day, you stunned me. Shocked. Question marks popped up on Nick Pin's head. What's so amazing? Nick Pin suddenly thought of it. When he used the Heaven Will armor that day, Princess Vivi opened her mouth slightly with a shocked look on her face. And the place where the eyes are looking is not right. FK. He just remembered. At that time, he felt that there was something wrong, and he planned to ask Princess Vivi about it later. But because Princess Vivi fell ill when she left Little Garden, Nick Pin didn't have a chance to ask Princess Vivi. But he asked Zoro and Nami insinuatingly. From their answers, Nick Pin can be sure that they will definitely not be able to see through the magic fluctuations of the dress-up magic. Nick Pin then forgot about it. At this time, in connection with what Princess Vivi said at this time, Nick Pin asked in a bit of astonishment, "Did you? No, have you seen it too?" "Well, we're even." Princess Vivi's voice is still weak, but the power is not small. Nick Pin gave up and almost fell into the snow. Unreasonable. It's my manga ability, it's normal for me to see through mana fluctuations. Why Princess Vivi can also see through? Could it be that, as fans who have learned abilities from mangas, they also have exclusive privileges for the abilities they learn? After thinking about it, Nick Pin felt that this must be the case. This unreliable system, why doesn't it have any instruction, why can't it communicate? Okay, then we are really even. Nick Pin smiled wryly. The two were chatting, and before they knew it, they had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Although Nick Pin has the big card of the Cloud card, although the big name can theoretically become infinitely larger, it is not without cost. The mana consumption of Cloud cards is a submode of growth. With Nami's current mana reserve, it's not a problem to support herself or Nick Pin to increase by several thousand. If the ultimate is just a short-term explosive growth, then it is also possible to maintain a short-term 100-meter giant. But the mountain in front of him is more than 500 meters high. Even if Nick Pin explodes into a 100-meter giant, it is still a drop in the bucket. If you want to go up the mountain, you can only rely on climbing. Especially the last section of the straight cliff, which has to be climbed up directly. He looked up and saw that Luffy had already climbed a little bit. Whoa haha. I'm definitely going to be there first. Princess Vivi said weakly and softly, "Let's go too, I don't want you to lose." "Okay, just keep talking to me like this, don't sleep." Sensing that the situation of Princess Vivi may be a bit uneasy, Nick Pin reminded her. "The destination is already in front of you, if you fall asleep and don't wake up at this time, it will be troublesome." Holding Princess Vivi tight with both hands behind her, Nick Pin started to run as soon as she took a step. The first part of the journey was the easiest, and Nick Pin quickly closed the distance between him and Luffy. But when I climbed halfway up the mountain, the slope was almost approaching 90 degrees. At this time, they can no longer use their feet to go up the mountain, they can only rely on their hands. And it is even more difficult when carrying a person on your back. Luffy's situation is better, because Kaya's consciousness is normal, and she can hold herself on Luffy's back. At this time, Luffy freed his hands and used the power of the rubber fruit, stretched up a section with a swoosh, grabbed it, and instantly lifted a section. Nick Pin is the same. It's just that he has to work harder. Because he can only use one hand to perform this operation, the other hand has to support Princess Vivi. Otherwise, the weak Princess Vivi just hugged Nick Pin's neck with her two weak arms, and it would take seconds at most to fall. In this way, using the power of rubber fruit one after another, the two slowly approached the top of the mountain. But at this moment, a figure appeared on the edge of the mountain. Wapol. He was lucky, first he escaped because of the pattern on the sole of Nami's sneakers. Then the parabolic trajectory that was supposed to fall into the sea crashed into the castle on the top of the mountain. He gave himself a special medicine specially made by the doctors for a while, and Wapol recovered a lot at this time. Just when he was about to enter the castle, he heard movement on the other side of the cliff. Wapol came to the edge of the cliff and looked down. What the hell? What shape is this? He suddenly asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" "Ah. Uncle Hippo, quickly pull us with a rope. We are pirates from the outer sea, and we brought our crews here to seek medical treatment." Luffy is born with a naive nature, and he unabashedly reported his background when he came up. Pirates from overseas. Hearing this, Wapol frowned. Is that the pirate group at the inland port? There is a woman on board. Yes. Her name is Nami. Uncle, how do you know her? This uncle lives in the castle on the top of the mountain, and he can actually know about the things that are far away in the river port. Awesome, wow. How do I know her? When it was confirmed that the people in front of him were with Nami, Wapol's back molars rattled. How does he know her? Don't you want to ask me how he got here? Thinking of this, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Bastard. Come down for me. A bunch of weapons and guns appeared and blasted at Luffy and Nickpin. Chapter 97. Boom. Luffy blocked the incoming brunt of the bullets and shells that flying out. Although he is not afraid of bullets and shells, Kaya behind him can still get hurt. Luffy let go of his left hand without hesitation, and stretched his right hand again towards another rock wall. But. Rumble. The explosion of the shell triggered a mountain avalanche. The rock wall that Luffy just grabbed collapsed instantly. What? Luffy yelled, lost the grip on his hands and feet, and fell down. Not good, Nickpin frowned, seeing that Luffy and Kaya fell, he had to rescue them. Otherwise. Even if Luffy doesn't die, Kaya will definitely die. 500 meters altitude, how can a normal person survive that, especially the sick Kaya? But the problem is. Nickpin was holding on to the cliff with one hand and supporting Princess Vivi with the other. There is only one way now. Come ahead of me. Nickpin scooped hard and pulled Princess Vivi to her front. The rubber fruit ability was activated, and his right arm instantly bound Princess Vivi. Then the other hand also activated the rubber fruit ability, stretched out with a whoosh, and caught Luffy who fell from beside him. Suddenly being pulled to the front, Princess Vivi was startled. Then, she suddenly saw Nickpin jumping leaving the cliff. What's this situation? Without a good support, wouldn't we fall together? Sure enough, when Princess Vivi was still thinking about this matter, she felt a strong ground and pulled her towards the ground. Are we going to die? At this moment, Princess Vivi was a little confused. But if you think about it carefully, it seems pretty good to be able to die in Nickpin's arms. It's just that she couldn't save the country. This is her only regret. Buzz. Suddenly, a wave of familiar magic power appeared. Princess Vivi's heart flutters. Requip magic. I can't help it, I have to use the Heaven Will armor. Hold on, otherwise the four of us will be in trouble. Next moment. Wow. The magic wave formed a protective shield. Pieces of magic steel appeared around Nickpin, and then recombined on Nickpin's body, forming a bright silver wheelless armor. King. Behind Nickpin, magic steel formed 4 shiny steel wings. Just now Nickpin pulled Princess Vivi to the front because of the consideration of the steel wings behind him. Otherwise, if he still hold Vivi in his back, then Vivi might be stabbed by the steel wing. The last time Vivi saw Nickpin's the Heaven Will armor in Little Garden Island, they were still quite far away. But this time, Nickpin is close to Vivi, so close that it might be in front of Vivi. Vivi saw everything and can't hold herself to not blush. Sorry, feeling the shock of Princess Vivi, Nickpin said softly, and then flapped the steel wings on his back. Under the support of the magic power, Nickpin dragged the 3, and tried his best to fly upwards. No, it's okay, Princess Vivi's voice meekly, her cheeks were flushed. In your words, it's not me who suffers anyway. Isn't it you? Okay. You're just trying to force yourself not to suffer. With the crazy consumption of mana, Nickpin broke through the avalanche and saw the top of the mountain again. Bastard. You can still fly. Why don't you die already? On the top of the mountain, Wapol was very angry when he saw Nickpin and the other 3 came up again. He fired his weapon at full power. Shields. With a flip of Nickpin's palm, the shield of close card appeared, and instantly turned into an energy barrier, blocking it in front. Bang bang. The moment the bullets and shells touched this energy barrier, they all exploded. What? Wapol's eyeballs popped, and he was shocked. Isn't that woman's ability? Oh. So, you have fought against our crewmates? Nonsense. This uncle has already killed all of your crews. You should die too. Furious, Wapol fired again. Ha ha ha. Just based on your words, let alone killing my crewmates, I'm afraid you were able to escape from them because they didn't take you seriously, right? Nickpin has full confidence in the current strength of his crews. Speaking, Nickpin communicated the energy of another Cloud card. Thunder card. Boom. A thick lightning bolt fell from the sky and landed on Wapol instantly. Zizizi. Wapol fell down with black smoke, twitching non-stop. Without Wapol's obstruction, Nickpin removed the energy barrier. There is a sense of exhaustion from the magic source of the requip magic. This requip magic comes from Princess Vivi, so the source of magic power depends on Princess Vivi's training in requip magic. With practice, the amount of the source of magic power of Princess Vivi will also increase. The more Vivi magic power source or mana increase, the more Nickpin be able to synchronize it to upgrade his own magic power source. But now, Princess Vivi's requip magic training is just in its infancy, and the source or mana of Vivi is still limited. In addition, though the Heaven Will armor itself is not an armor made for flying. The two wings on the back are more of a decorative meaning, and can also improve the short-term burst flying ability. Flying high like Nickpin, still flying upwards. While holding 3 people really drain Nickpin. Just thinking about the consumption of this magic power makes him realize how draining the armor really is. Is it not enough magic power? Sensing the sudden stop of the rising momentum, Princess Vivi subconsciously looked up at Nickpin. Yes, Nickpin was a little depressed. If he uses the big card, and then uses the ability of rubber fruit to become an inflatable rubber, it should be able to get a huge cushion. It shouldn't be a problem to protect the lives of my companions. But in that case, the hard-won journey to the top will be in vain. Just when Nickpin was about to implement emergency measures, he suddenly felt the energy fluctuations of the requip magic. Hasn't the source of my magic power been exhausted? As he wondered, Nickpin suddenly realized something. The magic wave formed a protective shield covering Princess Vivi. Vivi, what are you doing? With a worried expression on his face, Nickpin looked nervously at Princess Vivi. Her body is so weak now, can she use magic? Although I don't have any strength now, magic mainly relies on the communication of spiritual power. In the end, let me work hard together at this end. Talking weakly, not knowing whether it was because she was worried about falling or because of other reasons, Princess Vivi hugged Nickpin tightly subconsciously. Wow! Her clothing disbands and the Heaven Will armor appear. A large amount of magic steel formed 4 steel wings behind Princess Vivi in an instant. Following the source of magical power communicated by Vivi, the 4 steel wings flapped. Witnessing the process of the Heaven Will armor with his own eyes, Nickpin smiled wryly. In your words, this time, we are even again, right? Princess Vivi didn't answer, she just held Nickpin tighter with her small hands. Is it even? With the flying power provided by Princess Vivi, Nickpin is also frantically squeezing the last source of magic power, flapping the steel wings, and can contribute a little bit of strength. Wow, so beautiful. Kaya looked at the 2 above her head and couldn't help but praise. From her point of view, it's as if 2 angels with wings are embracing each other, overlapping and dancing upward. Yes, this ability is amazing. It would be great if I could have a pair of wings. He comfortably watched the panorama of Magnetic Drum Island from the clouds. He was very happy. Not long. The 4 finally reached the top of the mountain. Although magic relies on mana, Princess Vivi is completely emptying her mana capacity at this time. When she saw that the ground below was already the top of Drum Mountain, Vivi collapsed immediately. Ouch! Luffy was caught off guard and had a close contact with the snow on the ground. Kaya on his back was fine, with a rubber pad, and it didn't fall. Nickpin immediately let go of her arms, hugged the weak Princess Vivi, and landed firmly on the ground. Looking at the drowsy Princess Vivi, Nickpin shook her head slightly. Vivi, don't sleep, we've arrived. Princess Vivi nodded lightly. Well, I can do it. This is where the witch doctor lives. Luffy stood up, patted the snow on his face, and then looked at the magnificent castle in front of him. This castle is really big, bigger than my house. After leaving the village of Syrup, Kaya realized that the world is really big. Huh. There's a door here. This is the entrance to the castle, right? Just as he was about to open the door, Nickpin's arm stretched out instantly, grabbing his hand. Wait! Wait! Both voices yelled at Luffy at the same time. One is naturally the voice of Nickpin. The other voice seemed very small and timid. But the person who made the sound rushed over bravely and shouted at Luffy. Don't touch that door. Huh. Talking meat. After climbing for a long time just now, he was already hungry. When he see meat, he rushed over immediately. Stupid Luffy, be careful. Don't damage the snowbird nest. This brood of snowbirds is very important. In the original plot, Luffy and Sanji almost knocked over the snowbird's nest because of mischief, and were punched by Chopper one by one. Only then did Luffy see that on the door he wanted to push open just now, there was a snowbird's nest, with several baby snowbirds sleeping inside. Ah, thank you so much. If you hadn't stopped him just now, these snowbird babies would have suffered. This reindeer is the person Nick Pin is looking for on this trip, and one of the crews of the Straw Hat Pirates in the original plot, Tony Chopper. It turned out to be a talking reindeer, so cute. Compared with Luffy, a carnivore, Kaya's reaction obviously made Chopper feel much more comfortable. You're welcome, if I'm not mistaken, you should be Chopper, right? Faced with Chopper's thanks, Nick Pin simply took advantage of the situation and left a good first impression on the other party. After all, it is not an easy task to recruit Chopper. Aha! How do you know my name? He, do you only hide your head when you hide? It's too cute, Kaya laughed. Nick Pin explained with a smile, oh, I heard what the villagers said when I came here, they said that there is a cute talking reindeer next to the witch, who else but you? Really? Hearing Nick Pin compliment him on his cuteness, Chopper had a happy smile on his face. Then he saw Princess Vivi in Nick Pin's arms, and immediately showed a concerned expression. Is it a patient? Luffy rushed to answer, yes. Our crewmates is sick, and we came to the witch for medical treatment. Is that so? That's a coincidence, Kureha is at home today. Come with me. Under the guidance of Chopper, Nick Pin and his party found the witch Kureha in a room with a fireplace. Huh? How did you get here? Kureha was taking a nap when she suddenly saw a stranger coming. Chopper replied immediately, I brought them in, they need to see a doctor. Kureha curled her lips, no, I'm asking how did you get here? It was the two of them who climbed up with the two of us on their backs, Kaya explained. Oh. Kureha looked at Nick Pin and Luffy with fascinated eyes, and then nodded, it's quite a lot of perseverance. You have come here through hardships and dangers in order to find my eternal life, the secret of youth. Huh? Luffy and Kaya tilted their heads at the same time, with question marks on their faces. Chopper on the side, the deer blushed. Sweat. This is what I intend to ask, Nick Pin smiled generously, then gestured to Princess Vivi in her arms, and said, but I think, can you see my crewmates first, she is really seriously ill. Okay, since you want to know the secret of my eternal youth so much, I'll see your crew first. But, have you brought any money? To be cure me, the fee is not low. How much is not low? Nick Pin asked with a smile. Kureha looked at Nick Pin, seeing that you are here from overseas to seek medical treatment, you should be very rich, so at least 10 million belly. Ah. Chopper looked bewildered, and exclaimed. Is it too much? Not much. Nick Pin smiled. I will take away your reindeer later. 10 million belly. What a deal. This should be 10 million belly. With a thought, Nick Pin took out 10 million belly from the system space and put them on the table, then handed another shopping bag to Kureha. What is this? Kureha was slightly taken aback. Open it and have a look, I bought this in a bustling town in East Blue, and I brought it for you, Nick Pin said with a smile. Kureha opened the shopping bag. 2 bottles of plum wine. 2 boxes of pickled plums. Boy! You are very good to me. As he spoke, he pushed back the 2 stacks of belly that Nick Pin put down, take the money back, this treatment is free. Chapter 98. Take the money back, this treatment is free. Kureha boldly pushed back 10 million belly. Nick Pin was not hypocritical, and directly took the money back. This is the advantage of knowing the plot. Kureha is a person who has always done things rashly. Sometimes, she would extort a lot of money when treating people. Sometimes when she is in a good mood, she don't charge a dime. And her biggest hobby is drinking plum wine and pickled plums. Nick Pin traveled thousands of miles to bring her East Blue's plum wine and pickled plums, which are more precious than anything else to Kureha. Putting the plum wine and pickled plums away, Kureha hooked her fingers to Nick Pin, take your girlfriend and follow me. It seems to be a misunderstanding. But currently, it is important to see the doctor, there is no need to argue with this serious witch. Although Princess Vivi has a serious fever, her mind is still clear. When she heard Kureha call her Nick Pin's girlfriend, her heart suddenly stirred. If it is possible, how great it would be. Moreover, Nick Pin doesn't seem to refute. Subconsciously, she hugged Nick-Pin even tighter. Chopper, go and feel the girl's pulse, she looks like she did not have enough energy and blood. Kureha walked out of the room while ordering Chopper to do things. Oh, okay doc. As soon as he heard that he could help others, Chopper happily jumped towards Kaya. But suddenly seeing Luffy beside Kaya, he was frightened and stopped again. This guy. Nick-Pin went out with Kureha, and suddenly noticed the weird atmosphere between Chopper and Luffy, so he said, Luffy, Chopper is not food, he is a super miracle doctor. For someone like Luffy who sometimes has great intelligence, some things don't need to be said too deeply. You mention it, and he will understand. Miracle doctor. Aren't we worrying about not having a ship's doctor on board? Hearing this, Luffy looked at Chopper, and his eyes lit up immediately. This time, Chopper is even more desolate. He wants to eat me. He must want to eat me. On the other side, Kureha came to a treatment room. She told Nick-Pin, put your little girlfriend here. Nick-Pin looked at the hospital bed and found that it was quite clean, so he slowly laid Princess Vivi flat on it. She should have been bitten by some poisonous insect when she was in the forest in Little Garden, but there was no sign of poisonous insect bite on her whole body. According to the original plot, the one lying here at this time is Nami. The reason is that after being bitten by poisonous insects, they were infected with bacteria from the ancient times. But Nami checked Princess Vivi and was pretty sure there wasn't any bug bites. Therefore, Nick-Pin doesn't know what's going on now. The high fever doesn't subside, it really looks like a bacterial infection. Kureha measured Princess Vivi's forehead with her hand, and then said, I can't just listen to you, I have to check it myself. With that said, Kureha went to undress Princess Vivi. Okay, then I'll leave you for a while. Seeing this, Nick-Pin wanted to go out first. But a nervous slender hand hastily grabbed Nick-Pin. Nick-Pin turned around and found that it was Princess Vivi who was holding him, so he was a little confused. Don't go, I'm afraid. Princess Vivi's cheeks were red, and she knew whether it was due to the fever or something else. But she said she was afraid, and it was true. When people are very weak, they will think of the bad side. What if she dies? Just thinking about that scene makes her feel horrible. Not to mention, if facing a strange old woman alone, how could a girl like Princess Vivi not be afraid? She doesn't know Kureha's personality like Nick-Pin. Kureha is a complete stranger to her, and it seems a bit unreliable. As if she could do something bad at any time. In this case, Princess Vivi doesn't want to stay here alone. But, is this okay? Nick-Pin smacked his lips, a little unexpected for this situation. What are you pretending to be a gentleman? This is your girlfriend, didn't you already seen her naked? What is going on right now? The current young man is really boring. Princess Vivi blushed even more. Nonsense, didn't you just say for sure that she didn't have any wounds on her body? Now that you've checked everything, why don't you look at it? Shaking her head, Kureha looked disdainful. Can't you understand the basic logic of this thing? Suddenly, she joked again. It would be interesting if you really haven't seen it. The inspection methods are mainly divided into looking, smelling, asking, and feeling. It is impossible to ask because the patient cannot examine the whole body by herself. If you can't feel the pulse, then there is only one way. Look, smell, ask, cut. I haven't seen it, it's impossible to ask, it's absolutely impossible. Then just smell it. What the hell? Just thinking about this funny scene makes Nick-Pin feel embarrassed. Not to mention Princess Vivi. If she has the strength now, she will get up and run. What a shame. Although Nick-Pin have seen Princess Vivi change into the Heavenwell armor before, it was a flash of about 2 seconds after all. But now, the little devil inside is revolting. Interesting. Looking at Nick-Pin's expression, Kureha thinks it's so funny. Then, she took a magnifying glass and began to look for the wound carefully. After a while. How is it? There is no wound, right? This time he made sure that what Nami said was right, there was indeed no wound from the poisonous insect bite. Here. Kureha redirected to Vivi's heart. This is the cause. Here. Nick-Pin frowned, and he took a closer look. You mean the disease caused by the problems in her heart? Stupid. Kureha gave Nick-Pin a headache, and then said. See this faint red? Ah, this? Is there something wrong with the rosy skin? Is this old woman as godlike as she says in the mangas? Why do I feel like she is fooling me? If you look carefully, you will find that the patient's skin is pure white, and the reddishness here is obviously abnormal. As she spoke, Kureha brought a small test tube from the side and a small knife. Hey hey hey. What are you doing? This is not a joke. If you swing a knife casually, it will leave a scar. Princess Vivi was even worse. She held Nickpin's hand tightly, for fear that Nickpin would run away. You look smart, but, speaking of this, Kureha's face suddenly turned cold. How can you test for germs without scraping off some skin? Idiot, get out of the way, you're getting in the way. Ah, so it is like this you should have said earlier. Nickpin gave a wry smile and stepped aside quickly, but was still held tightly by Princess Vivi. Kureha shot quickly, scraped some skin, and then poured the prepared transparent solution. After a while, she took out a book and started flipping through it. On Nickpin's side, he went to look at the area where the skin was scratched. Is this really the cause? Obviously, there is no difference from the surroundings at all, okay. Suddenly, he felt that Vivi's hand seemed to be there, and subconsciously looked at Vivi. Only then did I realize that his actions were a bit too much. Immediately explained embarrassingly, I said that I just want to find out the cause of the disease, do you believe it? Princess Vivi pursed her lower lip lightly and nodded slightly. Although she didn't speak, she still believed in Nickpin. My God! At this time, Kureha's voice interrupted their wild thoughts. What's wrong? Sister Kureha. Calling Kureha like this is not because Nickpin flirting, but because Nickpin knows Kureha's personality. If you dare to call her aunt, mother-in-law or something, she will let you know why her throwing knives is so powerful in the next moment. Your little girlfriend was contaminated by the pollen of a flower called a kali. This kind of flower lives in a dense forest with high temperature and humidity, and if it is contaminated by its pollen, it will be filled with bacteria. And it will infect people. It lurks in his body for 7 days, constantly torturing the host. During the period, it will be accompanied by high fever above 40 degrees, severe infection, myocarditis, arteritis, meningitis. Judging from the symptoms, your girlfriend should be infected on the 3rd day, and she should not feel very painful. However, if you don't leave it be, your girlfriend will die after 7 days, Kureha explained. Princess Vivi was shocked to hear that her life was really hanging by a thread. If Nickpin hadn't desperately brought her here, then she would really die. Although the witch saved her, but my life can be said to be safe by Nickpin. The little hand grasped Nickpin's hand even tighter. Kureha continued, however, this akali flower should have been extinct more than 100 years ago. Fortunately, when I was young and just studied medicine. I like to study poisonous insects and weeds, and there are still some resistant vitamins, it finally came in handy. Beautiful and invincible Sister Kureha, what are you talking about? What do you mean when you were young? You are still very young now. Nickpin's small mouth looks like it has been smeared with honey, and he took the opportunity to shoot rainbow compliment. I have no choice but to ask for help from others, so let's be sweeter. Kureha is very happy with Nickpin now. You stay here and guard your girlfriend, I will go to the collection room to find antibiotics. After saying this, Kureha went out. Don't worry, since there are antibiotics, it will be fine. Nickpin looked at Princess Vivi and comforted her with a smile. Having said that, it was actually because of the pollen. Looking at the infected place, it is estimated that the pollen was blown by the wind and then floated in from the collar. Even after Nickpin take all precautions to prevent poisonous insects, but he did not expect pollen. It seems that adventure is not a simple matter. If you are not careful, you may be doomed. After a while, Kureha brought antibiotics and gave Princess Vivi a shot. Princess Vivi was exhausted and fell into a drowsy sleep. Boy, your girlfriend's matter is settled, now let's talk about your matter. Kureha walked to the door, leaned her back against the threshold, and lit a cigarette. My business? Nickpin is in panic mode. Did he have a disease? He came over and continued to talk sweetly, my beautiful sister, I don't seem to have anything do I? Lower the expectation. Kureha exhaled a puff of smoke ring. When you left that room just now, what did you say to the kid in the straw hat? What I told Luffy. After thinking about it, Nickpin suddenly laughed. Okay. As expected of the experience which, Dr. Kureha. Sister, did you hear it? Nickpin asked with a smile. You boy. You want to recruit Chopper to join your crew, but you did not even ask for my permission. Ahaha, we are looking for a crew to go to sea together, and Chopper fit the criteria nicely. Nick Pin laughed, and then looked at Kureha. Besides, my beautiful, youthful and invincible sister, you are not the kind of person who likes to keep things for yourself. Above Kureha's old face, a smile bloomed. If you say you really like my attitude. You are right. I never thought of keeping the reindeer by my side all the time. I know you guys want to recruit him to be in your crew. But. Speaking of this, Kureha suddenly turned around, crossed her arms, and looked at Nick Pin with a serious face. The normal method will not work, because Chopper had some damage that keep him here. It's a serious damage that even doctors can't heal. Afterwards, Kureha told Nick Pin about Chopper's experience. After finishing speaking, Kureha's eye sockets were also a little teary, and she murmured, if you want to take him away, ask yourself first, can you heal his wounded heart? Chapter 99. Can we cure Chopper wounded heart? That's a must. He has to do it, oh, and he has figured out how to do it. Boom. Suddenly, there was a roar outside the castle. What's the matter? Can Cannon hit such a high place? She has lived here for a long time, and she has never seen anyone who dares to make trouble. It should be Wapple. Nick Pin said. When he came up just now, a bolt of lightning struck Wapple. But because he was in a hurry to treat Princess Vivi, he ignored Wapple. It is estimated that Wapple should wake up at this moment and start to make trouble. Wapple is back. Kureha raised her eyebrows in surprise, and then said in a deep voice. This is really troublesome. It's okay, my beautiful, youthful and invincible sister, I'll just go and get rid of him. We do things from beginning to end. Since Wapple had been shocked half to death just then, it was time to give him a thorough blow. Nick Pin, Princess Vivi called softly. Nick Pin came over and saw Princess Vivi's fingers stretched out, so he passed her hand over and said, what's the matter? You need to rest now, and sleep peacefully for a while. I'll go and tidy up Wapple and I'll be back. That Wapple, Princess Vivi held Nick Pin's hand weakly, and then said as if aggrieved. When I was young, he deliberately knocked me over. There is such a thing. Although he knew it a long time ago, Nick Pin still showed righteous indignation. Take care of the patient's mood. That's called professionalism. He said angrily, don't worry, he dares to bully you, I can't spare him. There was a hint of happiness on the corner of Vivi's mouth, and then fell asleep groggily. Not bad, having a boyfriend, Kureha nodded appreciatively. Nick Pin put Princess Vivi's hand under the quilt, then looked at Kureha, shrugged, non-committal. When we came outside, Wapple was bombarding the castle with cannons. He shoot the castle and eat it at same time. After all, it's the castle I used to live in, it tastes really good. Wapple ate. Damn. Are you a pig? Why you have to eat everything you see? Bastard, so you are here. I can't spare you. Iron Castle Wapple. He immediately activated the ability of Munch Munch Fruit, turning the steel and rocks he swallowed just now into parts of his body, forming an incomparably solid defense. Looking at the fat version of Wapple, Nick Pin was stunned. What the hell are you doing? Iron Castle, huh? Nick Pin took a step forward, and the rubber fist swished out. Armament hockey surged out and wrapped around his fist. Boom! A punch landed on Wapple. Wapple was blown away as if hit by a high-speed train. Puff! After spitting out a mouthful of old blood, Wapple's face turned pale immediately. He looked at Nick Pin and furiously said, I will definitely come back. You should come back to me now. Nick Pin's other hand stretched out in an instant, skimming over a distance of nearly 100 meters, and grabbed Wapple at once. Whoosh! The arm was recovered, and Wapple was thrown to the ground. You bastard! Remember years ago, when you participated in the World Summit, you intentionally knocked down a young princess? What princess? Wapple froze for a moment, but then he remembered. Oh, you're talking about that old bastard's daughter in Alabasta, right? Humph. What's wrong with bumping into her? After all, it happened long ago, so it is not difficult to recall. Ah. Wapple took a big mouthful, wanting to eat Nick Pin's hand. Nick Pin reacted very quickly, immediately retracted his hand, and then punched him violently, kicking Wapple's head and feet together. Bastard! I bumped into the daughter of King Alabasta. What does it have to do with you, a pirate? Who are you? Why do need you to help her out? What does it have to do with me? That's right. Anyway, Princess Vivi is not here, so Nick Pin will temporarily borrow the identity of Princess Boyfriend. Looking at him like this, Wapol is not talking nonsense. Who am I to her? Nick Pin grabbed Wapol's collar again, and sneered. Listen. You are bullying my girlfriend, now I'm here to vent my anger on behalf of my girlfriend. Nanny. Wapol opens his mouth wide. The Princess Boyfriend is a pirate. This is too outrageous. Boom. Without giving him time to hesitate, Nick Pin punched down one after another. In the small gate of the castle behind him, Kureha is standing here supporting the weak Vivi. Kureha smiled and said, "Little girl, you have a boyfriend who loves you very much." Princess Vivi's eyes are moist and her heart is very happy. Although she knew that Nick Pin might have said this to Wapol on purpose, she could hear with her own ears that Nick Pin claimed to be Princess Vivi's boyfriend. Princess Vivi is already very satisfied. Can you help me back? Don't let him see us, or he will be very embarrassed. Oh, do you even have to take care of your boyfriend's mood? I have to say, you two are really a match made in heaven. Nick Pin beat Wapol up and knocked Wapol unconscious. Under normal circumstances, any pirate caught by Nick Pin will be exchanged for bounty by Nick Pin to subsidize the money for the Straw Hat pirates. But this Wapol, he is not a pirate. No bounties. Then it's useless to keep it. If I remember correctly, it seems that this guy flew onto this mountain just now, right? Nick Pin rubbed his chin and thought about it. Judging by the situation, Wapol definitely didn't fly here by himself. Then, it must be that he was thrown over by someone. Contacted Wapol again and mentioned Nami. Well, case solved. Since that's the case, I'll learn from Nami as well. Thinking of this, Nick Pin is the big card of the Clo card of spiritual communication. The magical energy of the Clow card merged into Nick Pin's body. In a blink of an eye, he turned into a giant tens of meters tall. Picking up Wapol, Nick Pin stepped on his foot and jumped into the air instantly. Step. Then he grabbed Wapol and threw it out hard. Armament Hockey, the power card, 8 inner gates and second gates power all merged together, this throw. Powerful. Whoosh. Wapol immediately turned into a cannonball, and flew back in the direction it flew from before. After doing all this, Nick Pin returned to normal size. It's time to find Chopper. Patting the remaining snow on his hands, Nick Pin turned and entered the castle. When they found Luffy and Kaya, Kaya already had some acupuncture on her body. How is it? Can Vivi's illness be cured? Nick Pin nodded. Don't worry, Dr. Kureha has already given antibiotics to Princess Vivi, now you just need to wait for the bacteria in Vivi's body to be wiped out and she'll be fine. Great! Luffy raised his hands and cheered. Kaya's progress is also good. Chopper said that as long as he continues acupuncture according to his method, Kaya's chronic illness of physical weakness can be completely cured. How long is a course of treatment? Nick Pin looked at Chopper and asked. Chopper replied, 1 month. Based on this calculation, it will take a year to completely cure Kaya's stubborn illness. Nick Pin nodded slightly, then looked at Kaya. Kaya, do you want to stay here to recuperate for a year, or do you want to continue to follow our ship? Are you planning to leave me? To be honest, when Kaya came out with the Straw Hat Pirates ship, she really wanted to seek medical treatment. However, she had been with the crew for so long and have traveled to so many interesting places. Kaya's eyes had been opened to the wonder of the sea. She is like a little rich woman who walked from the village to the big city. After seeing all the novelties of the big city, can she go back to the small village? The answer is no. She does not want to go back. If Kaya is allowed to return to Syrup Village now, she will either go to sea by herself, or she will die in Syrup Village. Who said we're going to leave you? I don't agree. Well, Luffy is right, I meant to ask for your opinion, it's just that there is a problem now, our ship can't stay on this island for too long, but your illness needs this medical course, and we had to go. To tell you the truth, Nami showed me the latest newspaper yesterday. Riots have begun in Princess Vivi's country. If we can't rush there as soon as possible to help Princess Vivi resolve the riot, there will be at least dozens of people in their country, heck even tens of thousands of civilians will die in this riot. Everything Nick Pin said was true. The newspaper thing is also true. The reason why Nami didn't tell Princess Vivi was because she didn't want Vivi who was sick to worry about this matter. This is easy. Let this reindeer join our pirate crew and be our ship's doctor, then he can treat Kaya on the ship. Luffy's great cleverness immediately gave a solution. No. As I said just now, I am different from you guys. No way. Why not? It's fun to be a pirate. That's not the point, he said. Nickpin patted his forehead, and he also convinced Luffy. Anyway, what he thinks, it's hard to be on the same line with others. Afterwards, Nickpin patted Chopper's shoulder lightly, nodded intentionally and said, I value your medical skill, if possible, Luffy, and I welcome you to join us. Hearing this title, Chopper's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes became moist. He said join them, as a crewmate. At this time, Nickpin continued. It doesn't matter if you don't want to get on my ship. With that said, Nickpin looked at Kaya again. Kaya, I'm sorry, now it's your turn to choose. Do you stay here and continue the treatment, or go on the road with us? I want to travel with everyone. Kaya pursed her lips without any hesitation. Good. Nickpin let out a loud cry, then looked at the snow scene outside the castle, and said with emotion, do you know? I once met a sick doctor. He told me that he once had a terminal illness. However, he went to a place and saw the beautiful sakura flowers blooming all over the mountains, and his terminal illness was cured miraculously. Sick doctor. Hearing the story described by Nickpin, Chopper's emotions suddenly became agitated, and he opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But Nickpin has continued to say, I was just curious, so I asked about this place. He told me kindly, now, if Kaya's illness can't be cured here, then Kaya. Speaking of this, Nickpin looks like Kaya. Let's go to the miracle sakura flower that sick doctor went to. Yes. Kaya smiled happily. Miracle sakura flower. As long as I can be with everyone, wherever I go is a miracle sakura flower. This story, of course, Nickpin made it up. But the story of the miracle sakura flower does exist. It is also true what happened to the sick doctor is Dr. Hiralik. And Hiralik is the reason why Chopper had the broken heart as told by Dr. Kureha. Sure enough, when Nickpin said this, Chopper couldn't sit still. He walked towards Nickpin tremblingly, and asked excitedly, that sick doctor you mentioned, what's his name? Oh, I remember his name very clearly, his name is Dr. Hiralik. Wow. Chopper howled. Hey. Chopper, why are you crying? Chopper raised his red eyes from crying, and looked at Nickpin with a pleading face. Can you take me to see the miracle sakura flower? What? Are you willing to join us? If you don't think I'm a monster, I hope I can go to sea with you. I'm a doctor and I'm very useful, please take me. Chopper's words were pitiful and humble. But his desire to go to sea is true. Because a long time ago, the man who influenced his life was also obsessed with the miracle sakura flower until the end of his life. Miracle sakura flower. And he's going to find it. Chapter 100. The inland port of Magnetic Drum Island. In order to prevent unnecessary trouble, the remaining members of the Straw Hat Pirates did not disembark, but waited for Nickpin, Luffy and others on the spot. I said, Nami big sister, your giant throw is really cool. At this moment, that Wapol must have fallen into the sea to feed the fish. Beautiful Nam-chan. Please enjoy the freshly baked pinecone cake. But at this moment. Whoosh! Everyone looked up at the sky in unison, they were all stunned for a while. After a while, Usopp was the first to recover from his stupefaction, and said with a dazed expression, just now, something seemed to fly past. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Wapol who was thrown out by Nami. Zoro could see clearly because he was bored by the side. It seems, it is indeed Wapol. Nami is also full of question marks. What's the situation? How did this guy fly back? And, it goes even further. The four members of the Straw Hat group looked at the distant sea level in unison, splashing big waves. It seems that I heard a plop. Time flies. At night, the full moon hangs in the sky like a silver plate, reflecting the scenery of the entire snow country. Looking from here to Drum Island, a white snow scene is really beautiful. Oh. Nami came out of the cabin, took a deep breath into her two little hands, and said with some concern, I wonder if Nickpin and the others are going well in seeking medical treatment today. Standing on the watchtower, Usopp stretched his arms. Having finished today's manga practice early, he has already seen the snow scene of the entire magnetic drum country. At this time, he heard Nami's concern for Nick Pin and others, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Nick Pin and Luffy are two of the strongest fighter we have, no matter what kind of trouble they encounter, they can handle them." Nami nodded, "I know that, it's just that this time they went to seek medical treatment instead of fighting. The two of them are not the kind of people who would kidnap a doctor and force him to treat a disease. It has only been less than a day since we separated, and the feeling of not being able to see Nick Pin made Nami feel at a loss for a while. Can't live without. Someone is here." Usopp turned the light on the watchtower to the path along the shore, illuminating a group of people coming out of the forest path. It's the group of people that came earlier. Seeing the leading villagers, Nami recognized them immediately. Especially the one in the middle, "Isn't it Dalton? Are you here for something?" Looking at the people who had already come to the side of the ship, Nami asked with some doubts. Dalton leaned over and said with a friendly smile, "Miss Nami, Mr. Usopp, the villagers spontaneously want to hand you some hot food and drinks, I hope you can accept it." Nami looked over and saw that the villagers were indeed carrying a lot of things, and some steamers were still steaming. What happened? Probably because they heard the commotion outside, Zoro and Sanji also came out. "Thank you for kicking out the hateful Wapol gang, you have brought peace to Drum Island." "Yeah. Wapol is gone, but the doctors is here, we will have doctors again in our country. As long as there is no Wapol, relying on the high level of medical treatment mastered by the doctors, our country will soon be able to cultivate many excellent medical talents. It's all because of you, you helped us. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know that there are good people among pirates. You are good people." The villagers shouted enthusiastically one by one, wanting to express their gratitude. "It seems that they came to express their gratitude," Zoro said. "Of course. Even a fool can see it. Am I right, Nami-chan?" Zoro sneered, "Hey, no one cares about you. Asshole. It's because of you that Nami-chan ignores me. I'm fighting you. Stupid curly eyebrows. I'm not afraid of you." Immediately, the two scuffled together. "Benefactors of the Straw Hat Pirates, the sea breeze is very cold at night, we want to invite you to the village as guests, we have prepared a comfortable house for you, do you think it is okay?" Dalton conveyed the wishes of the villagers. The villagers all looked over, their eyes filled with anticipation. Before they blamed the Straw Hat Pirates, and almost shot at the Straw Hat Pirates. But instead of blaming them, they helped them solve their biggest trouble, Wapol. It can be said that this country were saved by the Straw Hat Pirates. For such great benefactors, how can they see them being cold at wind at sea? This, Nami's face was a little dazed. Because she is only thinking about Nick Pin now, she doesn't care at all whether she on sea or on shore. "Mr. Usopp, Mr. Zoro, Mr. Sanji, do you think it's okay? Give everyone a chance to express their gratitude." Zoro pushed Sanji away, and said simply, "Our captain and deputy captain are not here, this matter cannot be decided." "Yeah, although I'm also the captain of this ship, I usually don't make decisions about this kind of thing." Usopp took the opportunity to be the captain again. "This matter. Ah. That's." Hearing his exclamation, everyone thought that there was an enemy attack, and they all became vigilant for a moment. Then they followed Sanji's line of sight and looked at the past. Next moment. "What?" everyone exclaimed. In that sky, the sun and the full moon are like big discs. With this as the background, a reindeer pulls a sled and jumps down from the highest mountain. Full moon, reindeer, sleigh. A breathtaking beauty emerges spontaneously. That's the witch's sleigh. Could it be that the witch has gone down the mountain again? Seeing this scene, Dalton thought for a while and analyzed it. She must know the news that Wapol was eliminated. So she want to come down to confirm. Now that we have 20 doctors, we don't have to look at her for treatment anymore. It can be said that although the old woman has a bad temper, she did help us a lot. Yeah. In general, we should still thank her. The villagers talked a lot. "Hey. Do you see that reindeer pulling the sled seems to be coming towards us?" Someone said suddenly. "It seems to be. It's too far away, although I can't see clearly, but there seems to be more than one figure on that sleigh. Is the witch willing to ride her sleigh with others? This is the first time I have seen such a thing in my life." Isn't she also looking for the Straw Hat Pirates? Could it be that the patient was cured and sent here? How could the witch deliver the patient herself? It was impossible before, but it's hard to say now. The doctors are back, and witches are under a lot of competition now, so it's completely possible to improve the service. It makes sense. In everyone's wild guesses, the reindeer pulled the sleigh across the full moon, and then rushed all the way into the dense forest. I saw it. On the observatory, Usopp holds the god-killing star in his hand, and his vision is supernatural. Is it Nick Pin and the others? Nami immediately asked with concern. Yes. Nick Pin, Luffy, Princess Vivi, and Kaya are all on the sled. Really? Hearing that Nick Pin came back, Nami's heart seemed to be full of strength all of a sudden. There are only 4 people on the sled. Isn't the witch on it? Usopp's definitive response, yes, only the 4 of us Straw Hat Pirates, and a reindeer pulling the sleigh ahead. Ah, this? Dalton was completely stunned. What's the situation? The witch lent her sleigh. After a while, there was a rustling sound from the forest ahead. People who live in the snow country know that it is the sound produced by the sled gliding quickly on the snow. Whoosh! A reindeer rushed out of the forest, and under the action of huge inertia, it flew into the sky directly. There. On the sled, Luffy tied himself to the end of the sled with 2 legs, and pointed in the direction of going merry excitedly. Luffy! Nick Pin! Seeing the figure on the sled, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates stood up. Beautiful Princess Vivi. Lovely Miss Kaya. Near the shore, the reindeer stomped its 4 hooves, and the whole person soared into the air. It landed firmly on the deck. Luffy. Dampen. Got it. Luffy replied. When the sled was about to hit the ground, Nick Pin and Luffy's fists were instantly inflated into bone balloons. 4 bone balloons are respectively distributed at 4 points of the sled. Duong. Dueng dueng dueng. The sled bounced a few times and then came to a solid stop. Princess Vivi is still in a weak stage at this time, and she is tightly covered by several layers of quilts. Although Kaya's body is thin, but this is her first time riding a sled, she is very excited. If it was in Syrup Village before, it would never be possible to have such a fresh experience. Not to mention that there is very little chance of snow. Even if it snows, the butlers will definitely put Kaya's body first and will not let Kaya touch the snow. Now. Not only did she have a snowball fight with a reindeer on a mountain at an altitude of 500 meters, but she also rode a sled down from a mountain at an altitude of 500 meters. She feels so happy. Nick Pin, you are back. Nami walked quickly to Nick Pin's side, then looked at Princess Vivi who was wrapped by Nick Pin's quilt, and asked with concern. How is Princess Vivi's illness? Dr. Kureha has injected her with antibiotics, and the next step is to wait for the bacteria to be eliminated. It is estimated that it will take about 3 days for Princess Vivi to recover. Nick Pin told everyone about the situation. When everyone heard it, they all let out a long sigh of relief. Originally, Dr. Kureha asked Princess Vivi to leave after her condition recovered, but Nick Pin looked at Nami and gave her a wink. Nami understood instantly. I know it's about newspapers. The newspaper the day before yesterday reported the riots in Alabasta. For every extra day Princess Vivi delays, tens of thousands more people will die in the kingdom of Alabasta. At this time, Princess Vivi is going on the road with her sick body, which is enough to show how much she is a caring princess for the country and the people. Thinking of this, Nami held Princess Vivi's hand and said gently, Vivi, rest well, your country and people still need you. Princess Vivi smiled gratefully. At this moment, Sanji's voice broke this warm scene. Ah, hello. What's the matter with this meat? Is it the food reserve that the witch doctor gave us? Suddenly seeing Chopper, Sanji went over excitedly. But when he just rushed in front of Chopper, the originally cute and petite little elk instantly swelled in size. Boom! The strong humanoid Chopper knocked Sanji to the ground with one hoof. His face was full of bewilderment. What is this? Zoro's mouth widened in shock, his face deformed. Usopp even yelled, a monster. I'm not a monster. My name is Chopper. I will be the ship's doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates from now on. Nami opened his mouth in surprise. But the next moment. Yeah. Nick Pin, I said it, I did it. Chopper, who looked fierce at first, suddenly changed back to his original form, and hurriedly hid behind the sled. Of course, he hid his head behind the sled very cutely, leaving his body exposed. Nick Pin patted himself on the forehead. All right. Chopper can do this step, which is already very good. In order to encourage Chopper's courage, Nick Pin set a threshold for Chopper to join the group, which is the scene just now. As for kicking Sanji over with one hoof, that was purely incidental. I'll announce it. Luffy jumped off the sled, and hugged Chopper up. This is our new crewmate, Chopper. He will be the ship doctor of our Straw Hat pirates from now on. Wow! It suddenly became so cute, so cute. Boom! A loud noise came from the direction of the mountain. Immediately afterwards. Boom! 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 What's going on? Someone's firing. Dalton's face on the shore changed drastically. Nick Pin laughed, don't worry, it's a grandma who cares about her great-grandson. If the witch heard what Nick Pin called her here, she might directly open 100 transparent holes for Nick Pin. Drum Mountain Top. The witch stands under the full moon, holding plum wine in one hand, with her sun hand on her waist. Behind her, there's a row of cannons. When Nick Pin and Luffy left, they helped her carry it out. The cannon roared, and a kind of pink dust was blasted into the sky. Flying snowflakes, stained with pink dust. The pink sakura flowers are falling. Hiralik, your stupid son has set off. She raised her head and took a sip of plum wine, tears welled up in the witch's eyes. That's Hiralik's silly son. He is also the silly grandson of the witch. Chapter 101. The second day after leaving Magnetic Drum Island. With the help of Chopper, Princess Vivi's condition improved significantly. What a reliable doctor. Seeing Chopper's careful treatment, Nami couldn't help but praise. Princess Vivi's face turned red, she smiled and said, yes, Nick Pin said the same thing in the castle on the top of Drum Mountain that day. Thank you for recognizing me so much, being praised by two beautiful sisters, Chopper is very happy. Then there was longing in his eyes, and he said to himself, Nick Pin said that he would take me to see the miracle sakura, I really want to see it. By the way, what exactly is this miracle sakura flower? That day in the castle on the top of the mountain, I was so burned that I only vaguely heard Nick Pin mention miracle sakura flower, but I don't know what it is. Chopper, can you tell us? Princess Vivi was very curious about it. And Nami on the side wanted to know even more. It was the first time she heard the term miracle sakura flower, and Vivi said it was mentioned by Nick Pin. She can't help but know about Nick Pin. It's literally the sakura flower, which can create miracles, can completely cure terminally ill people. By the way, I haven't seen Nick Pin for a day, I'm going to ask him. After checking Princess Vivi's condition, Chopper planned to go to Nick Pin. Well, he's in the studio. Go out the door and turn right, and you'll be in the 5th room. Nami showed Chopper the way. When Chopper just walked to the door, Nami suddenly remembered something and shouted, by the way, Chopper. What? Chopper poked his head back from the corner. Nami laughed, remember to ask Nick Pin for a manga to read. Manga? Yes, I like reading them very much. When he was on Magnetic Drum Island, Chopper's hobby outside of research was reading. Because he hopes to see a story similar to the adventures of Hiralik in the comics. Now hearing that Nick Pin has comics to read, Chopper is of course happy. After a while, Chopper came to Nick Pin's manga studio. It's Chopper. Watching the little reindeer appear at the door, Nick Pin stretched out his hand, and the rubber fruit ability was activated. Ah, Chopper was caught unexpectedly by Nick Pin. Hey. Chopper was placed on the table by Nick Pin, and Nick Pin's hand pat him from head to neck, it didn't dare to move at all. Nick Pin, what is he doing? Chopper himself was timid, but now his eyes widened and he circled his hair. So, what is Nick Pin doing? Apparently, he's stroking the cats, oh not the reindeer. Nick Pin raised a pet cat in her previous life, and Nick Pin often worried about it. Now there is no cat, but there is a reindeer, it is as easy to pet. After a while, Nick Pin put the Chopper down after his hand addiction. Nick Pin, what are you doing? After confirming that he was not harmed, Chopper asked cautiously. Ah, Nick Pin froze for a moment. Yeah, what am I doing? It's nothing, I just want to feel your soft fur. Just make up a reason. Oh. A simple Chopper will believe in Nickpin's explanation. Seeing Chopper's innocence, Nickpin immediately changed the subject. By the way, Chopper, did you come to see me to read mangas? Wow. Mangas. When it comes to mangas, Chopper noticed that there are a lot of mangas in Nickpin's studio. He felt so happy right away. It seems that even with the boring sailing, it will not be boring. But we'll talk about the mangas later, let's get down to business first. Chopper said, Nickpin, you told me the other day that you would go to see the miracle Sakura flower, is it true? Yes. We will definitely go. At that time, let's see the miracle Sakura flower that Hiralik had seen. Although that incident was made up by Nickpin, but Nickpin naturally thought about the follow-up. Miracle Sakura flower. This thing definitely exists. But where is it? Maybe it's just a coincidence. When Hiralik saw the Sakura flowers all over the mountains, his terminal illness was cured for other reasons. But there is another possibility. The miracle Sakura flower that Hiralik said might not be the real Sakura flower. When the Straw Hat pirates left Drum Island, the witch fired a cannon and blasted the pink dust left by Hiralik into the sky. Under the reflection of the pink dust, the snow in the sky turned into a sky full of Sakura flowers. This is not a method that the witch came up with, but the way that Hiralik gave the pink dust to the witch before he died. He firmly said that he has created a miracle of Sakura flowers, which can already make the country full of Sakura flowers. So if what Hiralik said at the time was what he thought, then this miracle Sakura flower may really not be the Sakura flower in nature, but something else. There is such a thing as devil fruit in the world of pirates. There are not a few devil fruits that can bring miracles. For example, the dwarf princess in Dressrosa, her devil fruit is the heal fruit. When she unleashes the healing ability of the audience, isn't it just like Sakura flowers all over the sky? Nickpin thought about it, if there is no clue related to the miracle Sakura flower along the way. Then when they reach Dressrosa, he can pretend that the dwarf princess ability to heal is actually the miracle Sakura flower, this matter will end perfectly. Even if it is a lie, isn't a white lie better than a cruel truth? Great! Nickpin, I knew you wouldn't lie to me from the first moment I saw you. Tears burst out from the eye sockets. Ahem, yes, by the way, don't you want to read mangas? There are a lot of mangas here, you can pick whatever you want. Just pick a few. With a wave of his hand, Nickpin proudly made an exception for Chopper. I don't need to pick a few, I'll just change after I finish reading one. Saying that, Chopper jumped off the table, and then hopped to the front of the bookshelf. Look left, look right. Because of his short stature, he still climb up the bookshelf frame 1/6 from time to time, which is really funny. When climbing to the top, Chopper saw a lot of monsters drawn on the top of the pile of mangas. In front of these monsters, there is a handsome male protagonist. A monster. As if recalling sad memories, Chopper felt a little depressed. But within a few seconds, he suddenly clenched his fist. Nickpin told him that the more someone wants to mock him, the more he have to get over it. A monster, right? I, Chopper, dare to face the word monster. Immediately, he picked up the manga. It's called, Strike the Blood. Chapter 102. Going Merry arrived in the port city of Alabasta. There are a few more emails in Nickpin's system. Your manga fan Monkey D. Luffy has improved his world strength in the manga Akame ga Kill, and the development of his devil fruit has reached the 4th gear. You get the 4th gear ability of its fruit at the same time you earn points 1. Your manga fan Nami conquered the rain card in the world of manga cardcaptor Sakura. You get the rain card ability simultaneously. You get points 1. Your fan Sanji trained the 3rd gate of 8 inner gates in the world of the manga Might Guy biography, and successfully opened the 3rd gate. You simultaneously acquire the ability of the 3rd gate. You get points 3. Your manga fan Roronoa Zoro has improved his world strength in the manga Zaraki Kenpachi biography, Armament Haki has been promoted to the middle level, and you will get its Armament Haki ability simultaneously. You get points 2. Your manga fan Usopp has cultivated a new Shirkai ability Bent Light Star in the world of the manga Bleach, Otsunemea. You simultaneously get the God-killing star Shirkai ability Bent Light Star. You get points 1. Before going from Little Garden to Drum Island, Nickpin did not receive many system emails, but during the journey from Drum Island to Alabasta, he received so many system emails. It is estimated that the accumulation of these 2 journeys has given the partners enough time to improve. Princess Vivi has been recuperating for the past 3 days, and she did not fully recover until last night. So she didn't go to practice for 3 days. After checking the email for a while, Nick Pin was very happy. Luffy's devil fruit has been developed to the 4th gear, and the next step is to move towards the 5th gear. You know, once Luffy turns on the 5th gear, that is, the awakening of rubber fruit or his true devil fruit, there will be a qualitative change immediately. Transforming directly to the Nika form, that is the form that can directly take on Kaido. Judging from the current progress, maybe Luffy can really turn on the 5th gear before reaching Marineford. Then it will be interesting. Of course, Nick Pin actually wants to know more. After Luffy has successfully opened the 5th gear, will there be a new one later? If so, what would it be like? Zoro and Sanji are making steady progress, and needless to say, Nami is also very capable, contributing a Claw card and points as always. Then there is Usopp. The Shikai ability cultivated this time is the Bent Light Star. Nick Pin tried it, this ability is very good. To put it bluntly, it is actually the 26th Beicut in Shinigami Bent Light. The ability is to create a layer of bent light, which can cover up so much that objects cannot be seen. It is a kind of blinding method similar to magic, and it can also be considered as an alternative kind of invisibility. As an auxiliary ability, this is still very good. Going Merry is slowly docking at the port. It's here. I don't know if Ace will be in this place. When they left Magnetic Drum Island, some villagers remembered one thing. About a week before Luffy and the others came to Magnetic Drum Island, a pirate who claimed to be Ace appeared on Magnetic Drum Island. And asked the villager, if they encounter the Straw Hat pirates, tell their captain Luffy that Ace is in Alabasta waiting for him. Don't worry, Ace said he would wait for you for 10 days, when we left Drum Island, he had just left for less than a week, we should have caught up. Nick Pin stood in the fence behind Luffy, eating a small half of an apple in his hand. Beside him, Nami and Princess Vivi ate the second half reluctantly. Hey, hey, hey. That's the last apple on the boat. Princess Vivi hasn't eaten much these days, this apple is for her vitamin supplements. Nami-chan is fine, but you, what are you doing, you bastard, Nick Pin? Seeing Nick Pin eating an apple, Sanji was very annoyed. But Zoro smiled, I can explain this, it was Princess Vivi who insisted on sharing it with Nami and Nick Pin, do you understand, you little curly eyebrow? Puff. Sanji clutches his heart. You and Nick Pin, do you want me to kill you? So it's what Princess Vivi wanted, then it's alright, although Sanji said it with a smile, his expression was bitter. Jealousy to deformation. It's alright, we're going to disembark soon, I can replace it later in town. Seeing Sanji's appearance, Princess Vivi explained with a smile while covering face. Oh, yes, hearing this, Sanji suddenly came up to him and made his signature hand-rubbing gesture, so beautiful Princess Vivi and Nami-chan, can you give me some to eat? Ah. Princess Vivi looked at the apple she had eaten, and was in a dilemma. She didn't expect Sanji to ask for it so directly, it's too embarrassing. Of course, this is mainly because Princess Vivi has a thin skin. People like Nami don't have this concern. Still eating the apple with a smile on his face, she doesn't feel any psychological pressure on Sanji's cheeky look at all. Beautiful Princess Vivi, please share with me. Sanji walked on one knee, closed his eyes, and opened his mouth. This looks like. Nick Pin couldn't help shaking his head. This is such a simp attitude. The next moment, Sanji felt his mouth full. Immediately overjoyed. What? This smells wrong. He opened his eyes suddenly, but saw that Zoro had come in front of him at some point, and put his foot into his mouth. What? You bastard. Don't chase me. I can only give you one bite, otherwise I'm afraid you'll go sleepy if you eat too much. Zoro has one bare foot, and he doesn't run too slowly. Ah ha ha. He he he. The two girls smiled and hugged each other directly. Nick Pin is also numb from laughing. I have to say, when it come to annoying Sanji, Zoro have a good talent. But having said that, the two of them are really a pair of rival. It's here, I'm going down first. It was meal time, and Luffy was so hungry that he jumped down directly. Luffy, money. Don't steal food. Although Luffy is a good person, but one thing to say, he really ate a lot meal, and often forgot to pay. In the original plot is here, the bottled water that Luffy and Usopp steal here was paid by Marine Petty Officer Tashigi. Good. Luffy extended his arms and caught the thrown money. A messenger seagull flew over. Nami waved to the messenger seagull, and the messenger seagull flew down immediately. Bought a newspaper, Nami quickly found news about Alabasta. The rebels are gathering, may launch an attack on the capital. When seeing this news, Princess Vivi's face became serious. I have to hurry up and get to the rebel base camp as soon as possible to prevent them from launching a riot. The little white hands clenched tightly because of worry. Even if the nails hurt the palm, it was not as painful as Princess Vivi's heartache. Then, she looked at Karu. Let's act separately, I will stop the rebels, and you will go to the palace and inform my father about the Baroque works. Quack. Karu was very sensible and knew that it was not too late, so he set off immediately. Then let's hurry up to eat, after dinner, hurry up to purchase supplies, and then hurry to the rebel base that Vivi said. Nami quickly arranged the next itinerary. Nickpin suddenly shook his head. Wait, I think we shouldn't be in a hurry. What? Nami frowned beautifully. Obviously there are only 3 days left, why not worry? If someone else had said this, Nami would have punched him long ago. But because Nickpin said it, Nami waited patiently for Nickpin's next words. Nickpin smiled mysteriously. Trust me, there is no need to worry, everyone can have a good meal and go shopping. Isn't it? Do you really have such ample time and mood? Nickpin, Princess Vivi looked worried. Don't worry, I've already figured out a countermeasure. Listen to me, go eat well now, this civil war in Alabasta will never be fought. With that said, Nickpin began to distribute money to everyone. Princess Vivi wanted to say something, but in the end she still felt that she should trust Nickpin. Nami took Princess Vivi's arm and said with a smile, I know you are worried, but Nickpin usually know what he is doing, trust his plan. With Nami's words, Princess Vivi felt even more convinced that Nickpin was right. The other side. In a very famous restaurant in the area called Spice Bean. Marine Captain Smoker appears there. Ahead of him, the young man sitting on a pile of food that has a tattoo of the Whitebeard Pirates on his back. To think I actually met the commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates here. Smoker put his hands in his pockets, with Seastone behind his back, and looked at Ace coldly. I'm waiting for someone here, and I haven't done anything bad, go and do your work. Ace turned around and spread his hands, not showing any nervousness. Are you kidding? I'm Marine. And you? As long as your identity as a pirate remains unchanged. However, he hasn't finished speaking. Boom. It was as if a high-speed train hit him hard behind. Boom. Smoker was hit directly on the wall, and then knocked out a big hole, hit the next door. Wow. It's really a restaurant. I'm starving. Luffy didn't know who he had knocked into, and jumped to an empty table and sat down, holding a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, looking expectantly at the shop owner. Uncle, I want to eat. Ace's eyes widened. Isn't this his stinky brother? It seems that he received his message on Magnetic Drum Island. But look at the wall destroyed by Luffy. Ace still held back the feeling of recognizing Luffy, and decided to wait for him first. Although my place is a restaurant, but I suggest you run away, the shop owner is sweating like waterfall. After knocking Marine Captain into the air, he can still sit here calmly and want to eat. Boy, are you kidding me? Is it money? I have money. Luffy directly took out a stack of belly and slapped them on the table. Oh. The store owner's eyeballs popped. All right. It's okay for such a rich guest. In no time, the sumptuous food was served. Luffy has a great meal. What a good meal. Too delicious. Aside, Ace is bowing to the guests next to the wall, sorry to disturb your meal. Then, he walked back angrily. This stupid brother, why is he still so unreliable in doing things? Hey! Luff! Before Ace can mutter Luffy name, another angry guy rushed in. Straw Hat. Smoker rushed to Luffy with an angry face. Huh? You are that smokehead, why are you here? Luffy slurred the words with his mouth full of food. Have you eaten? Do you want to sit down and eat together? What a bastard. Looking at Luffy's appearance, Smoker thought of Nickpin. But just because he thought of Nick Pin, Smoker's original idea of attacking Luffy was suppressed. He asked, "Is your deputy captain, Nick Pin, here?" "Oh, he should go shopping with Nami, I will go join with them after dinner." "Quick. I'm still hungry, hurry up." "Damn. Here comes the bastard." Thinking that Nick Pin used Tashigi to blackmail him before, Smoker felt powerless. Nick Pin said it, Smoker can follow the Straw Hat Pirates, but if he is going to attack the Straw Hat Pirates, then Nick Pin will attack Tashigi. The man dared to threaten him. Smoker definitely means what he says and does. The most important thing is, if Nick Pin does that, he can't even stop it. You better restrain your crew and don't do bad things. Otherwise, Marine won't spare you. After saying that, Smoker turned to look in Ace's direction. Since he can't do anything to Luffy, let's vent on the hatred on Ace. Surrender immediately. Don't force me to attack you. Ace took a look at Luffy, who was busy eating, and was confused. Isn't there a pirate over there, aren't you a marine? How can you be so outrageous to ignore Luffy but trying to catch him instead? He is also a pirate, why didn't you catch him? Why did you target me? Ace's words embarrassed Smoker. Stop talking nonsense. It's not up to you pirates to point out how our marine work. You can't escape today, commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. Puff. Chapter 103. Ace. Luffy, who was eating, suddenly heard someone call out Ace's name, and sprayed it out in one gulp. Every food consisting of noodles, pork head meat, cauliflower, radish head. All of that were sprayed on the face of Smoker in front of him. What is the picture like? What does it look like when a fire hydrant bursts? What does Luffy look like just now spraying rice? What? The shop owner saw this scene just as he came over with a braised lamb leg, and was so frightened that he threw away the plate in his hand. Whoosh! Luffy stretched out his arm, quickly caught it, and stuffed the leg of lamb into his mouth. It's over. This pirate has completely offended a marine captain. Yes, it's sure to kill him. The guests around looked at Smoker's miserable appearance, and they were all stunned. Ah. Very, very sorry. Ace bowed to Smoker with a very sincere attitude. There is no way, he will apologize for everything this stinky brother has caused. Smoker is not moving at all. He felt the filth flowing all over his body in disbelief, and then threw his arms down vigorously. Crash. A pile of food chewed up by Luffy was thrown to the ground. Smoker's whole face is trembling. Straw Hat. Smoker let out a roar, and pulled out Seastone's jit from behind. Forget about Nick Pin's threats. If I don't kill you today, I won't be called Smoker. Stop. Seeing this, Ace immediately shouted, if you attack my brother, I won't sit idly by. Usually, Ace is too lazy to care who Marine catches. But his brother is different. Smoker frowned suddenly, he looked at Ace, then at Luffy, his pupils narrowed and he said, are you brothers? Yeah. Ace is my big brother. I came here specifically to find him. One of the two brothers is the 2nd captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the other is a newcomer to the pirates. You are really a family of pirates. Smoker hates pirates. Especially when a family forms a group to be a pirate. A family of pirates? Luffy picked his nostrils and explained, my grandpa is not a pirate. Who cares who your grandpa is? Smoker was furious, and pointed at Luffy with the Seastone jit in his hand. Whoever comes today can't protect you, I said so. Ah, hey, it looks like I've been underestimated. Ace was not happy to hear that. He finally met his younger brother who was separated for 3 years, and you guys ruined such reunion. As he said that, he looked like he was about to make a move. However, Luffy waved his hand, you don't need to come, Ace, this smoking man is very weak, and he can't defend against my punch. Ace's mouth moved closer to his nose, revealing a black question mark face. Is Smoker weak? No way. Certainly not someone Luffy can handle. Smoker was even more angry. He and Luffy had only fight against each other once, but that doesn't count. After all, he didn't expect Luffy to know armament hockey at his age. But this time, Smoker will not be careless. No matter how strong Luffy is, he can't know Marine 6 styles like Nick Pin, right? If that's the case, it's too outrageous. You bastard, go to hell. Smoker couldn't take it any longer, he threw his jit at Luffy. Ace and Luffy dodged to the left and right at the same time. Ace's heart moved. Luffy can dodge this. Immediately, he temporarily stopped thinking about making a move. Why don't he take a look at the current strength of his little brother? Smoker missed the throw, then sweeps across, to Luffy to the right. This kind of attack has no effect on me. Luffy jumped sideways again with ease, dodging Smoker's attack. Stupid. Don't forget, I am a devil fruit user. While speaking, Smoker released the ability of smoke fruit. White snake. Smoke rolled out from around his body, condensed into a long smoke snake, and rolled towards Luffy in an instant. At the moment when Luffy just jumped in the air, the smoke snake directly engulfed Luffy and grabbed him from the air. Hey, I said you can't do it. Seeing that Luffy was caught by Smoker after only a few seconds of jubilation, Ace put his forehead on his forehead and sighed. Look what happened. He should have just let me deal with this, but he has to show off, but at the next moment, Ace's eyes suddenly popped. He saw that Luffy, who was entangled by the smoke snake, suddenly had a billowing black airflow from both arms. The airflow appeared for a moment, leaving and wrapping around Luffy's arms. Puff. Ace spews out. This is armament hockey. Looking at Luffy again, he squatted down slightly, crossed his arms together, and then opened them suddenly. Boom. The smoke snake around him seemed like a section of long rice flour, and it collapsed in an instant. What? Smoker was also shocked. He knew that Luffy had armament hockey, but according to his judgment, when he was in Logue Town, Luffy's armament hockey should have just reached the entry level. For armament hockey like that, Smoker is confident that he can control it with the ability of smoke fruit. In particular, he also has weapons made with sea stone in his hands, which is enough to deal with Luffy. However, at this moment, he looked at the shiny black armament hockey on Luffy's hands. This is definitely not at the elementary level. Damn. Has this guy gotten stronger again? How long did it take from Logue Town to here? Half a month. In just half a month, this guy's armament hockey has been upgraded from entry level to intermediate level. What kind of talent is this? This is definitely a monstrosity in cultivation. Such a guy must not be allowed to grow up. Thinking of this, Smoker released the ability of his devil fruit again. White snake dance. A large amount of thick smoke crazily gushed out from his body, forming strips of white smoke tendrils like pythons. Surrounded by Luffy from all directions. You really? Luffy is still hungry right now. If it wasn't for him not having any ill intentions towards Smoker, he would have defeated the smoke head. But now that Smoker has been entangled with him, Luffy is really upset. It's annoying. With a roar from Luffy, his fist blasted out. Meet the two smoky white snakes and smash them to pieces. Then. Boom. Luffy's fist landed directly on Smoker's face. Ah. Smoker only felt that something weighing 10,000 tons slammed into his face, and gold stars appeared in front of his eyes. The whole person was like a cannonball, hitting the wall behind him fiercely. Boom. A large hole was opened in the wall, and Smoker lay outside. Ah. I'm really starving to death. Have you eaten? Just eat together, my treat. Now the Straw Hat Pirates are not short of money, so there is no need to worry about not having enough money when they eat at Luffy. No, Ace came back to his senses at this time. He looked at Luffy, then at Smoker on the ground outside through the big hole in the wall. He saw that guy got up, clutching his stomach and resting there for a long time. This punch is a bit strong. He looked at Luffy excitedly. That is armament hockey. OM. Luffy replied casually, and then greeted the boss, quick, serve. Ah oh oh. The boss was stunned until now when he was awakened by Luffy's shout. This man is the one who dares to beat Marine Captain. You must take care of him. Otherwise, what if the store is smashed? The boss didn't dare to neglect, and went directly to the back kitchen to greet all the chefs to cook a big meal for Luffy first. Seeing that Luffy doesn't care about it at all, Ace's mood is very complicated. He has been at sea for 3 years, and he is 3 years older than Luffy. Relying on the ability of Maramara fruit, he made a name for himself in New World. But, even he didn't train armament hockey that much. How did this little brother manage to master armament hockey right after East Blue? And, this armament hockey is not the level of a beginner either. As the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates, most of his crewmate captain know hockey. Ace often see other people using armament hockey. Ace can be sure that Luffy's armament hockey is not on beginner level. But this is unreasonable. Not right. Suddenly, Ace thought of something. He sat down, looked at Luffy who was facing each other, and asked seriously, Luffy, during the 3 years I have been at sea, has anyone taught you how to practice armament hockey? Some strong guy must have coached Luffy. Otherwise it would never be possible. Someone teach me armament hockey? Luffy frowned. Where? He shook his head, no. No. Ace frowned even more, he wondered. Then how did you train your armament hockey? Luffy scratched his head, I didn't practice with anyone, just myself, fighting non-stop every day, and then somehow train hockey. By the way, if Nick Pin hadn't told me that it was called armament hockey, I would have not known it was called that. Who is Nick Pin? Ace asked. It's my first mate. He's a mangaka and also a devil fruit user, he is the most reliable guy. Oh. It turned out to be his crewmate. But he is not interested in this, he is only interested in Luffy's armament hockey. Although he didn't understand how Luffy's armament hockey got through training, but as a big brother, he was really happy that his younger brother was so strong. Luffy, you really have it. In just 3 years, you have trained armament hockey to such a powerful level. I'm so happy for you. 3 years? Luffy rolled his eyes in confusion. He shook his head and said, Ace, you misunderstood, it hasn't been 3 years, I only started practicing armament hockey after I went to sea. Pfft. Ace's expression instantly collapsed. Nanny? You started practicing after you went to sea. His expression was exaggerated, and he said in disbelief. Hey. Although I haven't returned to East Blue in these years, I also saw the reward information about you. If I'm not mistaken you've only been out to sea for 2 or 3 months. Luffy nodded, oh, yes. Ace stood up in shock. In 2 or 3 months, Luffy have trained armament hockey to this point. My younger brother, what kind of monster is he? Chapter 104. You mean, you only took 2 or 3 months to train armament hockey to this level? Ace stared at Luffy in disbelief. If this kind of thing comes from someone else's mouth, Ace would give him a punch without hesitation. How can you brag such thing? But he knew it was impossible for Luffy to lie to him. Since Luffy said 2 or 3 months, it must be 2 or 3 months. Not much less. Luffy, your talent is really powerful. You have already awakened armament hockey not long after setting out to sea, and after a while. You are very likely to awaken another kind of hockey, called observation hockey. Luffy exaggeratedly pulled a piece of meat from the hoof, and said vaguely, oh, I can do that too. Well, that you, what? Ace said half of what he just said, and he was stunned by what he just heard. You say it again. You learn observation hockey. As you said, observation hockey, I can do it. Luffy shrugged and said indifferently. Ace, you went out to sea, why did you become so surprised? It doesn't look like you anymore. Ace was taken aback. If you talk like that, no one can calm down, okay? Your brother are on board the Whitebeard Pirates, for Emperors, Wo and Ko. There are many strong individuals there, all of them are talented experts in the pirate world. But Ace have never seen someone who can train armament hockey to his little brother level in only 2 or 3 months. What's more, Luffy actually said that he also learned observation hockey. This is no longer talent, but a monster-level talent. No. When did you little brother learn to lie? I'm not lying, what are you talking about? Luffy didn't understand Ace's meaning, so he just buried his head in eating and drinking. Ace will know if Luffy are cheating or not. Ace quietly walked behind Luffy, watched him eating intoxicatedly, grabbed a rice bowl and threw it at the back of Luffy's head. Luffy didn't even look back, just let it pass by with a random deflection. He dodged that. Ace is a little uncertain. What if it's a coincidence? Immediately, he grabbed the pots and pans on the table and threw them at Luffy with a single mind to prove his brother lies. He saw Luffy sitting there eating, with his back to Ace, his body twisted to dodge. None of those pots and pans touched Luffy. Ace, what are you doing? Luffy turned around in a daze, picking his nostrils. Ace is stunned. This is observation hockey without a doubt. Ace has a deep understanding of observation hockey. When he first boarded the Whitebeard ship, he tried to assassinate Whitebeard no less than 100 times, but none of them succeeded. Can't even kill Whitebeard while he's sleeping. At first Ace didn't understand why, but later he found out that this is from observation hockey. With an existence as powerful as Whitebeard, it's no surprise that observation hockey is amazing. But his younger brother. The younger brother whom he swore to protect all this time has a very powerful observation hockey. This is embarrassing. He had promised the dead Sabo to protect their little brother. But the question is, does this little brother still need his protection? Luffy, Ace walked to Luffy's side, his eyes were rosy, and his shoulders were excited. After a while, he managed to say, Luffy, you have become stronger. Wahaha. Of course. From childhood to adulthood, every time he fights, he was defeated by Ace. And now, Ace recognized him. Of course, Luffy didn't actually think he is better than Ace now. But the truth of this matter can only be known by fighting. At this time, Ace said to Luffy, okay, Luffy, eat slowly. I'm going first. Aha. Luffy didn't take a bite of the meat, and quickly raised his head. You are leaving? Yeah. I came here to see you. Now that you have grown so much, I feel relieved. I still have things to do, so I can't delay here. With that said, Ace threw a piece of paper to Luffy. Here, this is very important, you must carry this forever. What, isn't it just a torn piece of paper? Luffy took it and looked left and right, but didn't find any use for this torn note. Ace spread his hands noncommittally. That's right, it's a torn paper. But this torn paper allows us to meet again next time. Oh, Luffy nodded. Ace smiled. Why, don't you want it? No, I want it. Luffy hastily put the note away. Although he didn't understand what it was, since Ace said that he could use this note to let them meet next time, then Luffy would regard it as a treasure. I wanted to see your friends, but unfortunately, I only met you here. Luffy, do you want to come to our Whitebeard pirates? Your crewmate can come too. I won't do it, Luffy didn't hesitate. Ahaha. I knew it, just saying it. Well, Luffy, let's go. Do you need me to help you get rid of the marine outside? Oh, no need, they probably won't come to me again. Luffy suddenly remembered what Nickpin had told him. If you encounter Smoker again, as long as you throw out that sentence, the other party will not dare to pester you anymore. Oh. Very confident. Well, then, Luffy, when we meet again next time, we will be at the peak of pirates. Not long after Ace left, Luffy was full. There was still a lot of money left over from the money Nickpin gave him, so he asked the boss to pack a lot of food and carried it on his back. At this moment, the marine soldiers rushed in. Immediately afterwards, Smoker also entered. Bastard Straw Hat Boy. You are still here. You must be brought to justice today. Smoker's face was already swollen a lot, and the corner of his mouth was still twitching. Even talking hurts. Why are you here again? Get out of the way, I have to meet up with my friends. Stop being so self-righteous. Can't you see that I have no intention of letting you go? Luffy clenched his teeth, took out a piece of shredded meat, ate it again, and then said slowly, I just remembered, Nickpin asked me to give you a sentence. Hearing this name, Smoker's heart skipped a beat. In front of that guy, he has absolutely no room to resist. It's like being sanctioned at your fingertips. The most important thing is, that guy can't tell you anything. Do whatever you want. When he met Luffy eating here just now, Smoker didn't want to touch this boy at first. But unexpectedly, Luffy directly sprayed him in the face, which forced Smoker to attack Luffy. Otherwise, where would his reputation go? But now, when he heard Luffy suddenly say such a sentence, he almost felt dizzy like a conditioned reflex. He asked cautiously, what? Luffy shook his head, no more. Smoker looked confused, no more. Yeah. What Nickpin asked me to say to you is that sentence just now. Smoker froze. What do you mean? What did he ask you to tell me? Nickpin asked you to give him a sentence. Yes, he said that as long as I tell you, you won't bother me, look. Smoker understood. It doesn't matter what you say. Importantly, Nickpin reminded him. Smoker took a deep breath. He calculated it carefully in his mind, as if no matter what method he used, he couldn't stop Nickpin from taking to Shiji. Damn strength. This moment. Smoker feels deeply aggrieved. There is even a sense of powerlessness welling up in my heart. He wants to be stronger. In this sea, if you don't have strength, you can't even stick to your own justice. What do you mean? Don't you plan to let me go? Nickpin told me, if you still pester me, let me go back and tell him about it. Clenching his fists tightly, Smoker violently smoked the 2 cigars in his mouth. Straw Hat Boy. You are lucky this time. If I meet you next time, it will not be so simple. After a while, Smoker snorted coldly, and then ordered, let's go. Ah. Captain, shouldn't we arrest him? What's going on? He's a pirate. Are we leaving like this? The marine soldiers opened their mouths wide. Surprise was written all over his face. They have followed Smoker for so long, and this is the first time they saw Smoker ignore the pirates in front of him. Shut up everyone. I'm so tired today. Hey, it really works. Luffy was also surprised, but just be happy. He tied up the large bag of food on his back and went out happily. On the top of a building not far away, Ace is squatting here and playing with fire. This partner of Luffy, I'm intrigued by him. Chapter 105. Alabasta Kingdom. Sanji is in charge of sourcing ingredients. Because he was worried that Zoro would get lost, Nickpin arranged for Zoro to go with Sanji and helped him get some ingredients on the way. Usopp originally planned to go with Luffy, but Luffy left the ship too quickly, so he had to follow Sanji to buy ingredients. Nickpin is shopping with Nami, Vivi, and Kaya. Vivi, you can pick some too, the clothes here are so beautiful. Nami stood in front of a group of clothes full of Alabasta desert style, happy like a child. On the side, Kaya is also choosing clothes. But she doesn't seem to be interested in this style of clothes, she just bought a few sun protection clothes. Vivi walked over absent-mindedly, thinking about the riot all the time. You have to trust Nickpin. Whatever he says can be done, it can be done. Princess Vivi looked into Nami's eyes and nodded gratefully, knowing that. I just can't help but worry. Nami smiled, and pulled Princess Vivi to the front of the beautiful clothes. Hey! What about this? First dress up beautifully, and then handle Alabasta's affairs beautifully. It's fun to go shopping with a woman. But shopping with 3 women is a bit boring. Nami used to hold his arm, but now Nami is holding Vivi. This store is full of women's clothes. Nickpin looked at it for a while, and saw something like an underwear, and felt embarrassed at once. Under the punishing gaze of the proprietress, Nickpin wandered out helplessly. I didn't realize that you actually like this kind of shop. As soon as he left the door, a young man with a leather cap started to tease him. Huh. It's you. He remembered he did not have any intersection before with Ace. Although Ace is Luffy's big brother, they obviously haven't met each other. Why is Ace's being so familiar? Or, with my handsome appearance, even men are beginning to attract. You know me. Seeing Nickpin's reaction, it was Ace's turn to be surprised. He knew Nickpin because when he was looking at Luffy's reward, he saw Nickpin's and Nami's reward together. Just now he learned from Luffy that Nickpin is in town, so he specially came to see this partner of Luffy. Of course, I do, Portgas D, Ace. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second team, and also our Captain Luffy's big brother. Your introduction is interesting, Ace laughed. It seems that Luffy and you guys get along relatively well, and even shared with you about his big brother, Ace said. Where is this shared by Luffy? However, there is no need for Nickpin to explain so many irrelevant topics. The partnership on our ship is very good, and everyone has supported each other along the way, Nickpin said while pointing to the bench next to the store entrance. Motioned Ace to sit down and said. Afterwards, the two walked through the rows and sat down. Have you met Luffy? After a little thought just now, Nickpin asked. Ace leaned back, put his hand on the back of the chair, and smiled. Well, my brother who often encounter many trouble, thanks to you for taking care of him. Well, if you say that, then I accept your thanks. Is Luffy always seeking trouble? That's right. Ahaha. Actually, I heard about you from Luffy, so I came here to see you. I didn't expect that your personality really suits my appetite. Nickpin's unpretentious and generous attitude really made Ace feel very comfortable. After laughing for a while, Ace said regretfully, "It's a pity that my idiot brother met you first. If I met you first, then we should all be on the Whitebeard pirate ship by now. The strongest man in the world, he is indeed a legendary figure." Nickpin nodded. For Whitebeard, he still approves very much in his heart. In this cruel sea where the weak prey on the strong and intrigues exist, there is no one like Whitebeard. It is indeed a great thing to support a home for those lost and wandering guys. As the pop of these guys, Whitebeard is not weak. Until his death, he truly carried out the greatness that a father should have. Ace, you are very lucky to have such a legend, bless you. This is a compliment to Ace, but it is also a compliment to Whitebeard. Oh. You think Pop is legendary too, don't you? Then, do you want to? Nickpin laughed. No, I'm loyal to Luffy, to the StrawHats. Ace, on the other hand, smiled, look like I fail again. Ahaha. Sure enough, the guy who can be so recognized by my brother, really can't be poached. The mood is very complicated. Nickpin patted Ace on the shoulder. How should I put it, in terms of friendship? It is impossible for me to abandon my partner and find another new one. In addition, in terms of bragging, Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world. But he is only a mere 4 emperors. Mere 4 emperors? Hearing such a sentence suddenly, Ace's expression collapsed in an instant. Even the terrifying Admiral of Marine dare not use 2 words to describe it. What idiots are on my brother's boat? At this moment, Ace's view of Nickpin changed slightly. He said a little dissatisfied, "Hey, hey, hey. You bastard, I didn't allow you to say that about my pop." Although dissatisfied, but not really angry. "Haha, I know you love Whitebeard very much, but I don't look down on 4 emperors, but because, compared with Luffy, 4 emperors are really just so," Nickpin explained with a smile. Ace, the more Ace listen, the more confused he get. Okay. According to what he mean, it's because he follow Luffy that he didn't like 4 emperors? Could it be that Nickpin think his younger brother can still be the pirate king? As soon as Ace thought of this, he heard Nickpin next to him continue to say, "Your troublesome brother, Monkey D, Luffy, he is the man who is going to be the pirate king." Ace just took a sip of wine into his mouth, and immediately sprayed it on the ground. Ah, why are you just like Luffy, thinking about such wishful thinking? Ace didn't know whether to scold or laugh. Such an outrageous idea, I am afraid that only Luffy and Nickpin in front of him can be so sure. I seem to understand suddenly, no wonder Luffy said you are his most reliable partner, probably because you are so firm and persistent in thinking that he can become the pirate king. Ace laughed easily, as if he was listening to a light-hearted joke. It's a pleasure to communicate with you, my brother can have such a good partner, cheers. As he spoke, Ace gave Nickpin a sake bottle. Nickpin glanced at it, took it over and opened it. The two raised their heads, poured sake and drank it. Then, it's time to say goodbye. I hope that when we meet next time, we will be at the peak of pirates. Tightening the cap on the empty flagon, Ace stood up. Are you leaving so soon? Nickpin is bored right now. The women are picking clothes inside, and it is estimated that they will not be able to get out for a while. He doesn't want to stay alone waiting, so he might as well find someone to chat with. Ace said, "Yeah, I just came to see Luffy and his friends this time. I have business, I have to go. Would you like to chat more?" Nickpin glanced at the store. Nami, Vivi, and Kaya seemed very happy. Didn't I just say I'm busy? I have something to do. I'm hunting down a wanted criminal of our Whitebeard pirates. I heard that he recently called himself Blackbeard. He committed a serious crime on our ship, murdering a fellow crewmate. Speaking of this, Ace looked at the distance and said with emotion. As the captain of his previous team, I must solve this matter. Otherwise, I will have no reason to see everyone. Blackbeard Teach, Nickpin slightly raised his eyebrows. You know him? Ace looked at Nickpin with some surprise. Nickpin pursed his lips slightly. I know a little bit, speaking of which, he is not a simple person. Do you know the red-haired Shanks, Luffy's idol? Yes, I visited him to thank him for taking care of Luffy. Ace nodded. Originally planning to leave, but suddenly heard an interesting topic, Ace naturally continued to chat. Do you know why there are 3 scars on the red-hair pirate's pirate flag? Nickpin asked. Everyone knows this question, because Shanks has 3 scars on his face, right? Ace replied. Nickpin asked again, then do you know who left the 3 scars on Shanks' face? Ace thought for a while, then shook his head. I don't know about this. If the red hair didn't say it, no one would know about it. The person who can leave a scar on his face is probably already died in that battle. Nickpin smiled slightly. That person is actually Marshall D. Teach. What? Ace showed shock on his face, with horror in his eyes. How could it be Teach? If he has that kind of strength, how could he remain unknown? I don't need to say what he thinks, but I can tell you for sure that before Blackbeard Teach got his devil fruit, his strength was comparable to that of Shanks at that time. This is the truth. Nickpin slowly savored the steak in his hand. Although it is spicy, it slowly enters the throat, and there is an indescribable refreshing feeling. Ace didn't speak, and began to think. Besides, you hunt down Blackbeard Teach alone. Do you know what kind of ability his devil fruit has? Nickpin continued to ask. Ace shook his head. Not sure, I just know it's a Logia devil fruit. His devil fruit, based on the information I got, is dark fruit is the only Logia devil fruit that cannot enter elementalization, but its advantages are also very obvious. Once the devil fruit user is touched by his darkness, they will lose their devil fruit ability. Nickpin simply gave Ace Blackbeard devil fruit information based on what he read in his previous life. It's actually possible to do this. After listening to Nickpin's words, Ace realized that he was still thinking about things simply. It suddenly occurred to him that Pop was so resolute in asking him to give up this hunt. It seemed that Pop also knew dark fruit's ability. I understand what you mean, but I have to catch Teach back. This is my responsibility. Well, I'm not trying to persuade you either. With a younger brother like Luffy, you must act the same way as he does, reckless as always. Nickpin smiled lightly, and then molded a manga book out of his body. This is not what Nickpin brought on his inventory on purpose, but the ability of the system. It is mainly mangas drawn by Nickpin, and Nickpin can store them in the inventory space at any time. Even if it is far away in the sky, Nickpin only needs to move his mind, and this manga will be put to the inventory to Nickpin. Maybe it was on a whim, Nickpin suddenly thought of a manga that would be very suitable for Ace. He wondered if some interesting things will happen if he give this manga to Ace. After drinking your sake, I will give you this manga as a gift. With a light throw of Nickpin, the manga flew to Ace. Ace reached out to catch it. He glanced at the cover. On it is a boy with sakura flower hair wearing a white plaid scarf. Okay. The gift you gave me, I will read it carefully and keep it. I'm really leaving this time. Giving Nickpin a friendly look, Ace turned and walked towards the port. Looking forward to seeing you again, Nickpin waved his hand casually, then looked at the time. Haven't these women picked out their clothes yet? It's really troublesome if there are too many women. Chapter 106. In the evening, a restaurant in Alubarna. The Straw Hat Pirates gather here to feast. Princess Vivi is wearing new and beautiful clothes, but it's clear she can't relax. Vivi, you need to relax. I know you worry, but eat first. Nickpin voice. Nami also cared. Yes, Vivi, you just recovered from a serious illness, you need to eat more. It must be that the taste of this restaurant doesn't suit Princess Vivi. Let me, the knight, go out. I'll go back and cook for Princess Vivi right now. You can calm down. Princess Vivi is obviously doing this because she is worried about the people. Bastard. Are you trying to discredit my chivalry? Hey, Luffy reached out and grabbed all the meat in Zoro's and Sanji's bowls. Save one for me. With quick eyes and quick hands, Usopp snatched a chicken leg from Luffy's clutches. Soon, everyone was full. After leaving the restaurant, Nickpin stretched his waist. It's time to help Vivi solve the problem. Hearing this, Princess Vivi's eyes lit up, and she turned her head to look at Nickpin. Then shall we go to Yuba now? Yuba? Why do we need to go there? Aha. Princess Vivi was stunned for a moment, and then explained in confusion. That is the base camp of the rebels. I am going to stop the rebels from rioting. No. Nickpin refused without hesitation. As soon as these words came out, Princess Vivi felt like she was hit by a bolt of lightning. She felt as if her heart had been stabbed. But, didn't you say you wanted to help me? With her white hands covering her mouth, Princess Vivi's bright eyes were filled with tears. I obviously trust you so much, but why do you? Even after hearing what Nickpin said, Princess Vivi still wants to believe in Nickpin. He must have something to say. Bastard. You lie to the nice and lovely Vivi. Boom. Nami's fist hit Sanji to calm him down. Hiss. Chopper, who just joined the group, gasped when he saw this scene. Ah. This, Sanji-kun, let me bandage you. Luffy hugged Chopper and didn't let go. He laughed and said, it's okay, this is normal. Chopper looked confused, huh? At this time, Sanji on the ground looked at Nami with a heartbroken face. Nami-chan. Nami was furious, her pretty face instantly turned into a devil face. Can't you just listen to what Nickpin has to say? Yeah, Nickpin won't ignore Princess Vivi. Kaya, who almost never participates in the group discussions of the Straw Hat Pirates, also expressed her opinion at this time. Actually, I think so too. Zoro looked at Sanji's miserable appearance, and said with a smile. Your feelings are correct, how could I deceive Vivi? The corner of Nickpin's mouth raised slightly, and he gave Princess Vivi a reassuring look. Then, he looked at everyone and asked. Do you think that Princess Vivi's trip can really stop the rebel riot? To be honest, for the question asked by Nickpin, the answer in their hearts is indeed not too biased towards Princess Vivi. But at this time, due to Princess Vivi's face and mood, they couldn't speak out. Otherwise. Mr. Vivi stubbornly raised his head and looked at Nickpin. Nickpin, I believe I can. Nickpin continued to ask, okay, I believe you too. Everyone is dumbfounded. As long as you believe that Princess Vivi can do it, then you can ask a question. In the end, we didn't dare to say it, but you did. Just when everyone wanted to go up and beat Nickpin, Nickpin continued, then, here comes the problem. Princess Vivi has stopped the rebel riots, but Alabasta is still dry. Do you think the peace can last? This. Everyone looked thoughtful. If Alabasta continues to be dry, even if the rebels don't make trouble today, they will make trouble tomorrow. When they face the crisis of being dried out or dying of thirst, they will definitely attack the royal family. Indeed, in the final analysis, the main reason why these rebels rebelled is because they can't survive. Usopp agreed. I should have kicked that crocodile away. Just knock him away. Hey! Keep your voice down. Don't you understand? People in this country regard crocodiles as heroes. If you shout in the street like this, you will beat by the villager to the ground. Be careful. Luffy is right, the matter in Alabasta is entirely caused by Crocodile, so the core of this matter is to defeat Crocodile. Nickpin nodded. Luffy pouted at Usopp. Look, Nickpin also agrees with me. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Nickpin changed the topic, but this is not the first thing to do now. I know what the first one is. A look of amazement suddenly appeared on Nami's little face, and she raised her little hand. Okay. Nami, please answer. It's rain. Yes, rain is the most important thing on the surface now. As long as we can make Alabasta rain, then it will be proved. Afterwards, he looked at Luffy, and what Luffy said just now, we have enough time to deal with the Baroque works. Hey. Seems to make sense. But how can we make Alabasta rain? You probably want to use that. What that? Sanji looked confused. Yeah, what is it? Usopp didn't understand either. Nickpin smiled. Princess Vivi wants to talk about dance powder, of course. However, we definitely won't use that, otherwise, wouldn't it mean talking for nothing? As he said that, Nickpin flipped his palms and mentally communicated with the magic power of Clow cards. A Clow card appeared in his hand. This is the rain card. As long as I use it, I can make it rain here. Nickpin introduced the function of the rain card to everyone, and turned to look at Nami next to him. Of course, this is all thanks to Nami. I also thought about Alabasta's situation, so I wanted to see if I could take the rain card first. I didn't expect to be lucky, and I really got it. Enjoying the joy of being praised by Nickpin, Nami held Nickpin's arm with a shy face, and pouted at her. I did good, right? You did amazing. Caw caw. There was a heartbreaking sound, and then Usopp was heard yelling, Chopper, come and see, Sanji is dead. Seeing the flirting of Nickpin and Nami, Princess Vivi felt a little sad. But she has nothing against Nami, only gratitude and sincere friendship. Okay. Now is the time to witness the miracle. Next moment. Nickpin pointed to the sky. It's raining. Clatter. There wasn't even any foreshadowing, and the big scoop came crashing down. Big raindrops rushed down from the sky and resolutely hit the land of Alabasta. When raindrops hit the ground, hit the wall, hit the roof, fall on people, the city of Alyabarna seemed to be frozen in an instant. All the pedestrians were all fixed and standing in place, motionless. Everyone's faces are full of unreality like a dream. They stood motionless, as if they were afraid that a slight movement would break this dream, this illusion. Until it's raining. An old man with dry skin made a hoarse inquiry with his dry voice. This question seemed to be the fuse that ignited the explosives depot. It's raining, it's raining. Rain. It's raining. It's raining. Oh my God. It's really raining. Damn it. Come out and see, it's raining. Don't be so busy, hurry up and watch the miracle. It's not a dream. It's not a dream. Huh, it's the smell of rain. It's so delicious. This is definitely the best water I've ever tasted. Heavenly rain. Alabasta saved. The whole city seems to be ecstatic. No matter men, women, old or young, they all rushed out with all kinds of pots and bucket. The hawkers and stalls on the street didn't care, and rushed home. The owner of the shop didn't even want the customer's account, and immediately ordered people to move all the containers out. Pedestrians on the road can't wait to run home. Store water. Water storage. Everyone's heart is full of these two heavy words at this time. The drought is too long. They are so scared. It's really water. Princess Vivi opened her arms, raised her head, and let the turbulent rain slap on her delicate cheeks. Looking at the excited people around, Princess Vivi also cried excitedly. On her face, whether it is rain or tears, I can't tell the difference. This country is saved. The civilians will not die either. Nickpin promised her. He really did it. Chapter 107. Rebel Base, Katoria. It is very close to Alyabarna city. When the city rained heavily, it also rained heavily here. It is the base camp of the rebels, and the rebels who were all handling weapons are now in the carrier container. Koza, the leader of the rebel army, stood in the rain at this time, and his whole body relaxed. Perhaps when people hear the name of the rebel leader, they will associate it with war. But if there is anyone in the whole of Alabasta who least wants to start a war, then this man can definitely be ranked among the top few. At the beginning, he entered the palace alone to meet His Majesty Cobra, hoping that Cobra could use dancing powder to rain on everyone for the sake of the people. Cobra firmly opposed the proposal. It is believed that doing so will trigger wars between downstream countries and them. Koza then understood the main reason why they should not use the dance powder, the consequences are too much. But then not long, the king suddenly appears in front of Koza and declare he used the dancing powder and caused the drought on Alabasta. Here comes the war. In a simple sentence, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands rebel. This is not what Koza wants. And now it's raining. Koza's mood has never been so peaceful and relaxed. At the same time, behind this relaxation, he is very scared. He was afraid that it was just an accidental rain. He was afraid that after this rain, the drought would continue. When the time comes, but it's still inevitable. The other side. The Going Merry had left Alyabarna. Nickpin's rain card is left there for the time being, and he intends to let Alyabarna and nearby cities rain for half a day. At least let the civilians who are still in the drought fill the water cellars with water. Now, they're heading to the home base of Baroque Works, Rain Base. In the conference room of the pirate ship, Princess Vivi pointed to the sign on the map, we need to cross this Sandora River, the other side is the oasis. River? Zoro looked at the sea water outside the window with a puzzled expression. Princess Vivi nodded, you read that right, there is indeed sea water outside. But since ancient times, this place has been irrigated by the Sandora River. But in recent years, due to the long-term lack of rain, the river has gradually it loses its power, and the sea water floods back. Usopp rubbed his chin with a clear look, that is to say, in the final analysis, it is because of the drought that has had a great impact on this place. Yes. Look over there, dugong have appeared. Those who didn't know dugong could live in rivers. Nami looked through the window and saw two heads popping out of the water, it was very cute. Princess Vivi smiled and popularized science to everyone. That's Kung Fu Dugong, they are very powerful. Powerful? When Luffy heard this, he immediately became excited. He rubbed his hands and couldn't wait. I'll meet them. No. Princess Vivi stopped immediately. If you beat them, they will worship you as their teacher, this is their rule. Wouldn't that be nice? Luffy tilted his head, thinking there was nothing wrong with it. Nick Pin smiled, yeah, and then they will get attached to you and will never leave your side until you die. Princess Vivi continued, okay, let's continue to look at the map. After arriving in Irumulu, go north from here, pass through Yuba, and then walk about twice as far to reach Rain Base. Okay. Then we will go north along the Sandora River, and we will only dock when we reach the Rain Base. Then we can beat the crocodile away. Although Luffy couldn't understand the map, he knew that crocodile was in the Rain Base, so he became excited again. Looking at Luffy, Nick Pin subconsciously thought of Ace. He don't know that by giving him a copy of Fairy Tail, Natsu Dragneel, can Ace Guy learn the magic of Fire Dragon Slayer. Although the Flame Fire Dragon magic is very suitable for Ace, and its power is also very powerful. But there is one big downside. The dragon power attached to the human body by dragon slaying magic will destroy the semicircular canals of the human body, so those who know Dragon Slayer magic will get sick in vehicles. Without exception. Ace, as a pirate, takes a boat almost every day. Nick Pin thinks it's better not to think about it. If Ace gets seasick and falls into the sea due to one of his own mistakes, it will be a disaster. At that time, what Summit War, what Magma Fruit? It's all gone. Going Merry sails along the left bank of the river, and Nami also uses her rain card. Her rain card ability can just cover the two places of Irumulu and Yuba. When the rain falls. On the dry ground of Yuba, a farmer wearing a turban cried. I knew, this city is alive. If Princess Vivi was here at this time, she would definitely recognize him as Koza's father. A civilian of Alabasta, who is firmly opposed to the rebellion and stands alone in Yuba. Another half-day passed. Going Merry docked at the port closest to the rainy ground. Since it was going to fight this time, both non-combatants Kaya and Chopper stayed. In addition, Sanji also stayed, and his main responsibility was to protect the two and the pirate ship. So this time the players are Nick Pin, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Vivi. After getting off the boat, there are camel renters at the port. This thing is quite useful in desert areas. Riding a camel and chatting, they arrived at the rain base without knowing it. It's finally here. The desert weather is terrible. Walking here from the port, I'm dying of thirst. There is a water shop over there, let's go buy water. Luffy stretched out his tongue, the corners of his mouth were chapped, and rushed over quickly. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw two familiar figures walking out of the store. Hey! Looking at Smoker and Tashigi who suddenly appeared in front of her eyes, Luffy was a little stunned. What's the situation? Why can I meet these two people everywhere? It's you. Straw Hat Boy. Tashigi also exclaimed, Mr. Luffy. Smoker's gaze quickly passed Luffy, and saw the Straw Hat Pirates walking behind Luffy. When he saw Nick Pin, his heart skipped a beat. Subconsciously stood in front of Tashigi. Hi. What a coincidence. Nick Pin came over with a smile and greeted them both. Afterwards, Vivi raised his mouth, glanced at Tashigi intentionally or unintentionally, and then asked Smoker, Luffy, did you meet him when you were in Alubarna? Sure enough, he was staring at Tashigi. That was a misunderstanding. The cause was caused by the Straw Hat Boy. Yeah. I saw Ace at the time, and when I got excited, I accidentally sprayed a little rice on the smoking man, Luffy said honestly. Smoker was angry, little. Isn't it? It seems, at least cover your face. Puff. Everyone spewed out the old trough. Good guy. They all covered their faces, so naturally they didn't say anything. No wonder people made such a big fire. Okay. Then let's forget about that. Then why are you here again? We're here to investigate this country. Before Smoker could speak, Tashigi spoke. She looked at Nick Pin, her cheeks blushed uncontrollably, but she continued, we interrogated the two pirates you handed over to us last time, and found some question. The two pirates last time? Ah, you reminded me, where is my money? Nickpin patted his forehead. It's really easy to forget things when people have money. Smoker still owes him money. Yes. Where is the money? Nami also held out her little hand. Nickpin had told them about this before. Smoker blushed immediately. As soon as they met, they either plotted against Tashigi or asked for money. Can't make it through this day. As you can see, how could I bring so many belly with me? The part 1 paid you last time is already all the money I brought on the warship. I haven't go to the headquarters. Where will I get the money from? Okay. Anyway, don't think about taking this money away. At this time, Zoro and Usopp were late with several glasses of iced drinks. Ah. Kuina, oh no, impossible. Impossible. What happened? Usopp was also taken aback by Zoro's convulsions. No, nothing. Zoro took a deep breath and explained a bit. The woman in front looks too much like a friend of mine, I almost thought it was her just now. Usopp was overjoyed. Maybe it's her. Let's hurry up to say hello, and someone will cover us in marine from now on. Impossible. Zoro flatly denied. How is it impossible? She has become a marine, and her temperament is different, so you will mistakenly think it is not. Zoro sadly said, my friend died when he was 11 years old. Ah. I'm sorry. Zoro waved his hand generously. It's okay, let's go there. Excuse me, I haven't finished yet. Seeing that Nickpin suddenly interrupted her to mention the IOU, Tashigi also interrupted seriously. Oh, let's continue talking. Nickpin made a gesture of please. Tashigi pushed his glasses. The riots in this country should be controlled by someone behind the scenes. What is certain is that the Baroque works must be involved. But the boss behind it. Do you want to say crocodile? Nickpin said lightly. What? Tashigi exclaimed. They, Marine, are currently investigating, and without definite evidence, they absolutely dare not make a conclusion. After all, crocodiles is one of 7 warlords of the sea. If there is no definite evidence, it must not cause unnecessary misunderstanding. Nickpin pouted. Ah, what? Let me tell you, he is the man behind the scenes. Hey! Nickpin, do you have evidence? Nickpin was non-committal. There is evidence, but it's too good for you to see. If you have evidence, submit it to us. Let us Marines catch him. Whoa! No need. We are here to fight crocodiles. You fight crocodiles? Smoker's brows were frowned, and he said in horror. He's one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In terms of identity, it's a crime for you to attack him. In terms of strength, you are least likely to be his opponents. What do you want? Fight? Smoker doesn't want to think about the people of the Straw Hat Pirates, he just doesn't understand why they want to give away their life. Ha ha. Nickpin smiled happily, and he walked into the shop. When passing by Smoker, he patted Smoker on the shoulder. We are pirates, why are we still afraid of committing crimes? Hiss. Smoker choked for a while. Damn, it makes sense. Because in the end Crocodile did something bad, he made our crewmate sad, Nickpin proclaimed. Chapter 108. He made our crewmate sad. When she heard this sentence, Princess Vivi's eyes instantly became red. When the girl cries, someone will protect her. What a happy thing this is. Nickpin is right. That bastard, he made Vivi cry. We will never spare him. He has done so many bad things, causing the whole Alabasta to suffer a 3-year drought. Princess Vivi went undercover to the Baroque works to investigate this matter. Just for this, we can't let him go. Beat him up. Luffy just said that, but the emotion expressed was very strong. Crewmate. Tashigi listened to this word. As a marine, she couldn't understand this kind of thing at all. But just listening to what Nickpin said just now, she couldn't help but feel her blood boil. How exciting it is to be Nickpin's crewmate. Humph. Whatever you want. I just want to remind you that that guy is not at the same level as the pirates you met before. If you want to deal with him, I will not help you. With a cold snort, Smoker walked past Nickpin. Say the most concerned words in the most hateful tone. This Smoker. When did he start to become emotional? Tashigi quickly followed Smoker's footsteps, and when Nickpin passed by, she couldn't help taking a peek at Nickpin's side face. Coincidentally, Nickpin is also looking at her. They lock eyes, and Tashiji's face brush turned into a red apple, and she quickly lowered her head and walked away. Oh, right. Suddenly, Nickpin called out. What? Smoker didn't look back, just stopped in his tracks. Then I heard Nickpin's voice, do you dare to make a bet with me? Smoker said firmly, I don't bet with pirates. Tashiji suddenly said to himself, as expected of Chief Smoker, he is full of righteousness. Just bet 50 belly. Okay. What's the bet? Puff. Tashiji taken aback. Why did the captain accept is so fast? As soon as you hear the bet 50 belly, you betray your integrity. Fortunately, she still thinks you are full of righteousness. I bet you will get a promotion and a salary increase after we defeat the crocodile. If this happens, you will lose 50 belly to me. Whether you beat the crocodile or not, it has nothing to do with me. If I get promoted and raise my salary, it will be because I caught the crocodile. You don't need to say so much, just say you want to bet or not. Nickpin raised an eyebrow at Smoker. Okay. Just bet with you. You will lose the 50 belly. Ha. Whoever loses and who wins will have to wait until the result of the bet comes out, right? Seeing that Smoker accepted the bet, Nickpin was in a good mood, then changed his tone slightly, and said seriously. Remember what I said, if you want to uphold the justice in your heart, sometimes you must have a high enough status to support your willfulness. When the promotion and salary increase come, don't refuse in a hurry, use your position well, so that you can better implement the justice in your heart. After speaking, Nickpin entered the store without looking back. As expected of you, you always have something to say about others' situation. Nami didn't know much about it, but she felt that what Nickpin said was very reasonable, and her eyes were full of admiration. Princess Vivi understood better. After all, she is a princess of a country, and she is used to thinking about problems in a macroscopic way. When she heard what Nickpin said just now, she was extremely shocked. She also has a feeling. If the country of Alabasta can have Nickpin as the king in the future, it will definitely create a prosperous world. What did Nickpin say about promotion and salary increase? Luffy held the bucket to soak up water, looking at Zoro and Usopp. Usopp shook his head, I don't know, anyway, promotion and salary increase must be a good thing, that smoking man has something good to expect. Zoro doesn't want to deal with these two. Smoker froze in place. If you want to uphold the justice in your heart, sometimes you must have a high enough status to support your willfulness. Is he capricious? Capricious. And very capricious. As long as he feels that the orders of his superiors are wrong, Smoker will never follow them. But at this time, listening to the words from the man's mouth, he fell into deep thought. Why are those high officers always yelling about these bullshit orders they given him? Isn't it because their status is higher than mine? If I sit in their position and issue the correct order. Isn't it just like what Nickpin said just now? Only by making good use of your position can you better implement the justice in your heart. He is really a different pirate. On the side, Tashiji opened his mouth slightly, and his whole body was shocked by Nickpin's words. Such a person turned out to be a pirate. What a pity. If he is Marine, he must at least be Marine Vice Admiral. Even, Admiral is possible. When the Straw Hat pirates came out of the water shop, Smoker and Tashiji had already left. Vivi, where is Crocodile? Luffy drank enough water, and now he is full of energy, and he can't wait to punch Crocodile. It's right there, see that building with a crocodile on the roof? That is a casino run by Crocodile. Princess Vivi pointed at the pyramid-like building in the middle of the rain base. Okay. I'll beat him up. Hey. Why didn't you follow the plan? Why is Luffy so reckless and free-spirited? In a blink of an eye, Luffy disappeared. Nickpin smiled, forget it, don't worry about him, he has been shouting all the way here, let him beat Crocodile first. If it was Luffy before, Nickpin would definitely not let him act alone. But today's Luffy has 2 type Haki all reached the intermediate level, and the fruit ability has been developed to Gear 4. What is the concept of such a Luffy? Basically this the Luffy before he reaching Wano Kuni. Such Luffy with that type of power, isn't it appropriate to take care of a small crocodile? On the other side, inside the rain-based casino. A meeting belonging to the senior agents of Baroque Works was held inside. A long ring table with 6 people sitting around it. Mr. 1, Miss Doublefinger, Mr. 2, Mr. 4, Miss Christmas and Mr. 0. In addition, there is a woman standing directly opposite Mr. 0, Miss All Sunday. The so-called Mr. 0 is Crocodile, codenamed Crocodile. At this time, Crocodile is telling everyone about the battle plan he came up with the purpose of conquering Alabasta. When each of you completes the task, Alabasta will be ours. The rebels and royal who get in our way will fall into the hands of our Baroque works. In just one night, this country will become our. This is the last and biggest plan, no failure is allowed. Puff puff puff. Just then, Crocodile's den mushi rang. He looked at the facial expressions of the simulated characters on the den mushi, which were the Baroque work agent he arranged in the rebel army. Hey, who allowed you to use the den mushi to report the situation? Picking up the den mushi, Crocodile was very upset. In order to prevent the plan from being eavesdropped by the Marine, the Baroque works has always used orders and mission in person to send and receive information. Especially at such a critical time, he actually called him directly. It's not good. Boss, something big happened. Hearing this, Crocodile became more upset, and he asked coldly, what? The undercover reported, it's raining in Katoria. Rain? Crocodile was stunned for a while, he looked out the window. How did this happen? He did not plan this to happen. He even enhanced the desert climate yesterday. Almost the entire air of Alabasta has been sucked dry of moisture. Even with dancing powder, it is impossible to rain. Who are you? My man was caught by you, right? Boss, it's me. Mr. Sewer. It's really raining in phone. And it's heavy rain. Listen. As he said that, the undercover agent stuck den mushi out of the window and placed it facing the rain. This poor den mushi was dazed by the heavy rain. Crocodile's face instantly frowned. He was sure it was the sound of rain. And it's not small. At this critical time, if it really rains, the rebels may not necessarily launch an attack. At this time, Robin also answered the den mushi, and then said with a surprised face, something went wrong. What now? Crocodile had a bad feeling and looked at Robin. Robin pondered for a while. I received a call from Alyabarna, saying that Alyabarna is also under heavy rain. Moreover, my informant told me that he heard that it seems to be raining in Yuba and Irumelu. What? This time, Crocodile can't calm down at all. If it rains in just one place, it could be a coincidence. But now it's raining in so many places at the same time, it's obviously man-made. And what he can be sure of is that this is definitely not something that dancing powder can do. In this case, there is only one possibility. Devil fruit user. On this day. How can his luck be so bad, that some devil fruit user came and ruined his meticulous plan? Crocodile thought of two people. One is the guy known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. One is the most ferocious criminal that the world's government fears. If it was one of these two who came against him. Crocodile felt powerless. Boss, what's the situation now? Sensing the sudden freezing of the air, Mr. 1 looked at the people around him, and then asked. Crocodile frowned, did not speak, but thought carefully. Boom! But at this moment, a violent vibration sound was transmitted here along the frame of the building. Crocodile. Get out here. Chapter 109. Crocodile. Get out here. In the lobby on the first floor of the rain-based casino, Luffy yelled coldly. This loud roar directly made the environment suddenly quiet. Everyone looked at Luffy in unison, showing shock expressions. Where is this guy from? Is he crazy? Who is Crocodile? That is one of the majestic 7 warlords of the sea. He is a great hero in the hearts of Alabasta people. Someone actually used such an arrogant attitude and ordered Crocodile get out here. Hey! Kid, where did you come from, an idiot? This is a casino, you come here to find crocodiles, are you out of your mind? In Alabasta, you can scold anyone, but you can't scold Sir Crocodile. That's right, don't think that we can forgive you for your mistakes because you are young. Some gamblers in the lobby on the first floor stood up one after another. In fact, what kind of sense of justice do gamblers have? They just saw that Luffy was a kid, so they wanted to take the opportunity to vent their displeasure about losing money. Boy, let me teach you how to respect our Alabasta hero. The burly gambler who walked the fastest, with a mohawk hairstyle, picked up a dice cup on the table and threw it at Luffy's head. Boom! A huge human-shaped hole appeared on the wall in an instant. Through this big human-shaped hole, everyone can clearly see that mohawk-haired gambler is lying motionless on the ground outside. Hiss! Those gamblers who hadn't had time to make a move on Luffy gasped in unison. FK. Fortunately, he didn't rush as fast as that guy, otherwise they would be the ones lying outside now. I'm not here to deal with you weak people, don't bother me. Luffy looked grim. When his eyes swept over the faces of those gamblers, these cowards shrank their heads in fright, and ran away from the big hole in the wall in desperation. Dear guest, please come this way. In front of the side, several welcoming men and women in suits and dresses bent down at the same time, and directed towards a magnificent door. Luffy looked over, and grinned and asked, is Crocodile right in there? This is the VIP room, the welcoming man in the front gave an enthusiastic answer. Okay. Crocodile is in there. Luffy hummed, and rushed in aggressively. The gamblers around are stunned. Ah hey, the guide didn't say that Crocodile was inside. As the door of the VIP room was opened by several welcome personnel, a magnificent passage appeared before Luffy's eyes. Luffy rushed in without any hesitation. At the end of this passage is a fork in the road. Arrow to the left, it says VIP. Arrow pointing to the right, it says Pirates. Luffy was taken aback. I am a pirate. He rushed straight to the right. It was another very long passage. Luffy ran all the way to the end. There were still welcome staff to help him open the front door. Luffy rushed in again. Bang! Behind him, a dark fence gate fell down, blocking his retreat. Hey! Luffy turned around in a daze, and subconsciously reached out to grab the fence door. But the moment he touched it, his body suddenly collapsed like a noodle. Oops, it's Seastone. Luffy knew something was wrong when the feeling of weakness had flooded his body. About Seastone, Nick Pin told him. He also knows that Smoker's weapon is made of Seastone, and Seastone is very rare. But he didn't expect that someone would use Seastone to make a fence as large as a whole wall. So rich. Relying on only a little strength, Luffy moved slowly, letting his body slowly leave the contact of Seastone. The moment he left contact with the Seastone, the feeling of weakness disappeared in an instant. On the spacious curved staircase, a group of people came down. The leader was wearing a black fur coat, with an orange plaid long-sleeved shirt inside, and a shiny back hair. There was a long and neatly mended scar on his face, a cigar was dangling from his mouth, and his left hand seemed to be lifted, with a gold hook replacing the original palm. Just by looking at this appearance, one can tell that this guy is definitely not a good person. Crocodile. Let me out, I'll beat you up. Luffy recognized Crocodile at a glance, and roared angrily. You're going to beat me up, and you still want me to let you out? Do you think I'm like a stupid? Hey! You bastard! Let's fight it out. Huh? Aren't you that woman? Crocodile raised his brows, and turned to look at the senior agents behind him. Finally, his gaze settled on Nico Robin. Have you seen him? I met their pirate group on the way back from Little Garden, but I didn't know they were going to fight you at the time. Robin's face was calm, and Crocodile couldn't tell whether she was telling the truth or lying. But Luffy was taken aback. Do not you know? At that time, you clearly advised us not to fight against Crocodile. However, no matter how stupid he was, he would not expose Robin's lies at this time. Crocodile's eyes were cloudy, revealing a touch of suspicion. He didn't continue to entangle with Robin on this issue. After all, Crocodile also understood that there was nothing that could be asked from the mouth of this woman Robin. What's more, he still needs Robin to help him. If he really falls out, it will also affect his plan. Straw Hat Luffy, should I praise you? You actually found this place. You must have a companion, right? Right. Hearing Crocodile's reminder, Luffy suddenly nodded. He stopped yelling, but walked to the bench next to him and sat down, picking his booger leisurely. His situation made Crocodile dazzled and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm waiting for my partner to rescue me, thank you for reminding." Spreading his hands, Luffy gave Crocodile a pleased expression. "I've heard your name. There are 3 people in your pirate group who have offered a bounty, in addition to you, the captain with a bounty of 100 million belly, there is also a deputy captain with a bounty of 90 million belly, and a bounty of 60 million belly. Bailey's woman. This should be the strongest combat power of all of you. Crocodile said the bounties of the 3 members of the Straw Hat Pirates without haste, then took a puff of his cigar with an arrogant expression, and said with a smile, "Is this where your confidence came from?" "That's right. My partner is my confidence. You bastard who only has a reward of 81 million belly. Don't be so naive." Crocodile stepped aside casually, and snorted coldly. Newcomers always fall into a misunderstanding, thinking that the higher the reward, the stronger the strength, but don't forget. Ever since I joined 7 warlords of After the Sea, my bounty has not increased. Right now. Puff puff puff. Crocodile Den Den Mushy is ringing again. He held it to his ear. "Hey, what's the matter?" "Boss, there are a few troublemakers again, and they seem to be in the same group as the one just now." On the other end of the Den Den Mushy, there was a report from the front desk staff. The corner of his mouth curled into a joke, and Crocodile looked up at Luffy, teasingly, "Your partner is here." Luffy said blankly, "Oh, are you ready to be beaten by them?" Hee. Crocodile smiled awkwardly, and then ordered to the Den Den Mushy. "Bring them into the VIP room. Lobby on the first floor." After Nick Pin, Nami, Vivi, Zoro and Usopp came here, they didn't see Luffy, and they all felt strange. "Is that guy Luffy lost?" Zoro looked thoughtful, and nodded again. "I think this guy will be ashamed to call me a road idiot next time." Nick Pin smiled, "Don't act funny, although Luffy is a bit of a fool, he will never go to the wrong place, I guess he should be captured." "Ah. Luffy got caught." Princess Vivi also showed concern. "I knew that crocodiles are not easy, we shouldn't be so reckless." "Dear guests, this way please use the VIP channel." At this time, the welcoming men and women in front showed their signature smiles and etiquette again. Seeing the appearance of these people, Nick Pin suddenly recalled. In the original plot, Luffy was tricked into the VIP channel. However, it is impossible for him to remember all the plots all the time. Just now he didn't think that Luffy's rampant character would jump into the pit. Now seeing this scene in front of him, the memory of this episode is activated. He smiled, "Let's go, let's meet Luffy." Princess Vivi hurriedly grabbed Nick Pin. "Wait, this might be a trap." Nami also nodded, "Well, I think it's a trap too." "Of course it's a trap," Nick Pin smiled, and then strode out. Hey. You know that but you're still going." Nami wanted to say something, but he suddenly smiled. "What am I worrying about?" With Nick Pin's intelligence, how could he be so stupid that he would fall into the trap? Anyway, just keep up with him. Immediately, Nami took Vivi's arm and followed. "Let's go, it seems that Nick Pin has a good idea." Zoro patted the handle of the knife on his waist, glanced at Usopp, and then followed. "Ah." Usopp looked bitterly, looked around, and had no choice but to bite the bullet and keep up. The road that Nick Pin and his group walked was the one that Luffy walked before. Soon, they also came to the trap of the seastone cage. Bang! The seastone fence fell down, trapping them in the room. Oops. Usopp was shocked. He immediately went to break the fence, but found that it would not work. Buzz. There was a sudden sound, and the wall behind them was closed in a flash. The 2 rooms that were originally separated by this wall became a whole. "Wow. I knew you would come to save me." "Yeah, I guess you were fooled by Crocodile." Nick Pin patted Luffy on the back. Hey. Can you see the situation? We are also locked in now." Ha. "Is this the partner you have high hopes to come to save you?" Nick Pin released Luffy hold. Nick Pin walked to the fence in the inner room and looked at Crocodile. Seeing this, Crocodile teased, "Why, what do you want to say?" However, Nick Pin is not looking at him at all. Looking past Crocodile, Nick Pin waved to Nico Robin behind Crocodile. "Nico Robin, we meet again." Chapter 110. Nico Robin, we meet again. Nick Pin smiled and greeted Robin. Crocodile's complexion suddenly changed. "Ignoring me? These guys of the Straw Hat Pirates are really more arrogant than the captain." "Hello, Nick Pin." The corner of Robin's mouth smiled, but a gentle smile appeared her face. Since leaving O'Hara at the age of 8, Robin has never paid special attention to anyone. Until I met Nick Pin some time ago, the darkness in her heart was illuminated with a glimmer of light. Hey! You are not alone. There are still things in this world that are worthy of your companionship. It's not easy to make an impression to someone. But to move a person's heart, often only one sentence is needed. There is no one who is absolutely lonely in this world. It was this sentence that made Nick Pin word deeply imprinted in Robin's mind. Crocodile snorted coldly, the relationship between you seems to be pretty good. It's not a good feeling to be ignored, even if it's just a person who has been reduced to a prisoner, it's the same. Seeing that Nick Pin and the person on the other side are very familiar, Crocodile felt a burst of resentment. Luffy, how would you like to have Robin as our crewmate? Continuing to ignore Crocodile, Nick Pin chatted with Luffy on the side as if chatting. It would be great if she would join. Luffy is more particular about eye contact when looking for a partner. When leaving Whiskey Peak that day, they met Robin. If she was a bad person, then Robin can easily capture Princess Vivi and hand her over to Crocodile. But Robin didn't do that. Instead, she used a threat to teach Vivi not to go against Crocodile. It was very uncomfortable to hear at first. But when Luffy recalled it again, he realized that it was Robin's kindness. So, when Nick Pin watched him ask about this matter, Luffy agreed very much. Good. Both the captain and the deputy captain agreed. So, friends, what do you think? Usopp looks worried, that woman is kind of dangerous. Nami looked at Robin, smiled lightly and said, I think so. I don't mind, Zoro shrugged, not caring much. He didn't know if Robin was good or bad, but he didn't want to interfere at all with the matter of recruiting people into the team. Then, he added another sentence, if it's a woman, the curly eyebrows must agree. Okay. Then there's no problem. For Usopp's suspected negative vote, Nick Pin directly chose to ignore it. Then he looked at Nico Robin, what do you say? Robin has traveled all over the world for so many years, but he Shas never encountered such a thing. Discussing the matter of recruiting her into the gang in front of Crocodile is like a fairy tale. What's more, joining any faction is the same for Robin. Anyway, it's all about taking advantage of the relationship, and if it doesn't fit, leave. Normally speaking, Crocodile is here, as his subordinate, she should firmly refuse. But Robin is different from other senior agents after all. The others are Crocodile's subordinates, while Robin is more like a cooperative relationship. Okay. If you can defeat Crocodile. Ha ha ha. Hearing Robin's terms, the agents at Baroque Works all laughed. Only Crocodile's face was so gloomy that he could almost drip sweat. After getting the reply from Robin, Nick Pin looked at Crocodile and said with a deep smile, Crocodile, you hear it. What are you waiting for? Seeing that Nick Pin only paid attention to him now, Crocodile was very upset. Our Straw Hat pirates are able to meet Robin, a future crewmate, and it is due to you. Nick Pin grinned slightly, and seemed to be talking to himself. So, for the sake of your merits, as long as you stand on the wall of the Alabasta Palace and apologize to the entire Alabasta, and then obediently wait for the Marine to arrest you to impel down, then, we don't need to take action against you. Nanny. As soon as these words came out, the senior agents of Baroque Works were all dumbfounded. Crazy. Unless Crocodile was stupid, how could it be possible to agree to such absurd conditions? Hee hee. These words fell into the ears of Crocodile, and his blood pressure soared immediately. Want me to apologize? Then obediently wait for Marine to catch me? He also said boldly that this way he would not attack me. Ah. Where did this weird thing come from? The corners of the mouth twitched crazily, Crocodile's anger was exploding. Boy! Where did you get this sense of humor? It's more than humorous, it's ridiculous. Miss Doublefinger held a slender cigarette between her fingers, smiling like a piranha. Beside her, Mr. One snorted coldly, you've already been reduced to a prisoner, and I still have to pretend. Ha ha ha, this group of people is too cute. If it's not against the boss, I really want them to join my Okama army. Mr. Two Bentham was spinning happily, dancing the little swan dance. Nick Pin made a hand gesture, so, you don't accept it. A fool will accept it. Miss Doublefinger sneered. Crocodile didn't speak, but the look in his eyes which was sullen enough to be a dead, fully explained his mood. Shaking his head slightly, Nick Pin looked at the people around him, in that case, then, friends, let's choose someone. I want the biggest one. Luffy rubbed his fists excitedly. Zoro sat on the bench, stepped on the bench with one foot, put his hands on his knees, and said casually, if there is a swordsman inside, it's mine. Those girls, leave them to me and Theto Vivi. Nami also chose for herself and Vivi. Well, okay, Princess Vivi had no objection. Are the two cute little girls talking about the Okama family? The Okama family can fight with you. Bentham's state is similar to that of Luffy, and he also has a sense of sight that has been overdone. Nami rolled his eyes. I don't want to fight with transvestites. Yes. Don't fight with transvestites. Oh, my heart really hurts. Bentham immediately put on a sad pacific look, and then looked at Nick Pin. Then this handsome guy is fine too. Nick Pin also looked confused. It's really uncomfortable to be stared at by a ladyboy. After looking at it, only Mr. 4 and Mr. 2 are left. Usopp, how about I handed the shemale handed to you? Nick Pin tried to throw this burden away. But Usopp doesn't like ladyboys either. I'll give you both. I'll be in charge of cover fire. Okay. Nick Pin showed an expression of, I knew it would be like this. Nick Pin agreed. No way. Usopp's character design is like this. In normal combat, he hides and hides. But as long as he makes a move, he can always turn the tide. Are you guys kidding me? You actually start discussing how to carve up the enemies in a serious manner? Do you think that I will let you out because of anger, and then have a big fight with you? Seeing the actions of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, Crocodile was really about to be laughed out of anger. He looked at the Straw Hats with extremely mocking eyes, a bunch of idiots, they can't even get out of the gate, and they want to fight. With a crisp sound. Is this the gate you mean? Nick Pin grabbed the Seastone's fence gate and stood in front of Crocodile. Chapter 111. At this moment, everyone in the Baroque office opened their eyes wide, staring at the fence gate in Nick Pin's hands with a hellish look. In the entire conference hall, even if a needle is dropped, it must be heard clearly. After a while. Grunt. The sound of someone swallowing saliva broke the dead silence. Crack, break it off. Miss Doublefinger pointed to the boss with red lips, and looked at the almost completely dismantled fence gate in Nick Pin's hand in disbelief. Am I dreaming? This is made by Seastone. Isn't he devil fruit user? Bentham rubbed his skull-like eyes, and the lively energy just now disappeared. Hey. You made a mistake. Even if he is not devil fruit user, it is absolutely impossible to break the fence of Seastone. It's not that it's absolutely impossible to break Seastone. But Seastone is arguably one of the strongest substances in the world. It is said that even in the place where Seastone is produced, it is impossible to polish Seastone without ancestral techniques. Let alone broken. What kind of destructive power does it take to destroy Seastone? Boom. Nick Pin casually threw the Seastone fence aside, and pouted at Crocodile. Do you regret it now? Stop being self-righteous. Crocodile was not frightened, his face was hardened, and his arm swiped out. Desert La Spada Desert, the sword. Brush. An arc-shaped desert blade cut towards Nick Pin. Don't get me wrong, your opponent is not me. Nick Pin easily moved away, then pointed to Luffy. Crocodile was secretly startled. How can he dodge my attack so easily? Hey! Crocodile. I've been putting up with you for so long. Hon Fusen. Rushing over is a punch to Crocodile. Idiot, let me show you what strength is. Grinning in disdain, Crocodile didn't mean to dodge at all. He stand there, letting Luffy's punch explode. Seeing this, Nick Pin couldn't help but hold his forehead. Another guy who got tricked by Logia. In the first half of the Grand Line, there are mostly small characters who don't know how to use Haki. Therefore, Logia can be called invincible here. In a good environment, it is easy to let people slack off. Even pirates like Crocodile who have been in the New World can't help but let down their vigilance. Seeing Luffy punching him, he didn't avoid it. But when Luffy's fist was already in front of him, Crocodile suddenly saw a layer of black air flow quietly emerging from the water tank-sized fist. With a loud cry in his heart, Crocodile wanted to get out of the way. But this punch was too close, he was too late. Boom! This punch hit hard. Crocodile was like a kite with a broken string, he hit the stairs in a jiffy, smashing the stairs to pieces. Everyone in the Baroque works, who had just recovered from the shock of Nick Pin breaking the sea stone, was shocked again by Luffy. What's going on? Isn't Crocodile a Logia ability user? How did he hit Crocodile? Mr. One frowned fiercely. I heard, if you can train a kind of ability called armament hockey, you can capture the entity of the Logia ability user, and then hit it. Did that kid use armament hockey just now? Miss Doublefinger asked. There is some inexplicable excitement about this kind of thing that she have never seen before. Mr. One shook his head. I haven't seen it either, but it should be. Boom! The ruins of the shattered staircase exploded, and a pile of sand flew out of it, and then quickly condensed into the body of Crocodile. It's armament hockey. Damn it, I underestimated you. Nick Pin is very happy to see these people's shock attitude and Crocodile's bewildered look. Because Robin knew about Luffy having armament hockey. And now, these Baroque works people are so shocked by Luffy's armament hockey, then it means that Robin did not disclose this matter to Crocodile and others. This shows that when Robin left going merry, she had already had a good impression of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Boss, how are you? Miss Doublefinger asked with a worried look on her face. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of pirate who can be killed with 1 or 2 punches. With a cold snort, Crocodile then looked at Miss Doublefinger with a cold look, and said in a deep voice. Zala, if you dare to have this kind of wait-and-see idea again, I will make your death ugly. As soon as these words came out, Miss Doublefingeru turned pale with fright, and she hurriedly said yes, I know I was wrong. Crocodile, I'll give you another punch. At this time, Luffy rushed over again screaming. When Crocodile saw it, he suddenly felt a headache. Facing this kind of enemy with armament hockey, in such a small space, Crocodile is at a disadvantage. He is a sand devil fruit user. The desert is his home field. I can't fully use my fruit in this environment. If you want to fight, come out with me. Don't try to escape. Luffy punched a hole in the wall, and immediately chased him out. Ah! Luffy, he got tricked again. Then you go and help, to prevent Luffy from falling to any other trap, Nick Pin reminded. Everyone in the Baroque works is speechless. This guy really didn't take Crocodile seriously from the beginning to the end. Mr. One opened his arms in a stance, and his elbows instantly turned into blades. Swordsman. Let's fight. Just what I want. Zoro pressed the handle of the sword, his whole body was like an upright javelin, and walked out with his head held high. Miss Doublefinger looked left and right and then said, there are only 3 of them, and we have 5 people here, and we have the advantage. Nick Pin chuckled, don't be ridiculous, Robin is ours, it can only be counted as 4 against 4. What? Robin, are you going to betray the boss? The face of Miss Doublefinger changed slightly, and she looked at Robin with stern eyes, you know the boss's attitude. Although Robin hasn't felt a sense of belonging to the Straw Hat Pirates yet, she doesn't like being threatened in such a tone. When you want to threaten others, you must first see if you have the strength. Clatter. Several arms grew out of Miss Doublefinger, throwing her to the ground. Getting up from the ground in disgrace, Miss Doublefinger felt a lingering fear. If Robin didn't mean to hurt her just now, she's afraid she has already died then. The promise just now is still valid. I am neutral in this battle. Spreading her hands, Robin lightly jumped onto the railing next to her and sat down. This big Afro girl is a thorn fruit user with thorns on her body, the other Afro old woman is a Zoan mole fruit ability can make holes, you two can handle it. Although he has confidence in the strength of Nami and Vivi, since the other party is devil fruit user, Nick Pin feels that it is necessary to introduce the other party's ability. After all, devil fruit has too many advantaged. Who knows if these guys will have an ace ability hiding that Oda didn't draw. The thorns sound a little more difficult, I have weapons, so let me deal with them. Princess Vivi took a step forward and made a choice. Nami smirked, okay, leave the mole to me, I hate it the most. Sounds like a joke, but Nami is not kidding at all. Captain Mouse has brought so much pain to her hometown that Nami now wants to step on that guy, and isn't Mole also a mouse? What an outspoken little girl. I'll beat you like a pig later. Miss Merry Christmas herself has a quick temper. Drill down immediately. Kacha. Straight through the ground and drilled in. The game has started. Nami didn't care too much, and just flipped his hand, so that the Clow card appeared at the same time. Swipe. Several streams submerged into Nami's body, giving her the powers of power cards, fighting cards, shields and thunder cards. On the other side, Princess Vivi communicated with the source of magic power in her body. The magic wave instantly formed a protective shield around her body. As soon as she activated her ability, she suddenly remembered something. Subconsciously looking back at Nick Pin, she saw Nick Pin's mouth wide open in astonishment. Nick Pin also didn't know that Princess Vivi suddenly used her ability, and suddenly his eyes went blank. How could he stand the test? Seeing Princess Vivi looking back at him, Nick Pin suddenly coughed twice to resolve the embarrassment. This cute little girl, let me imitate her face. Suddenly, a weird shrill laugh appeared in Nami's ear. Mr. 2 appeared while dancing. Only. Boom. Before his right hand could even touch Nami's face, he was kicked by Nick Pin. Mr. 2 is like a folded paper airplane, it fell out heavily. Didn't anyone tell you? Even if you are a lady boy, don't touch other people's girls. Nick Pin kicked Mr. 2 away, and appeared in front of him the next moment. Hearing this, Nami was secretly happy. Nick Pin wants to say, I am his girl. He. Oh, it's too much. I just want to stretch out my hand to imitate, but you directly kicked my arm and broke my arm, which hurt me to death. Mr. 4 saw that Nick Pin was facing away from him, and his attention was still on Mr. 2, he patted the dachshund next to him, and the dog spit out a bomb. Oh no, it's a baseball-style ticking time bomb. Yanhayaban punk knock 400 punk knock. The moment the baseball time bomb spit out from the dog's mouth, Mr. 4 waved the baseball bat as thick as a tree trunk behind him, and pressed it out hard. Boom! The kinetic energy of this baseball is stronger than that of a cannonball, and it almost hit Nick Pin's body the moment it was fired. Boom! The powerful impact created a wave of crashing air behind Nick Pin. But when the air wave dissipated, Mr. 4's small eyes suddenly widened. What? You actually caught it? Such a speed. And still in the case of a sneak attack. This can be caught, what a joke. I can even handle Kizaru's laser. Nick Pin didn't look back, just smiled faintly. Careful, it's a ticking time bomb. Suddenly, Nico Robin, who was sitting on the railing, shouted, with a hint of eagerness in her voice. Damn! You said you were neutral. Although he was shocked that Nick Pin was able to catch his baseball, he was not in a hurry. Because his baseballs are ticking time bombs. Catch it like Nick Pin, as long as he doesn't drop it, his arm will definitely be blown away. Nick Pin turned to look at Robin, and smiled. Can I understand that this is a concern for the cruise? Throw it away quickly. Robin frowned, really wanted to rush up and give Nick Pin a smack in the head. Is now the time to talk about this? That baseball could explode at any moment. Boom! As soon as Robin thought of this, the baseball in Nick Pin's hand exploded. Oops! Robin's heart tightened, and she subconsciously bit her lower lip. Damn! Won't he be seriously injured? But the next moment. What? Robin's beautiful eyes widened, and she was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Around Nick Pin's fist, a spherical energy star appeared. The power of the time bomb explosion was all wrapped in this energy cover, and it didn't leak out at all. Did you actually use your ability to protect yourself? What? Wrong. Robin suddenly discovered the problem. That energy shield didn't protect Nick Pin, but enclosed all the explosive power of the time bomb inside. Nick Pin's fist is also inside. It can be said that Nick Pin's fist completely received the full power of the bomb in such a small space. Has his armament hockey reached this level? Robin frowned slightly, but immediately frowned even tighter. It shouldn't be, there was no black airflow on his hand just now, so he obviously didn't use armament hockey. Robin found that the more you analyze, the more you can feel the strength of Nick Pin. Hockey can survive the full impact of the bomb without taking any damage without a problem, but how can you be so ridiculously strong? After the power of the explosion dissipated in the energy shield, Nick Pin still did not turn to look at Mr. 4, but said to Mr. 2 in front of him. Do you know? For the sake of your original contribution, as long as you surrender now and change your way, I will let you go. The so-called original credit. That is the opposite of original sin. After all, Mr. 2 is a very loyal person. Especially in the original plot, just because Luffy saved him once, he will carry out this friendship to the end. Even if he risk his own life, Mr. 2 helped Luffy at the critical moment. This is the original credit of Mr. 2. But this time, Mr. 2 and the Straw Hat Pirates missed it by mistake, and naturally the scene where Luffy rescued him did not appear. Although this incident did not happen, Nick Pin still decided to let him go. It can be regarded as the recognition of his way of being a monster. Let me go, Mr. 2 was a little surprised. Nick Pin's strength is so strong, and his right hand is seriously injured, unable to perform his best Okama boxing. But Nick Pin wanted to let him go, which made him feel grateful while being surprised. Okay. Today you let the Okama's life go, and Okamas will definitely pay back in the future. Magurazuka Yonban Kusuten Molehill Intersection Number 4. At this time, Mr. 4 launched an attack again. Enough is enough. Nico Robin gave a cold cry, she crossed her hands, and activated the flower fruit ability. Several arms appeared on Mr. 4's body and immediately knocked him to the ground. This time, you've decided to join, right? Looking at Robin, Nick Pin asked with a smile. Robin came over and walked in front of Nick Pin. It was almost cheek to cheek before stopping. I don't know what you admire about me, but I want to tell you. If you really want to pull me into the gang, you have to be prepared to be betrayed by me at any time. Then let's make a bet, Nick Pin pouted. What's the bet? Robin was still staring into Nick Pin's eyes. Nick Pin smiled, I bet your betrayal of Baroque Works this time is the last betrayal in your life. Is that so? Robin murmured thoughtfully, it seems you have confidence in me. 10,000%, Nick Pin stretched out a finger. 10,000% of what? 10,000% trust. Why? Robin asked. She doesn't understand. Why does this person trust her so much? It shouldn't be like this. Just when she was very upset, Nick Pin leaned close to Robin's ear, and said softly, probably, I don't want to see you continue to be alone. Click. The code of defense in her heart. It was as if it had been yanked away at this very moment. Chapter 112. There is no doubt that Robin's heart is broken at this time. Only. She has gone through so many years of betrayal and anti-betrayal, how can she fall into it completely because of a single touch? Okay, I'll bet with you. If you lose, it means that you have completely integrated into the Straw Hat Pirates. No matter win or lose, Robin will always have an advantage here. Let's make the deal. Nick Pin smiled. He didn't expect Robin to be joined their crew right away. But at least for now, the start is good. As long as Robin is willing to try to integrate into this group, then Nick Pin can guarantee that she can't extricate herself. The other side. The battle of the four women also began. Stinger rode. Miss Doublefinger slapped the ground with both hands, and a continuous thorn went straight to Princess Vivi along the ground. Vivi tapped the ground with her toes, and the steel feathers behind her moved accordingly. Wow! She was in the air, avoiding the thorns protruding from the ground. Heaven's Wheel, Circle Sword. In the slender hand, the magic steel sword turned lightly in front of her. The 16 magic swords behind her suddenly spun. When one of the swords flies out, the rest of the swords follow automatically, forming a flow of magic swords. Damn, what is this devil fruit? Why is the ability so weird? But the torrent of the magic sword directly chased after it. Hateful. She's still being tracked. With no way to retreat, Miss Doublefinger crossed her fingers. Stinger Wall. A large number of thorns burst out from her hands like two sea urchins. These thorns are even intertwined with each other, weaving into layers of thorn shield walls. She have to say that this trick is actually pretty good. However, without the bonus of armament hockey, this is all for nothing. Pooh! A magic sword directly cut through the layer upon layer of thorn shield wall, and then penetrated Miss Doublefinger. A look of hesitation appeared on Vivi's face, and then with a thought, the torrent of swords that followed turned around when it was about to penetrate the body of Miss Doublefinger, and returned. She wants to eliminate these bastards, but if she kills herself, it's still a bit difficult for Princess Vivi to do it. Just catch her now, and when it comes to execution, leave it to the king's army or marine. The magic dissipates, and it's done on Princess Vivi's side. The fight on Nami's side is relatively boring. From the beginning of the battle, Miss Merry Christmas has already made more than a dozen holes in the ground. Nami was standing next to a hole at this time, the little fist was already ready. As long as Miss Merry Christmas shows up here, Nami will let her have a taste of what it means to perform miracles with great strength. Suddenly, the ground behind Nami was broken, and the head of Miss Merry Christmas in human beast form got out and grabbed Nami's ankle. Magurazuka Highway Molehill Highway. The moment she grabbed Nami's ankle, Miss Merry Christmas immediately rushed out in the ground and fiercely pulled Nami towards the wall. This move of hers is to rely on the powerful explosive power in the human beast form to pull the target person out at an extremely fast speed, just like galloping on the highway. But, the moment this ferocious old woman exerted her strength, she found that. Why can't it be pulled? Moreover, this motionless strength felt as if he had grasped a rock weighing 10,000 kg. It really can't be moved at all. She subconsciously looked back. That's right. She grabbed this little girl's ankle. She don't know, she thought she was pulling something else. But why can't this little girl move? She looked up at Nami, and immediately saw the smile on Nami's face. TF. This little girl is weird. Her heart skipped a beat. But, it's too late. Nami bent down, stretched out her hand, and grabbed Miss Merry Christmas. Under normal circumstances, with the speed of Miss Merry Christmas, she would definitely be able to escape from Nami's grasp. But when Nami's palm was brushed down, she used the ability of the big card to make her palm bigger. When the palm fell, it was still as big as the roof. Directly wrapped Miss Merry Christmas. Then it gradually becomes smaller until it becomes the size that can hold Ms. Christmas in one hand. I hate Mouserat the most. Looking at the Miss Merry Christmas in her hands, Nami said very unhappily. You obnoxious little girl, have you overlooked one thing? Miss Merry Christmas in human beast form at this time, yelling at Nami angrily. Nami raised his eyelids curiously. What is it? A mole's front teeth are really powerful. There was a hint of ferocity on the mole-like face, and after Miss Christmas finished speaking, she bit Nami's finger fiercely. Yes. At this time, Nami's fingers were as thick as tires, completely holding Miss Merry Christmas, making her unable to move her hands and feet. But a mole's teeth are also weapons. Grabbing her chance, Miss Merry Christmas bite. With a cracking sound, her two mole front teeth flew out immediately. Miss Merry Christmas screamed. She felt her upper gum, where there is no trace of the front teeth, only a hand of blood. Arms were tied up, front teeth were gone, and Miss Merry Christmas at this time was completely devoid of any means of attack. You rotten little girl, what have you done? Why can't I bite your finger? Why can't she bite? You bit me yourself and broke your teeth, and you still scold me? How annoying. Nami's cute smile gradually disappeared, replaced by the little devil's face that the Straw Hat pirates often see. Boom! Her other fist came down. A fist was hammered on the head of Miss Merry Christmas immediately. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think it's a cat? As she spoke, Nami's fists fell one after another like a pendulum. When Miss Merry Christmas passed out, then Nami stopped. The cruel old woman had stars in her eyes and lost the ability to resist. It's done. The huge palm returned to its original state, and Nami clapped the small hand playfully. Huh. You guys are already over. Looking at Nami's cute appearance, Nickpin smiled and said, be happy, except for this transvestite who I promised to let go, the other person have a bounty of more than 50 million belly. Wow. So much money. At this time, Nickpin looked at Bentham. Mr. 2, do something for me. Bind the three of them up, and I'll get them later. Bentham rolled his eyes and curled his lips. All right, anyway, the relationship between me and them is just coworker, and there is no friendship. Let's go out and see what's going on with Luffy. Nickpin explained the matter here to Bentham, and then walked out. As for Zoro's fight, Nickpin didn't have any worries at all. It is estimated that the two of them just went out and it was over. Wait for me. Nami followed quickly, hugging Nickpin's arm like a little girlfriend. After the two went out, Princess Vivi looked at Robin, pondered for a moment, and said, if they want to accept someone, they must be sincere. I hope you will not disappoint their expectations. After speaking, Vivi went out. Robin didn't speak, but her eyes flashed, thoughtful. Glancing at Mr. 2, she also went out. On the square in front of the casino. When Nick Pin came out, he saw Zoro sitting on the side watching Luffy's fight. As for the Mr. One, he is lying on the ground not far away. Why did the ground turn into sand? Nami looked at the ground under her feet. She remembered that when she came here, it was originally a stone pavement. I guess Crocodile did it. Nick Pin took Nami to Zoro's side. Why are you so slow? Zoro said with a trace of disgust. Hey. Look, you can do it. I'm fighting and recruiting people, isn't it normal to slow down? How is Luffy? Zoro put his hands behind his head, leaned back against the wall, and said leisurely, Crocodile's strength is not bad, and he can also do armament hockey. A look of astonishment appeared in Nick Pin's eyes. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that this is normal. Crocodile was also a member of the New World at the time. He fought with Whitebeard and even threatened to kill Whitebeard. If you don't know armament hockey, it's unreasonable. Although the hockey ability of Crocodile is not reflected in the mangas, even if you think about it. You can understand that a guy who can be listed as 7 warlords of the sea, must have the strength to wield it. According to this situation, Bartholomew Kuma and Gecko Moria should also have hockey. It's just that their fruit abilities are too amazing and overshadow their hockey. On the battlefield. The strong wind swept the dust and sand, forming a violent cone-shaped sand whirlwind, crashing into Luffy rapidly. Gomu Gomu no Hammer. Chapter 113. Boom. The armament hockey wrapped around Luffy's fist smashed the sand whirlwind coming in front of him. Bastard. Have the courage to fight me in melee. From the very beginning of the battle, Crocodile has been in a guerrilla state, constantly using all kinds of sand to form attacks to harass Luffy but not to fight Luffy directly. Idiot. This is a battle, do you think it's a child's playhouse? When I exhaust your energy, it's time for me to fight with you. Crocodile sneered disdainfully, switching back and forth between the solid form and the sandstorm form. A while float here, and sprinkle there for a while. Every time, a sand spear or a desert scimitar will be used to attack Luffy from all directions. This crocodile is really smart. Nami held Nick Pin with his left hand, and put a canopy on her eyebrows with her right hand. Luffy can't beat him, right? That's not the case. Didn't you notice that Luffy didn't even use the second gear? Otherwise, he would easily be able to catch up with the speed of Crocodile. Then, he looked at Zoro and asked, what's going on? Why is our captain fighting with such handicap? You guessed it right. He saw that I killed the guy with a single sword strike. He was very unconvinced and not wanting to lose, said that he could defeat him with this handicap. Nick Pin can't help to shake his head. This captain of his. Immediately, Nick Pin shouted towards the battlefield, Luffy, everyone is over, you are the only one left, we will wait for you in a minute, otherwise we will go to eat first. Nanny. Luffy panicked when he heard Nick Pin's words. Don't want to wait, going to eat? How can that work? Hey. You wait for me for a while, it will take less than a minute. Nami laughed at Luffy's reaction. Zoro also showed a confused expression, is this okay? If he had known earlier that this was possible, he would have said so earlier. Listening to their conversation, and Crocodile is pissed off. What's the meaning? Hearing what you guys mean, Luffy didn't take me seriously until now. Do not make jokes. It's all big talking idiots. Crocodile snorted coldly, he would not believe such a statement foolishly. But at this moment, Luffy stopped. He stepped his legs out to the sides, palms on his knees. Wheeze wheeze. A large amount of air flowed into his body from his feet, speeding up his blood circulation. Second gear. Huh. His skin is red, you look a little different. But before the doubts were over, Luffy's momentum rose again. What? What are you doing? Don't worry, it's not over yet, Nick Pin reminded with a smile. Sure enough. As soon as the voice on Nick Pin's side fell, the momentum on Luffy's side suddenly rose again. Gear 4. Bound man. Good guy. This is the temptation from meat. Nick Pin remembers a very classic motivational line in the original plot. Beautiful swordsman brings meat. When the 3 main forces of the Straw Hat pirates were exhausted, the god Usopp instantly revived the 3 of them on the spot with just one word. Don't underestimate the effect of meat on Luffy. Crocodile, I'm going to beat you up. Luffy seemed to be a different person at this time, his eyes were shining brightly. Damn it. Although you seem to have become stronger, if you dare to underestimate me, you will pay the price with your life. Crocodile spit out the cigar in his mouth, his right arm turned into sand, and sent out a powerful slash forward. Desert La Espada. Like a wave of sword energy, it swept towards Luffy with a single swipe. Wherever it passes along the way, the ground is cut into two. This trick is no longer a threat to me. Luffy said easily, and then jumped to the left, easily avoiding it. At the same time, his figure rushed forward rapidly, approaching Crocodile in an instant. What? Seeing Luffy's series of attacks and defenses, Crocodile was shocked. Before he had time to think about it, both arms turned into sand at the same time, and they pinched towards Luffy like a pair of big pliers. Desert Spada. Whoosh! Two big sand knives pressed towards Luffy fiercely. What a boring move. Under the lock of observation haki, Luffy can clearly perceive Crocodile's attack trajectory. While rushing forward quickly, he kicked the ground with both feet. Boom! The whole person shot up into the sky like a rocket launcher in an instant. After flipping a few times in the air, Luffy headed down and fell backwards. Crocodile, have you ever seen a punch that falls from the sky? Seeing Luffy's move, Nickpin couldn't help teasing. Facing the shock and pressure brought by Luffy, but also being teased by Nickpin. Crocodile was so angry at this moment. Humph. You just wait there for me, after cleaning up this rubber boy, I'll kill you. The moment the pile fell to the ground, it suddenly protruded again. Sable's Pasado heavy sandstorm. At the point where Luffy swooped down, the sand billowed up like a fountain. But it is much faster than the speed of the fountain. To be precise, it's more like flames emanating from the ground. In the sand, you can vaguely see the figure of Crocodile. He gritted his teeth, his face full of ferocity. This sand is him, he is the sand. With the momentum of a hungry tiger rushing to eat, he met Luffy fiercely. When Luffy swooped down, his right hand instantly grew larger in the form of Honfusen. Immediately afterwards, armament haki overflowed from his body's surface, completely entangled this huge fist in an instant, showing a reddish black and purple. Under Locke's shocked eyes, Luffy's fist retracted like a turtle's head. As if the spring is pressed to ultimate, the terrifying kinetic energy is accumulated to the apex, waiting to explode. Gomu Gomu no King Kong Gun. With a loud roar from Luffy, he swung his fist hard. At the moment when it was close to Crocodile, the fist retracted like a tortoise, and the fist flicked out. The gigantic fist slammed into the sand soaring into the sky. Boom! There was a loud noise in the sky, and the whole rainy land was like thunder shaking the sky. But all the people in the rainy land looked up at the sky at this time, and saw that miraculous scene in the sky. The moment the fist and the sand meet, it seems that the picture freezes. Then after a brief fraction of a second. Boom! The sand is like a weathered rock formation, it collapses in an instant. Scattered all over the sky. In the rolling yellow sand, a figure was like a rocket. Boom! It hit the ground in an instant at a speed that ordinary people's naked eyes could not catch. Fixed. Time to eat. Is that a crocodile? My God! That boy beat Crocodile. Why is he targeting our Alabasta heroes? Shoo, keep your voice down, this group of people are pirates, Crocodile is one of 7 warlords of the sea, they may want to take down Crocodile, and then take the position themselves. Is that so? The world of pirates is scary. Yeah, pirates don't have many good things. In the streets and alleys, many people watched this scene and discussed in low voices. Because of the powerful observation haki, Nick Pin could easily hear the whispers of these people. But he doesn't care at all. This kind of matter only needs to be clarified by Princess Vivi later. Pfft. On the cracked ground, Crocodile spat blood wildly from his mouth. He raised his head with great effort, and looked in the direction of the Straw Hat pirates. Damn, you bastards. Ah, hello. You are still conscious, can't you just pass out? I guess Marine will come to clean up the battlefield soon, and you can also go to the Impel Down prison to recuperate for a few years. Seeing that Crocodile was already in such a miserable state and still wanted to talk about it, Nickpin couldn't help persuading him. Although in the original plot, Crocodile forcibly entered himself up in the Summit War. In the current Alabasta, countless people have died because of this guy. On the way here, Nickpin saw with his own eyes many people who died of thirst due to drought, and their bodies died randomly on the side of the road, and were even eaten by wild dogs. All of this is derived from Crocodile. Such a sinful fellow, Nickpin does not intend to let him go. In the original plot, because of Luffy's prison break, yes, Crocodile reappeared. But this time, with Nickpin here, the prison break is impossible. Maybe. The sound of neat steps shook the ground. 2 teams of marine soldiers came quickly. Sure enough, as Nickpin expected, the battle was over, and it was time for Marine to come out. "Captain, we found the Straw Hat crew." And the corporal in front arrived first, and he immediately began to report, but when his eyes fell on Crocodile, he suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss. That seems to be Crocodile from 7 Warlords of the Sea. In the eyes of this marine corporal, something called panic welled up. Ah! They really beat Crocodile. Needless to say, Smoker naturally saw it too. He looked at the members of the Straw Hat Pirates and was shocked. This group of rookies who have been out of East Blue for less than 3 months, actually did it. What are you looking at? Nickpin met Smoker's gaze, raised his chin from him, then pouted his mouth in the direction of Crocodile, and said. Money. Money? Smoker didn't speak, but Tashigi looked confused. Crocodile bounty, Smoker took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Only then did Tashigi react. This guy really doesn't miss any chance to exchange for a bounty. She subconsciously looked at Nickpin, but as soon as her eyes made contact, she immediately blushed. Hey. What am I doing? Why am I so shy when I see him? I'm Marine, I can't be afraid of his gaze. Immediately, Tashigi forcibly summoned up his courage and looked at Nickpin again. But at this time, Nickpin's eyes had already turned to Smoker. But I guess we can't get any of it, huh? Such a waste of money. What do you mean by this, Nickpin? Nami asked. There are 3 of them, Miss Doublefinger is 35 million belly, Mr. 4 is 34 million belly, Miss Merry Christmas is 14 million belly. Lying on the ground outside, Mr. 1 is 75 million pele. And their leaders, Crocodile, has a bounty of 81 million belly. At this point, Nami suddenly exclaimed, Ah! Where is the waste? Luffy tilted his head in bewilderment. The others also looked over suspiciously. Clenching his fists, he said angrily, it's all because of Crocodile. Why did he join 7 Warlords of the Sea? Otherwise, his bounty would have to be multiplied at least several times. I was so pissed off, this time. We have lost a lot potential earning. Everyone was dumbfounded. It turns out that this is the fault. No, I'm going to hammer him to ease my heartache. Nami was about to pass with his fists clenched. Nickpin hugged her tightly. Okay, calm down, we've already lost money, and I'm making you angry, wouldn't that be even worse? That's right, when Nami heard it, she thought it made sense, and then leaned into Nickpin's arms, and had a good time. What? At this moment, there were a few screams from Marine. Everyone followed the reputation and saw that the Marines who were going to handcuff Crocodile were severely injured by a desert sword. You want to catch me and send me to impel down? Crocodile stood up, still spitting blood in his mouth, he stared at everyone with gloomy eyes, and said coldly, then let's die together. While speaking, he put his hands in front of him, with the palms facing the middle, it's like a gesture like releasing magic. A violently swirling wind and sand formed in his palm. Sable sandstorm. With Crocodile desperate, he slammed the wind sand out of his hand. The moment the wind and sand left his palm, it was like seaweed that had absorbed water, bursting out instantly. Chapter 114. Bastard. Crocodile, are you crazy? If you do this, everyone in the rain base will die. Master Crocodile. Don't. We can't bear such a sandstorm. Stop it. Lord Crocodile, you are our Alabasta hero, don't do anything to hurt us. Help me, my whole family is here. Lord Crocodile. The people in the streets and alleys were all crying and shouting the name of Crocodile. They didn't believe that this person whom they regarded as a great hero would really hurt them. A bunch of lowly idiots. Your end is near. My plan is ruined, you all have to die. He is really going crazy. 3 years of hard planning. 3 years. He looked like he was about to collapse. After 3 years of keeping a low profile, it was destroyed because of the sudden appearance of this group of little pirates. Nobody could understand that kind of pain. Die. All of you, die for me. Crocodile crazily stimulates Devil Fruit's ability, he doesn't want to see another living person besides him here. I'm going to beat him up. Luffy was so angry that he was about to strike immediately. Nick Pin pulled him back. We are just a good supporter. At this time, it would be more appropriate for the future Queen of Alabasta to appear. Just as Nick Pin thought, Princess Vivi couldn't help but watch her people die tragically at the hands of Crocodile. She communicated with the source of magic power in her body, and the magic wave instantly formed a protective film around her body. Heavens will armoral. When all the civilians are desperate, the heroine makes a strong debut. That figure, like a saint descending from the sky, suddenly flew into the air. Crocodile, stop this. Don't hurt my people. The evil pirate wants to slaughter the civilians, and the holy princess comes out to kill the devil. What a perfect story. Usopp's eyes were shining brightly. He had made up many stories before, but no matter how many stories he made up, it was not as shocking as this time. And right now, he was about to witness this moment. Nami's focus is different. She exhaled deeply and said in amazement, Vivi is so beautiful. Zoro pulled back his caution and swords that he had pulled out and inserted them back. When Luffy wanted to fight just now, he actually had the same idea. Now seeing Vivi coming out to fight against Crocodile, he immediately understood what Nick Pin meant. Indeed, it is very political. Actually, I wanted to ask just now, what kind of ability does Princess Vivi have? If I remember correctly, she should not be Devil Fruit user. Oh my god. Fairy. Look, it's a fairy. A fairy came to save us. Wait. She seems to be, our Princess of Alabasta. Hiss. Really? She is indeed Princess Vivi. I saw her picture in the newspaper. It's the princess. It really is the princess who came to save us. I said long ago, what 7 warlords of the sea are pirates themselves, how can they be our heroes? Yes. Only our own princess can be our patron saint. Long live Princess Vivi. Those civilians, some are acting according to the wind, some are sincerely grateful. But no matter what, they all understood one thing at this moment. That is, Crocodile is a bad guy, and the princess is a good guy. The princess is about to slay the devil. I don't want to break your confidence, but I want to remind you that your little Princess Vivi can't do hockey. At this time, Robin reminded softly. Nick Pin smiled and looked at Robin, so, this time are you worried about your partner? Saying that, Nick Pin flipped his palm. He took back the rain card that was originally located above Nanohana in an instant. Since he is crazy sand, let's have a heavy rain and let him cool down. As he spoke, Nick Pin pointed to the sky, and the magic power of the rain card activated. Clatter. The sunny day, which was originally bright and sunny, suddenly began to rain heavily. Without any warning, the massive amount of rainwater was pouring down like a river. Princess Vivi don't have armament hockey. It's okay. She has a crewmate. Normally, one must rely on armament hockey to capture the entity of a Logia ability user. But this time. In the original plot, Luffy successfully hit the crocodile entity by relying on water. You know, the water Luffy uses is just a small bucket. And now. Nick Pin directly opened a position for a big giveaway, and it rained heavily on Crocodile. At this time, Nick Pin gave Usopp a wink. Usopp was taken aback for a moment, and then understood instantly. He disappeared into the crowd in a short while. Princess Vivi, she was blessed by the sky goddess. It rained heavily for us in Alabasta. As soon as these words came out, it instantly became the fuse. Even the heavens must please our princess. Long live the princess. Alabasta is not dead. This is our real hero in Alabasta. The future queen. Long live the queen. As such voices spread, almost all the civilians in the rainy land knelt on the ground, piously calling out the names of their heroes. Pray for victory for their princess, their hero. Looking at this shocking scene, Robin's heart was pounding. It is better to see it with your own eyes than to say 1,000 things. No matter how others told Robin about the importance of friendship and the importance of crewmates. She won't believe it. But Nick Pin. Always show her in an intuitive way what a crewmate is. It is impossible to say that Robin was not moved. Such team, will it really be the place where she will end her betrayal attitude? With such a question in my mind, Robin's eyes also shone with hope. If it is really possible, then she is willing. Clatter. The heavy rain fell, and the sandstorm that had just started was instantly pressed to the ground. In the rainwater, a figure appeared under the washing of the rainwater. Seeing that Crocodile could no longer enter elementalization, Nick Pin felt relieved. Think about it, this is indeed reasonable. Sand. The state of elementalization is just a pile of sand. When the heavy rain washes over, why don't you just obediently turn into a pile of sand? Of course, this cannot be fully explained by scientific reasons. After all, it is the world of anime, and there are such cheating things as devil fruit. How can it be done according to science? Otherwise, how can Luffy's rubber withstand Enel's billions of volts? Listening to the voices of the people around, Princess Vivi was very moved. When the heavy rain fell, she knew it was Nick Pin's masterpiece. Although Nami also has a rain card, but Princess Vivi's intuition is definitely Nick Pin. In order to help her, he is really hardworking. Nick Pin, thank you. The next moment, her figure leaned forward and rushed out. The 16 magical steel swords behind him follow like a shadow. Crocodile. Pay for your sins. With the addition of magic steel wings, it makes her look like a goddess. Crocodile's strength was greatly reduced in the rain, and he swung the sand vigorously to compete with Princess Vivi's magic sword. At the same time, under the control of her magic power, the 16 magic steel swords behind Princess Vivi are like 16 wingmen, constantly harassing Crocodile. Losing the advantage of elementalization, Crocodile can only count on his armament haki. Vivi doesn't have a lot of mana reserves, and she consumed some of it just now. I guess she won't last long. Seeing Princess Vivi fighting hard, Nami's eyes were filled with worry. Robin also nodded. If Princess Vivi loses to Crocodile, the situation could worsen. Nick Pin smiled slightly. So, finally realize the bond of crewmates and worry about your crew, huh? Robin doesn't know what to say. Here comes this sentence again. You can help her, but don't forget, if you can make her knock out Crocodile with her own hands, I don't think I need to explain the importance to you. Robin suggests. But Princess Vivi is the spiritual pillar of Alabasta citizens at this time. If she is defeated now, the negative impact it will bring cannot be solved by saying the importance of a partner. Shrugging his shoulders, Nick Pin said with a gentle smile, Robin, you need to learn for a while about the bond and tacit understanding between crewmates. Then, Nick Pin looked at Nami. Look at the heavy rain now, is there something missing? Nami opened his eyes, thought for a while, and then opened his small mouth. Hee, it's raining so hard, so it's normal to have thunder or something. It makes sense. Usopp sneaked back at some point, expressing his serious agreement. What do you mean? Luffy scratched his head, confused. Zoro gave him a blank look. Why are you so stupid? You are so stupid. You're stupid. No, you're stupid. While Luffy and Zoro bicker, Nami hands. Flipping it over, a Clow card with flickering magical fluctuations appeared in her hand. Zizizi. The wave of the thunder element radiated from Nami's body, quietly grazing towards the sky. Hack. A flash of lightning pierces the rainy sky. With a crash, it landed on Crocodile's body. Zizizi. Crocodile, who was in the middle of the battle, was suddenly shocked by the thunder and froze immediately. Puff puff. Taking advantage of this gap, the 3 magic steel swords directly left wounds on Crocodile's body. Princess Vivi stabbed hard in the front. Crocodile desperately slowed down from the paralyzed state, and turned sideways to avoid the heart. However, due to the damage and paralysis effect caused by lightning, it is too late for him to use armament haki to protect himself at this time. Dissection. Princess Vivi's magic sword stabbed a big gash in his right hand. The other side. Nick Pin gave Usopp another look. The has God bless Princess Vivi. He sent thunder and punishment to kill Crocodile. Everyone listen. God bless Vivi. Princess Destiny. Long live Alabasta. The people shouted excitedly at this time. Nickpin turned to look at Robin. Is there anything you want to say? It's really aggressive. But it's frustrating. Really strange. She thought for a while, then smiled. I think I'm starting to understand the word partner a little bit now. Partner, it should be the kind of bond that can even consider the mood of the other party, right? I'm actually still worried that they didn't consider the significance of Princess Vivi's fight. What a slap in the face. Nickpin smiled lightly, and said to Nami, shoot more thunder. Ahaha. Robin was amused by their conversation, and thought to himself, these guys are so cute with a black belly. In the sky, thunder suddenly covered. The continuous thunder and lightning merged into a torrent of thunder and lightning. Princess Vivi and Nami had a tacit understanding and immediately pointed the magic towards Crocodile. Everyone, come and see me punishing this Alabasta sinner. Saying that, the magic power in Princess Vivi surged crazily. Her cheeks paled. A large amount of magic power was consumed, forming 2 circles behind her, a total of 48 magic steel swords. Heaven's wheel, Blumenblatt. Clatter. The steel sword took off like a sword fairy, and rushed towards Crocodile. At the same time, the thunder in the sky merged into a waterfall of lightning. Hey, no way. Seeing the thunder waterfall appearing above his head, Crocodile felt a kind of anger that wanted to curse. Damn it. What the hell is this weather? Is this karma? He immediately wanted to dodge. But Princess Vivi's magic steel sword has already rushed over. Damn. Crocodile had to fight. But when he came into contact with the first magic steel sword, the lightning waterfall in the sky suddenly rushed down. Rumble. In the unwilling roar of Crocodile, the thunder waterfall, which does not know how many volts, suddenly submerged Crocodile. And the torrent of the magic steel sword was not blocked, and all of them passed through Crocodile's body. Chapter 115. The clouds parted and the lightning disappeared. The sun shines again on this land of rain. Crocodile was lying on the ground covered with bruise and cut looking bloody, still breathing black smoke. 1. The princess won. The righteous princess defeated the evil crocodile. Great. We Alabasta won. Ordinary people are always easy conquered by the strong. What's more, this strong is the princess of their country. If it wasn't for the song Conquer that does not exist in this world, he's afraid everyone would have knelt on the ground and sang Conquer. Well. As the heavens will armor was lifted, Princess Vivi snorted softly, her pale face was full of exhaustion. Your plan to conquer Alabasta has failed. With your sinister intentions, spend the rest of your life in the impel-down prison. Smoker rushed over, put sea-stone hands on Crocodile's neck, and then ordered, come here and put sea-stone handcuffs on him. The 2 soldiers pressed forward with nervous faces and were handcuffed by Crocodile. Yo, it's not a small credit for catching Crocodile, right? Nickpin didn't know when he had already walked over, and looked at Smoker with a teasing face. Humph. Don't worry, I will report the truth, it was your Straw Hat Pirates who fight him, and your Straw Hat Pirates defeat him. Oh. Then I'm afraid you are wrong. Remember what I told you, don't forget. Princess Vivi suddenly groaned, and her slender body trembled slightly. Due to the huge consumption of mental power, she was seriously overdrawn, and suddenly she couldn't stand up and fell towards Nickpin. With quick eyes and quick hands, Nickpin caught Princess Vivi. He wanted to say something, but found that Princess Vivi had fallen asleep exhausted. Just keep holding her like this. Vivi. Luffy rushed over, shouting anxiously. Hush. Nami also came to Nickpin's side, saw that Princess Vivi was tired and passed out, and immediately made a silent gesture. Is the account settled? Nickpin asked. Upon hearing this, Nami immediately smiled. Yes, the total is 2 million belly. So much. Usopp's eyes widened in surprise, and he was so excited. The Grand Line SI much more rich. I caught so many small pirates in East Blue before the total amount is no more than 1 million belly, and I will be rich if I come here to catch just one. Benefits and dangers coexist. Don't underestimate these pirates who offer rewards of tens of millions of belly, if you are not careful, you will die. Seeing Tashiji's face makes Zoro confuse. So much like Kuina. But the character is much worse than Kuina. The more Zoro thought about it, the more he felt uncomfortable, and suddenly said angrily, "Don't talk to me." "What?" Suddenly being reprimanded by Zoro, Tashigi was taken aback, and then said with a bewildered look of grievance, "What are you doing?" "Hey! Boy, don't use that vulgar attitude to yell at my subordinates." Under normal circumstances, if the pirates and marine confront each other, the partners will definitely side with Zoro without hesitation. But the problem is, everyone didn't understand. What's going on? This female marine didn't seem to say anything too much. How did she make Zoro so angry? "Ah, hello. Zoro, what's wrong with you?" Luffy picked her ears. "Yeah, she seems to be doing nothing too. Why do you seem very angry?" "Zoro, you are too much. Look at the grievances of other girls." "Ah." Zoro bared his teeth in embarrassment, and wanted to walk away depressed. "Wait. The one in your hand seems to be the sword Wado Ikemanji." Hearing such a sentence from Tashigi, Nick Pin was a little speechless. It is really unsolvable to set up this thing. What are you doing? He hated Tashigi at first, but now that Tashigi is interested in Wado, Zoro is even more upset. But Tashigi said persistently, "I once vowed to take back all the famous swords in the hands of the bad guys, and never let these famous swords do the pirate evil doing." Saying that, Tashigi drew out his own sword and stared at Zoro righteously. "Don't try. I don't want to fight with women. Don't go. Now that I saw it, I can't let this famous sword." As she spoke, she was about to chase after him. Facing Tashigi's stalking appearance, Zoro is really annoying. Fortunately, Nick Pin came to the rescue. "Okay, how about, let me talk to you." Nick Pin just said a few words, which immediately made Tashigi shiver. She looked at Nick Pin with a flushed face, and didn't dare to move for a moment. After all, she understands that Nick Pin is not the kind of person who just talks but doesn't act. If Smoker hadn't finally compromised that day, I'm afraid Nick Pin would have dared to FK her. "Hey! Nick Pin, don't overdo it." Although he knew that he was not Nick Pin's opponent, if Nick Pin did something in front of so many people, he would definitely try his best to stop him. Since when is talking too much? Nick Pin looked at the two with a puzzled expression, then pouted at Tashigi. "This Miss Marine committed a heinous crime by trying to take away my partner's sword. You." Tashigi's face was flushed red by the teasing, and she was impatient. "It's different, okay? His sword is definitely not his own sword. If you have the ability, let him tell how he got that sword. Someone must have died." "Shut up." Suddenly, Zoro roared. He handed the Vivi in his hand to Nami in an instant, and then appeared in front of Zoro with one step, held down Zoro who was about to go crazy, and said in a deep voice, "Let me teach her a lesson." "Damn woman." Zoro's eyes were red, and a burst of anger seemed to be about to burst out of his mouth. His current appearance is really a bit like Shura's appearance is about to appear. "Hey you." Tashigi was completely taken aback. Just seeing Zoro's eyes, she felt very frightened. Not only her, but other people are also very confused. Zoro is a little weird today. Enough. He told you to shut up, didn't you hear? This glance really made Tashigi tremble uncontrollably. It was the first time she saw this man so angry. In fact, it was also the first time for the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates to see Nick Pin making such a big fuss. This sword is named Wado Ikemanji. It is a relic left to Zoro by his precious friend. Listen to me, Marine Sergeant Tashigi. If there is only one person in this world who is worthy of owning this sword, then only it's Zoro. As soon as these words came out, Tashigi's whole heart trembled violently. Precious relic. Since it was a relic left to him by a friend. No wonder he treasures it so much. As long as you are not a fool, no one will think that anyone can take this sword from Zoro. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was also shocked. They only know that Zoro will bring a friend's effort together to become the world's #1 swordsman. But they never knew the story of this sword. Hearing what Nick Pin said at this time, they all looked deeply at Zoro. The friend who left Zoro with this sword, is the friend Zoro mentioned. Yes. As Nick Pin said, this sword can only be owned by Zoro. Don't dare try to take this sword. Taking a deep breath, Zoro lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "'Cause if you do, I will definitely kill you." Listen. Sergeant Marine, don't always live in a self-righteous world. In this world, the reason why a sword can become a famous sword is because it became famous after following its master. Don't keep saying that the pearl is covered in dust. If this sword falls into your hands, it will only be dusted in a dark warehouse. But this sword is in Zoro's hands. When Zoro becomes the world's #1 swordsman, then this sword will be the world's #1 sword above the 12 supreme grade blades. If this sword has a soul, would you prefer to be sealed by you, or follow Zoro? When Nickpin finished speaking, Tashiji's little face was completely stiff. Although she still wants to be stubborn, she has to admit. As Nickpin said, if this sword had spiritual soul, it will definitely choose to follow Zoro. Well said. The king of support, Usopp, shouted excitedly. Just listening to what Nickpin said, he felt his blood boil. He can't wait to witness the day when Zoro becomes the world's #1 swordsman. She bent her knees and sat slumped on the floor in a duck-sitting position. Nickpin's eyes are full of bewilderment. Seeing her like this, Nickpin sighed slightly in his heart. So he said, instead of thinking about other people's sword all day long, it's better to take good care of your own sword. Doesn't your Shugure want to be the #1 in the world? If you continue to ignore it like this, don't you feel wronged? With a sob in his throat, Tashigi wanted to say something, but found himself powerless to refute. Marine Chief Petty Officer Tashigi. Tell me, have you fulfilled your duty as the owner of a sword? Tashigi hurriedly grasped the handle and scabbard, his eyes flushed, and he shook his head desperately. Don't. Look. You really cherish your sword, right? Cherish it well, and don't disappoint it. Gently patted Tashigi's shoulder, Nickpin stood up, and the moment he turned around, he encouraged. Try to become stronger. Tashigi. With your sword Shigure. Try to make it #2 in the world. Chapter 116. If this were earlier, Smoker would have immediately clashed with Nickpin. Nickpin had a history of reducing his subordinates to tears, and this was not the first instance. However, upon hearing Nickpin's words, Smoker was visibly taken aback. Tashigi, a marine with a sheltered perspective and idealistic notions, sometimes needed a dose of harsh reality to navigate the challenges of the new world. Though Nickpin's words might sting, they were intended to awaken her. His remarks shattered Tashigi's fantasy of collecting famed swords and made her recognize the value of the renowned sword Shigure that she already possessed. Why fuss over collecting more swords when you can't maintain the one you have? Upon this realization, Tashigi's slump vanished. Standing tall, she tightly grasped Shigure, staring at Nickpin with steely determination. Thank you, she said before turning and swiftly departing. Nico Robin, observing from the crowd, smirked slightly to herself, murmuring, what a playboy. Smoker glanced at Nickpin but refrained from speaking, instead issuing a cold command to the Marines, let's go. Don't leave yet. The debt hasn't been settled. How can I let you go? I have no money. You've squeezed every bit from my warship. How about another IOU? There's a saying, when plagued by lice, one becomes unafraid of the itch. When Smoker first wrote an IOU to Nickpin, he was uncertain. But this time, Smoker took a proactive stance. More than 200 million in IOUs? Are you kidding me? What else can I do? Smoker smirked. I truly have no money. You're quite bold for someone broke, Nickpin remarked, resolute. We'll stay in Alabasta until the log pose resets, use that time to gather my money. I won't get it, Smoker insisted. He couldn't believe Nickpin would release Baroque Works members. He knew Nickpin's intellect and anticipated he wouldn't offend Princess Vivi by releasing them now. He. Smoker, your audacity has grown. This glance didn't escape Smoker's notice. Enraged, he confronted Nickpin, what are you planning? I'm innocent, Nickpin feigned innocence, patting Smoker on the shoulder. Pay up, or let your imagination run wild. Taking Princess Vivi from Nami, Nickpin declared, let's take Princess Vivi home. Finally. Usopp exclaimed, eager to see the palace. However, Luffy was confused, didn't we agree on dinner? Idiot. What's better than dining at the palace? Luffy understood, excited. That's awesome. I wanna eat till I'm full. Robin hesitated, should I join? Why not? Nickpin welcomed her. For Robin, openly visiting the palace was preferable to lurking in secrecy. She sought the poneglyphs located in the ancient funeral hall, her primary reason for coming to Alabasta. Alyabarna, the capital, lay near the Sandora River. Nickpin's group headed back to the Going Merry, crossed the river, and reached the nearest port to Alyabarna. Disembarking, the Straw Hat pirates spotted a familiar face, Captain Igaram of the Alabasta Guard. Princess Vivi is back. Igaram exclaimed with joy at Vivi's return. Igaram, why are you waiting here? Despite her fatigue, Vivi managed to walk on her own. However, upon finishing her question, she noticed the royal guards behind Igaram all kneeling in unison. Igaram, too, knelt, crying with excitement. Your Highness. The video Den Mushi broadcasted your victory over Crocodile to the capital. Everyone knows it now. Your Highness, your Alabasta's savior. Igaram directly addressed Vivi. His guard soldiers bowed excitedly. Igaram. Vivi quickly caught him. Let's head to the palace to meet the king first. Without the Straw Hat pirates' help this time, Alabasta would have been doomed. Yes. Thanks to the benefactor. Witnessing this, Zoro recalled the moment Igaram hugged him back at Whiskey Peak, sending a sudden shiver down his spine. Inadvertently, he pushed Sanji, catching Igaram off guard, leading to an unexpected embrace between Sanji and Igaram. Hey! Sanji, unhappy about being hugged by a man instead of a woman, lunged towards Zoro. Amidst laughter, the Straw Hat pirates arrived at Alabasta's palace, where King Cobra hosted a grand celebration dinner. Luffy devoured food with gusto while Sanji indulged in the attention of several maids. That night, the Straw Hat pirates stayed in the palace's most luxurious guest room. Around 2 a.m., Robin awoke and quietly ventured into the palace corridor. Stunning, standing behind a pillar, Robin crossed her arms. In the next moment, eyes appeared atop each pillar. Utilizing this ability, Robin stealthily bypassed every guard. Upon reaching the royal hall, Robin took out a blueprint, examining it under the light of her flashlight held in her mouth. After a while, she turned back, puzzled. Strange, it should be right here. Why not check over there again? Suddenly, a rustling voice reached Robin's ears. Who? Robin swiftly turned, spotting Nickpin standing not far away, hands in pockets. That's quite an intense look, Nickpin remarked casually, moving closer to Robin. It's you. Robin's icy demeanor softened upon recognizing Nickpin, though she remained cautious. Why are you following me? Hey, don't misunderstand. Nickpin feigned innocence, then gestured. I'm here waiting for you, didn't expect you to arrive this late. Waiting for me? Why? Robin's wariness heightened. Come with me, the secret staircase to the royal ancient tomb is here. Ignoring Robin's question, Nickpin motioned towards a passage on the right. After a brief pause, Robin followed him. Navigating several passages, they reached a seemingly simple staircase entrance. Are you sure it's here? Robin doubted the location as she gazed at the long upward staircase. Isn't it obvious? With your intelligence, can't you deduce the reason? Well, this staircase is indeed concealed. Who'd expect the entrance to the underground tomb to be an upward staircase? Robin commented before following Nickpin up the stairs. Ascending through several corridors, they encountered a descending staircase. It grew darker, making visibility challenging. Don't you have a flashlight or a lamp? Robin inquired casually. Nickpin gestured towards the flashlight in Robin's hand. Doesn't this highlight the importance of companionship this time? That line again. Robin felt a sense of annoyance toward Nickpin's words. Irritated, she pressed the flashlight, casting the burial chamber into darkness. And this happened to be the funeral hall, a vast tomb. Nickpin sighed. You're not someone who enjoys such childish pranks. I disagree, Robin retorted with a hint of arrogance, pocketing the flashlight. Fine, even if I'm mistaken, the problem is, even without light, I can use observation hockey. Are you deceiving yourself? Nickpin's voice echoed in the darkness. It seemed that way. What was happening? Why did she feel her intelligence waning whenever she conversed with this guy? Attempting to retrieve the flashlight from her pocket, Robin's attempt was thwarted as Nickpin intervened. Oops. Robin accidentally dropped the flashlight, instinctively reaching out to grab it, but found nothing but air. Nick Pin heard the sound of the falling flashlight and immediately discerned what was happening. Activating his observation hotkey, he pinpointed its location. As he turned, Robin let out an exclamation. Ah! In the dark passage, Robin unexpectedly fell, landing directly on Nick Pin, who had just raised his head. That's why, before Nick Pin could react, he felt a suffocating sensation and tumbled backward. Shield. Cien Fleur, Wisteria Ball. In the dark funeral hall, two voices echoed simultaneously. Had there been light, a spectacular sight would have unfolded. Hundreds of arms would have formed a large flower-like ball, enveloping the two within. An energy shield would have encased them both, and they would have rolled down the stairs together. Chapter 117. I must say, in the dimly lit ground floor of the funeral hall, Nick Pin's voice sounded muffled. If you're uninjured, could you release me first? Though Robin was unharmed, the continuous rolling down the staircase left her feeling dizzy. She slowed down to regain her bearings before finally overcoming the dizziness. Click. Nick Pin switched on the flashlight and lifted his head to take in some fresh air. As Robin looked down at Nick Pin, she realized what had occurred. However, being more mature than Nami and Vivi, she swiftly adjusted her mindset. After straightening her attire, she reached out and took the flashlight from Nick Pin's hand, walking forward without a word. Robin chose not to acknowledge what happened, and Nick Pin didn't bother to bring it up either. After traversing a long way, the two arrived at an underground chamber where the poneglyph lay. Pausing in front of the poneglyph, Robin turned to face Nick Pin. You know this is why I came here? It's not hard to guess, right? You're the lone survivor from O'Hara. How could a young girl of 8 survive without some driving reason or ambition? If it were for revenge, you wouldn't have become who you are today. So, you're shouldering the lifelong wish of the entire O'Hara scholars. That is to translate all the historical texts in this world and unveil the true history of the Void Century from 800 years ago. Robin was shocked by his blunt revelation. What kind of man was he? His few words completely unveiled her secret. She felt as though she had nothing to hide in front of him. Am I right? Nick Pin calmly asked. After a moment of silence, he waved it off. Never mind, you don't need to confirm, I can't be wrong in my assumption. Looking at the bewildered Robin, Nick Pin reminded her, it's 2:15 in the morning, and you have 45 minutes left to translate this historical text. The guards patrolling the Imperial Tomb will arrive at 3. Prompted by Nick Pin, Robin swiftly began translating. Over the years, her continued study of archaeological knowledge during her escape made her a rapid translator. Completing the translation in just 20 minutes, Robin watched Nick Pin yawn, signaling it was time to leave. Are we done? Let's hurry. If discovered, it won't be good. You were invited to stay in the palace, and yet you've ventured into their forbidden tomb. Reasonable. However, instead of leaving immediately, Robin curiously asked, why don't you ask about the content of this historical text? Nick Pin replied casually, isn't it about Pluton? This statement startled Robin. You know. Nick Pin confirmed, yes. Is that surprising? Can't you? Robin was momentarily at a loss, then composed herself. Don't you want to acquire Pluton? Ah, come on. You're peering through the door, aren't you? Don't liken me to short-sighted folks like Crocodile. This left Robin even more astonished. A pirate uninterested in Pluton? I mean, why are you still standing there in a daze? I think your flashlight is dimming. If you don't hurry, we might end up rolling down again later. Robin felt a bit embarrassed by the flashlight's weakening light but didn't leave immediately. Instead, she inquired, why don't you ask about the contents of the text? Nick Pin teased, are you blind, Robin? Robin, apologetic, replied quickly, I can't see. Don't fret over what just happened, Nick Pin reminded her. Time's ticking, let's go. Wait, I can't see the way. Robin was also flustered. Nick Pin teased, do you want me to guide you? Using his observation hotkey, Nick Pin found Robin and took her hand. Don't act so casually. Besides my parents, you're the first person to hold my hand. Don't pretend to be a gentleman. Despite Nick Pin's indifferent tone, Robin's pride resurfaced. Although her devil fruit ability created numerous arms to attack, this was the first time someone other than her parents held her hand. That much was true. I said, Robin big sister, you're giving me your 28-year-old virgin hand, don't expect me to be responsible, alright? Nickpin joked while leading Robin out. Ha! Nickpin laughed, nonchalant as he guided Robin out of the tomb. Time flew, and several days passed. The nearby marine base supported Smoker and allocated a sum of money. 130 million belly was the maximum amount the marine base chief could mobilize without authorization. After paying the Straw Hat pirates, the parties renewed the IOU. It's a struggle to even allocate money for these scoundrels. Smoker lamented on the warship's deck. While he didn't oppose issuing IOUs now, he didn't relish being in debt. For the past few days, Smoker had been petitioning his superiors for funds. But it seemed they were using every excuse in the book. In his view, he met all the requirements for his applications. They had indeed captured those pirates and were genuinely struggling with funds. Consequently, he found himself still indebted to the pirates. It was an unpleasant feeling. Puff, 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 his Den Den Mushi suddenly rang. The bald-faced Den Den Mushi attendant appeared on the screen. "What is it?" Smoker asked, feeling irked. "In the battle against Crocodile, you and Chief Petty Officer Tashiji displayed great prowess. The higher-ups have decided to award you both medals." The battle against... Smoker was taken aback. "Wait. We weren't the ones who captured Crocodile. Are you blind or deaf? Didn't you read the report I submitted?" But the person on the Den Den Mushi seemed indifferent to Smoker's protests, continuing, "Additionally, both your ranks will be increased." "Hey, hold on." Smoker's frustration mounted. "It was the Straw Hat pirates who defeated Crocodile and Baroque Works, not me. Stop wasting your efforts, Smoker. Do you really think the world will acknowledge that pirates were the ones who resolved the Alabasta crisis?" The voice on the Den Den Mushi persisted, "Therefore, please attend the medal awarding ceremony." "Are you kidding me?" Smoker felt his face burn with embarrassment. A medal was an honor, but at this moment, hearing the word medal made him feel ashamed. He erupted. "Hey! Can you convey this to the higher-ups for me? What good will it do to quarrel with superiors, Smoker? Just accept it. Accept the accolade for those pirates." While Hina tried to reason with Smoker, she knew his temperament well. If she guessed right, his next words to the Den Den Mushi would probably be, "Go to hell." The next moment, to everyone's astonishment, Smoker spoke to the Den Den Mushi, "Please convey my gratitude to the government for the promotion." Hina's mouth fell agape, her slender cigarette dropping to the ground. She looked at Smoker in disbelief, stuttering, Are you really Smoker?" "Of course, I am." After disconnecting the Den Den Mushi, Smoker suddenly flashed a smile. Just as he was about to exclaim, "Go to hell," he remembered Nickpin's advice. Yes. Without enough authority and status, he couldn't implement his own justice. In this situation, Smoker wanted the truth to prevail. He wanted to distinguish right from wrong, acknowledge who deserved credit and who was at fault. This was his sense of justice. But due to his low status, he couldn't influence such matters at all. If only he were a Marine Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral, or even an Admiral. Hina remarked with doubt, "You seem different. What are you thinking? Do you think I've changed?" Hina nodded without speaking, her gaze contemplative. But Smoker shook his head, "I haven't changed, I'm still the same, it's just, I suddenly found some sense in what a certain pirate said." "Pirates?" Hina squinted slightly, a particular face appearing in her mind, Nickpin's face. Chapter 118. Located on a secluded bank in the upper reaches of the Sandora River, the Going Merry lay still. "Have they arrived yet?" Sanji inquired lazily, cigarette in hand. "Not yet," Usopp replied from the watchtower, clutching the god-killing star. "I reckon they won't be here for a while, I'll keep watch, you can go practice." Sanji turned, resting against the railing, gazing towards the watchtower. "I've already used my time to delve into the manga today, or else why would I be idling here?" In recent days, the Straw Hat pirates and the Marines had a silent understanding not to interfere with each other. However, the previous day, the Marines abruptly increased their presence in Alabasta, forming a ring of encirclement. Under Nickpin's orders, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper, and Kaya returned to the ship and sailed to this hidden riverbank. In the cabin, Kaya sat on the sofa, undergoing acupuncture, a routine she needed every 7 days to alleviate her weakness. It would take a year to fully recover. After treating Kaya, Chopper eagerly delved into the manga. He hadn't gained any abilities from the manga yet, which weighed heavily on him. Others had obtained abilities from the manga upon acquiring it. Chopper didn't want to be an outcast, a sentiment he had experienced since childhood. In the world of Strike the Blood, Chopper, in his human beast form, was covered in scars and visibly exhausted. Boom! Rudolph Yustaka's attack sent Akatsuki Koju crashing beside Chopper. Koju! Hang in there, I'll heal you. Trying to heal on a battlefield? Rudolph Yustak, wielding an axe, advanced with a malicious glint. Damn it! Despite his injuries, Koju rose, understanding Yukina's silent plea. Without further words, Koju bit Yukina's neck. The successor of the Kali blood, Akatsuki Koju, release thy shackles, come out the fifth Kenju, Regulus Aurum. As Koju chanted, a dazzling golden light emanated from his body, summoning a thunderous golden lion. Chopper was astounded. So powerful. Simultaneously, Yukina collapsed. Chopper rushed to aid her, bandaging her wounds. Meanwhile, the golden lion struck Rudolph Yustak down, eliminating him. Afterward, Chopper tended to Koju's injuries and cleaned the medical equipment. However, his mind lingered on the powerful figure of the golden lion. He wanted to acquire such strength to better support his crew. In his research, the bandage soaked in Akatsuki's blood reacted with water, emitting a powerful energy. Excited, Chopper sought to replicate the process using Himuraji Yukina's blood for experimentation. Several failed attempts followed over the week, but on the 10th venture into the manga world, Chopper finally succeeded in creating a small golden pill called Rumble Ball. Inspired by Akatsuki's blood, it was a breakthrough for Chopper, developing a new type of Rumble Ball using Akatsuki Koju's ancestry blood and Himuraji Yukina's psychic blood. Chopper dubbed the Golden Rumble Ball the Lion's Golden Rumble Ball. Sneaking away from the ship back in the pirate world, he found a secluded spot to conduct a test. Given that it's a first-generation product, Chopper anticipated potential issues or malfunctions, prompting him to assess it first. Ah woo! Chopper opened his mouth and consumed the Golden Rumble Ball. In an instant, a dazzling golden light enveloped his entire body, accompanied by crackling lightning beams that scorched and crackled. The beastly factor within the lion's Golden Rumble Ball surged through Chopper's body, filling him with an intense sensation akin to boiling water. Ah! The force surged violently within Chopper, causing him to roar loudly. Golden lightning erupted from his body, giving the impression that Chopper had exploded. As the golden thunderbolts continued to surge, Chopper's body transformed into a colossal figure, not as immense as the pirate world's giants, yet substantially formidable. Chopper exhaled deeply. Gradually adjusting from the initial discomfort, he began sensing the might of the yellow golden lion. Surveying the mountain wall ahead, Chopper delivered a punch. Zizizi. Numerous golden thunderbolt fists swirled around his punch, resembling a miniature sun. The moment his fist struck the mountain, the entire hill disintegrated into pieces. The explosive power of the golden lightning shattered the rocks into fine powder instantaneously. Ah! It's overwhelming. However, despite its potency, the lion's Golden Rumble Ball had evident shortcomings. Upon consumption, the primordial bloodline and psychic bloodline factors within the Rumble Ball began depleting rapidly. Chopper estimated its duration to last up to 3 minutes, but a burst of full power would significantly shorten this time frame. This lion's Golden Rumble Ball still needs refinement, Chopper concluded as the drug effect wore off, reverting him to his reindeer state. Reflecting for a moment, Chopper muttered to himself, obtaining more blood from Akatsuki Koju and Himuraji Yukina won't be easy. After pondering, Chopper rubbed his head and headed back, contemplating ways to improve the lion's Golden Rumble Ball. Chapter 119. Alabasta Palace. Nick Pin, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Robin are waiting for news from Vivi in a lounge. Everyone has recognized Princess Vivi as a crewmate and promised to take her to sea together. Now Princess Vivi said she was going to say goodbye to her father. Yeah. The log pose is finally recharged. Great. Just waiting for Vivi to come, let's go. Why don't we stay for another night tonight? Shall we have another Alabasta Palace banquet? Robin covered his mouth and smiled lightly. You have almost eaten up with a year's amount of food these days, haven't you eaten enough? Zoro complained, this guy, his stomach is a bottomless pit. Nick Pin looked at Luffy's cheeky face, and couldn't help laughing. It's almost done, Luffy, if you stay one more day, the chef of Alabasta Palace will cry one more day. Actually, we really can't stay any longer, the marine has almost completely surrounded Alabasta. If we stay for one more day, it will be really troublesome. Nami analyzed the form for everyone with a serious face. Nick Pin nodded, well, we will leave as soon as Vivi comes. Luffy looked downcast. Just then, the door opened. Igaram, the captain of the Alabasta Palace Guard, walked in. Where's Vivi? Seeing Igaram alone, everyone asked doubtfully. Igaram replied with a smile, Princess Vivi returned to her residence after seeing His Majesty. Huh? Is she going to stay? Nick Pin covered Luffy's mouth. How could such a thing be said in front of the captain of the guard? Bringing a princess to become a pirate, of course it is necessary to secretly imitate it. Igaram is not a fool, of course he heard something. It's just, what's strange is that he didn't say anything about this matter, but looked at Nick Pin and showed a noble etiquette. Mr. Nick Pin, Our Majesty summoned you, he said he have something to ask you. Something he want to ask me? Nick Pin frowned. Nick Pin shrugged his shoulders, okay, I'll go with you to see His Majesty the King. After walking with Igaram for a while, Nick Pin came to a luxurious room. Is His Majesty the King summoning me? Nick Pin almost guessed something, he looked at Igaram with a look of disbelief on his face. As expected of you, Igaram bowed with a smile, then pointed to a door ahead, and said. Princess Vivi is waiting for you inside, I will step back first. Okay. I'll just say it. If Cobra summons me in this kind of place, then I will panic. Pushing open the door inside, Nick Pin saw Princess Vivi. How do you, just as I was about to ask why, Princess Vivi jumped on me. Nick Pin. Princess Vivi threw herself into Nick Pin's arms, her eyes were red. Vivi, what are you? At this time, Nick Pin was thrown hard by Vivi, and his back hit the wall directly. He was thumped by the wall. Don't talk, let me hug you for a while. Vivi's two slender arms tightly encircled Nick Pin, and she stuck her face to Nick Pin's totem E. This is really unprecedented. Judging by the situation, soon Princess Vivi will explain everything herself. After hugging quietly for a few minutes, Princess Vivi's little face was removed from Nick Pin's chest. She looked up at Nick Pin, her little face was full of sadness and sadness. I'm sorry, Nick Pin, I know this offends you, but please see that we are about to part, give me a good hug. Hearing this word, Nick Pin immediately understood why Princess Vivi was sad. Maybe the rest of the Straw Hat pirates will be surprised when Princess Vivi says goodbye. But Nick Pin was not surprised at all. After all, Princess Vivi's personality is here. Although she is a qualified crewmate, she is also a qualified princess. And a perfect princess loved by the people of Alabasta. She loves this country dearly. Even in the original plot, Princess Vivi is still choose rational over willfulness at the last moment. She entrusted her little girl's dream of adventure to the crewmates of the Straw Hat Pirates, and she herself, assumed the responsibility of the princess. For the country she loves so much, she gave up her adventure. This kind of awareness is absolutely impossible for many people. This girl. Be the cutest person in Alabasta. Thinking of this, Nick Pin raised his hands and landed on Princess Vivi's back. Then hugged tight. With a soft moan, Princess Vivi felt the warmth Nick Pin gave her, and wept with joy. From the first time she met Nick Pin to now, although it is only less than a month. But for Princess Vivi, this is a month that directly decides her fate. It all started with this man in front of me. Without this man, her strength would not be as powerful as it is now. Without this man, Alabasta would not have escaped the shadow of Crocodile. Without this man, she, Vivi, has no future. If it is possible, how much she wants this man in front of her to stay. But Princess Vivi understands that she can't be so selfish. Nick Pin has his own dream and his partner. Nick Pin, I'm sorry, Princess Vivi burst into tears, and the noise choked. I can't go to sea with you, I'm sorry, woo. Sad emotions and the pain of parting are entangled into tears of reluctance. Her little hands hugged her tightly as if she wanted to freeze time at this moment. If it weren't for the imminent parting, Princess Vivi would not have hugged Nick Pin so boldly. But this fear of parting made her completely forget everything. She just wanted to give Nick Pin a good hug right now. I see, no extra words, Nickpin only said these words. His right hand came from Vivi's back to the back of Vivi's head, gently pressing on his chest. But it was these simple words that made Princess Vivi cry even harder. Why don't you scold me? I let everyone look forward to it in vain, won't you be angry? The corner of Nickpin's mouth turned tenderly. Silly girl, I said I understood, why are you still angry? But, don't you want me to go to sea with you? The little head came out of Nickpin's arms. Princess Vivi's eyes were a little confused. Am I being selfish? Of course I hope. Without any hesitation, Nickpin gave Princess Vivi an affirmative answer. He held Princess Vivi's face in both hands, and wiped off the tear stains hanging on Princess Vivi's cheek with his thumb. If you want to set sail with us, I will pick you up anytime anywhere. But you want to stay, I understand you too. You are a princess with responsibilities, but you are also a girl first. If you are more self-willed, you will run out to play regardless of everything. If you are more rational, you will shoulder the responsibility for this country. Listening to what Nickpin said, a smile bloomed on Princess Vivi's face. He understands me. He really understands me. Nice. Puckering her lips, Princess Vivi suddenly asked, then do you like the rational me or the willful me? You still need to ask. Which one? I like it all. Although it is a very old-fashioned way of answering, but girls love to listen. Princess Vivi is very sweet in her heart. She looked into Nickpin's eyes. Nickpin. I like you. Ah. Princess Vivi showed an aggrieved expression on her face. Is there anything else you want to say? Nickpin suddenly laughed. He stared into Vivi's eyes and said deeply, Vivi, I like you. He said. He said it. Said it. A heart is pounding. Princess Vivi feels that the air is full of happiness. She pursed her red lips lightly, and asked again, then, what about Nami? I like Nami too. Nickpin's answer was still without hesitation. You are really honest. Princess Vivi had some resentment on her face, but she was happy in her heart. Because of Nickpin's answering attitude, she can deeply feel Nickpin's sincerity. He didn't even have the slightest hesitation to deceive her. Nickpin expressed calmly, I don't want to lie to people at all when things should be serious. After all, once you start telling the first lie, you will have to use countless lies to surround the 10th. As a transmigrator, Nickpin doesn't want to put too much restraint and pressure on herself. He won't be a stallion, but he can't set any rules for himself. Like is like, there is no need to deceive people around you in order to achieve a certain purpose. If Princess Vivi minds, then Nickpin won't be stalking. Well, you are such a badass that people can't help themselves. Nodding slightly, Princess Vivi lightly hammered Nickpin's chest with her small fist. Then, Princess Vivi suddenly boldly. He raised his hands and grabbed Nickpin's face. Not. Nickpin took a deep breath. The blood is boiling. As he expected. The next moment, Princess Vivi raised her toes. In a burst of fragrance, Nickpin was thumped by the wall. Princess Vivi blushed and took 2 steps back, then turned around. I'm going to clean up my makeup and say goodbye to my friends later. Saying that, she stepped forward and ran outside. Stop. Nickpin called to stop her. What is it? After doing the daring thing, Princess Vivi is now a little shy, with her head down, and she dare not look at Nickpin. Here, take. Nickpin walked up to Princess Vivi, gently grabbed Princess Vivi's slender hand, and placed a small piece of paper in Princess Vivi's palm. What is this? Looking at this ordinary little piece of paper, Princess Vivi was puzzled. This thing is called a Weaver card. It is made by mixing your own materials with special materials. It is a kind of paper that mainly represents life force. This small piece for you. Corners ripped from his Weaver card. No matter where I am, this small piece of Weaver call will point to my direction. The last time he had a happy exchange with Ace, Nickpin took the opportunity to inquire about the production method of the Weaver card. Ace readily taught Nickpin how to make Weaver cards, and also gave Nickpin the special materials for making Weaver cards. That's why Nickpin has a Weaver card. Didn't expect to use it so soon. Really? Princess Vivi's eyes were filled with surprise. She flicked her palm away, and immediately saw the corner of her palm faintly facing the direction of Nickpin. Great, I will keep this Weaver card like I cherish my own life. With it, if you don't come to pick me up in the future, I will find you by myself. Nick Pin added, by the way, if this Vivre card shrinks, it means that my body has become weak, if this Vivre card slowly turns into ashes, it means that I am about to die. Shut up. Princess Vivi hurriedly stretched out her other little hand and blocked Nick Pin's mouth, and then she said angrily. You are not allowed to say such words that scare me. Okay. Nick Pin hummed and took the opportunity to kiss Princess Vivi's finger. Princess Vivi looked at Nick Pin shyly. The two looked at each other for a moment, then embraced and kissed tacitly. Chapter 120. In the living room. Princess Vivi said goodbye to everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Although the process is very difficult, everyone can understand her. After Nick Pin and others boarded the Going Merry left the port. Sitting in the studio, Nick Pin's mind is full of Vivi. I have to say, this kind of parting hurt his feeling. Thinking of not seeing Vivi for a long time in the future, if Nick Pin doesn't feel lost, that's impossible. Sighing deeply, Nick Pin forcibly put this matter on hold. Opened the system and checked the system mail in the log. A lot has been added. Your manga fan Nami has subdued the fly card in the world of manga card captor Sakura. You get the fly card ability at the same time. You get points 1. Your fan Sanji trained the 4th gate of 8 inner gates in the manga book Might Guy biography and successfully opened the 4th gate. You simultaneously gain the 4th wound ability. You get points 4. Your manga fan Roronoa Zoro has improved his world strength in the manga Zaraki Kenpachi biography, and observation haki has been promoted to intermediate level. You get its observation haki ability simultaneously. You get points 2. Your manga fan Usopp trained the ability of the god-killing star Shukai Tsuruboshi in the world of the manga Bleach, Otsunemea. You simultaneously get the ability of the god-killing star Shukai Tsuruboshi. You get points 1. Your manga fan Chopper developed the Lion's Golden Rumble Ball in the world of the manga Strike the Blood. You simultaneously acquire the ability of the Lion's Golden Rumble Ball. You get points 2. Your manga fan Ace has awakened the Fire Dragon magic in the world of the manga Fairy Tail, Natsu Dragneel. You simultaneously gain the Fire Dragon magic ability. You get points 5. Once opened, there are 6 pieces of system information to be received. Nick Pin didn't think much, and started to receive one by one. Nami is still a stable horse, she is there every time he open it. For Nami, after using the fly card, she can grow wings on the wand, and then she can fly on a small wand just like riding a broom in Harry Potter. However, the flying ability of the fly card seems to be limited. I wonder if it is possible to let Going Merry to fly. Both Sanji and Zoro are doing well this time. Zoro finally came to the middle level as well as Luffy, the 2-type haki. Sanji's 8 inner gates opened to the 4th gate, which greatly improved his strength. Usopp's Tsuruboshi, Nick Pin knows what ability it is when he sees the name. Baikug no 37, Tsuruboshi. Even the names are exactly the same. The ability of Tsuruboshi, as the name suggests. You can use spiritual power to create a rope in the air, which can catch objects. It is a good auxiliary ability. Although it is only used to pick up objects, because it is a rope made of spiritual power, its carrying capacity is still very huge. It is estimated that it should not be a big problem to pick up Going Merry or something. Chopper's ability surprised Nick Pin a little. Only then did he know that the manga chosen by Chopper was Strike the Blood. Moreover, according to his thinking, even if Chopper chooses this manga, he should awaken a certain ability in the manga like Princess Vivi. But who would have thought, Chopper found another way, and even used the method of making rumble balls to obtain the ability of the Akatsuki Kuju familiar. Nick Pin looked at the golden rumble ball that had just appeared in his hand, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, the golden lion. Finally, when Nick Pin receives of the power from Ace. He hesitated for a moment, but did not accept it. You know, dragon slayers will become severely motion sick, seasick, and unlucky of all means of transportation because of the fire dragon magic destroying the semicircular canals of the human body. In short, while enjoying the power brought by this ability, you have to accept its flaws. Nick Pin guessed that his ability to synchronize the fire dragon magic through the system should be just the ability to synchronize, not the symptoms of motion sickness. However, a cautious person like Nick Pin would not take risks in order to obtain an ability. Even if there is only a slight risk, I don't want to. If you get seasick every day in the future, wouldn't that be fatal? After accepting the points, Nick Pin went to check the points achievement interface. What? The icon for the third achievement chest also lights up. The first two treasure chests are both bronze in color, and the second treasure chest has more complicated lines than the first treasure chest. This third treasure chest is golden. Nick Pin opened the third treasure chest. Accompanied by a burst of dazzling golden light, a thing that looks like a skill icon in the game popped up. Nick Pin checked it. I go. What a skill. Guardianship of the Goddess of Holy Light. Under the protection of the Goddess of Holy Light, all negative curses cannot affect you. Passive effect, immune to all negative buffs targeting your body, spirit, will, etc. This is a bit of a bully. Although the introduction of the effect is only a short sentence, but how to say that sentence, what is concentrated is the essence. As long as it is against the negative buffs of the body, spirit, will, etc. It can be immune. Simply put, land lover like devil fruit and motion sickness from dragon slayer magic are all negative buffs for the physical body. Now that Nick Pin has this skill, even if he eats devil fruit, or possesses fire dragon magic, he will not be affected by the negative curse. In addition, if someone uses these abilities of illusion on Nick Pin, it will be invalid. This is another life-saving ability. Nick Pin can see it. The system is really afraid of his death. Since I'm immune to negative buffs, I can get the system power up from Ace. Thinking of this, Nick Pin received the system message from Ace. He stood up and walked around the studio. Really? Didn't feel seasick at all. I don't know if it's because the Guardian of the Goddess of Light made the seasickness debuff immune to it, or it didn't exist in the first place. Nick Pin rubbed his chin. It is estimated that only Ace can know about this. By the way, if there is a suitable devil fruit next time, it seems that I can eat one too. The Going Merry headed south along the Sandora River. As long as you get out of the mouth of the San Lola River, you can go to the next island. At this time, at the mouth of the Sandora River, more than a dozen warships are hovering on the sea here with some regularity. Smoker, didn't you just thank the government for the promotion before? Why are you going your own way now? Stop talking nonsense. In short, let me deal with Straw Hat crew now. On the other end of the den mushy Smoker snorted coldly. He made such a decision, on the one hand, because according to the justice in his heart, he would never take action against the hero who saved Alabasta at such a time. On the other hand, he really dare not. When he thinks of Nick Pin's style of doing things, he feels very helpless. Unless he really doesn't consider Tashigi, then he can still fight with the Straw Hat pirates. Otherwise, as long as Nick Pin is on that boat, he can only hold back. By the way, Hina. You'd better not attack them, otherwise, you may get into trouble. Are you kidding? Do you think Hina is as capricious as you bastard? Since they are pirates, and the higher-up have ordered us to catch this group of people, Hina will definitely carry it out. Hina scolded coldly. The slender cigarette at the corner of her mouth moved up and down as she spoke, giving off a vigorous aura. Idiot. That's because they want to cover up the fact that this country was saved by pirates. Hina naturally knows. But she didn't want to mix too much personal thoughts into it. Okay. Since you don't want to cooperate with Hina, then just stay here, honestly. See how Hina catch these pirates. Although she know that the Straw Hat pirates are very strong, but in the battle at sea, Hina has full confidence. Smoker shook his head slightly, then sighed. Since you insist on dealing with the Straw Hat pirates, I have to remind you to be careful with that Nick Pin. Oh. Nick Pin. Hearing this, Hina's mouth twitched with interest, and said lightly, that's just right, Hina just happened to be a little interested in him. With that said, she hung up the den mushy. Smoker was speechless. Is she interested in Nick Pin? So, good luck. Captain, the target ship has entered the predetermined location. At this time, the observer on the warship reported to Hina. Notify the Black Threshold troops and start the Black Spear formation immediately. On the other side, on the deck of the Going Merry, Usopp and Nick Pin stood at the front of the deck. As for the others, they all went to practice in mangas at this time. Sanji and Chopper have run out of manga time today, but one went to make food for everyone, and the other went to make medicine for Kaya. Is there really no need to call everyone? Usopp asked. It's just a few warships, it's not worth wasting everyone's chance to enter the manga world. Nick Pin shrugged his shoulders. If you call out your partner who is practicing at this time, it means that you will be pulled out before the time limit for entering the manga is up. Wasted an opportunity. Okay, we have already entered the center of their encirclement, and it is estimated that they are going to sail toward us. Usopp is also well informed now, and he has very strong eyesight when holding the god-killing star, so he can easily determine marine strategy. It's okay, we'll just go straight ahead. Okay. Whizzing. At this moment, 2 cannon shot rapidly from the front. Nick Pin flipped his palm, and the shield of Klo appeared. Boom. Boom. When the 2 black cannonball were about to hit the hull of Going Merry, they were blocked by an invisible energy shield. The observer on the warship suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, something blocked our cannonball." That's the ability of Devil Fruit. Right? Don't worry. Such a strong defense is definitely impossible to spread all over the pirate ship. Inform the Black Threshold troops to attack together. And the Black Spears troop will be fired at random and not at the same time. Yes. Whoosh. 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 Whoo. A dozen marine warships fired cannonball at the Straw Hat pirates from all directions. No 2 cannonball arrive at the same time. Sure enough, she is a smart woman. Watching the opponent's quick adjustments, Nick Pin had to secretly admire Hina's battlefield wisdom. Indeed. Although the shield is very defensive, but like the barrier fruit, it cannot be infinitely extended. If it is within a small range, it can completely form a spherical shape and achieve absolute defense. But for a target as big as a pirate ship, no matter it is a shield or a barrier fruit, it is impossible to surround it in all directions. Nick Pin controlled the ability of the shield, allowing the energy shield to constantly change its position, thus blocking one attack after another. This ability is really convenient. Seeing Nick Pin's relaxed response, Usopp's face was full of joy. Nick Pin got a broadcast den mushy from Usopp, and shouted to the front, "Stop shooting cannonball, or I will retaliate." Hearing Nick Pin's voice, Hina's eyes lit up. Smoker told me to be careful with this guy, she's going to catch him today. Then see how Smoker would reacts. You are Nick Pin, the deputy head of the Straw Hat Pirates, right? If you want to get angry, and try to break through my cannonball array if you have the strength. FK. This voice. How dare you still provoke me? Don't make trouble. What kind of black spear formation? It's too easy to break through. I will use one of the 36 strategies is called directly smashing marine. I can use this trick to make your black spear formation disappear. So, just learn from your Smoker classmate, it's good for everyone to live in peace. Nick Pin tried to convince the other party. After all, Hina and Smoker are a bit similar, they are rare righteous people in marine. Of course, Hina is definitely not as good as Smoker in terms of implementing the justice in her heart. It's okay not to mention Smoker. When Nick Pin mentioned Smoker, Hina was furious. It's really arrogant. Although Hina don't know what 36 tricks you are talking about, but today Hina is here, even if the gods come, they will not be able to save you. Hina said it. Looks like she won't let it go. Shall I fire the gun? Usopp asked. No, this group of marines don't kill them. Nick Pin shook his head, and then he leaped. At the same time, he used the fly card, forming 2 small wings behind him. But it is enough to carry him to fly alone. Soru. With an acceleration in the air, Nick Pin instantly appeared on the deck of the warship. He looked at Hina, who was shocked in front of him. For the sake of your justice, I don't want to embarrass you, let it go. Stop joking. Nick Pin, you just deliver yourself to Hina, don't blame Hina for being rude. This speed is simply too slow for Nick Pin. With a random grab, he grabbed Hina's ankle. You got fooled. Hina chuckled, and saw black barriers appear on her ankles, binding Nick Pin's hands. Nick Pin didn't care at all. Boring. Let me ask you for the last time, will you let me go or not? You have already been caught by Hina, why do you still ask such stupid questions? Hina kept this shape, took out the cigarette from her mouth with her slender fingers, and blew a puff of smoke towards Nick Pin with a smile. Okay. It seems that I still have to be rough. It is good. This shape is just right. The other hand immediately attacked Hina. Don't even think about succeeding. Hina immediately hit the fruit ability and trapped Nickpin's wrist. But Nickpin rubber fruit ability activated. This hand stretched instantly, and it reached Hina. Hina suddenly felt something bad, because at this moment Hina's defense was wide open. Next moment. Snapped. A crisp slap. Hina is numb. Chapter 121. Hiss. On the entire deck, a sound of sucking air suddenly resounded. All the marine soldiers actually looked at Hina in disbelief. It's. Ah. That bastard pirate, he slapped Captain Hina. Damn it. That's loud, the sound has blown my eardrums. Unforgivable. Kill him. The surrounding marine soldiers are all so shocked, let alone Hina who is the victim herself. Oh. With such a blow, Hina suffered not only physical pain. But the most important thing, is the emotional damage. As the fleet commander of the Black Threshold Force, Hina has absolute command over this force. She is also the goddess in the hearts of almost all marine soldiers in this unit. But it was the marine goddess of war who possessed the burden of being an absolute idol, who was beaten by a pirate in front of her confidants and subordinates. No one can be calm about this. You nasty pirate. The corner of her mouth biting a cigarette couldn't help trembling. Hina widened her sassy pupils, and shot at Nickpin with a look that almost wanted to tear the cabbage with her hands. You actually. Hina is furious. It's just that the kick this time is different from the last time. Under the rose-colored uniform pants, jet black hockey spilled from her legs and tangled up. Armament hockey. As an honor student who graduated from the Marine Academy in the same class as Smoker, Hina's armament hockey is not weak. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to scare the pirates on this grand line. Still coming. Facing Hina's same attack, Nickpin curled his lips, somewhat confused. What? The slap just now wasn't enough, was it? Under the effect of observation hockey, Hina's attack trajectory was visible, and Nickpin easily caught it with his hands. The moment he caught it, Nickpin frowned slightly. Much stronger than before. But, even if the strength is increased 10 times or 100 times, it still can't break Nickpin's defense. Nanny. Hina's pink hair was parted in the middle, and this delicate cheek suddenly showed unbelievable shock. That blow just now was blocked by Nickpin. But for this blow, Hina used her armament hockey to its strongest. But even so, Nickpin in front of him is still motionless. What a guy this is. Thinking of Nickpin's attack method on her just now, Hina immediately realized that she had to get out of Nickpin's attack range. 100 cracks threshold. She yelled, and the cage fruit ability was activated immediately, and a large number of black spears emerged from her legs in an instant, as if branches and leaves were scattered showing the sharpness. Bang bang. Dull sound. Those black spears were all blocked by a transparent energy barrier. Next moment. Since you made another move, I have no choice but to fight back again. Slightly shaking his head, Nickpin showed a helpless expression on his face. When he stretched out his hand, the rubber fruit ability was activated, and his arm shot out instantly, and circled behind Hina. Oops. Hina was shocked. Knowing that Nickpin will definitely repeat the attack just now. She immediately wanted to pull her legs back. But, she can't. It was like being clamped by an iron tongs. She was unwilling to be hit again, so she quickly twisted and turned in another direction. Useless, Nickpin's observation hockey firmly locked all the tracks of Hina. Lean to the left, right. Then slap from the left. Snapped. The entire deck suddenly fell into a dead silence. All the marine soldiers stared wide-eyed, their eyeballs protruded desperately, and their jaws fell to the ground in shock. Bastard. Fight him. Never forgive. Protect Captain Hina. These marine soldiers are all Hina's little fans, and all of them rushed towards Nickpin like crazy. They did not choose to shoot because they were afraid that the bullet would accidentally injure Captain Hina. One after another, sabers were slashed at Nickpin. A spherical energy barrier with a range just enough to accommodate 2 or 3 people blocked all swords' attack. Ignoring the childish behavior of these marine soldiers, Nickpin casually let go. He looked at Hina, and said lightly, "Just let us go, there's nothing wrong with it." Hiss. Hina gritted her teeth and looked at Nickpin with an angry face. Hina is very angry, Hina will never forgive you. With that said, Hina wanted to attack Nickpin again. Are you still here? Don't you feel pain? Because the opponent activated armament haki, Nickpin's second slap was much stronger than the first slap. But when hitting the opponent, Nickpin could clearly feel that the opponent obviously didn't protect her back with armament haki. It seems that the opponent's armament haki is also an entry-level one. If it is used in offense, it cannot be quickly switched to defense. What's more, this kind of precise positioning haki switching. It was obviously hit by a greater force, but there was no scream like just now, which made Nickpin very puzzled. But as soon as his words came out, Hina couldn't hold back in an instant. The reason why she gritted her teeth was because she wanted to keep her image. After all, she is also the marine goddess of war, the idol of her group, Hina endure. But unfortunately. Oh. Hina let out a cry of pain, immediately pressed her back with both hands, and kept jumping on the spot, making a hisso pain from her mouth. On the face with a high and cold temperament, the teeth are already grinning at this time, and there is no image of the marine goddess of war. Of course she didn't want her image to collapse, but it really hurt too much. After rubbing vigorously, after the pain was relieved, Hina looked at Nickpin angrily, "Damn bastard, you are so hateful." "Well, yes, it's really hateful," Nickpin spread out his hands, and pouted slightly. "But, if you don't use this kind of attack, tell me, how can I do it without killing you all? Can you just agree to let us go?" "Stop dreaming. Hina will never let the pirates go. Hina is very serious. This is the culprit that caused her so much pain. As a qualified Marine Headquarters captain, Hina fights bravely, and is obviously not a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. Although Nickpin's attack hurt her a lot, that's not why she was afraid of Nickpin. The real reason is that Nickpin's attack is embarrassing her. She recalled what Nickpin said just now. Even if she, Hina, die in battle, she will never compromise with the pirates. But this hit on the body is not only painful, but also destroys face, dignity, and idol halo. What? Did you change your mind? She knew that the marine goddess of war was not far from compromise. Hina was thinking about it, but when she heard Nickpin's question, she felt that it was a kind of provocation, and she said angrily, "Hina won't change her mind easily." Nickpin pursed his lips, his face was full of unavoidable entanglement, so he slowly raised his hand. Not good. Her heart couldn't help but Hina felt a little bit psychologically shadowed by Nickpin's hand. She was about to retreat subconsciously, but was blocked by the energy barrier of the shield. But she is also quite smart, leaving her back tightly against the energy barrier, pretending to be on guard. This. Looking at Hina's situation, Nickpin couldn't help laughing. He was very speechless and said, "If you are like this, then I will directly attack your front." Aha. Hearing this, Hina reflexively crossed her arms and stood in front of her. Just now I was thinking about how to defend the rear, but I ignored one thing. That is, Nickpin is not only able to attack her rear. It's useless, as long as I want to attack you, you won't be able to guard against it, it's an advantage for me, let me go, this is good for everyone. Nickpin put down his palm, showing his attitude. I really don't want to embarrass you. Sir, please go. Captain Hina, let them pass. We don't acknowledge you guys as pirate, we will pretend to not see you guys. Captain, we are heartbroken to see you being bullied by this pirate. Yeah, Captain, let them go. We don't want to see you being bullied. Before Hina could speak, the surrounding marine soldiers shouted loudly one by one. They slapped the energy barrier of the shield with their hands vigorously, begging loudly towards Hina inside. You have also seen, your idol halo in their hearts. Nickpin tilted his head and persuaded. If I really give you a spanks, I'm afraid you will never be embarrassed to appear in front of these soldiers again. As he spoke, Nickpin raised 3 fingers, you still have the last 3 seconds to think about it, after 3 seconds, I won't take pity on you. As soon as 3 fingers were raised, Nickpin took one away. Immediately afterwards, the second root was also retracted. Then there is the third root. Hey, shaking his head slightly, Nickpin let out a sigh. Just when he was about to strike, Hina finally gave in. Don't want. Facing Nickpin's dominance, the whole person's momentum leaped. Hina, we'll let you go. Hina is useless. Nickpin raised his hand, and the energy barrier of the shield was retracted. He turned and walked to the edge of the deck. Seeing that Nick Pin was about to leave, she was about to shout. What? Don't you want to get enough? Hina was taken aback, and immediately understood what Nick Pin was referring to. However, she held back her words and tried to calm down her anger. She asked, "You are a pirate and you are so powerful, isn't it more convenient to kill us directly? Why don't you kill us?" What? The surrounding Marines looked at Hina in horror. Captain. Hush. Captain, don't talk nonsense. Marines are all scared to death. Was our Captain Hina dumbfounded by this pirate's 2 slaps? What if your words are regarded as a provocation by the other party, and they really come to kill you? Isn't it good to be alive? This problem, Nick Pin turned around, rubbed his chin, and then looked at Hina with teasing eyes. "I'll save it to test you when we meet next time. If you have an answer in your heart, you can tell me." As he spoke, Nick Pin stepped on his feet. Step. Then the fly card was activated and flew back to going merry. Caught off guard, Hina wanted to call to stop Nick Pin, but found that he had already left. "Only a fool will agree to answer this question for you, Captain." A Marine asked Hina in a low voice. Hina took a deep breath, then snorted coldly, "Let go." Chapter 122. Alyabarna Port. Looking at Hina, who was boarding the warship and walking towards him, the corner of Smoker's mouth twitched in a teasing arc. "I heard that you were slap in public." Whoosh! A black stick flies towards Smoker. Hina gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Even if it's our relationship, don't make fun of Hina." Smoker melted into a puff of smoke, and then condensed into a solid body. "I warned you a long time ago, don't provoke this Nick Pin, you just won't listen." Smoker relit 2 cigars, tail a few puffs in his mouth. Smoker looked at Hina with an expression. "Now, are you still interested in him?" Thinking of Hina's disdainful expression of being interested in Nick Pin before, Smoker found it inexplicably funny. "Why not? I'm more interested in him now." Hee hee, Smoker laughed, and he exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings. "That's fine. This time, it's not a waste of time for you." Hina didn't understand. "Since you graduated from the Marine Academy, you have always been a high-ranking goddess of war. Although I am also happy for you, I have to say that you have developed an arrogant attitude without knowing it." Seeing Hina's confused face, Smoker explained, then he pointed to Hina with his finger, and continued. "Now, Nick Pin knocked you down from the cloud, although it makes you bad, it will definitely have a great impact on you." "Are you kidding? He did such a thing to Hina, and you said it benefit Hina?" Smoker shook his head unhurriedly. "You know, it's lucky that you met Nick Pin and the Straw Hat Pirates this time. If it was other vicious pirates, think about what it consequence." As soon as these words came out, Hina suddenly fell into thinking. What kind of consequences? This question is not difficult to think about. How many pirates are there in the whole sea? That's the most ferocious and evil. There are very few people like the Straw Hat Pirates who can show mercy to Marines. According to what Smoker said, Hina thought about it for a while. If the other pirates controlled her today with such absolute crushing strength, although Hina didn't want to think in a bad direction. Remember. Nick Pin taught you a lesson. If you continue to be arrogant, you may not be so lucky next time. As soon as he looked up, he saw that Smoker had gone to the cabin. First being treated rudely by Nick Pin, and now being taught a lesson by Smoker, Hina is very upset. But what Smoker said really made her feel scared and reflect. Did Nick Pin teach me a lesson? Thinking about this question, Hina sat down on the stool subconsciously. Hiss. As soon as she touched the stool, Hina bounced up immediately, her delicate face was full of shame and anger. This lesson. Really unforgettable. The Going Merry used the estuary of the Sandora River and entered the vast and boundless sea. Nick Pin, you are too strong. That Marine female captain really has no choice but to compromise with you. It was beyond his expectation. This is called specific enemy-specific treatment. Nick Pin shrugged his shoulders, then smiled. I'm going to draw manga first, I'll leave it to you here. Okay. Just leave it to me, the captain. When he came to the manga studio, Nick Pin saw a slender figure standing at the door. Are you waiting for me here on purpose? Looking at Robin in front of him, Nick Pin asked. What? You don't want to deal with me after our previous experience? Robin's beautiful eyes were lively, and he stared at Nick Pin with a perceptive gaze. "Ah, I won't be fooled by you, because I know you are not that kind of woman." Not shying away from Robin's gaze at all, Nick Pin looked straight at the past with a righteous face. He knows Robin's personality very well. If you want to say that Robin betrayed people, then of course you don't have to say it. The guys betrayed by her can add up to form a reinforced platoon. But you're saying that Robin is going to seduce men? Oh. It seems that I still have a good impression in your heart. Isn't that obvious? Nick Pin opened the door of the manga studio, then looked back at Robin. "Please come in." Robin pouted, feeling a little frustrated. This guy is really unpredictable. It seems that all her thoughts will be seen through by him. When he came to the manga studio, Robin immediately saw several bookshelves full of mangas. "If I'm not wrong, you want to read mangas?" Nick Pin came to the bookshelf and raised his chin at Robin. "Come on, take whatever you like." "Okay, you are really direct." Indeed, as Nick Pin expected, Robin came to Nick Pin for mangas. When she wanted to find out about the team with Nami just now, she was told by Kaya that Nami was practicing. Afterwards, she learned about manga practice. Naturally, she came to Nick Pin. "In terms of directness, compared to you, I'm still tender. When you were in the funeral hall of Alabasta, you caught me. To be honest, I am really convinced by you." Hearing Nick Pin mentioning this, Robin's face froze slightly, and then he chuckled lightly. "I said it, it wasn't intentional, believe it or not." "I believe it. Since you said it, I will believe it. It's just. I'm curious, is this the first time you've done this?" Hearing this, Robin's face immediately became sullen, and she crossed her hands immediately, and the ability of flower fruit was activated. Nick Pin lowered his head in a dazed look, looking at the direction of his little brother, then looked at Robin. Hey. It's too much." He wanted to question Robin, but just as Nick Pin looked at Robin, he saw that Robin's eyes were full of anger. "As you can see, it's the second time," Robin said coldly. "Just now you said you knew me. That's all." Unhappy, she dismissed Nick Pin, and Robin turned her attention to the manga book shelf. Why do I care so much about his opinion? Over the years, she never cared about anyone's opinion. Robin rubbed her forehead, realized that she seemed to have changed a bit, and suddenly felt a little scared. Because she doesn't know if this change of hers is right or not. "Apologies for my earlier question. I recognize it was inappropriate, especially coming from me. I sincerely apologize for that." "You have a very sincere attitude." Seeing that Nick Pin, who had always baffled her, finally lost a round in front of her, Robin's mood became better. "Indeed, I made a wager with you. Your last betrayal within Baroque Works was intended to be the final one in your life. If you get upset and depart now, what becomes of our bet?" Nick Pin prepared the drawing tools and came to the bookshelf. He looked at the pile of mangas that Robin was reading now, and said, "To show my sincerity, let me help you choose your manga, a special privilege for you." "Don't say it so seriously. Didn't I already give you my first time?" Although Robin said so, she was actually very happy in her heart. If it was placed a month ago, she would definitely not have any reaction to any man's words. But this person in front of her is different. "Ah hey. Can't you not sound it like that? It's the first time holding hands, okay? If someone passed by the door at this time and spread the word, it would become an iron fact. Then what else? What other first time do you want from me? Okay. I'm going. I can't beat you." Originally, Nick Pin wanted to tease a few words to defuse the awkward atmosphere, but I didn't expect that Robin didn't accept this trick, and instead added him to the army. After thinking about it carefully, Nick Pin will understand. After all, Robin is not a teenage girl like Nami and Vivi, who would not blush and choke when encountering such a thing. Even if Robin has never eaten pork, he must have seen pigs run. Coupled with so many years of climbing and rolling in the dark world, her mental state must be top-notch. "Is that so?" Robin's heart skipped a beat, and a smile appeared on his face that could not be seen to have any deep meaning. Since meeting Nick Pin until now, she has been very passive. Nothing about her seems to be able to escape Nick Pin's eyes. This feeling makes Robin, who has always been used to doing things on his own initiative, very uncomfortable. And she has nothing to do with Nick Pin. But now, she suddenly seemed to have discovered her only advantage in front of Nick Pin. If this is the case, then she know how to deal with Nick Pin in the future. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? Nickpin glanced at Robin suspiciously, feeling that this big sister was not thinking of anything good. Robin smiled noncommittally and did not answer Nickpin's question. Instead, she asked another question. By the way, just now you asked me how many times I did this, do you really care about it? Well, she shouldn't have opened this thread. But there is nothing to hide about this question. Nickpin shrugged his shoulders, of course. Hearing this answer, Robin was quite happy in his heart. This kind of feeling of being cared about is really very useful. The corner of Robin's mouth rose slightly. Then, do you want me to stop flirting on other people? I said, my big sister, why do you ask me this question? It's not that you must do what I say. This matter can be decided by you. If you say it, I will do it. Don't make trouble, Nickpin pouted. Amethyst-like pupils stared at Nickpin's eyes with a smile, and the corner of Ronan's mouth showed a sly arc. The opportunity is given to you, are you sure you don't want to make a decision? If I make the decision myself, I don't know what kind of crazy decision I will make. Depend on. Nickpin was convinced. Okay. I will make this decision for you. Nico Robin, you are not allowed to flirt with other people in the future. Hearing this, Robin showed a triumphant smile. Since you beg so much, then this sister, promise you. Nickpin rolled his eyes. Then, he was ready to draw. What are you doing? Robin wondered. Drawing. Nickpin spread his hands, is there any doubt? Oh. Robin held his heart with one hand, deliberately made a look of heartache. I swore that someone wanted to help me choose the manga, but he forgot it as soon as he turned around. Men are really liar. Puff. Nickpin was taken aback. Goodness, that's quite unexpected. He said depressingly, didn't I just forget about this because of your distraction? Robin's red lips twitched lightly, I'm not too bothered by it. Nickpin came over and put on an attitude of a gentleman, come on, I'll make it up to you now and take your concerns seriously. Robin didn't hold back, and was amused by Nickpin's expression. Chapter 123. Nickpin didn't know if it's because of her age, but Robin's choice of mangas is completely different from others. The other crewmates of the Straw Hat Pirates saw the ones they were interested in, and they picked them immediately. But Robin read many summary in succession. Obviously, she is seriously looking for manga that suits her abilities. This is a series, which belongs to the Naruto series. I recommend it for you, the Tsunade biography just now is very suitable for you, or the Senju Hashirama biography is also suitable for you. Let me tell you, these two books are suitable for you. Take it all, Nickpin began to persuade. Robin shook his head, picked up another manga, and said, I'll pick this one. Nickpin looked over and saw that the manga in Robin's hand was Uzumaki Naruto biography. She really know how to choose. Robin directly took the protagonist of this series. Although Nickpin still thinks Tsunade biography and Senju Hashirama biography are more suitable for Robin, but he will not forcefully change Robin's mind. Afterwards, he said, Robin, since you have chosen the manga, you have to work hard to train. At present, you are the weakest on board besides Kaya. Don't worry, I'm very strong. Pursing her red lips lightly, Robin nodded seriously. Then, she suddenly stared at Nickpin with a truth-seeking stare, I have a question. Ask away, Nickpin curled his lips, wondering what Robin was going to ask. Robin's bright eyes flickered, and there was a flash of curiosity, just now, didn't that hurt you? Pain. Nickpin froze for a moment, but in the next second he realized that Robin was talking about using the flower fruit ability on him just now. You still have the nerve to say it. Do you really need to use so much force? Robin showed an innocent expression, and said with a smile, I believe you can feel it, the strength is actually increasing bit by bit, but, to my surprise, you are fine. Nickpin was smiling. He explained, it's mainly my racial talent, which is born with super strong defense and super fast speed. Racial talent? Are you not human? Nickpin curled his lips, and then activated the nonsense ability, saying, my race came from Earth, a lineage left over from the ancient times, as far as I know, I should be the only one left alive. Earth. Robin frowned, and she was a little shocked, there is such a race, as an archaeologist, I have never even heard of it seems that my knowledge is still a little lacking. Nickpin smiled inwardly, and then continued, besides, even if I don't have the defensive power of the racial talent, I will be fine, because I still have the ability of rubber fruit, the grasping power of yours will not hurt me at all. Robin finally realized how exaggerated Nickpin's strength was. Fortunately, she was very cautious and increased her strength bit by bit. But she suddenly smiled charmingly. Okay, now that I know this, then I shouldn't have to spare any effort next time. Aha! Nickpin was stupefied, his eyes were filled with astonishment and shock. Hey, you're joking, right? Ha 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 ha, who knows? Winking at Nickpin, Robin went out in a good mood with Uzumaki Naruto biography. Listening to Robin's evil smile at the end, Nickpin is in a bad mood. The fruit ability of Robin. Back at the residence, Robin opened the biography of Uzumaki Naruto. She chose this manga because Uzumaki Naruto's way of life inspired her greatly. She took a quick glance just now and found that Uzumaki Naruto is very good at using Kage Bunshin to improve the efficiency of his training, which she finds very useful. With the tips from her other crewmate gave her, Robin's entry into the world of mangas was not hindered. The scene in front of her changed, Robin looked around. This lush environment is, yes, Konoha village. Perhaps because of the difference in acting style, Robin did not make friends with the protagonists of the mangas like other crewmates, but quietly lurked in Konoha village. By looking at the manga page of Uzumaki Naruto biography, Robin knew where Konoha's ninjutsu scrolls were stored. When night falls. A figure in night clothes quietly walked towards the warehouse where ninjutsu scrolls were stored. Just when Robin was about to approach the warehouse, two ninjas wearing animal masks stopped her. Robin paused, startled. When did these two guys come out? When she was reading the manga, she didn't see any guards here. Catch her immediately. The Umbu ninja with a cat's head held a kunai and gave a cold look. If Robin was a rookie, she might die at the moment. But she has learned from Nickpin that even death in the manga world will be fine. This is the advantage of information. Cease fleur, clutch. Without the slightest hesitation, Robin crossed her arms and activated the flower fruit ability. Immediately, 6 arms appeared on the bodies of the two Umbu ninjas, and they folded backwards and fell to the ground. Although ninjutsu is a good thing, the physical fitness of people in the Hokage world is generally very ordinary. Often a ninjutsu, or even a kunai, can kill a very powerful ninja. Looking back at the world of pirates. Even ordinary minions are hard to kill with one blow. Therefore, although these two Umbu ninjas are powerful, their body defenses can't withstand this kind of body bending, and they lose their resistance in an instant. Fortunately, these guards are average. After evaluating the strength of the two Umbu ninjas in his mind, Robin was about to move on. Puff! A handful of kunai directly penetrated her body. What? In Going Mary's room, Robin clutches her heart. The feeling of being pierced in the heart is so real. Is this what death feels like? She have to say, just now, there is really a kind of fear of dying. Fortunately, it is not a real death. It seems that it is not an easy task to obtain the ninjutsu scroll smoothly. Robin murmured in his heart, then communicated with the manga mentally, and entered again. It's still night. Robin sneaked toward the warehouse where the ninjutsu scrolls were stored. Still the same, met two Umbu ninjas and was easily knocked by her. Then a burst of bitterness came. But this time Robin was mentally prepared and escaped successfully. Ocho fleur, flip. After determining the location of her attacker, Robin activated the flower fruit ability. Ambush me, then you die. Because it is the people in the manga world, Robin does not have any burden in her heart when she kills. Anyway, as long as she came back, everything in the manga world will return to normal. Click. An Umbu ninja on the roof was twisted. But the next moment, the body of this Umbu ninja turned into a big log. It's the Kawarimi no Jutsu body replacement technique. Although she is new here, Robin has done all the homework and recognized this technique at a glance. The Kawarimi no Jutsu effect seen from the manga picture page is completely different from the effect seen with my own eyes. This time, Robin became more determined to steal the ninjutsu scroll in warehouse. Swipe swipe. Left, right, and behind, several bouts of attack flew over at the same time. Robin didn't engage in unnecessary fight, she just quickly noted down the positions of these Umbu ninjas. She got kill, and Robin's spirit withdraws from the manga world. Then. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. It wasn't until Robin entered the world of Uzumaki Naruto biography for the 9th time that she finally entered the warehouse where the ninjutsu scrolls were stored. Robin turned over. The first thing that catches the eye is the Bunshin no Jutsu, Kawarimi no Jutsu, and Henge no Jutsu clone, substitution, and transformation. This is the famous three-body technique, and it is also the basic ninjutsu of the Konoha village ninja exam. In addition, there are a large number of C-level ninjutsu, D-level ninjutsu and E-level ninjutsu. As for ninjutsu of level B and above, there is no such thing here. No matter how much, Robin won't take it all and will train it later. Robin packed all the ninjutsu scrolls, and exit the manga world. When Robin looked at her empty hands, the air in the whole room fell into an eerie silence. So I couldn't bring it out, Robin gave a wry smile, and worked for a long time in vain. It seems that you still have to practice in it. Then, she used up her last chance to enter the manga today. With the experience of the previous 9 times, this 10th time was naturally successful in stealing the ninjutsu scroll. Only. This time, knowing that she couldn't take it away, Robin didn't want too much, so she took Bunshin no Jutsu, Kawarimi no Jutsu, and Henge no Jutsu first. Since it can only be trained in the manga world, the scrolls in this warehouse are as simple as picking something out of a bag for Robin, so there is no need to worry at all. After collecting the 3 ninjutsu scrolls, Robin disappeared into the woods outside Konoha village. Finding a hidden cave, Robin sat down and opened the first scroll, Henge no Jutsu. Cien Fleur, practice mode. Followed by Robin crossing his hands, suddenly many arms popped out from the ground. The name of the move is not important, the important thing is that Robin made so many arms not for fighting, but for practicing. She looked at the way of using hand seals on the scroll, and these hundreds of palms began to learn the techniques of forming seals at the same time. If Uzumaki Naruto saw this scene, he will definitely shout, "This is better than Shadow Clone." Going merry, in the manga studio. Ah, what a hateful lady that Robin is. Since Robin took the mangas to the present, Nick Pin has always been absent-minded in drawing mangas. He had to say, the taste is actually a bit memorable. In order to get rid of this disturbing thought, Nick Pin simply opened the system interface to calm down for himself. Opening the system mail on the log interface, Nick Pin didn't expect much. After all, he only received system emails when he set off in the morning, and there is a high probability that there are no new emails now. But the fact is beyond his expectation. Your manga fan Nico Robin has improved her world strength in the manga Uzumaki Naruto biography. She has trained Henge no Jutsu. You can simultaneously acquire Henge no Jutsu. You get points 1. FK. She has already trained a jutsu. Chapter 124. A few days later, Going Merry came to a strange sea. On the watchtower, Usopp is holding the god-killing star and is observing the distance. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound in his ear. He looked around hastily, but saw nothing. Afterwards, he raised his head subconsciously, and his eyeballs popped. No way. God-killing star Tsuruboshi. Without thinking too much, Usopp drew his bow full, and the spirit Ryatsu condensed crazily. Whoosh! A ball of psionic light was shot into the air. When the height reached about 5 meters, the psionic light ball spread out instantly, turning into an energy net that could cover the Going Merry. Duong. The rotten broken ship that fell from the sky was firmly caught by this psionic net. Fortunately, the captain is not a weakling now, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Looking at his masterpiece, Usopp had a smug look on his face. After a while, under Usopp's shouting, all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates came to the deck. You mean, this thing fell from the sky? Zoro clasped his hands in front of his chest, squeezed out a finger and pointed upwards. A ship fell from the sky? Are you kidding me? Must be dreaming. Looking at the decaying ship supported by the Tsuruboshi, Chopper's eyes were rounded and he looked confused. Oh. Luffy's mouth opened into an O, and he raised his head in horror. Seems like he wanted to find the source of the wooden boat that fell from the sky. Something is falling again. Sanji yelled, pointing upwards. Usopp raised his head subconsciously, and saw a dead man's skull hitting him directly. Immediately, he yelled in horror, "Ah! It's a dead man's bone." Then he kicked it out. Bastard, don't throw it here. Sanji was furious and kicked back again. Chose and Sue as they kicked the corpse around. When everyone was in a mess, Nami suddenly exclaimed, "No! The log pose is broken." "What?" As soon as these words came out, the crew immediately fell silent. Nami stretched out his right hand, and said nervously, "Look, the pointer doesn't move, it keeps pointing up." "No." It was attracted by a stronger magnetic force, thus updating the record. At this time, Robin spoke. She first carefully looked at the log pose on Nami's wrist, then looked up at the sky, with a worried look on her cheeks, and murmured. "If the pointer is up, it means that the record was taken away by Skypiea." Skypiea? What is that? Is it an island floating in the sky? Robin's words suddenly opened up the chatterbox of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Nick Pin did not speak. Since Robin explained this matter, he naturally didn't need to say anything more. Usopp opened his mouth wide and looked up to the sky. "Is that where the ship and the dead fell from?" Zoro frowned, "But, there is nothing like an island in the sky." Robin shook his head. "No, to be precise, what floats in the sky should be the sea." "Oh oh oh." Luffy cheered excitedly, pointed to the sky with his right hand, and shouted, "Go up, guys." "Stupid Luffy, you can't turn the rudder up." Sanji pressed Luffy's mouth, then looked at Robin flatteringly. "Beautiful Robin-chan, please continue to talk." Robin spread his hands, with a look of helplessness on his face. "Frankly, I haven't read any literature about Skypiea, I don't know much about it." "Exactly." At this time, Nami took over the conversation and said seriously. "How can an island in the sea float in the air? The log pose must be broken." Robin shook his head. "No. Miss Navigator. What you have to think about now is not where the log pose is broken, but the way to go to Skypiea." Here Nami and Robin are talking, while Luffy can't help but be excited. "Usopp, put that ship down there, let's venture in." "Huh. Great idea." The net was released, and the broken boat on it was dumped out like garbage. Boom. The wrecked and decayed ship fell to the sea. Gomu Gomu no. Luffy activated the rubber fruit ability, and immediately pulled his body. "Wait for me." With sharp eyes and quick hands, Usopp hugged Luffy and was led along with him. No matter how bizarre things are encountered, you must never doubt the log pose, this is an iron rule. In this sea, if you really want to doubt, you can only doubt the common sense. In your head. Where the log pose is pointing, must there be an island. When Robin finished explaining to everyone, Luffy and Usopp also came back. "Whoa. You're going to be amazed. Because I found something really cool." As he spoke, Luffy opened a piece of sheepskin cloth in his hand and said happily, "Look." "Oh." Nami, Usopp, and Chopper marveled at the trio, all showing shocked expressions. As for the others. "Looks very calm." Zoro didn't even come from a distance. It turned out to be a map of Skypiea. Nami took it over and watched it carefully. "So, there really is a Skypiea." Luffy stretched his head over and looked at Nami expectantly. "Great. Usopp. Chopper. That's the Skypiea. We can go to the Skypiea. Don't be too happy, it's just a possibility, after all, there are too many deceptive maps in the world." Nami waved his hand and immediately poured cold water on Luffy, Usopp and Chopper. The faces of the three of them turned black, and they stared at Nami with ashen faces. "Ah, I'm sorry, there must be," Nami quickly waved her hand. "Huh? Did that woman actually compromise?" Luffy said unconvinced, "Aren't you a navigator, think of a way." Nami was really going to be laughed out of anger, she was very angry. "You are making things difficult for others." "I don't care. We are going to Skypiea." Nami was so aggrieved that she walked quickly to Nick Pin, pulled Nick Pin's arm, and said aggrievedly, "He scolded me." Puff. Nick Pin never expected that Nami actually came to find him out. He glanced at Robin subconsciously, and saw a trace of teasing in Robin's beautiful eyes. "Well. Luffy, quickly apologize to my Nami, I'll take you to Skypiea." "Sorry." Without any hesitation, Luffy immediately stood up straight and bowed to Nami. Then, he looked at Nick Pin excitedly, "Tell me, how do we get to Skypiea?" "Wait." Nick Pin held Nami tightly in his arms, and said to Luffy with a smile. "Wait?" 3 question marks appeared on Luffy's face. Is this a joke? Even Nami, who came to meet Nick Pin, was stunned, opened his mouth slightly, and said with a confused face, "I also feel that you are joking." But just when they were puzzled by Nick Pin's words, they heard a rhythmic shouting of wheat and the sound of gongs and drums coming from the sea. "Salvage, salvage! King king! Salvage, salvage! King king!" Then, a huge ship comparable to Going Merry appeared in everyone's field of vision. The bow of the boat is in the shape of a monkey holding gongs, which looks cute. "Here. This is the first step for us to go to Skypiea." Nick Pin pouted in the direction of the big monkey boat, and said with a faint smile. Chapter 125. Beep. A sharp whistle sounded. Finally, there was a roar, "All stand." "Hi hi. Sir." "Hi, hi, sir." On the deck of the big monkey ship, a group of people shouted like thunder. On the deck, a tall and majestic figure slowly turned around. Puff. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was shocked. "It's a gorilla. Preparation for salvage operations. All sunken ships are mine. Woohoo." The pirates on the deck cheered. "Hey, why does this gorilla look like Luffy?" Usopp complained with an embarrassed expression. Ahaha, Nami covered her mouth and laughed. "When you say it, I feel like I'm looking at Luffy. It's outrageous. As long as you associate this gorilla with Luffy's appearance, you won't be able to go back." "Robin," Nick Pin yelled, and then pointed to his ear, indicating that there was something to say in a whisper. "Oreha Fleur." Robin crossed his arms and activated the flower fruit ability. Suddenly, an ear appeared on Nick Pin's shoulder. Nick Pin whispered, "This orangutan must have an eternal pose on his body to some near island, can you borrow it?" "Oh. Is this Nick Pin asking a favor?" Because Nami was here, Robin didn't say anything to tease Nick Pin, but just looked at Nick Pin with deep eyes. Nick Pin understood in seconds, and immediately pouted, making a noncommittal expression. "Okay. I will do things for you first, and I will look for you later." Immediately, she activated the flower fruit ability. "Who stole my stuff?" The orangutan was about to say something when he suddenly felt his pocket being pulled out by something. The next moment, he roared, "Where the eternal pose?" Turning his head, he looked at the arm behind him. "That thing took my eternal pose." And at this time, on the outline of their ship, Robin's arm was relaying an eternal pose to the side. "Then give it a hard toss." At the same time, a mouth appeared on Nick Pin's shoulder, and Robin's voice came out, "I'll leave it to you." Nick Pin immediately activated the rubber fruit ability, stretching out his arms. After crossing this section of sea and air, he grabbed the eternal pose that was about to fall into the sea. "Yes." Seeing the eternal pose in hand, Nami happily shook her pink fist. "Then let's get away with it." Usopp immediately went to the helm. When Going Merry was some distance away from the monkey salvage ship, Nick Pin leaned on the railing and shouted to the gorilla. "Hey! I heard that your eternal pose is lost. We are going to J Island now. If you don't want to get lost on the sea, hurry up and follow." "Ah! Hurry up! Keep up with the boat ahead." "Yes." There was a shout from the monkey salvage boat, and then they were seen chasing Going Merry. Seeing this, Robin really feel wrong. Nick Pin asked her to be the bad guy, then suddenly came and saved this guy acting like a hero. Robin came over, stood beside Nick Pin, and deliberately said in a slightly resentful tone. "You've wronged me." Nick Pin spread his hands. "First of all, I instigated you to steal their log pose. As for the bad guys, then at least you are the culprit, and I'm at most an accessory." Listening to Nick Pin's defense, Robin was amused. "Well, what else? Secondly, if we just slipped away like this, if they didn't have eternal log pose in this sea, you must be able to imagine what the consequences would be. We don't have any enmity with them. It's very unkind to steal someone's eternal pose for no reason. If it caused many of them to die at sea, wouldn't it be a lack of virtue?" Although these words sound a bit like the Holy Mother, but this is what Nick Pin said from his heart. For the enemy, Nick Pin will not show mercy. But Nick Pin is not interested in things that hurt people for no reason. "You really are different, you're getting more and more interesting." Robin looked forward with beautiful eyes, and subconsciously glanced at Nick Pin's bottom, then crossed his hands. "Ah no." Nick Pin made a defensive posture subconsciously. He thought that Robin was about to attack his little brother again. "This is on the deck, all the crewmates are here." My shoulders are a little itchy, scratch. Robin crossed his hands, scratched his shoulders, and gave Nickpin a white look with a smile. This is not right. At this time, Luffy ran over and complained like a victim. Didn't we agree to go to Skypiea? Why Jaya Island? No, is there a need to ask? You must first go to Jaya Island, which is the closest to here, to ask about the information about Skypiea, then won't you know how to get to Skypiea? Is that so? Luffy scratched his head and looked at Nickpin. Nickpin nodded. Okay. Let's ask for information. In the evening, Going Merry arrived at the west blue shore of Gaia Island. Hey, hey, hey. Why are all the ships docked at the port are pirate ship? Impossible. How can this many pirate ship dock at the port so openly? Oh, that makes sense, Usopp breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, a horrifying shout suddenly came from the direction of the port. Murder. Usopp and Chopper suddenly showed a look of horror. They come across a murder. What kind of island is this? I think, let's not go up there, shall we? Usopp suggested seriously. Second. Chopper raised his little hoof. Luffy still looked excited. Nickpin, let's go find information about Skypiea. Let's go. Nickpin nodded, but this island really doesn't look like a safe and secure island, so please don't split up. Luffy and I will gather out information, the rest of us should stay on the boat and wait for us to come back, it shouldn't take long. I'll go with you too, I'm good at finding information, Robin volunteered. Nickpin thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. Then, it's up to Luffy, Robin and I to find out the information, and you all wait here for a while. After arranging the personnel, the three of Nickpin got off the boat. Walking from the port to the town, the three of them saw many fights before they had walked far. It's not a problem to have a bloody head, and there are even beating people to death. This place is called Mock Town, where all kinds of self-willed and depraved criminals gather, completely out of the control of the world government, so this is a paradise for pirates, a town full of violence. Relying on the flowering ability of Flower Fruit's ears, Robin quickly grasped the basic information of this town. Luffy, so it's a paradise for pirates. No. You have to correct it, it should be a paradise for bastard pirates, the three of us don't count. Makes sense. Luffy nodded. At this time, a sickly skinny horses passed by them. Ah, the man on the horse yelled weakly twice, and then fell off the horse. Boom. He fell in front of the three straw hats. Even though the weather was not hot, this man was wearing an old man's hat and a plush coat, and his face looked as if he was half dead. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he will soon be buried. Yo, it's this. Nickpin recognized him at a glance, the ship's doctor of the Blackbeard pirates, Doc Q nicknamed Death God. What happened to that man? It seems to be vomiting blood, it seems that the fall was not light. I feel like I'm going to fall to my death, Doc Q say. The people around were attracted by the movement here. Luffy stopped, pointed at Doc Q and said, look, he fell off his horse. Nickpin shrugged, well, but it has nothing to do with us, let's go. Robin looked at Nickpin with a smile on his face, you and I can ignore death, but our Captain Luffy will not sit idly by. Death? Do you think he looks like he is about to die? Isn't this comfortable lying on the ground? Doc Q looks dumbfounded. This bastard boy, why do you say it like that? But his target is not Nickpin, but Luffy. Doc Q looked at Luffy motionlessly, I'm vomiting blood, little brother, please, can you help me up? Okay, I'll help you. Nickpin took a step forward, activated the rubber fruit ability, extended his arms like a crane, grabbed the Doc Q, and threw him on the horse's back. Oh, my frail and sick body, little brother, you almost threw me to death again. Doc Q was paralyzed on the horseback, looking like he was about to die. Nickpin chuckled, it would be great if you fell to your death. Doc Q wants to hit people a little bit. But never mind. He handed Luffy a basket of apples hanging from the horse, take this as a token of my appreciation. Forget it. We won't eat things of unknown origin. But how can Luffy refuse food? Thank you. He immediately reached out and grabbed an apple and stuffed it into his mouth. Brush. Just when his apple was about to be delivered to his mouth, Nickpin took the apple and the apple basket swiftly. I'm the one that helped him. I'll get the first apple. Ah bah. It's really disgusting. Man, what a scam. I'm so kind to help you, but you actually thanked me with such a disgusting apple. Doc Q was mad. He just wants to feed this Straw Hat kid an apple. Why are you getting in the way here? You like to be nosy, don't you? Immediately, Doc Q laughed and said, sorry, maybe the apple you took just happened to be rotten, there are more here, you can pick whatever you want. This apple is not an ordinary apple, but Doc Q processed it with his diseased fruit ability, and it is an apple with a disease called, if you eat it, there is a probability of exploding. Just take a bite, whether you eat it or not, it will explode. Of course, this is possible. If you are lucky, you will not eat an apple that can explode. If you are not lucky, you will explode. Since Tis is so in the way, let him eat slowly. It's about the same. Nickpin grabbed another apple and took a bite. Pooh. Doc Q frowned. How lucky is this little bastard? Nickpin grabbed another apple and took a bite. Still. Pooh. Doc Q's face is a little restless. How can this be? He didn't even explode after eating 3. This guy is heaven-defying lucky. Pooh. 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 Nickpin bit 7 or 8 in a row. Doc Q has some doubts about life. What's going on with this guy? Although the apple explodes randomly, the probability is definitely not that low. Just when he was in a daze, the apples in the basket had bottomed out. Boom. At this time, there was a violent explosion not far away. What happened? A strange man gave them each an apple just now. The 5 of them just ate the apple and they all exploded. Damn it. It's horrible. Yeah. The scene in the store is too miserable. There was the sound of panic from the crowd on the other side of the explosion. Nickpin. Stop. But Nickpin had already picked up the last apple in the basket and bit it down, then nodded, well, yes, this tastes very good. Doc Q is completely dumbfounded. Eat up the whole basket of apples. And then none of the exploded? This. How can this be? Chapter 126. Leaving behind a dumbfounded Doc Q, the 3 of them left. Nickpin. You were too foolish just now. What? I helped him, so it's not too much to eat a few apples. Don't pretend to be unaware. You think I can't see it? You actually knew beforehand that those apples would explode. The slender fingers tightly grasped Nickpin's arm, maybe it was because of anger that they were so hard that they even pinched into Nickpin's flesh. Nickpin felt it. Robin is serious this time. Seriously concerned about his safety. To be honest, Nickpin was very moved. Okay. Yes. What? Then why did you still eat? Hearing this answer, Robin's beautiful face suddenly burst into anger. Bastard. What are you thinking? You don't want to be responsible to me. Nanny. Nickpin and Luffy looked dumbfounded at the same time. How did it get involved in being responsible or irresponsible? Nickpin, what did you do to Robin? Although Luffy doesn't understand love, but these plain words can still be understood. Huh. The confusion on Nickpin's face became even worse, he smiled wryly. I said Robin, I didn't do anything to you, did I? Robin still scolded very seriously, don't forget. You are the who has a bet with me. If you were killed by the bomb just now, what will happen to the bet? Ah. Robin, can't you speak clearly at once? Luffy also showed a relieved expression. Oh, it turned out to be this matter I thought. What? Don't want be responsible for the bet? Responsible, Nickpin agreed again and again, and then he explained. Actually, you don't have to worry about me, I afraid of death, I dared to eat the apple, so I knew I was fine, in fact, as you can see, his apples have no effect on me at all. The reason why he ate those apples without hesitation was mainly because he got the guardianship of the goddess of holy light a few days ago. All negative debuffs have no effect on him. For something like a diseased fruit, all its abilities can be regarded as debuffs, so it has no effect on Nickpin. Anyway. Risking your life to do something? Stop it. That's not Nickpin's style. Listening to Nickpin's explanation, Robin also slowly realized it. Nickpin can eat the exploding apple so calmly, he must be very confident. I won't blame you this time. But next time, if there is something risking your life, you'd better tell us in advance. So that everyone won't worry. Don't worry everyone. Nickpin smiled slightly. The three of them came to a bar and sat down to eat. Generally speaking, good and bad people are mixed in the bar, and the information that can be obtained is relatively more. There are so many people here, you should be able to find out. Nickpin turned Robin with his arm and whispered. Although he knew how to get to Skypiea, it was better for Robin to find out. That's more logical. Just when the two were investigating, Luffy went to the bar and took a bite of a cherry pie. He immediately shouted to the bartender in front of him with distorted facial features, "Hey, uncle! Hey! Old man!" He and Luffy shouted almost simultaneously. Nickpin just turned around and looked over. Isn't this Blackbeard? Although he knew that Blackbeard Teach would meet Luffy on Jaya Island, Nickpin couldn't remember exactly where it was on Jaya Island. But now he know. It's him. Seeing Teach, Robin's face changed slightly. When she was at the Baroque Works, she was collecting intelligence almost all the time. As for the news that occurred in the Whitebeard Pirates, such a big news, it is naturally impossible for Robin not to know about it. The bartender looked at the two with an unkind expression. What are you doing? Luffy, this cherry pie sucks. Teach, this cherry pie is to die for. The two froze at the same time and stared at each other. They looked at each other speechlessly. The two drank a glass of milk at the same time. Luffy, why is this glass of milk so delicious? Teach, why is this glass of milk so bad? Luffy, is your tongue broken? Teach, is your brain broken? Luffy, uncle, I want to buy 50 pieces of meat. Teach, old man, I want to buy 51 cherry pies. I mean I want to buy 52 meat. Unlucky. My cherry pie changed to 53 pieces. No. Change the meat to 54 pieces. Teach, cherry pie changed to 55 pieces. Luffy, 60. Teach, 70. Luffy, 80. Teach, 100. Both stood up. Do you want to fight? The two men were at war with each other. Suddenly, Blackbeard Teach glanced at Luffy and asked in confusion, "Are you a pirate?" "Yes." Luffy affirmed without hesitation. Teach, bounty. Luffy, 100 million. 100 million. Ha ha ha, if you want to lie, don't give me such exaggerated number. I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth. Is it possible to quarrel like this? Robin looked at the two of them in disbelief, feeling that this scene was a bit incomprehensible. Ahaha. Of course, the two of them are facing each other by fate. Hey, fighting is not allowed in my shop. Big man, take your things go. Blackbeard Teach took the package and gave a cold cry to Luffy. He seemed too lazy to deal with such a small character, and walked out unhappily. At the door, a blond man in a coat and light-colored sunglasses passed Teach. It's Bellamy. Bellamy the hyena. A super rookie with a reward of 55 million belly. As soon as the blond man entered the bar, he immediately enjoyed the exclamation of everyone. Obviously, he is the Bellamy of everyone. Behind him, several men and women with patterns of the Bellamy pirates tattooed on their bodies also followed in. Just now I seem to hear there is a pirate with 100 million belly is. Bellamy walked in, his face full of arrogance, he twisted his neck, and said with a ferocious expression. Hey! Kid, I'm talking to you. Is it you who has the wanted bounty of 100 million belly? Realizing that Bellamy was talking to him, Luffy turned to look at Bellamy. He said while eating the meat, "Oh, yes, my bounty is 100 million. With a playful look on Bellamy's face, he walked up to Luffy and said to the bartender, "I want the most expensive drink." Then he pointed at Luffy, "Give him a drink of whatever the brat likes." Okay. The bartender is a person who has seen the world, and he is still neither humble nor overbearing in the face of such vicious pirates, and quickly put 2 glasses of wine in front of the two of them. So he's a good guy. Seeing Bellamy invite him to drink, Luffy happily picked up the glass and put it in his mouth. But at this moment, Bellamy's hand suddenly appeared behind Luffy's head, and then forcefully. Bellamy's expression changed. He subconsciously looked at his hand. He saw another hand was grabbing his wrist. He originally wanted to press Luffy's head on the bar, this is his way of entertainment. But it was because of the hand that suddenly appeared that he couldn't press it down at all. You know what, you did, it's suicide. Holding Bellamy's wrist, Nickpin's mouth curled into an evil smile. The appearance of Bellamy reminded him of this episode. In the original plot, because Luffy and Zoro promised Nami not to fight on Jaya Island, Bellamy humiliated Luffy on the bar here. Only. Now, this kind of thing is absolutely impossible. You like to put other people's heads on the bar. Nickpin stood up and exerted a little force on his arms. Bellamy only felt that there was a huge force that he couldn't resist, and he immediately fell towards Nickpin. Nickpin's other hand grabbed the back of his head. Nanny. Realizing what Nickpin was going to do, Bellamy was furious. I, Bellamy, have always played this tricks on others, how can anyone play this tricks on me? He immediately pushed his head back. Result. Stand still. What? This is impossible. Bellamy is furious. But before he could react, Nickpin's palm had already been pressed. Boom. Bellamy's head went straight through the bar. Bellamy. Seeing this scene unexpectedly, the eyeballs of those members of the Bellamy Pirates almost popped out. Nickpin kicked the bloody Bellamy to the front of the Bellamy Pirates, and said with a sneer, "Don't embarrass yourself with such a thing. Pirates dare not speak. In this case, whoever has the biggest fist has the right to speak." Judging from the current situation, it is obvious that Nickpin's fist is bigger. Damn it. A vicious sound like gnashing of teeth came from the floor. Bellamy stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Although he felt the strength of Nickpin, Bellamy was not afraid. Because of his spring fruit ability user, his strength is not in static power, but in dynamic power and speed. He also met many guys who were as strong as bulls before. In terms of strength, Bellamy is not as good as them. But in the end, didn't these guys all die at the hands of Bellamy? Idiot. Do you think that having some brute force can decide the outcome of the battle? Staring ferociously at Nickpin, Bellamy suddenly smiled. Just because your captain has the bounty of 100 million, don't think you can do anything you want. I bet you yourself only have a meager 10 to 20 million bounty. I actually let you hit me. The existence with a reward of 55 million. Presumably this is the brightest moment of your life. Excuse me. Today's new newspaper, does anyone need it? There is a newly updated bounty. A newspaper seller appeared at the door of the bar. Chapter 127. Boss, the newspaper is here. A younger brother bought a newspaper and hurried to Bellamy's. Bellamy snorted coldly and typed the newspaper. As soon as she saw the headlines on the front page, Bellamy stared suddenly. Then he raised his head and looked at Luffy. Then he lowered his head and looked at the reward order on the front page headline. Hiss. Bellamy and the little brother who handed him the newspaper gasped at the same time. What's wrong? Boss? A few brothers behind him immediately surrounded him. Result. Hiss. The exclamations of all Bellamy pirate members suddenly resounded. What are they doing? Why do all of them look like they saw something extraordinary? What the hell are they surprised about? The pirates in the bar all looked confused. Newspaper, get a newspaper. Suddenly, someone yelled at the newspaper seller at the door. I'll have one too. Give me one. Soon, newspapers were sold out. Hiss. Hiss. A moment later, there was a sound of shock resounding in the bar. What are you guys doing? Luffy picked his nostrils in bewilderment. He stretched out his hand, extended his arm, and took a newspaper from one of the pirates. Immediately, Luffy saw his profile picture being placed on the front page headline. Hey! Isn't this me? Luffy glanced down. Bounty order, Monkey D. Luffy. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, a reward of 150 million belly. Huh? Did they raise my bounty? Luffy was stunned, then he turned to the second page, and immediately grinned. Nickpin, they have raised your bounty too. See only on this page. Reward order, Nickpin. The deputy captain and mangaka of the Straw Hat Pirates bounty reward of 180 million. If Nick-pin not mistaken, the reason for the increase in the bounty is that is probably because of Alabasta. Because Luffy defeated Crocodile head-on, Marine Headquarters officially paid attention to his combat power, and it was normal to offer a reward of 150 million. But why is he up so much? Nick-pin is a bit confused. During the incident in Alabasta, he also fought against Mr. 2 and Mr. 4, and he didn't show too strong fighting power at all. What's more, his battle in Alabasta was only seen by a few people. It is impossible for these people to be bored enough to explain Nick-pin's combat power to Marine. Generally speaking, Marine's reward orders mainly refer to two criteria. One is strength, and the other is the danger of this person. Outrageous, my price is inflated, Nick-pin pouted. But what he doesn't know is that he has now been designated as the most dangerous person in the Straw Hat Pirates by the Marine Headquarters. As for why? All thanks to Marine Headquarters Captain Hina's report. Luffy continues to flip. Next is Nami's reward order, 96 million belly. Nick-pin can understand Nami's reward. Finally, there is a bounty order for another the Straw Hat Pirates. Roronoa Zoro, offering a reward of 140 million belly. For Zoro's reward price, Nick-pin was not very surprised. But this time, Zoro's bounty is no longer listed separately, but belongs to the Straw Hat Pirates. Nick-pin afraid if it wasn't for the Alabasta incident, Marine Headquarters still wouldn't know where Zoro belongs to. At this time, seeing this new information, Bellamy might just be fallen shocked to the ground, if he hadn't been supported by the subordinate behind him. "Boss, what should we do?" Bellamy's lackey asked. Bellamy was a little confused, panting nervously. But suddenly, he looked at Luffy, Nick-pin and Robin, and frowned slightly. These three guys don't look like vicious big pirates at all. Just now he was about to use his fruit ability to deal with them, when the newspaper seller came just in time. Mad, is it too a coincidence? Thinking of this, Bellamy suddenly laughed loudly, ha 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 ha. FK. The lackey and other pirates around were all scared. Your life and death are unpredictable, but how can still laugh in this situation where a bigger pirate you offended are right in front of you? Please, even if you are not afraid of death, we are. The big pirate with a reward of more than 100 million is not a murderous existence. And there were two of them standing in front of them at once. The other person, although they doesn't know how much she is worth, but she who can stand with this big pirate is obviously not a good person. Facing Bellamy, who suddenly laughed wildly, Luffy tilted his head with a question mark on his head. What are you laughing at? Bastard. Think you can trick me, Bellamy, by deliberately getting someone to pretend to sell newspapers? What a coincidence. This newspaper seller just appeared at the door by such a coincidence. Ha ha ha. Bounty of 150 million and 180 million. Ha ha ha. Let me, Bellamy, expose you clowns. Under everyone's horrified eyes, his legs turned into two springs. Not good. It's that move. Run. We will suffer too. That's too late. Duong. Dong. 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 The moment Bellamy started it, his figure instantly crashed into the wall inside the bar. Then bounce off and crash into another wall. It's bouncing off, it's crashing into another ceiling. In just a short moment, Bellamy's figure has bounced dozens of times in this bar. From the beginning, they could still see its trajectory clearly, but later it turned into an afterimage. Anyone who is touched will be spurted blood and fly out. Luffy stood there, seemed a little bored, and started yawning. Go to hell. Catching Luffy's yawn, Bellamy's projectile rush at Luffy in an instant. Whoosh! Faster than a bullet. Bellamy rush into Luffy. In the blink of an eye, Bellamy has already approached Luffy. But at this moment, Bellamy just felt as if his head had been slammed by a train. Under this huge force, its impact route was forcibly changed, and it hit the ground with a bang. Boom! The ground of the bar directly exploded into a pit. The terrifying vibration and roar made everyone frightened. When the dust from the floor exploded and fell, everyone's eyes widened fiercely. What? Everyone looked at Bellamy, who was dying in the pit, and all of them turned pale with fright. Are you kidding? You can get hit at that speed. Bellamy, with the bounty reward of 55 million belly, looks like a baby in front of him. The reward bounty in this newspaper is absolutely true. Now, no one is doubting the authenticity of this bounty. Ah, uncle, is the meat I want to pack ready? Luffy looked back at the bartender, seeming to have forgotten about beating Bellamy. You. Bellamy spat blood at the mouth and looked at Luffy, who was walking back and forth beside him with a blank face. He has a tattoo, the logo of the Don Quixote family. With constant pleas, he wants to join the Don Quixote family. But Doflamingo only agreed to lend him the pirate flag, but there is a condition. Once Bellamy is defeated, return the flag back to Doflamingo. Now. He was defeated. Bellamy was filled with grief and indignation at the thought of being expelled from the Doflamingo family camp. Hateful. Too strong. I said you squint your eyes, you are really lucky today. At this time, Nickpin kicked Bellamy casually with his foot. Under normal circumstances, I would tie up a clumsy guy like you and cash you out to the marine, but today our captain is in a hurry to go Skypiea, it's inconvenient to keep you on board, so I'll let you go. Skypiea. Hearing this, the bar suddenly fell into a weird atmosphere. Wahahaha. Skypiea. They want to go to Skypiea. But the next moment, he quickly covered his mouth, with a look of horror on his face. FK. Did they just laugh at some big pirates worth over 100 million? All the pirates in the bar looked at him like they were looking at a silly wall. They're going to Skypiea, it's ridiculous. Didn't you see that everyone was trying their best to hold back their laughter? Only you are the bravest idiot. Oh. This is funny. The pirate with a rough appearance suddenly fell silent like a cicada, his legs kept moving, and he knelt down in horror. I should die. I should die. Sorry. Forgive me. He obviously has a vicious look, but at this moment he looks like a 3-year-old child who has made a mistake, smacking his mouth non-stop. Too lazy to care about this mental retardation, Nickpin glanced at the faces of everyone in the bar. No one knows about Skypiea. Yes. A pirate wearing a red hood said nervously, on the east coast of Jaya Island, there is a guy named Mont Blanc Cricket, that guy should know something about Skypiea information. East Coast, Mont Blanc Cricket. Nickpin murmured and repeated, then nodded to this person. Very well, this is your reward. As he spoke, Nickpin threw a 100,000 Bailey note over. Ah. Thank you. Although this 100,000 Bailey is not a huge sum of money, it still depends on who gave it. Okay. Let's go, East Blue Shore. The pirates, who were so frightened that they stood in the way, quickly moved to both sides to help them escape. Nickpin lowered his head and glanced at Bellamy. If I'm not mistaken, the logo on your chest should be the family logo of that idiot Doflamingo? Damn it. I don't allow you to say Doflamingo like that. Snapped. Nickpin extended his arms and slapped him while standing. Immediately honest. Nickpin pouted. To be honest, there are many people who regard idols as their beliefs, but a guy like you who regards garbage as an idol is really sad and pitiful. Shut up. Doflamingo is not trash. But you are. Nickpin stepped on Bellamy's chest with one foot, bent his body, and pointed at Bellamy. You hyena is garbage in the eyes of Doflamingo, even worse than garbage. Ha. Bellamy laughed wildly suddenly. Do you think that I will be disappointed in my young master? No. I will be loyal to Doflamingo no matter what. Young master. Although he is a piece of rubbish, you should ask yourself, do you deserve to call him that? Nickpin smiled, with a playful twitch at the corner of his mouth. Believe me, if a dog in my family was bullied, I would bring the dog back and deal with the person, but yes, you are being bullied by me now. Do you think Doflamingo will help you out? Bellamy's face is extremely ugly. Although he wanted to refute Nickpin, but he knew that what Nickpin said should be right. Looking at your good luck today, let me give you a word. A lion will never treat a hyena as a friend. If you want to be a friend of a lion, first turn yourself into a lion. Robin glanced at the crowd, and then followed out. Bellamy. As the second in command of the Bellamy pirates, Sarquis rushed over to check Bellamy's injuries. Without answering Sarquis's words, Bellamy looked at the ceiling, recalling the intersection between Doflamingo and himself in his mind. Even though Bellamy admired that guy so much, that guy never looked him in the eye. He thought. As long as he work hard enough, he can get his recognition. But he forgot. Doflamingo is a lion and he is a hyena. Damn it. Bellamy, stop being a hyena. I want to be a lion. Chapter 128. Going Merry. Ah. There are 140 million bounty on that damn green moss heads. I don't even have a bounty. In the conference room, Sanji held the newspaper he just bought from the messenger seagull, and complained angrily. You are the 9th strongest member of the team, what's the matter, do you still want to revolt? Zoro crossed his legs, looked at his bounty happily, and even showed it off to Sanji. Bastard. Who is the 9th? Including Miss Kaya, there are only 9 people on board. Zoro spread his hands, that's right, so you are the 9th, aren't you? Ahaha, Usopp burst into tears from laughing. Although Usopp didn't also have a bounty, he and Sanji have exactly the opposite reaction toward. He felt that the lower the bounty, the safer. Coincidentally, Chopper thought so too. Sanji, it's a good thing we didn't get a bounty. Chopper sparkled with cute big eyes, and explained excitedly. This way Marine won't be able to pay attention to us. Don't. I want to overtake this green moss. Ah. After thinking for a while, Sanji protested to Nick Pin, no, next time let Zoro guard the ship, I will fight. Nick Pin shrugged his shoulders, okay, no problem. For Sanji's no bounty reward, Nick Pin is not surprised. In the previous battles of the Straw Hat Pirates, they have officially entered Marine's sight twice. The first time Sanji was buying ingredients, the second time Sanji was on the ship. It's such a coincidence. But since Sanji really want a bounty, then let him fight too next time there is a fight. Time flies, the next morning. Look. There's a big house ahead. Nami put up the pergola with her hands and said softly, that guy live there? Wow. What a great palace. Yes. Chopper sat on Luffy's head, also nodded. Seeing the appearance of Luffy and Chopper, Zoro shook his head speechlessly and sighed, idiot, open your eyes and take a good look. Sanji took out the cigarette from his mouth, and said with some disdain, what a scam, it only looked like that in the front, it's just a guy who loves vanity. At this time, the Going Merry came to the shore. Everyone also saw the side of this mansion. What? Both Usopp's and Chopper's jaws dropped. Luffy jumped onto the land, looked at the back of this luxury house, in a daze, and said in a daze. It's just a board. This man must be a cheapskate, Sanji said while furling the sails. Why was this man live here? Did you find out when you were inquiring about the information? I don't know about this, Robin smiled lightly and spread out his hands. But I heard that, a lot of gold is buried on this island. Gold. This word made the eyes of Nami, Usopp, Luffy, and Chopper all brighten up. Chopper, quick dig the ground. There is gold. Okay. Chopper was also full of enthusiasm. Nick Pin looked at Chopper dumbfounded, Chopper, don't bother, the gold is not in the ground. Not underground? There are 2 question marks on Chopper's head, where is that? Nick Pin pointed to the top of his head, up. Ah. Is there gold in the sky? Others also looked over. Usopp asked with great concern, hey, Nick Pin, are you sure? Nick Pin smiled, no, I guessed it. Everyone was speechless. Nick Pin, do you still remember that on the way here before, the log pose has been pointing towards the sky? Of course I remember. We are going to Skypiea. But, even if Skypiea really exists, it can't be said that the gold here was taken by the people above, right? Nami frowned and asked suspiciously. Nick Pin shook his head, no, I mean, the gold goes to the sky with the island. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. This is impossible. Nick Pin, you are taking a big joke. How can an island go to the sky? Only Luffy didn't have any doubts, he shouted happily, so that's how Skypiea came from. Stupid. That's just Nick Pin's guess. At this time, Robin said softly, Nick Pin, tell me, the reason for your guessing like this. Nick Pin explained, on the way here just now, I felt that the coastline on the map here was a bit strange, when I docked, I observed it again and found that the coastline here is not purely natural, as if someone it's like breaking a biscuit. Zoro glanced at the map, you say that, I seem to have the same feeling. Huh. Seems to make sense. Hey. This speculation is very possible. Look, the coastline here is completely different from the other side of the island. It's really like what Nickpin said, it seems to be broken from the middle gone. At this time Nickpin continued, so, is there a possibility that the Skypiea was connected to this island a long, long time ago? My god! Nickpin, you are so smart. It sounds very reasonable, but the logic is still a bit ridiculous. Robin is quite rational. Sanji also agreed, that's right, it's too ridiculous. Second, Zoro agreed with Robin. It's not ridiculous at all, I think what Nickpin said must be true. Luffy still firmly supports Nickpin. Certainly. It can also be said that he is actually just a firm supporter of the idea of going to Skypiea for an adventure. Luffy, you have a real eye. Nami gave Luffy a thumbs up. Huh. There is a picture album here, it looks like a book from a long time ago. As he spoke, Nami read out the title of the book to himself, Noland, the Great Liar. As soon as these words came out, Sanji looked nostalgic, what a familiar name. I read this book when I was very young. Did you read it when you were young? It says it was released by North Blue. Ah. I was born in North Blue, didn't I tell everyone? Usopp leaned over, I always thought you were from East Blue. Ahaha. It doesn't matter where I am, but this story is a household story in North Blue, the main character is. Sanji seemed to remember this deliberately, and began to tell the story of the Great Liar Norland to his crewmates. When he finished telling the story, Nami stood up excitedly. Just now Nickpin said that Skypiea may have been connected with Jaya Island in the first place, you still don't believe it. Do you believe it now? Without giving everyone a chance to speak, Nami presented the evidence himself. Robin just found out that there is a lot of gold buried on this island, and Noland also said that there is a lot of gold here 400 years ago, but when their fleet arrived here and saw no gold. Noland firmly believes that the half of the island has sunk to the bottom of the sea, but after so many years, no one has found any signs of the island sinking to the bottom of the sea, that's why people regard Noland as a big liar. But the real reason is that the island flew into the sky. Oh my god. This is exactly what Nickpin speculated. Robin looked at Nami, then at Nickpin, her eyes were full of envious youth. Hey, hey, hey. I said Nami big sister, it was clearly conjectured by Nickpin, why are you prouder than him? Zoro smiled lightly, you are really stupid to ask this question. Who are you? Suddenly, Mont-Blanc Cricket appeared and made a gesture of fighting ready. Uncle. We came here specially to ask you for advice on how to get to Skypiea. Luffy cut to the chase, and one ran over. Skypiea? Cricket was taken aback for a moment, and then sprayed. Ha ha ha. Do you believe in Skypiea? We believe. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates answered in unison. Such a firm answer really surprised Cricket. That place. But no one believes that there is a place. The only person who said that place existed was a big liar 400 years ago. Uncle, don't you believe it? Luffy looked at Cricket innocently. Don't believe it. Hearing this, Cricket suddenly fell into a complicated mood. He laughed at himself. Hee, I don't know either, but I know that there is a person who has always believed in the existence of Skypiea, but that person is a world-famous the Big Liar. Afterwards, Cricket also told the story of the Big Liar Noland. However, he spoke from the perspective of the descendants of the parties involved, and the amount of information is obviously much more than the story Sanji told. Finally, he took out a Noland's logbook, which recorded some things about Skypiea. Uncle. I understand your difficulties. But, what I want to tell you is that Skypiea definitely exists. Believe it or not, Mont-Blanc Norland is not a big liar, but a real adventurer. And Nickpin pointed to himself and everyone. We will follow in his footsteps and go to Skypiea to see it ourselves. Yes. We will follow in the footsteps of Norland and go to Skypiea. Listening to the thoughts of everyone in front of him, Cricket's eye sockets are wet. Could it be that the big liar who has been regarded by people for 400 years? Are you really not a liar? Okay. Since you want to go to Skypiea, then I will help you. Chapter 129. East of Jaya Island, somewhere in the sea. An extremely large whirlpool is spinning at high speed. Goodbye. It's up to you. Come on. On the sea outside Whirlpool, two guerrillas from the Sarima Alliance and a group of pirates shouted at the Straw Hat pirates from a distance. With their help, Going Merry was able to prepare to enter Whirlpool position. And the center of Whirlpool is the breaking point of the soaring ocean current. Thank you for coming to see us off. Goodbye. Luffy stood at the bow, waving sincerely in thanking. Wait. Don't go. Take us back quickly. Chopper yelled in horror, ah. Don't fight, you won't be so scared. Nick Pin laughed, and then comforted. Don't worry, I can save you if you get off the boat and capsize. Nick Pin remembered that in the original plot, Usopp, Chopper and Nami were the one complaining and panicking. Only. Today's Nami has shields and fly cards, which are enough to save lives, so there is no need to be afraid. As soon as Nick Pin thought this way, Nami exclaimed, it's terrible. She threw herself into Nick Pin's arms, if the boat capsizes, be the first to save me. Hey hey. Nami, you are too cunning. You don't need to be saved at all. Usopp and Chopper protested. Nami's little head turned in Nick Pin's arms and gave Usopp and Chopper a devil face. The timid duo was immediately scared. Nick Pin looked at Nami, who took the opportunity to ask for a hug, and somehow felt a little cute. Okay. I'll save you first. Ah. My Nami-chan. Zoro looked at the sea with his arms folded, his expression calm. Rumble. The whirlpool seemed to have entered a state of stagnation, and there was a faint roar from the bottom of the sea. Not good. Usopp quickly hugged Chopper. Robin-chan, please give me a hug. Sanji looked at Robin obsequiously. Robin smiled, go and hug Zoro. Puff. Zoro looks dumbfounded. What did I do wrong? Ah ha ha. Nick Pin was also amused. Then, he looked at Robin, only to see that Robin was also stealing a meaningful look from him. It seems to be saying, if you have a younger sister, you immediately forget your older sister. Then, under Nick Pin's surprised eyes, Robin crossed his hands and activated the flower fruit ability. A round of flowers blooming, control the handle. Nick Pin's eyes widened suddenly. FK. Robin actually engaged in a surprise attack. But now he is holding Nami, not only can't stop him, but he also has to try his best to pretend nothing happened. Otherwise Nami noticed something strange, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? Boom. At this time, the roar of the sea floor suddenly became louder. Stop. Just as everyone was listening to the movement on the bottom of the sea calmly, a loud shout suddenly came from the surface of the sea. Chia ha 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 ha. The Straw Hat pirates, I finally caught up with you. On that ship, stood 4 big pirates of different shapes. Who? Sanji asked with an annoyed look on his face. Hey. It's that idiot I met in the bar in Mock Town. Seeing Blackbeard teach, Luffy was very upset. It was the first time he met a guy who was doing everything against him. From Luffy's point of view, this is purely the other party's finding fault. Hey. Nasty guys. What are you doing here? Gee ha 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 ha. I'm here to take the heads of the 3 of you who have a bounty reward of over 100 million. Please die obediently. Looking at Going Merry right in front of him, Blackbeard stood on the big ship, dancing happily. He held up several bounty orders, and opened his big mouth that missing a few front teeth. Straw Hat Boy, bounty of 150 million belly. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro, bounty of 140 million belly, the Deputy Captain Nick Pin bounty of 180 million belly is offered. Killing the 3 of you will make me famous. It will be no problem to become a Shichibukai. Asshole. When Nami heard that the other party actually wanted Nick Pin's head, he was about to strike Blackbeard with lightning. Don't move. Nick Pin held Nami tightly and did not let her leave his arms. Because of Robin's control, Nick Pin is a bit embarrassed now. As long as Nami leaves, no one will cover him. But those bastards. Nami raised her little head and looked at Nick Pin, with unhappiness written all over her little face. It's okay, they're going to be in bad luck soon, Nick Pin said. Nami was very curious. Bad luck? Rumble. The roar from the bottom of the sea answered for Nick Pin. The next moment, the sea level below the Going Merry suddenly rose. What's going on? What's that? For Devil Fruit ability users, the sea is always the most terrifying enemy. Boom. soaring ocean currents erupt. The majestic wave column blasted directly into the sky like a fountain. Going Merry, which is located in the middle of the ocean current, is like taking a soaring elevator and being rushed up instantly. And the big ship of the Blackbeard pirates, which is at the junction of the soaring ocean current, is in bad luck. The powerful cutting force immediately broke the big ship and threw it into the air. Whoa! The 4 members of the Blackbeard pirates uttered horrified shouts, and fell to the sea. The other side. The Going Merry went up with the waves, but gradually deviated from the waves at the top. Not good. We seem to be falling. Wow. Just as I was talking, a sea kings fell out of the sea and fell to the bottom. Wow. If we are thrown like this, we will be smashed to pieces like the ships that fell before. This is terrible. It's a disaster. No way. Is it really going to fall? Although she has the fly card, Nickpin also has it. But the flying power of the fly card can only save themselves, but cannot help other crewmates. If she really falls, she dare not think about the consequences of her crewmates. But Nickpin is not at all worried. He doesn't even know why is Usopp so worried. Even if the Merry fall, wouldn't it be enough to just take out the god-killing star and shoot the Tsuruboshi? You are our navigator, think about it. Now there are waves rushing upwards, and the wind brought by the thermal current on the bottom of the sea is also rushing upwards. Holding Nami's little face gently, Nickpin smiled and pouted at her. Aha! Being reminded by Nickpin, Nami suddenly became enlightened. Yes. There is wind. There is sea. I didn't expect that. Nickpin, thank you for reminding me. In the original plot, this is the way Nami came up with. Everybody gather right away. Hurry up. I have a solution. Nami turned her head and ordered loudly. Good. Without hesitation, everyone lowered their sails immediately. Call. The moment the sail was lowered, it was blown up. Wow. The ship is flying. Everyone shouted in surprise. All the way up. Don't get too excited, all come to the cabin. Nickpin took Nami to the door of the cabin. Although everyone doesn't know why, since Nickpin said so, there must be a reason for him. Then, after everyone entered the cabin, Nickpin flipped his palm, and the shield card appeared. An energy barrier sealed the cabin door. Huh? Are we going to dive? Usopp immediately retorted, what kind of water is diving, this is heaven, idiot. Then the Going Merry plunges headlong into the sea water. Ah! Why is there still sea here? Chopper's eyes widened, looking out. Oh! It's really the sea. Wow, haha. The sea in the sky. Ah, hello. Nickpin, how do you know there is an ocean in the sky? It's not difficult to guess, right? So many seawater rushed into the sky, but I haven't heard of them falling down. Did the seawater disappear? So I guess, the so-called empty sea should be formed in this way. Nickpin activated the nonsense fruit ability. Relying on the innate advantages of spoilers, as long as the words are reasonable, all nonsense is the truth. Just relying on this information to infer that there is a sea above, Nickpin, you are too smart. Nami felt happy to die today. Yeah. If Nickpin hadn't thought about it earlier, we might be drowned by the sea now. As expected of the team's brain. Zoro also commented seriously. Oh. No wonder Nami-chan clings to you every day, you are such an enviable bastard. After a while. Wow. With the sound of the water being broken, the Going Merry floated to the surface of Cloud. Cloud. The outside is above the clouds. Where is this place? It's a vast expanse of whiteness. When Going Merry stabilized, everyone on the Straw Hat Pirates rushed to the deck, looking outside like a fairyland. Wow. Suddenly, Chopper yelled, he nervously pointed to the distance, look, that looked like someone rushing toward us. Everyone looked over immediately. They saw a man wearing an mask, holding a shield, and aiming on a cannon toward them. Hey! Stop! What do you want? Sanji was the closest, and he yelled at once. Destroy you! The person who came was very straightforward and kicked Sanji directly. Are you kidding? Sanji was disdainful, raised his heel and kicked back. Ha! As soon as he lifted his leg, he found that he couldn't use his strength. Boom! Sanji was kicked to the ground. Hack. A thunderbolt fell from the sky, knocking over the masked man immediately. The altitude here is 700 meters, the air is thin, and you will not be able to adapt when you first come up, so Sanji will not be able to use his strength. Nickpin's hand flickered with the lightning arc of the thunder card, explaining. I see, no wonder I also feel weird. Luffy shook his arms and took a deep breath. Zoro also moved, and nodded, it's really a bit hard. Why didn't you say it earlier? Sanji lay on the ground with a dazed expression. Zizizi. At this time, the native masked man twitched twice, and growled in a low voice of resentment, You are the same as Enel. Chapter 130. Who is Enel? The crowd asked in bewilderment. Nickpin didn't make a sound, pretending not to know. At this moment, another thick voice appeared, enough is enough. Ha! With the sound of flapping wings, a big bird flew over. On his back, an old man dressed like a medieval European guard knight jumped up. Who is it this time? Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates turned their heads to look at the knight who was behind with a confused expression. When the visitor saw the man in the mask lying on the ground twitching, he was taken aback for a moment, and asked in surprise. You were defeated? Hey! Who is he, and who are you? Do you know each other? I am the Knight of the Sky, Gonfall. Gonfall answered with a righteous face, and then he looked at Sanji. Are you guys from the Blue Sea? Blue Sea people are people who live under the clouds, in short, you should be from the Blue Sea, right? Gonfall explained. Luffy understood, and nodded immediately. Well, if you put it that way, then we are indeed from the Blue Sea. Wait a minute, let's talk business first. At this time, Gonfall interrupted Luffy, and then introduced himself. I am a free mercenary, and this is a dangerous ocean. You Blue Sea people are not good at air combat, and if you come here, you either will be caught by the gorillas then chased or died in the belly of the fish. Gonfall took out a whistle and threw it at Luffy. It's a whistle. Luffy caught the whistle with a big baby's joy on his face. One blow, 5 million Ixtal, I will come to rescue you. Gonfall looked serious and offered the price. Old man, I don't think we need that. Nickpin took the whistle from Luffy and handed it to Gonfall. Hearing this, Gonfall looked at Nickpin, and then at the Shandia gorillas lying on the ground. Oh. It seems that you can easily defeat the gorillas. Indeed, your strength is not bad, however, you are newcomers, and it is easy to suffer losses in battle. Forget it, you keep this whistle, it is a gift for everyone. Blow the whistle once for free. Call us with this whistle, and we will be there on call. Since these people are strong, Gonfall felt that there was no need for him to stay any longer, so he turned around and said to the bird. Let's go. They saw the bird screaming strangely and flapping its wings. When flying about 2 meters into the air, its figure suddenly changed dramatically. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a horse with wings. Oh! It's Pegasus. It's so awesome. Flying horse. The eyes of the trio were so amazed that their eyes were about to fall out. Oh, I forgot to tell you, although my crewmate Pierre is a bird, he had eaten the horse fruit, so, he is indeed a Pegasus. Gonfall turned his head to explain to everyone, then pulled the rein and shouted, Pierre. Braves people, I wish you good luck. Leaving a dashing word, Gonfall disappeared into the clouds. Wow! This old man is so cool. Robin shook his head slightly. I thought I could find out some information. As a result, he didn't reveal anything. Nami also sighed. Yeah, he didn't say anything. Don't think about that, there seems to be a waterfall over there, let's go over there and have a look, Nickpin pointed forward and said. Robin frowned slightly. Is that a cloud? Chopper leaned on the railing next to Robin, with a curious expression on his face. What a strange cloud. Luffy jumped onto his special seat and raised his arms. Okay, it's decided, let's go over there and have a look. When the Going Merry got close to the waterfall, everyone saw a door in their field of vision. I saw 4 words written on it, Heaven Gate. Usopp panicked when he saw these words. What happened, did we die? Huh. Maybe we were already dead when the sea was soaring into the sky, and now our souls are flying into the sky. Zoro rubbed his chin, analyzing thoughtfully. Sanji nodded, that makes sense. Then it's not hard to understand why this world is so strange. Ah. Are we dead? Crunch. When approaching this door, an old woman walked out of a room below. Click. As soon as the old woman came out, she took a group photo of the Straw Hat Pirates and asked, "Are you here for sightseeing?" But without waiting for the Straw Hat Pirates to answer, she said indifferently, "It doesn't matter what kind it is, if you want to go to the upper level, please pay the entry fee, 1 billion extol coins per person. This is the law." Wow! Is this an angel? It looks like a sour plum. 1 billion. How much is this converted to belly? Nami on the side is more direct, with a black line on his forehead. "Excuse me, if I don't have money. You can go in too," the old woman said without hesitation. Aha! Really? Luffy, Nami and others are excited. The old woman's face was gloomy, and she continued. "I'm neither a doorman nor a guard, I just want to ask you what your intention." Suddenly, Nickpin spoke. He looked at the old woman indifferently, and asked, "You just said that the entry fee of 1 billion extol coins is a legal requirement. If we go directly without paying the money, will it violate the law? Your laws here?" The old woman's face was slightly surprised at first, then she returned to a gloomy look, and shook her head, "No." Whoa! Nickpin smiled inwardly. This f***ing old vulva. In the original plot, the old woman did not tell the Straw Hat Pirates about the consequences of not paying the money. Of course, the Straw Hat Pirates didn't ask either. But now, Nickpin asked, "This old cunt actually said that he would not break the law. Okay. Let me tell you, we are pirates from Blue Sea. According to our rules, if someone lie to us, they will be killed." "Don't worry, I'm not lying." Facing Nickpin's threat, the old woman curled her lips in disdain. "Kill me? Hee hee. As long as you take one step now, your life is in the hand of God. What bullshit threat. Don't care about it all. Wow huh. That's great, Grandma, you are so kind. We all go Injun. Nickpin, this old lady is so nice, why are you threatening her?" Usopp accused. "Okay. Then go in. Then. Boom. Boom. A large crab emerged from the sea of clouds below. What? Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates came to the railing to look out. The old woman explained, "It's a specialty of Skypiea, express shrimp, it will send you up." The next moment, the express shrimp moved, picking up Going Merry and rushing towards the sea of clouds above. Looking in the direction of the disappearing Going Merry, the old woman picked up the Den Den Mushi and dialed it. Heaven's Gate Monitoring Officer report, Almighty God and all the priests, 9 unlawful invaders in the air holy place of the kingdom of God to execute the heavens sanction 2. As soon as her voice fell, she suddenly felt something was wrong. As soon as she raised her head suddenly, the old woman saw a lot of thunder and lightning suddenly appeared above her head. Trouble, trouble, like compressed clouds. Ah! Almighty God, did I make any mistakes? Boom! The thunder and lightning converged into a thick pillar of thunder that couldn't be embraced by 3 people, engulfing her in an instant. On Going Merry. Nickpin looked at the thunder card with lightning flashing in his hand, and there was a hint of displeasure on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 131. The express shrimp held the Going Merry all the way up, and the surrounding clouds became a spiral strip. Suddenly. There is a hole in it. Hey, hey. What is that place? Why does it look like the exit of the large intestine? Puff. Everyone sprayed the old trough in unison. The next moment, everyone rushed out from this exit. Express shrimp let go of its claws. The Going Merry drew a perfect parabola, and then landed steadily on the cloud. Wow! It's Skypiea. It's exactly the same as the Skypiea on the map. As soon as he saw the beautiful scenery on the cloud, the map appeared in Luffy's mind. Yes. Forests, buildings, sea of clouds. All the same. Wow. Luffy jumped off his legs and went down. Duong. 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 The ground of this island is soft. Really? OMG. Same as cotton candy. The stunned trio had jumped off and had fun. I can't stand those 3 guys, they just know how to play, I really can't do anything about them. Sanji walked to the edge of the deck, made a complaint. Nami pulled Nick Pin, let's go down too. Good. Now that we're all here, wouldn't it be in vain if we didn't experience Skypia's cloud trampoline? Picking up Nami, Nick Pin jumped down. Ha 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 ha, being hugged by Nick Pin, Nami was very happy. Following the soft clouds, everyone came to the shore of the Sea of Clouds. Hey! Someone's out there. Chopper's eyes widened. Oh, is that kind of gorilla again? No, it's an angel. Sanji suddenly noticed the slender figure and stared straight at him. Ah so. The girl with an almost perfect figure turned to look at the Straw Hat pirates, and then slowly walked over. Hello, my name is Konis. Are you from the Blue Sea? She saw Luffy holding things that looked like pumpkins, and said with a smile, this is the Angel Beach of Skypiea and that's Ganesu, do you want to drink it? Aha. Okay. Luffy immediately put the other party into his friend list. After a while, Konis' father came from the sea and talked with everyone very kindly. Nick Pin knew that these two people had actually received orders from the priest to lead them to the altar of living sacrifices. But their hearts are not bad. Although they didn't say anything now, but in the original plot, Konis still couldn't harm others with no conscience, and told the Straw Hat pirates the truth regardless of her own life. The same goes for Konis' father, who eventually helped the Straw Hat crew escape. For these, Nick Pin pretended not to know. If they were exposed now, wouldn't they be branded as bad guys? This is Waver, right? Nami walked over to the ride that Konis' father had just put down, full of interest. I'll try. Luffy is like a naughty child who wants to rush to play with everything. Is this the accelerator? Step on it and it will run, right? Is not that? Konis' father smiled, and was about to continue to say something, but Luffy had already stepped on it. Wow! The waver and rushed out. Luffy drifted horizontally like a piece of clothing caught by a speeding motorcycle. Wow! Why is it shaking like this? Boom! Waver turned over. Usopp looked disgusted. The boat capsized. Zoro nodded, and it's a backflip. Sanji folded his hands in front of him, smoking a cigarette and said, by the way, I wonder if the devil fruit user will sink in this sea. Zoro, well, this is not an ordinary sea after all, maybe it will float. Amid everyone's words, Luffy just sank. Whoosh! Not good. Seeing this, Zoro immediately plunged into the sea. Whoosh! Nick Pin activated the rubber fruit ability, instantly stretched his arms, and grabbed the place where Luffy sank. Dazzling. Robin crossed his arms and activated the flower fruit ability. Immediately, a series of eyes appeared on Nick Pin's outstretched arms. Go a little to the left. Further down. Okay, catch him. Relying on his vision, Robin directed. Scary, one of my feet is already going through the clouds. Luffy, who was lying on the ground, spat out sea water while talking with lingering fear. In order to make full use of the power of the hull you need to be gentle. Waver's hull is made very light, and a slight wave can cause the left and right rudder to shake. If you are not a person who knows the ocean well, it is difficult to do. Konis' father explained with a smile. Ah. It's so difficult. I wanted to ride it. I've been practicing since I was a kid, it's hard to do it on your first time. Konis squatted down her slender legs slightly, comforting Chopper with her own experience. Konis' father said with certainty, if you train for 10 years, you should be able to learn it. Ah! Usopp's jaw was pulled to the ground, his eyes popped out. That's too long. Nami-chan, be careful. That's very dangerous. Zoro also said, Luffy almost fell just now, you better not try. Luffy had already regained his senses at this time. He chuckled, when she falls like me, she will stop playing. Nami ignored the contempt of these people, but waved to Nick Pin, come surf with Waver with me. Usopp laughed loudly, you are trying to cheat Nick Pin. Zoro pouted, she is afraid of falling alone wanting to pull someone with her. Chopper persuaded very seriously, Nick Pin, don't go. Wow. Nami-chan, let me go. I'd be willing to fall to my death. Ahaha, Kaya covered her mouth, amused by Sanji's appearance. Nick Pin came over, stepped on the Waver, and hugged Nami's waist, let's go. Luffy smiled darkly, hey, Nick Pin, you will regret it. Nick Pin spread out his hands and made a face to everyone, just wait and see Nami and I surf happily. Whoosh. Nami stepped on the accelerator, and Waver rushed out lightly. Accelerate, turn, drift. All in one go. What? Huh. Why can she ride? How can she ride so well? Everyone in the Straw Hats was shocked. Hee, am I good? It's the first time I rode so well. Let's go explore, Nami asked, and then accelerate, leaving the other crew. Ah. Damn, Nick Pin kidnapped Nami-chan. Idiot. It was obviously Nami who abducted Nick Pin. Give up. Bastard, I'll fight with you. Sanji fights with Zoro. Let's go to my house. Koni's father sent an invitation. The other side. Nami's mood at the moment is like taking her boyfriend for a ride. In a blink of an eye, a large forest with towering old trees appeared in front of it. Huh. It's so big here. I don't know, why don't we come down for a walk? Nick Pin pretended not to know, jumped lightly, and jumped to the ground. Great. As long as she can be alone with Nick Pin, Nami doesn't care about anything. Holding Nick Pin's arm, the two walked into the forest. Help. Suddenly, a terrified shout came from the front. A bloodied barefoot man rushed out of the forest with a delirious look on his face. When he saw Nami and Nick Pin, he cried like crazy. Help me. Please. I missed the boat and got left behind. I beg you all to save me, let me repay you whatever you want. The barefoot pirate was on the ground, crying and shouting non-stop. Nick Pin, looking at the person in front of him, Nami was a little overwhelmed. Her intuition told her that it was dangerous here. Since we met, it can be regarded as a kind of fate. Nick Pin shrugged his shoulders, and he said, however, I will just deal with the people chasing you, as for how to get out of here, you can figure out your own way. Ah. Good. Well, thank you. The barefoot man seemed to have grasped at straws and kowtowed desperately to Nick Pin and Nami. Woo, I can really escape. But then another barrage of voice came to the vicinity of Nami and Nick Pin. Damn it, you actually came to snatch my prey. Ha. Of course I can take your prey. You too, this prey will belong to whoever grabs it. In a burst of banter and quarrels, 4 people chased out from the forest. One with an orange hat, as fat as a ball. A hairstyle like spider feet, shaped like a cow. One wears an aviator's helmet and goggles, and rides a 3-legged bird. A bald muscular man wearing sunglasses. Looking at the 4 people who suddenly appeared in front of him, Nick Pin couldn't help but smile. Isn't this the 4 priests of Skypiea? Chapter 132. Huh. There are actually 2 more people. Priest Shura, who was riding a bird, swooped over and laughed excitedly when he saw 2 blue seas people appearing in front of him. Immediately, he looked at the barefoot pirate and gave him a thumbs up. That's great, 1 attracts 2, you are really a qualified prey. Now things are getting interesting. 4 people divide 3 prey. Whoever doesn't grab it is an idiot. Ha. That can't be me. Fat bald priest Satori smiled very gently. If the person who saw him for the first time, probably would not think he is a good person. You 3 don't get in the way, they are all mine. The priest with bald head and sunglasses, seems to think highly of himself, and doesn't take the other 3 priests seriously. Without giving the other 3 people a chance to react, he rushed towards the 3 prey in front of him. Ah! The barefoot pirate yelled in horror. He almost used his strength to crawl to the back of Nick Pin and Nami. He didn't know if Nick Pin and Nami were the opponents of these priests, but these 2 were his only hope. Aizen whip. The moment he got close to Nick Pin, his sword form changed into an extendable iron whip and traveled straight to Nick Pin. Nick Pin raised his hand to catch it, and looked at Om calmly. Humans always eager to fight to the death on such boring things, it's really sympathetic. Such philosophical words are certainly not an original by Nick Pin. It's the persona of the priest Om in front of me. As soon as Nick Pin said this. Om was taken aback. Bosom friend. Yes. I also often sympathize with weak human beings. Nick Pin said with a faint smile, then, what is the solution? Of course we will kill them all. This way there will be no sin. Hearing this, Nick Pin looked thoughtful, then nodded, then, the weak people should be killed. That's right. So, being weak is the original sin, so don't complain. Still with that very philosophical expression, Ohm swiped his arm. Eisen fan. Ohm dormed his sword into a fan and targeted it towards Nickpin. Clang. Nickpin just grasped sword lightly, and held sword in his hands. What? Ohm's face changed. You actually grabbed my sword? The corner of Nickpin's mouth slightly raised a mocking arc. He ignored Ohm's surprise, but said with a faint smile, as you said, being weak is the original sin, and they really shouldn't complain. It's just that you don't even have the eyesight to tell who is the weak one. Whoosh! Nickpin activated the rubber fruit ability, and his arm stretched instantly. Directly choked Ohm, who was 3 or 4 meters away from him, by the throat. Stupid. This is self-inflicted. At the same time, Ohm also grinned. No, I didn't make a mistake, the weak one is indeed you. As he spoke, he opened his hands, and a large amount of iron clouds emerged like steel forks. Eisen fork. With a low shout, the sharp and dense iron fork stabbed at Nickpin's arm. Watch out. His iron sword is sharp. It's not how kind he is, but once Nickpin is killed, his fate will be death. But the next moment. King king. The sonorous breaking sound is extremely ear-piercing. Nanny. The barefoot pirate's eyeballs were about to drop to the ground. He saw those incomparably sharp iron sword all shattered when they stabbed Nickpin's arm. Impossible. This time, Ohm couldn't calm down anymore. How could someone block the attack of the Eisen fork with only flesh and blood, and even break the Eisen fork? However, he didn't have much time to think about these issues. Because suddenly Nickpin rushed out and reached out to his neck, actually strangling his throat. Throat. Feeling the lack of oxygen, Ohm rolled his eyes and tried to grab Nickpin with both hands. Ohm, you idiot, what are you doing? Priest Shura scolded disdainfully. Not good. Ohm is going to pass out. Satori was the first to realize something was wrong. He stepped on his foot, appeared in front of Nickpin in an instant, and slapped Nickpin on the body. Impact. Boom. Feeling the power of the shock, Satori is satisfied. The impact dial he has on his bod has reloaded it many times and has reached the maximum force of his full impact. Now at such a close distance, it completely hit the opponent's body. There is no doubt that this man is dead. Stretching out his hand to push the middle of his glasses frame, Satori retracted his clapping gesture, and then slowly turned his gaze to Nickpin. The moment his eyes made contact with Nickpin's, Satori's heart skipped a beat. What happened? After being completely hit by my strongest impact, why is his face still so calm? What are you doing? Nickpin looked at Satori with a look like looking at a fool, and stretched out his hand casually, also strangling Satori's neck. Not good. Let's go help. Priest Shura frowned, and immediately hopped on the 3-footed bird and swooped towards Nickpin. Attack him together, Shura shout. Okay. Gadatsu, the priest at the side, fully agreed, but said in doubt. But the question is, why can't I see them? Idiot. You are closing your eyes. Ah. Sorry, I forgot. Gadatsu opened his eyes, and then he and Shura attacked Nickpin respectively. Nickpin, Nami whispered. Although only Nickpin's name was mentioned, the tacit understanding between the two was enough for Nickpin to know that Nami was asking if she needed her help. I will deal with these pieces of trash, and don't get your hand dirty, Nickpin smiled, and then both arms tied a knot around the necks of Satori and Ohm, and then continued to stretch. Whizzing. They strangled the necks of Shura and Gadatsu respectively. In this way, Nickpin strangled the necks of the 4 priests at the same time with only 2 arms. Shoo! The barefoot pirate was shocked. He knows the strength of these priests too well. In front of these priests, he is as humble and weak as an ant. But in front of Nickpin, these priests became like ants again. Terrible. This world is indeed a world of the strong. Cut off his hand. Shura shouted hastily. It can't be done. Gadatsu replied truthfully. At this time, Ohm was already in a state of severe hypoxia, and his head began to droop to one side. On the other side, Satori was not much better, his eyelids began to turn white. But at this moment, a dazzling light suddenly appeared above the sky of this forest. Great! It's God, he will made the move. The next moment, an extremely huge beam of lightning, like a waterfall, slammed towards Nick-Pin viciously. "Boy, you surprised God to make a move, you'll be honored if you die." Shura seized the time to taunt, otherwise the other party would not be able to hear the taunt after being scorched by lightning. Rumble. A waterfall of lightning instantly swallowed Nick-Pin and Nami. Although the barefoot pirate was located on the periphery of the lightning beam, the powerful impact directly lifted him into the air, crashed into a tree, and made him unconscious. Gedatsu wanted to speak. "Stupid. Why are you biting your lower lip?" "Ah. I forgot. It should be over now, right?" "Nonsense. Do you actually doubt God's power? That kind of thunder attack, they must be dead already. But, why are they still standing there?" Gedatsu pointed forward with a confused face. Shura opened his eyes suddenly. "FK. What's the situation?" "Zizizi." The currents on Nick-Pin and Nami's bodies were still running wildly, but they didn't appear to be burned at all. On the other hand, who was caught by Nick-Pin, was also included in the range of the lightning because the distance was too close. At this time, his whole body was scorched black and emitting blue smoke. The protagonist's fruit is indeed a bug. As an ability user of rubber fruit, Nick-Pin is not afraid at all. Tens of millions of volts. Hundreds of millions of volts. It's all useless. The setting of this world is that rubber is not afraid of lightning. As for Nami, of course Nick-Pin protected her immediately. The thunder card and the shield were thrown out at the same time. The energy of the thunder card enters Nami's body, and Nami becomes a lightning body temporarily, so he is not afraid of thunder and lightning. Shields can also block lightning attacks. Nick-Pin used the two together only for reasons of caution. But when Nick-Pin looked at himself, he unexpectedly discovered that Nami's thunder card was also used on him. The shield protected both of them at the same time. Good girl. He want to experience the lightning protection function of Luffy fruit, but he don't even have a chance. Shura only had time to say a word before his consciousness became blurred. Gedatsu over there also started to roll his eyes. This time, it wasn't that he forgot something, but that he really rolled his eyes because he was strangled. At the same time, Holy Land of God. Enel, who was originally in Laying, suddenly bounced up. His mantra is powerful enough to scout the entire Skypiea. Just then, he sent a 50 million volt thunderbolt down, thinking that the little trouble would be solved. But after the thunder had been split, he clearly felt with his mantra that those two voices were still there. But the voices belonging to the four priests disappeared. He stood up abruptly, and after carefully sensing the voices of those two people, he activated his thunder fruit ability again without saying a word. 80 million volts. A thunderbolt waterfall that was thicker than before fell to Nick-Pin and Nami, who were far away in the forest. It should be fine now. After the thunder and lightning, Enel perceives with mantra again. Damn it. Why are their voices still there? Okay. Then let you taste the most terrifying thunder and lightning. Immediately, Enel beat the thunder drum behind him. Boom boom boom. As the drum sounded, Enel instantly turned into a thunderbolt form. Then, it became a titan existence like Thor. In the state of Thor, Enel points the direction of Nick-Pin and Nami with the stick in his hand. Boom. For a moment, the world changes color. Between the sea and the sky of the entire Skypiea, there is only the color of thunder and lightning. Boom. The indescribably terrifying thunder and lightning, with the power of destroying the world, swallowed the location where Nick-Pin and Nami were. The originally thick ground was directly penetrated at this moment. You can even see the sea below. Nick-Pin and Nami used fly cards at the same time, with wings on their backs, floating into the sky dodging and lightning. Looking at the four priests who had been strangled by him and lost consciousness, Nick-Pin suddenly lost his strength. Originally, he wanted to kill the four priests who helped the evil. But just looking at the hole below that directly leads to the blue sea, Nick-Pin suddenly had other ideas. A crackling slap. The four priests were awakened by Nick-Pin. No, not dead. What happened to the ground? What's the situation with such a big hole? What is this? Damn it, Enel did this. As expected of Enel, he pierced it with one blow. But why didn't the two of them hurt at all? At this time, the 4 priests were tied up by the rope formed by Nickpin's hand and could not move. You 4 are frogs in a well who only bully the weak here, don't you underestimate the people of Blue Sea? Then I will show you the Blue Seas. As he said that, Nickpin swung his arm and threw the 4 priests down from the courtyard. Ah! The 4 priests wanted to say something, but before they could open their mouths, they fell into the clouds. Although they all have wings, such small wings can only provide them with 5 gliding at most. Want to fly up? That was all dreaming. Throwing them down from here will definitely not kill them. But when they fall into Blue Seas, their next journey must be very interesting. Afterwards, Nickpin asked Nami, how do you feel about the thunder and lightning just now? Hee. It's my first time to take a lightning shower, it's so fun. Puff. Holy land of God, Enel's blood surged when he heard the conversation between these 2 voices. Lightning shower? This is blasphemy against God. Chapter 133. Skypiea, Hidden Cloud Village. This is where the Shandya people live. Wiper. The fair-skinned female warrior Riki rushed into a tent and yelled at the Mohawk man who was sitting with the Shandya chief, the priests, all the priests are dead. What, are you serious? As a great warrior of Shandya, Wiper knows how strong the priests are. If one of the priests died, it would definitely be big news for Skypiea. It must be nonsense to say that all 4 priests are dead. It's true, their voices are gone. At this moment, Isa, the little girl who came in with Riki, spoke. All the people in the tent immediately cast their gazes over. They can disbelieve Riki's words, but they will definitely not disbelieve the little girl Isa's words. She was born with an ability they call mantra, and Isa's mantra has never missed. Since she can't hear the voices of the 4 priests, it means that they really disappeared. Isa. Are you sure? Isa nodded, yes, just now, the voices of the 4 priests disappeared, and only the voices of the 3 Blue Seas people remained in that forest. Hearing this title, all the soldiers in the tent showed anger. It seems that there are more powerful Blue Seas people here, but now is our good opportunity. Has Komodo eliminate Enel? Wiper pondered for a while, and then ordered, notify everyone immediately, and we will leave in an hour. Angel Island. Nickpin and Nami went back to Koniza's house and didn't mention anything about the 4 priests. Because, it doesn't matter to them. Let's go. To Lovely Street. After everyone finished eating, Luffy happily went to visit Lovely Street. It's rare to come to this heaven on the clouds, and other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also want to see what the commercial street here looks like. Lovely Street was also built with Island Cloud. People walk on the ground of Cute Street, and you can see some novelties of Skypiea everywhere. Especially all kinds of shellfish dial have complicated functions. It can be said that this is Usopp and Nami's paradise. The 2 of them are making crazy big purchases. As pirates who have experienced many battles, they can easily detect that the emotions of the people around them are not right. They seem to be avoiding us. Usopp frowned slightly, and said with some doubts. It's so strange. Those beautiful angel sisters turned their heads away when they saw me, could it be because they were shy? Zoro curled his lips, you idiot with curly eyebrows, that's obviously an expression of fear to curly brow. Wow, haha. It feels so good, there is no one blocking the way on the street. Nickpin, these residents seem to have misunderstanding toward us. Nami took Nickpin's hand, feeling very confused. I don't know, but it doesn't matter, we're just here to visit Skypiea, and we'll leave when we're done. Shrugging his shoulders, Nickpin also pretended not to know. When it was almost sunset, Luffy suddenly looked at Coney seriously, and said calmly, why did you keep shivering after you came out of your house? Ah. The angelic immature face was suddenly filled with panic and bewilderment. Her small mouth twitched twice, nervously faltering, is there any? Yeah, Sister Conies, you seem to be afraid of something. Kaya, who had been walking with Conies, nodded seriously. She felt it most clearly. Looking carefully, your complexion is really bad. Luffy will be very serious once he gets serious, he continued. Although I don't know what it is. But people on the street are afraid of us, and you must be for the same reason. If you are embarrassed, then we will do it, travel by ourselves, you can just leave. Hearing this, Conies' little face was full of pain and confusion. She shook her head and said in pain, no. Hey, hey. Could it be that she wants to? Stupid, there are so many dramas. Idiot, shut up. Seeing Coney's appearance, the residents of Angel Island all showed nervous expressions on their faces. And Coney's. Her weak body trembled even more. After a while, she suddenly seemed to be considering giving up something, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Didn't you find out? Actually, from the moment you entered the country, you have been judged as a legal invader, and our task is to lure you a legal invader to the priest's trial ground." The more she talked, the more painful it became. Coney's weak shoulders were already shaking. She suddenly slumped on the ground, and cried out in pain, "I'm sorry, you guys run away." Ah! Usopp was shocked. How did we become invader? Sorry, Coney's broke down in tears, covering her red lips with her small hand. If we find that criminals are not led to the sanctioned place, we will all be killed. This is the duty of citizens. Ah! Hearing this, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was extremely surprised. Immediately, they looked at the surrounding Angel Island residents again. It turned out to be a group of extras. Bastard! Offense to God! Get that girl! Do you know what you're talking about? Shut up! The surrounding residents have been completely deserted. There are even a few who are close and want to rush to grab Coney's immediately. But at this moment, buzz! In the sky, the incandescent light shines. It's too late. Don't get close to that girl, she has been judged by God. Amidst the exclamation of the people around, a torrent of thunder like a waterfall fell instantly. Ah! Facing the fate of death, Coney screamed in fear. But after calling for a few seconds, she was shocked to find that. How can she still be alive? Moreover, there is no pain in the body. Subconsciously, she looked up and immediately saw a circular energy barrier in the air 2 meters high. When the torrent of lightning fell on the lightning barrier, it was like running water rushing against an iron wall, and it immediately scattered and splashed around. Not a shred of it fell on Coney's. This. Not only Coney's, but all the people around also widened their eyes suddenly, as if they saw a ghost. Under God's judgment I did not die, eyes full of panic, Coney's gasped. What God's judgment, it's just a clown. Nickpin held the sky with one hand, and in his hand, the energy barrier spread out into a circle, protecting Coney's and the Straw Hat group below. Ah! He said God is a clown. Stupid Blue Seas people, they are trying to die. It's over. There will be an even more terrifying punishment from the gods soon. Even though Nickpin blocked Enel's thunderous waterfall, in the eyes of these Angel Island residents, Enel is still a god. They didn't think these people were Enel's opponents just because they blocked the lightning strike. Hello, Luffy plucked his ears, and asked with some displeasure. Who is the god you are talking about? Yes, shouldn't God protect believers? Why kill you? You don't need to ask them, they've already been scared out of their wits by the clown who claimed to be a god. At this time, Nami spoke. When she was in the Holy Land of God before, after Nickpin threw the 4 priests down, he deliberately let Nami know about Enel through the mouth of the barefoot pirate. Luffy immediately looked at Nami. How do you know? Nami shrugged his shoulders. When I was playing with Nickpin, I accidentally broke into a big forest. I met 4 people who called themselves God Priest. Ah! You have met a priest. Coney's was terrified. She looked at Nami and Nickpin carefully, but asked strangely, why are you all fine? Nickpin smiled, those 4 weak idiots wanted to kill us, I threw them off Skypiea, now they have fallen to the blue seas, I don't know if they are dead or alive. Hey. Can you not brag like that? How could the priests be thrown away by you? They are the messengers of God. Any priest can kill you. The residents talked a lot. Seeing the cowardly look of these residents, Nami was very angry. What a god! It's just a shrinking turtle who dare not show his face. Nickpin immediately said, that's right, if he has even the slightest bit of courage, let him appear in front of me right now. Bastard! How dare you underestimate God? Afterwards, the thunder and lightning condensed into the shape of a person. Then, it turned into an entity. Ah! It's God! God is coming! God, we are all loyal to you! The residents of Angel Island knelt down in a panic. The same is true for Koni's. As soon as her knees softened, she was about to kneel down. But Nickpin grabbed her, looked at her, and shook his head. Don't kneel down to a clown. Yehahaha. What a ridiculous Blue Seas people, do you think that killing my 4 priests will threaten my status as a god? He stared blankly. He glanced at Nickpin and the others, not paying attention to them at all. When Enel said this, the residents of Angel Island were all shocked. What? They actually wiped out the 4 priests? Hey! Are you the so-called god who makes these people feel frightened? That's right. Enel raised his chin and sneered. Stupid Blue Seas people, what do you think? As soon as the words fell, Luffy wiped his nose. I want to beat you up. Saying that, Luffy jumped up directly. The arm stretched back suddenly, and then slammed into Enel fiercely. Enel raised his lazy eyelids. Oh, so brave, he said words of praise, but his tone was full of mockery. Zizizi. It can be clearly seen that Enel's body is sparkling with electric sparks, indicating that he has entered elementalization. On Luffy's side, a jet-black armament hockey suddenly appeared on his arm. This is the 3rd time he has faced Logia Devil Fruit user, and his proficiency in using armament hockey have increased. But for Enel, this is the first time he met someone with this capabilities. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said with a joking smile. Oh. You can make your arms black to make it look more powerful. Yeah, ha ha ha. Naive, I am a god. Gods will not be beaten. Immediately, Enel directly opened his arms to welcome Luffy's fist. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is dumbfounded. Good guy. Why every Logia ability user has this kind of virtue? Logia logic. Let's call it suicide. Chapter 134. Boom. Luffy's fist falls. In an instant, the earth roared and the island clouds splashed. Exclaimed from all the residents of Angel Island. They all stared wide-eyed and opened their mouths wide, their eyes full of unbelievable expressions. At the intersection of all their eyes, Enel was lying on the ground spouting blood from his mouth. What? It turned out to be a puny god who can be beaten with one punch. Luffy looked at Enel lying at his feet, looking a little disappointed. Originally, he thought he could have a good fight, but he didn't expect to end the fight with one punch. Puny god. Listening to Luffy's evaluation of him, Enel's mouth is almost crooked. I am a god of Skypiea. Damn it. I was careless. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Luffy fiercely. Your black fist can hit me? Ah. Hearing this, Luffy was slightly taken aback, and then a black armament hockey appeared on his arm. Did you mean this? That's right. What is that thing? Ah. No way, you don't know armament hockey. Armament hockey? What's that? How do you feel that from the tone of the other party's speech, it seems that this kind of thing is very common. A large part of the reason why Enel is invincible on Skypiea is because he is thunder ability and he can ignore physical attacks. But if there is an ability that can hit him at will, then his invincible advantage will be gone. It's a way of training method that everyone can do. In short, it's a very common thing in Blue Seas. This is just Luffy way. Otherwise, if it's someone else, why would they bother indulging Enel curiosity? Enel is heartbroken. Common thing in the Blue Seas. You must be lying to me, right? It's not like no one from Blue Seas has come here before. Why haven't I met Thin in that situation? Think I'm so easy to deceive? Even if your armament hockey can hit my body, you still have no chance of winning in front of me. I was careless just now, and now I'm serious. You bastard from Blue Seas, prepare to accept God's punishment. Luffy didn't talk nonsense, just punched out, and covered armament hockey. It's useless. As long as I stop being careless, in front of this god, any attack will be ineffective. Immediately afterwards, he stabbed Luffy in the stomach with a stick. No matter how you move, I can always dodge your attack. For his mantra, Enel was very confident. However, Luffy stepped sideways and avoided it easily. What? You also mantra? What mantra? I don't know. I just used observation hockey just now. I have seen through your movement. Seeing Luffy attacking again, Enel laughed. I've said it before, you can't hit me under the mantra. Sure enough, as he said. Whoosh! Luffy's fist brushes past Enel's side. It's useless to talk about it all, and you still have to fight pointlessly, you are really stupid Blue Seas people. The corner of his mouth curled up in mockery. Enel planned to play Luffy well and get back the face he lost just now. But... Enel suddenly felt something was wrong. Because Luffy's fist brushed past him, but he didn't take it back. Then he felt Luffy's fist coming from behind him again. Enel dodged and avoided it again. However, at this time, Luffy's arm had already circled Enel's body with a punch. You got fooled. Luffy looked serious, and continued to wrap Enel around with his elongated right hand. In the blink of an eye, Luffy's right arm wrapped around Enel like a rope. Wait. Suddenly realizing what Luffy was going to do, Enel yelled. Wahaha. Let's see how you run this time. Asshole. Enel was furious, trying desperately to dodge. However, under the constraints of Luffy, the space he can dodge is very limited. Boom. Enel tried his best to dodge, but he was still hit by Luffy's fist firmly, his eyes went dark and stars appeared in his eyes. Luffy is so smart. The king of support, Chopper, cheered happily. Although Luffy is usually a bit of an idiot, don't underestimate Luffy's combat IQ. Zoro commented seriously. Kaya pursed her lips and laughed, ha ha ha, I don't know if you are praising Luffy or scolding Luffy. Luffy, give him a few more punches, this guy is not a good guy, Nickpin reminded. Good. Luffy punched Enel again and again, Enel's face was swollen. Is that all right? Luffy helped Enel sit up and showed Nickpin his beating results. Nickpin thought about it. Enel has ruled Skypiea for 6 years, and he has already created a strong shadow in the hearts of the people here. And trampling Enel's dignity in front of these civilians can very well weaken the fear of the so-called gods in the hearts of the residents of Angel Island. Just a few punches from Luffy are not enough. There are so many people who died in his hands, just a few punches are too cheap for him. How about this, let's fight together. Have a good time. As he spoke, Nickpin took the lead, punching and kicking Enel. This kind of thing of eliminating harm for the people, how can my great Usopp be missing? Damn guy, I have to vent my anger. Nami-chan has made a move. Then I will too. I'm coming too. Under the call of Nickpin, all the crewmates of the Straw Hat Pirates surrounded them, and then they beat and kicked Enel. When everyone stopped, Enel was swollen into a pig's head. Nickpin looked at the residents of Angel Island. Now, tell me, is he a god? This. The residents of Angel Island look at me and I look at you, wanting to say something, so they seem afraid to say anything. Nickpin curled his lips slightly, and then looked at Konis. Konis, tell me, is this vulnerable guy a god? Although Konis is also very afraid of Enel, after all, she has already betrayed Enel just now. He is not a god. He is a complete jerk. Come on, Konis, come and kick him to relieve your hatred. Anyway, I can guarantee that he will never stay in Skypiea again. Good. Konis is like something broken now, anyway, I have already done one, so I am not afraid to do another. She walked up to Enel and kicked him hard. Bastard. Devil. You are nothing. Don't you want to taste the feeling of putting the so-called god under your feet? Nickpin looked at the residents of Angel Island again, and shouted at them, come on, anybody want to try kicking ... The residents of Angel Island still look at Nickpin, no one dares to take a step. But at this moment, a voice shouted, I'm coming. Everyone looked in the direction of the source of the sound. It's McKinley. The captain of the White Beret. Isn't he the law enforcement team under Priest Enel? Why is he so brave? No one in Angel Island expected that McKinley would be the first to stand up. But, Nickpin is not surprised. Although this guy is dedicated to carrying out Enel's orders. But he also just wants to protect the residents of Angel Island. In his opinion, as long as Enel's orders are carried out, Enel will not harass the residents of Angel Island. That's why he became Enel's lackey. But, that doesn't mean he doesn't hate Enel. It can be said that he is definitely one of the people who hate Enel the most. Bastard Enel. McKinley rushed over and kicked a football. Enel's head is shaking like a rattle. Phew. Cool. So cool. With one foot down, McKinley shouted, so it's such a cool feeling to pull this self-proclaimed god off the altar. Asshole. 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 McKinley fiercely vented the depression in his heart for so many years. I'm coming too. Soon, a second brave villager came up. The third. The fourth. The fifth. Later, the hatred that the residents of Angel had been oppressed for so many years broke out. The dignity of God was trampled on by them. The fear of God in their hearts gradually melted away. Chapter 135. Near Angel Island, a group of Shandya warriors are flying in the air on special shoes made by a special dial. Are you sure it's lovely street in Angel Island? Wiper asked while looking at Isa as he advanced. Isa was caught in Ricky's arms and nodded quickly. Yes, Enel's voice appeared on Angel Island, but, just now, his voice seemed to disappear. What? Gone again? Seeing that we were about to arrive at Cute Street, but Enel left again, isn't this a waste of work? Isa shook her head. No, he shouldn't have left. You have to figure out what it means if Enel doesn't leave and his voice disappears. Warrior Braham reminded in a cold voice. Braham. Watch your tone. Braham pouted. I just couldn't believe what Isa said. No. It seems to be true. Directly on the ground of that lovely street, Enel is being kicked and punched by the residents of Angel Island. Later, other Shandya warriors also saw this scene. What? How could Enel be defeated by those Angel Island residents? How can this be? This must be a lie. Even though the soldiers of Shandya were thinking about Enel's death all the time, they couldn't believe such an outrageous thing. Isa has heard it all, so it's definitely not wrong, although I don't know why Enel did this. Isn't it time for us to take back the land? Wiper Sayes lit up, his feet moved, and he rushed towards the street. Enel, you will die today. With these powerful people die together. When he came to the sky above the crowd, Wiper carried the cannon on his shoulders, aiming at Enel, and the crowd below was a single shot. The crowd screamed. Nickpin flipped his palm, and the ability of the shield card was activated. The power of the explosion and the scorching heat were all blocked by the energy barrier. Then, he used the ability of the thunder card. Hack. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and knocked Wiper to the ground. Damn it. It's Enel. No. This is a trap, Enel lured us here. Save Wiper, let's go. Several Shandya soldiers were about to fire indiscriminately. Hack. 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 A few bolts of lightning came down, and all the warriors of Shandya stopped. Don't move around. None of your people are dead. It wasn't Enel who fired the electricity just now, but me. He knows that these guys don't care about indiscriminate, as long as they are not from Shandya, they will kill them all. Therefore, Nickpin can only give them a lightning strike first to calm down. Beep. At this time, Nickpin blew the whistle that Gonfall gave him. Pie. With a cry, Pierre appeared with Gonfall on his back. Ah. Seeing the situation at the scene, the former god of Skypiea was directly stunned. Since everyone is here, let's first talk about why we came here. As he said that, Nickpin began to talk about the things they encountered when the ship fell from the sky, how the island of Jaya was split by the knock-up stream. He even told the story of the great liar Noland. What? Some people want to ask why these guys can patiently listen to Nickpin so much. If you are hung over your head by lightning, you are more patient than them. When Nickpin finished talking about these things, Gonfall was extremely shocked. He widened his eyes and said, our ancestors have passed down from generation to generation. The main reason why the ancestors of Shandya wanted to take back the land was that they wanted the Shandorian golden belfry bell, to ring it and let their friend Noland hear it again. At this time, Wiper also understood. So, the descendants of Noland are currently on the island under the Sea of Clouds, struggling to salvage in the sea. They think this land has sunk to the bottom of the sea. That's right. So, do you understand? We don't just want to enjoy the beautiful scenery of Skypiea this time, and more importantly, we have a promise to our friends. Nickpin nodded, and then added, at the same time, this promise is also the promise that your ancestors made to Norland long ago. Wiper has a stubborn personality, but he attaches great importance to the promises made by his ancestors. Okay. Let's ring the Shandorian golden belfry bell and fulfill the promise of our ancestors. Great. If Uncle Cricket heard the bell, he must be very excited. Wow. I can't wait to see the golden bell. Nami's eyes flashed in the shape of belly, there's still a lot of gold. Afterwards, everyone came to the ruins of the golden city of Shandora. At this time, the golden bell has been eroded by the island cloud and carried to the sky. But Nick Pin didn't say it out, but gave the opportunity to Robin. After all, in the original plot, all of this was conjectured by Robin. The fact is exactly the same. Under Robin's reasoning, the golden bell was quickly found in the island cloud above the vines. But Robin is more interested in the historical text poneglyph at the bottom of the site than the golden bell. Found it. Zoro split an island cloud, looked at the exposed golden bell inside and yelled. Whoa! Here I come. But Nick Pin grabbed him and said, don't worry, this golden bell has been sealed for 400 years, it is more meaningful to let the descendants of Kalgera to ring it. Upon hearing this, Wiper on the side took a deep breath. Thank you all. As he said, Wiper climbed the huge vine with his bare hands. When he came to the golden bell, he first knelt down and said some words of prayer. Then, he grabbed the pendulum rope of the golden clock and slammed it viciously. A wonderful sound suddenly resounded through the sky. When the voice spreads across the sky. The chief of Shandya was full of tears, he choked up and said, Great warrior Kalgera, did you hear that? At the same time. Jaya Island East Blue Shore. Mont Blanc Cricket and everyone in the Tsurima Alliance were stunned. The next moment, they looked at the sky in unison. Suddenly, I saw a huge figure. That's the great warrior drawn in the logbook of our ancestor Noland, right? It's true. It's true. There are Shandya warriors. Noland, he didn't lie. He doesn't care what others think. But at this moment, he already understood. That big liar Norland. He is not lying. Captain, look. That seems to be Luffy. Mont Blanc Cricket laughed out loud, ahaha, it's him. The next moment, I saw Luffy shaking his arms vigorously. Then I heard a burst of wonderful voices from the sky. This voice can't be wrong. It's so romantic. Mont Blanc Cricket looked up at the sky, his face was full of gratitude. The group of them want to tell me that the Golden City is real, and my ancestor Noland is not a liar. Hey, you guys are ringing the golden bell in the sky, just to tell me from the sky that the Golden Country is there? It seems to be talking to himself, and it seems to be talking to the Straw Hat Pirates. The next moment, Mont Blanc Cricket burst into tears. At the same time. Jaya Island, Mock Town. All the pirates looked up at the sky at this moment. What sounds so beautiful? It seems to have come from the sky. Hey, hey, hey. Could it be that legend? No way. Does the Skypiea really exist? Does the Golden City really exist? Wait. Someone took a video with the Den Den Mushi from East Blue, look at the sky over there. Hiss. This black shadow, isn't that the Straw Hat boy who offered a reward of 150 million belly? Oh my god. They actually arrived at Skypiea. This moment. Things about Skypiea and the Golden Land are destined to spread from the mouths of these pirates. Chapter 136. A few days later, Angel Island. Residents of Angel Island and Shandya gathered here to wave goodbye to the Straw Hat Pirates. Under the auspices of Nick Pin, they finally reached a peace agreement. As for Enel, Nick Pin handed over to the people of Skypiea to handle it. Originally the voice of the people was to execute Enel, but Gonfall gave Enel a chance, so that he could not kill him as long as he promised that he would never come back. In fact, this is an extremely stupid approach. Cutting the grass does not remove the root, the spring breeze blows and regenerates. Such a simple truth, normal people will understand. But this time, Nick Pin didn't stop him. Because he knew that Enel sailed to the moon on the Ark Maxim, and he would never come back. Hey, 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 wait a minute. The end of the cloud seems to be ahead, right? Suddenly, Usopp stood on the watchtower, looking at the edge of the empty sea that suddenly appeared in front of him and shouted. Nanny? Chopper quickly ran to the edge of the railing and looked down. Ah! The poor reindeer boy suddenly became a little elk. Are you kidding? Didn't they say that this is the road down to blue seas? Where is the road? On the side, Sanji folded his hands together and leaned on his face, with little red hearts in his eyes. it's a kind of happiness to have Sister Konis to see you off at, even if you fall to your death. What to do? Nami approached Nickpin, and grabbed Nickpin's arm with some concern. If we don't stop it, the ship will really fall, there will be no protection from the surging current. Robin stroked his chin gently, and murmured, does it have to rely on Usopp's Tsuruboshi to support the ship? Hey, hey, hey. The idea is good. But if we fall from such a high place, even if we are caught by a Tsuruboshi, the impact force will be terrible. Don't worry, do you see what Sister Konis is holding? Holding Nami's shoulder, Nickpin said with a smile. Everyone subconsciously looked at Konis. They saw Konis put a wind instrument in her hand in her mouth and blew gently. Joy, joy, joy. Wow! An octopus burst out of the water, right on top of the Going Merry. A few tentacles quickly sucked onto the hull, pulling Going Merry directly. And the head of the octopus cracked. It was suddenly propped up like a parachute. The original rapid downward trend suddenly became gentle. This is a specialty of Skypiea, the octopus balloon. This big guy, it will bring you down safely to blue seas. On Angel's Island Cloud, Konis called out to the Straw Hat pirates who were getting farther and farther away. Goodbye. Konis. When Going Merry landed on the sea of blue seas again, everyone's suspenseful hearts were relaxed. That night, the Straw Hat pirates held a banquet, and then had a good rest. Captain's room. Ah. Not good. The number of times to enter the mangas today has not been used yet. Glancing at the time, it was already 11 o'clock at night, and Luffy got up quickly to read mangas. In the world of Akame ga Kill, Luffy appeared on the Northern Territory at this time. This is a foreign nation located in the north of the Empire, which is equivalent to a subsidiary country of the Empire, and has been oppressed and ruled by the Empire for a long time. But in this generation, a prince named Numa Saika was born. Leading his people to pull up the banner of the uprising, and step by step, constantly eroding the northern border of the Empire. With a big spear in hand, there is no defeat. Then when his death came, Numa Saika was easily crushed to death by his death like an ant. None of the hundreds of thousands of people who followed him in the uprising were spared, and all died in the hands of his death. Luffy has been stuck in this plot for more than half a month. If he wants to skip this plot, he just needs to turn to the back of the manga. But he is Luffy. Now that he already knows that this manga world can be changed by him, how could he watch so many poor lives die? Although these people were rebels, they revolted because they couldn't stand the suppression of the Empire. In a sense, they are of the same nature as the revolutionary army led by Luffy's father. Hey! Boy! I know you are brave in battle, but you are about to meet the most powerful general in the Empire, you should go to the back of the army. Numa Saika is riding on a white horse, holding a bright silver spear in his hand, he is extremely handsome. Don't talk. You have no idea what kind of enemy you are about to face. Ahaha. What a naive warrior. Numa Saika was not offended by Luffy's impoliteness. To be able to lead to 100 different tribes in the north, if there is no broad front, it is absolutely impossible to achieve this level. He looked at Luffy, thinking that he was a young soldier who joined the rebel army, and immediately joked, I'll satisfy you, follow me closely during the battle, so you can take a good look at my prince's heroic figure in battle haha. I know, you already say that at least 100 times now. Luffy plucked his ears, feeling that his ears were going to callous upon hearing this. For more than half a month, he has heard such words 10 times a day. What a funny boy. Numa Saika shrugged and laughed. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth roared, and the vibration sound like a roar came from afar along the ground. Get ready to fight. It must be the Imperial Army. Numa Saika's expression changed, and he ordered, open the formation. Rumble. As his order spread among the army, the sturdy northern people immediately changed their formation in an orderly manner, preparing for the impact of the Empire's army. It can be seen that the discipline of this army is very strict. Luffy set his posture and stared at the front with a stern look, it's not an army, there is only one person. One person. Numa Saika frowned slightly, suddenly feeling a little unhappy. You little bastard, it's good to be brave in battle, but it's too much to talk nonsense with your eyes open. He was about to reprimand Luffy for talking nonsense, but just as the words came to his lips, he immediately went back. Boom! Thousands of troops and horses stepped on the ground at the same time, causing the earth to roar, and quickly approached the army led by Numa Saika in just half a minute. Numa Saika looked shocked. Because what's coming, as Luffy said, is one person. The sassy military uniform on her body has a different taste. In the cold wind, an ice-blue flowing hair is like a waterfall rippling in the wind. She held the icy reins with one hand, and pressed the sword at her waist with the other. The ice horse under the crotch is like a dead soldier who is not afraid of death, rushing forward. But how can one person cause thousands of troops to be afraid? That's because there is only one person, but there are thousands of ice cavalrymen. On the left, right and back of his death, there are quite a lot of ice cavalry, holding ice spears. These ice cavalry who don't feel pain and fear will make people feel deep fear just by looking at them casually. Damn it! Tgthegood's user is really troublesome. At this time, Numa Saika also didn't care how Luffy knew that the information on the other side had arrived. His pupils narrowed, and he roared in a deep voice. Soldiers! Ahead is the most powerful general in the Empire, is death. Are you afraid? No. No-oh. No-oh. The foreign nation is worthy of being a sturdy nation, and its roar is loud. For freedom. Numa Saika moved forward with a bright silver spear in his hand, and then slammed his horse, and he rode away. For freedom. The soldiers shouted in unison, and the tea brewing began. Oh, it's the rats who are fighting, it's really interesting. After licking her fingers, Estetha's face revealed the attribute of S, and then she glanced at the position of Numa Saika. Wow! An icicle appeared out of thin air at Numa Saika position, freezing Numa Saika inside. Kill! The weak are not worthy of living in this world. As soon as Esteth waved his hand, the frozen cavalry rushed into the army formation of the foreign nation. The combat power of these frozen cavalry is very strong, and they can completely fight against 10. Almost in an instant, the army of foreign nations showed signs of defeat. Bastard! I'm going to beat you up. Oh. There is actually a fish that slipped through the net. Esteth frowned slightly, surprised. She stretched out her hand, and the cold air greeted Luffy. Wow! Luffy turned into a big frozen statue. Weak, Esteth swung the sword in her hand and smashed Luffy into pieces. Luffy's spirit snapped out of the manga book world. Ah! Damn it! Only a little bit. This woman is so decisive every time she makes a shot. If only she was slower, or I could break the ice a little faster. Luffy hammered his thigh depressedly, extremely annoyed. From the first encounter with Esteth, Luffy has been completely frozen. After hundreds of attempts, Luffy became more and more resistant to freezing. That time just now, in less than 2 seconds, Luffy was almost about to unfreeze. But Esteth doesn't give her a chance. Luffy will be shattered when the sword drops 0-4. Damn, come again. Luffy mentally communicated with the manga world and entered it again. Wow. Soon, he's back again. Then he went in again. Come out again. Go in again. Until the 8th time he entered. He just met the Esteth scene. Oh. There is a fish that slipped through the net. Esteth frowned, stretched out his hand, the cold air. Wow. Luffy turned into a block of ice. Weak. The corner of the white mouth outlined an arc, and Esteth waved a sword. But at that moment. Boom. The frozen Luffy break free. A palm wrapped in jet black grabbed her sword violently. I caught it. Ha ha ha, I caught it. I caught it. Have you seen it? I finally did it. It did it. Esteth looks dumbfounded. Chapter 137. Time flies, and a few days have passed. Nickpin got up early this morning and came to the studio. He hadn't checked the log system mail for several days. Open it and have a look. Sure enough, it lived up to expectations, and the harvest was not small. Your manga fan Monkey D. Luffy's strength in the world of the manga Akame ga Kill has been improved, and armament haki has been promoted to a high level. You gain its armament haki ability simultaneously. You earn points 1. Your fan Nami has conquered the freeze card in the world of the manga cardcaptor Sakura. You get the ability to us the freeze cards simultaneously. You get points 2. Your fan Sanji trained the 5th gate of 8 inner gates in the manga book Might Guy biography and successfully opened the 5th gate. You get the 5th gate ability simultaneously. You get 5. Your manga fan Roronoa Zoro has improved his world power in the manga Zaraki Kenpachi biography, and the sword Wado Ikamanji has officially evolved into Zanpakuto. You get points 5. Your manga fan Usopp has trained the ability of the god-killing star Shirkai Tenrin in the world of the manga Bleach, Otsunemea. You simultaneously get the god-killing star Shirkai ability Tenran. You get points 1. Your manga fan Chopper developed the Bicorn of Deep Crimson Rumble Ball in the world of the manga Strike the Blood. You simultaneously acquired the Bicorn of Deep Crimson Rumble Ball. You get points 2. Your manga fan Ace train and upgrade his flame dragon slaying magic in the world of the manga Fairy Tail, Natsu Dragneel. You simultaneously got the upgrade ability of Fire Dragon Magic of Fire. You get points 3. Your manga fan Nico Robin has improved his world strength in the manga Uzumaki Naruto biography and train a Kawarimi no Jutsu. You get the Kawarimi no Jutsu ability simultaneously. You get points 1. Your manga fan Nico Robin has improved his world strength in the manga Uzumaki Naruto biography and trained the Bunshin no Jutsu. You get the Bunshin no Jutsu ability simultaneously. You get points 1. Your fan Nico Robin has improved his world strength in the manga Uzumaki Naruto biography. And she has mastered sea-level ninjutsu Katan, Geiki no Jutsu Great Fireball Jutsu. You simultaneously obtain the sea-level ninjutsu Katan, Geiki no Jutsu. You get points 1. Looking at this row of system emails, Nick Pin is really happy. Luffy's armament hockey reached a high level. What concept does this equate to? Nick Pin made a conservative estimate, which is probably equivalent to the extent of Luffy's mastering of a mission in Wano Kuni in the original plot. Now that he has just come down from Skypiea, Luffy's armament hockey has already reached this level. Nick Pin can't imagine how strong Luffy will be when he really reaches Wano Kuni. Of course, the stronger Luffy become, the stronger Nick Pin too. Nami's Harvest this time is very good. It is another offensive magic card comparable to the Thunder card. The Freeze card. As the name suggests, it is a magic card that allows the user to have the ability to freeze. In simple terms, it can be seen as similar to Ice Fruit's ability, but not exactly the same. Sanji's 8 inner gates practice to the 5th gate, which is also good news. Zoro's Wado's sword has officially evolved into Zanpakuto. But what Nick Pin couldn't understand was that Zoro's Zanpakuto ability still couldn't be synchronized to him. There are so many people reading manga, only Zoro is special. To be precise, only his Wado is special. Is there any surprise? Nick Pin thought for a while, thinking secretly. It's a pity that this broken system doesn't say anything when asked, like a dead person. Usopp's ability comes from Hat's 58 Tenran. This is a very good offensive hat, which can release a powerful whirlwind for attacking. Chopper's ability. Seeing that it was the Deep Scarlet with Bicorn, Nick Pin knew that Chopper was researching Akatsuki Kuju blood. This is the Beast Rumble Ball made by Chopper. It's not easy. The Bicorn of Deep Crimson, the second familiar to appear in the Strike the Blood world, but the familiar itself is the 9th familiar. The body can continuously vibrate, and cause resonance through the frequency of high-frequency vibration, thus possessing a powerful destructive force. Moreover, it can also realize the ability to fly in the air for a period of time by relying on the power of vibration. If you have to compare, the Bicorn of Deep Crimson power is very similar to Whitebeard's Shock Fruit power. Continuing to receive the next system message. Whoa! Ace has actually trained and upgraded his Flame Fire Dragon magic. Since Ace's ability is improving, it means that he didn't fall into the sea. Could it be that Ace is not affected by seasickness? After thinking about it, Nick Pin thinks it's better to ask the next time we meet. Finally, there is system information about Robin. 3 in a row. I have to say, this big sister is really strong. Although Robin has only trained 3 body technique Great Fireball technique at present, don't underestimate these ninjutsu. It's just the lowest level of ninjutsu like the 3 body technique. If a strong person has it, it will definitely be a super powerful combat assistance ability. The other is the Katan, Geiki no Jutsu. Although this ninjutsu is embarrassing in the Naruto world, it is almost on the same level as Tekkai in the One Piece world. But in fact, the power of this ninjutsu is not low. After learning the Katan, Geiki no Jutsu, it can probably be equivalent to a beggar's version of Ace. So good. The quality of this wave of harvest is very high. After closing the system interface, Nickpin was in a good mood. At this moment, Nami opened the door and came in. What? Wrong. It's not Nami, it's Robin. Although the appearance is Nami's appearance, but Nickpin saw Robin's appearance at a glance. Nickpin understands after a little thought. It must be that Robin used the Henge no Jutsu to become Nami. Just like when Princess Vivi used the Requip magic, the magic wave shield couldn't cover Nickpin's sight. The ability from the mangas is invalid for Nickpin. Of course, if there is no accident, the Henge no Jutsu used by Nickpin should also be invalid for Robin. What does this sister want to do? Immediately, Nickpin remained calm and pretended not to know. Seeing Robin approaching, Nickpin put down the paintbrush in his hand and asked, "What's the matter? Who made my Nami unhappy again?" Robin walked over, sat on Nickpin's leg, and pinched him hard. "Of course it's you. This girl. She want to stir some trouble. He'll see what she is up to. What happened to you?" Nickpin frowned and looked confused. Nami pouted slightly, and said angrily. "Ha! I'm mainly here to tell you one thing." "OM." Nickpin had no idea what Robin is thinking. "You close your eyes and I'll talk," Robin said. Nickpin was speechless, but just shut it up. "It doesn't matter. Let's talk." Closing his eyes, Nickpin curled his lips. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a burst of fragrance approaching him. Robin she actually kiss him. After a while. Sensing that Robin stood up, Nickpin also opened his eyes. Why? He wanted to ask why, but Robin directly pressed his mouth. "Don't say anything, I just want to kiss you, hum." Imitating Nami's appearance, Robin pouted slightly, and then continued playfully, "Don't ask me why, even if you ask me next time, I will resolutely pretend not to know, hum." Saying that, Nami left. Puff. When the door was closed, Nickpin couldn't help laughing. Although the appearance of Nami imitated by Robin is lifelike. But because what Nickpin saw was Robin's appearance. This kind of contrast not only has the charm that a mature woman should have, but also has the liveliness and agility of a girl. It is really fascinating. I don't know what this sister is thinking. She actually used this method to trap me. Could it be that she just wanted to kiss me? But this feels really good. Smack, smack. Nickpin couldn't help but think wildly. It seems that it would be good to do this before starting work every day. Chapter 138. Around noon, the Going Merry arrived at an unfamiliar island. Wow! This place is incredible. Look at those vast grasslands stretching endlessly. In a subdued tone, Sanji lit a cigarette and remarked, "It's rather dull here, nothing much to see." "Wait up for us." Usopp and Chopper chimed in, joining the enthusiastic trio. They rolled around the grasslands, prompting amused head shaking from those on the deck. "Luffy. I want to roll on the grass too. Bring me down." "Sure thing." Luffy reached out and swiftly caught Kaya as she sported casual attire and joined the trio, rolling joyfully on the grass. After spending a considerable time with the Straw Hat Pirates, Kaya's mindset gradually transformed. Previously confined by house rules and servants, she now desired nothing more than to travel happily with the crew, savor delicious food, and have fun. "Wow! I want to join in too." "Hey! Who said this place was boring? I don't care. I'm going to roll on the grass with Sister Kaya." "This is hopeless," Zoro muttered, shaking his head. Robin, observing keenly, mused, "This island appears deserted. We're unaware if there are other inhabitants." Upon seeing Robin's serious expression, Luffy suddenly recalled Robin's earlier prank pretending to be Nami and felt an odd sense of foreboding. Observing her serious demeanor in public contrasted with her playful nature in private, Nickpin couldn't help but marvel. For Nickpin, the more things changed in such a manner, the better. Ah! Suddenly, both Usopp and Kaya screamed simultaneously. All eyes turned toward a towering bear strolling in the distance. Yes! A tall bear. Following the bear, a long fox and a lengthy dog appeared. Wow! The animals here seem unusually elongated. Indeed. Even the trees are elongated. Let's explore further and see if there's anything else fascinating. Absolutely. After a momentary surprise, the group of four dashed happily toward the depths of the grassland. Sanji cautiously trailed after Kaya. I can't handle them, Nami sighed, throwing her hands up in exasperation. Ha! This means a lot to them. However, an abrupt interruption occurred with loud crashes resonating from both shores of the Going Merry. Two iron anchors resembling bear claws descended and firmly gripped the shore. Behind the Going Merry emerged a pirate ship larger than their own, having hurled the anchors. It was evident the pirate ship had encircled the Going Merry at this point. Zoro narrowed his eyes and firmly placed his hand on the sword hilt, glaring at the pirate ship. Who are you? He demanded coldly. Nami clenched his fist, infuriated. What's the point of trapping us like this? Robin's voice was calm but discerning. Seems like our visitors have malicious intent. Leave now. Or I'll take you on in a fight. The broadcast from the pirate ship interrupted. We are the Foxy Pirates, don't worry, we're not here to plunder, we're here for a duel. Duel? Fantastic. No, no, no. Don't misunderstand. It's the Davy back fight. Davy back fight? What's that? If you want a fight, come and face us directly. Robin explained, it's a pirate game originating from Pirate Island. It's a competition where pirates vie to recruit crew members from each other. That's it. Davy back fight is about stealing crewmates. If you don't know this, can you even call yourselves pirates? Our challenge involves a game of 3, the winners get to choose crew members from the other ship each time, Foxy continued. No need. We're not interested in such a duel. Nickpin interrupted the discussion directly. Although he wasn't concerned about the outcome, he found this kind of competition boring, especially when crewmates were at stake. A true captain shouldn't engage in such antics. However, Nickpin acknowledged that if Luffy were here and the other party acted aggressively, Luffy would probably agree. Sometimes, Luffy could be unreliable. We don't have time for these childish games. Leave. Zoro's cold statement echoed Nickpin's sentiment. Hey, hey, hey. Don't you dare refuse the challenge. Are you even real pirates? Show some spine and accept the challenge. Call your captain. Hey. I'll give you 5 seconds, if you don't leave, I'll make you leave. With Luffy absent, Nickpin aimed to quickly get rid of these individuals. Otherwise, when Luffy returned, he would likely accept Foxy's challenge eagerly. Kid, don't you understand the situation? Can you, facing a powerful pirate group like mine, drive us away as you wish? Nickpin put down the last finger. Time's up. Ignoring Foxy's words, Nickpin summoned his power. A massive slingshot materialized in his hands. What? A slingshot? God-killing star Tenran. Nickpin released the built-up energy. A whirlwind materialized instantly, causing the 2 anchors to straighten and then snap with a resounding boom. The Foxy pirate ship surged into the deep sea in a frenzy. The ship's deck turned chaotic as everyone clung to railings and surfaces. Someone yelled, "Boss, use slow light waves to decrease the ship's speed." All right. Foxy realized and attempted to slow the ship using a slow light wave. Observing this, Nickpin smirked and drew his bow again, unleashing the god-killing star Tenran repeatedly. On the deck, Foxy's expression changed drastically. His slow light wave could decelerate things, but its effect only lasted for 30 seconds. Beyond that time, whatever was slowed down would instantly explode. Boom! When the 30 seconds elapsed, the Fox pirate ship turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Hey! We found someone over there, an old man invited us to visit. Phew, Nickpin sighed quietly. Luckily, that group had just missed encountering Luffy and the rest, sparing them from playing that tedious and annoying game. Great! Let's go! I want in on this! Luffy exclaimed, hoisting himself onto the deck and then joyously sliding down. Everyone else, hey. Hurry. It's right ahead. Ah. Robin, usually composed, let out a scream at the sight of this figure. She was so frightened that she fell to the ground. The figure removed the blindfold and gazed at Robin. Long time no see, you've grown into a fine young woman, Nico Robin. The Straw Hat pirates instantly tensed up at Robin's reaction. What's going on, Robin? Do you know this guy? Robin's mouth twitched. Yes, I know who he is. Nami grew apprehensive. Robin looks shocked. Who is he? Nickpin approached, assisting the shaken Robin. He said to Nami, that person is one of the Marine's 3 top combat powers, Admiral Akiji Kazan. What? Everyone gasped in shock. Even though their strengths were formidable, hearing about a Marine Admiral instinctively made them uneasy. It signified rare strength in the entire world. Hey! Marine Admiral, you've scared our crewmate, you owe us an apology. Others were bewildered because they didn't fully comprehend Akiji's strength. But Nickpin did. Especially after receiving a system mail earlier that day, he felt more confident facing Akiji. At least. He was sure that if Akiji came alone, he wouldn't take anyone away from the Straw Hat pirates. Akiji pursed his lips and looked at Robin in surprise. Seems like you found quite some remarkable allies. While Akiji could be laid back, he wasn't about to apologize or yield. You're mistaken. They're not allies, they're crewmates. If you don't get it, let me teach you the meaning of crewmate. That's right. We're crewmates. We're not just Robin's supporters, we're each other's partner. We're crewmates. Echoed everyone firmly. Tears welled up in Robin's eyes, overwhelmed by the solidarity. She remembered the first time she met Nickpin when he had shouted to her from the deck, no one in this world is entirely alone. And now, she finally felt that she wasn't alone anymore. Hey guys, thanks for the concern. I don't know how long the delay will be, most a week, but here a mass update to help your craving. Chapter 139. Crewmate. Do you realize how a child of merely 8 years old managed to survive until now? How many people she manipulated? Hey! Don't spout that nonsense. Just leave. However, Akiji seemed impervious to Luffy's words. He continued to himself. Whenever she betrayed, she fled, and when someone took her in, she used every means to survive. Relying on this instinct, she survived in the underground world through manipulation, but this time, she chose to hide among you guys. Do you understand what that means? Hey, you jerk. Stop talking nonsense about Robin. What's your problem with her? Sitting down, Akiji placed his hands on his knees casually. I don't harbor any hatred toward her, it's just that she slipped from my grasp once, a long time ago. He looked at the Straw Hat pirates. You'll soon realize your situation, and soon the consequences will come from associating with this troublesome woman. Shut up, you ice man. I'll take you down. Don't act rashly, Luffy. Usopp intervened, hugging Luffy tightly. He's the strongest Marine. Are you looking to get us all killed? Oh. Have you mastered armament hockey? You're truly naive. You don't have to believe me, but the evidence speaks for itself. So far, all the organizations related to Nico Robin have vanished. Akiji seemed inclined to continue, but Robin couldn't take it anymore. Shut up. Fear turned to anger, and she rushed at Akiji, activating her flower fruit ability. Numerous arms appeared, contorting Akiji's body. What do you want? If you intend to arrest me, then do it. Wow. He's dead. Impossible. Everyone, run. But with a crystalline sound, the shattered ice reformed into Akiji's solid body. He casually plucked a handful of grass and suddenly froze it into an ice sword. Although I didn't intend to take your life, Akiji wielded the sword and slashed at Robin. Stop dreaming. Zoro's voice thundered as he intervened. With a clang, Wado emerged from its sheath. His pitch-black armament hockey surged along his arm and onto Wado instantly. He then fiercely struck at Akiji. Huh. Your armament hockey isn't weak either. In a brief span, Akiji witnessed armament hockey from both Luffy and Zoro. One after the other. This revelation shocked him deeply. Despite having apprehended numerous pirates with armament hockey in the New World, this was the first time within the first half of the Grand Line. The rookie pirate group before him had ventured out to sea just a few months ago. To see two formidable wielders of armament hockey within such a newly formed crew worried Akiji greatly. His concern wasn't about their immediate battle but the potential dire consequences if this pirate group was allowed to develop unchecked. Blocking Zoro's slash with his sword, Akiji faced the challenge. Although Zoro possessed mid-level armament haki, Akiji wasn't a Logia on Smoker's level. Many pirates with high-level armament haki had confronted him before, but ultimately, they all fell to him. Sanji swiftly followed, employing Leaf Whirlwind. By unlocking the 5th gate of 8 inner gates, delivering a powerful kick that shattered Akiji's sword. However, in an instant retaliation, Akiji froze Sanji in ice, while the biting cold also spread toward Zoro. Zoro activated his intense armament haki to shield himself, but it wasn't enough. Despite his efforts, the frost began encasing his arms. Realizing their predicament, Zoro swiftly retreated, rescuing Sanji. In a timely arrival, Luffy emerged, his massive fist covered in jet-black armament haki. Akiji was taken aback. Astonished by the haki on Luffy's fist, he had initially thought Luffy's talent was fearsome, but witnessing it firsthand now, he realized it was not just terrifying, but insanely so. Observing Luffy's high-level armament haki, Akiji was astonished. Even Mr. Garp hadn't reached such a level at Luffy's age. Facing Luffy's powerful attack, Akiji understood this wasn't an ordinary strike. Resolute, Akiji transformed his right arm into an ice construct, conjuring a menacing ice bird known as Ice Block, Pheasant Peck. Launching the ice bird at Luffy, it froze everything in its path. Looks like you've made some good friends. Beauty still you, Nico Robin. No, I'm not the same girl you remember. Robin gritted her teeth, asserting her transformation. Before meeting Nick Pin and the Straw Hat Pirates, Robin might have admitted to being the bad luck Akiji mentioned, but now, she had begun to comprehend the true meaning of being a crewmate. In the midst of integrating into the crew, Robin had gradually begun to regard this place as her home. Especially with Nick Pin's presence. Now, she was willing to risk her life to resist anyone who aimed to deprive her of this newfound sense of belonging. Resistance is futile, Akiji remarked lightly, stepping forward and initiating an attack with his Ice Age. However, before the icy blast could hit Robin, another surge of cold air clashed with Akiji's technique, resulting in a massive ice burst that shattered the surrounding ice. Observing the unexpected interference, Akiji narrowed his eyes and directed his attention to the man standing beside Robin. Nick Pin. The Marine Admiral recognized him, slightly relieved. Ah, the deputy head of the Straw Hat Pirates and a mangaka, Nick Pin, right? Nick Pin shrugged casually. Is it an honor to be remembered by a Marine Admiral? Akiji raised an eyebrow. What arrogance! If you wish to continue, we're ready to accompany you, but understand this, you won't take Robin away from us, no matter what. Nick Pin's declaration prompted the Straw Hat Pirates around to prepare for battle. Do you trust Nico Robin so implicitly? What I mentioned is true. All the organizations she joined have met their demise. Nick Pin considered for a moment, rubbing his chin before smiling. Since you're asking that question, let Robin answer it. Encouragingly, he looked at Robin, displaying his unwavering support. Robin, tell him. Luffy gestured enthusiastically, urging her on. Nami approached, holding Robin's arm to show her solidarity without words. Chopper and Usopp assisted Sanji, casting supportive glances at Robin. Despite the freezing temperature, the trust exuded by her crewmates warmed Robin's heart. Thank you for sparing my life. I remember you mentioned that you wanted to see what Sol protected, what fruit the fallen seed would bear. Now, I declare. I, Nico Robin, vow here. The Straw Hat Pirates are the last crew I'll ever join, and I will never betray them. And our captain, Luffy. With that said, Robin looked at Luffy. Luffy seemed to realize something, and grinned happily, then heard Robin yelling. He is the man who is going to be the Pirate King. Chapter 140. That's right. I, Monkey D, Luffy. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Akiji pondered for a moment, then pursed his lips. To be honest, I shouldn't believe what a person like you said, but this time, I think what you said is very true. Luffy immediately yelled, even he believe in me. That's right. Nick Pin took a step forward, facing Akiji. Actually, what she said, whether it's truth or lie, you don't need to care about it. The important thing is, we all trust her. Akiji was a little unhappy. Since I don't need to care, why do you let her answer it for me? Because you let her live. In a sense, you are also the benefactor of our Straw Hat Pirates. Out of respect for the benefactor. Hey, kid. Are you serious? It was just a temporary decision of mine, it's not about kindness, and it has nothing to do with your Straw Hat pirates. Akiji shake his head, saying that there is no need to care about this matter. No matter what you think, but we must thank you for allowing Robin to survive and allowing us to have such a good crewmate. Nickpin insisted. Akiji didn't want to argue anymore, but followed Nickpin's words, and said lightly, since this is the case, if you want to repay your favor, just give me Nico Robin. Impossible. We will never give you Robin. Don't take Robin away. Even if you are Marine Admiral, we will not compromise. My 80 million men are already in place, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are Marine Admiral. Akiji's words were immediately opposed by the Straw Hat pirates. Akiji spread his hands, so, this is how you treat your benefactors. Ah, I'm sorry, actually, a strange expression appeared on Nickpin's face, and he looked at Akiji. Actually, we didn't want to repay the favor at all. This group of small talk is going to choke people to death. Okay, it seems that I was thinking too much. The corner of his mouth twitched. Akiji looked at Robin, let me just believe you for a while. However, you mangaka, what ability did you use just now? If I judge correctly, it seems to be similar to ice fruit. Akiji asked out the doubts in his heart just now. Oh, is this what you mean? As soon as Nickpin stretched out his palm, a bitter cold air appeared in his hand. Afterwards, he also imitated Akiji's way of pulling up a grass and throwing it up. Ka. The cold air instantly condensed into an ice sword. It's so similar to Bai ability. Seeing Nickpin's actions, Akiji couldn't calm down anymore. As an ability user of ice fruit, he always thought that his ability was unique in this world. But at this time, the same ability as him appeared in front of him, how can this not make Akiji feel a sense of urgency? Suddenly, Akiji asked suspiciously, what is your devil fruit ability? As soon as Akiji finished speaking, Luffy couldn't wait to shout out, Nickpin is a manga fruit user. Stupid. You exposed our information. Ah. Luffy shrank immediately. Manga fruit? Akiji frowned, and the doubts in his heart became more serious. Then why can you use the ability of ice fruit? That is. Luffy was about to say something when Usopp pounced on him and gagged his mouth with a shoe. No. Luffy hesitated, seeing Zoro approaching, suddenly shouted indistinctly, Zoro, help me, oh. Then, he saw that Zoro also took the initiative to cover Luffy's mouth. It's okay to tell you, this is actually Haki's ability. Seeing that the only guy who usually spew his ability has been sanctioned, Nickpin can also happily activate his bullshitting ability. Of course Akiji wouldn't believe it. I know you don't believe it. But the fact is like this, on the basis of Haki, I use my devil fruit ability to change something, and then I can practice Haki with added freezing effect. It's just that this kind of upgraded Haki is like a genetic mutation, not everyone can learn it, even the probability of learning this kind of Haki is lower than the probability of getting devil fruit. Since you want to give false information, then make the false information more believable. In other words, this ability is only available to you. Akiji understood. According to the other party, this is a variant of Haki. Armament Haki can give the human body the ability to attack and defend, then this upgraded version can give the human body the ability to freeze. But is that possible? Nickpin spread his hands, that's not true, our crewmates are all geniuses, except me, Nami can also do it. When it's time to cooperate with Nickpin's performance, Nami will certainly not turn a blind eye. Thanks to Nickpin, I too can practice frozen Haki. Nami smiled, and secretly communicated the magic power of the Clow card, the freeze card, and then stretched out her little hand. Ka. The bitter cold instantly froze the ground under her feet. Puff. Akiji suddenly couldn't accept it. The appearance of another person with the ice fruit ability already left him speechless. Now another one pops up. If, as he said, true, and more people practice frozen Haki, wouldn't my ice fruit ability be useless? Wait, suddenly, Akiji's gaze showed suspicion, and he stared at Nickpin. Actually, this is not a frozen Haki at all, is it, but a deception made by your manga fruit, right? How can you say that? You already asked me, and I told you, but you still doubt me? Do you want me to prove it to you? But Akiji thought it was Nickpin's avoidance, so he pouted, if you can, I don't mind you proving it. I don't want to prove it. Nickpin directly refused. If you prove it to me, then I will let Robin live and let all of you go, Akiji insisted on Nickpin's proof. After all, he really wants to find out whether there is such a thing as frozen hockey in this world. Oh. Hearing what Akiji said, Nickpin became interested. After all, Akiji's kindness to Robin is real. Although he just said confidently that he had no intention of repaying his favor, he understood that for Robin, when she faced Akiji, she would always feel guilty. But if this kindness can be repaid, then for Robin, she can rest her mind out of this situation once and for all. Okay. Then I'll prove it to you. Hold on, Nickpin entered the yurt house not far away, and called the old man Tgthegood out of the tent. You were here just now, presumably when Luffy was chatting with the old man. You also heard that the old man was left behind by the tribes because he was stuck on stilts for 10 years? Nickpin looked at Akiji and asked. Akiji nodded. I heard it when I was sleeping here just now. The people of his tribe should have migrated to the next island. If he waited for the annual tide to go out to catch up, it would take at least 3 years. That's good, I'll show you an ice age now. With that said, Nickpin walked to the edge of the sea, and thrust his palm into the water. Ice age. The name of the skill is casually yelled, as he copy Akiji. When the ability of Cloud card to freeze cards is released. Ka. They saw that the entire sea was instantly frozen. FK. Akiji opened his mouth wide. He is a ice fruit devil fruit user and has a very strong observation haki. He instantly sensed that the ice sea has been freezing all the sea water between the nearest islands. Certainly. Akiji is sure that the reason why Nickpin only froze the sea water between the islands is not that his ability is limited to this, but because he thinks it's enough for Tgthegood to catch up with his tribe. Tgthegood was stunned. Am I dreaming? He looked at the sea in disbelief, shocked. It changed into a ice land. Nickpin smiled. Old man, the sea water will freeze for about a week, just walk slowly, however, it may be a little cold. Tgthegood was excited, and he cheered, Shelly, we can cross the sea, and we can meet the villagers. I haven't seen them for a year. He held Nickpin's hand tightly. Thank you so much. Afterwards, he couldn't wait to run back to organize his luggage and carriage. Nickpin looked at Akiji. Have I proved it? Akiji took a deep breath, and nodded slowly. I didn't expect that there really is a haki comparable to ice fruit. Well, the matter capturing killing Robin for today has been cancelled. Hearing this, Robin's eyes turned red. Chapter 141. Now that you have figured it out, then, you can go. Nickpin imitated Luffy just now, pointed to the side, and said. How can that be? I still need to capture Nico Robin. What? You said you will let us go. Beside him, although Kaya was very scared, she expressed her dissatisfaction with courage on purpose. Damn Marine Admiral. Hey. You bamboo man, you are too much. I said, what happened just now was just to repay Robin's life. Now, as Marine Admiral, I need to arrest a criminal who was offered a bounty by the government of the world. Isn't it reasonable? The calm atmosphere suddenly became tense again. Ripples of ice appeared on Akiji's arms, a sign that he was about to strike. No way. Luffy strikes a pose. With ice ripples dancing in Nickpin's palm, he said, yes, you heard what our captain said. Give up, Akiji, you can't take Robin away. We two ice hockey against you, a ice fruit, you can't win. Nami also used the ability to freeze cards, forming a deterrent to Akiji. Wait. At this moment, Robin suddenly called out. Everyone subconsciously looked at her. Robin looked at Akiji and said, although I looked terrified when I saw you just now, it's just that I was still immersed in the shadow of my childhood. Now, I think of one thing. What's the matter? Akiji looked interested. I remember, my current strength is no longer what it used to be. Even if it is 1v1, you can't catch me. Oh, is it because these crewmates gave you courage? Hearing Robin's words, Akiji was not happy. This time, let me and you fight. If you can't catch me, don't bother me anymore. Nami pulled Robin hard. Robin, you don't need to be like this. With us here, he can't do anything to you. Luffy looked like he was about to strike. Zoro pulled out the Wado. Since the opponent is Marine Admiral, if there is a group fight, no one will say that we don't fight fair. I'm fighting too. The timid Chopper also plucked up his courage at this time. Hey, even the reindeer, please spare me." Seeing Chopper's cute appearance, Akiji couldn't bear it. Being protected by everyone like this, Robin was deeply moved. "Partner, please trust me. I will not lose this battle." As soon as the voice fell, Nick Pin said sonorously, "Good. Robin, I believe in you." Just now Nick Pin made some calculations in his heart. Although Robin has only learned 4 ninjutsu now, if her purpose of fighting is not to kill Akiji, but to prevent Akiji from catching her, then there should be no problem. Therefore, since Robin wanted to settle the matter himself, Nick Pin naturally supported it. Of course. If Robin is really captured by Akiji, Nick Pin will not talk about credit or morality with Akiji, and will definitely keep Robin away from Akiji. Since Nick Pin believes her, then I believe her too. Although Nami was still a little worried, she believed in Nick Pin. Nick Pin said yes, then it will definitely work. Zoro looked at Nick Pin, then nodded. "No, let me do it. I want to fight this bamboo pole man one-on-one." "Wow, the captain and the deputy captain disagree. What should I do?" Chopper running in a circle panically. Nami immediately educated Chopper, "At times like this, of course you should listen to the vice captain. Don't you know? The words of the vice captain are much more reliable than those of the captain." Usopp agrees, this is indeed. Luffy still wanted to resist, but was forcibly held back by Zoro and Usopp. At this time, Sanji also thawed. As soon as he saw Robin confronting Akiji head-on, he became hysterical. "Ah! How can you let Miss Robin face that kind of monster alone? I will swear to protect Miss Robin." Immediately, he dragged his trembling heel and rushed forward. Kaka kaka. The next moment, the bitter cold instantly froze him. "Let him continue to cool down." Ice ripples danced in the hands, Nami said with a sigh. Zoro, Usopp, and Chopper suddenly felt confused. "Terrible woman. You really want to go one-on-one with me?" Seeing that everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates had dispersed, Akiji was a little unexpected about this scene. But, he Marine Admiral also wants to save face. Everyone else is already like this, so he can't help but express it. "Nico Robin, if this is the case, then I will give you some advantage too. As long as I don't catch you within 1 minute, then I will give up on arresting you." For this time limit, Akiji is very sure. What Robin's abilities look like, he knows it very well. No matter how strong flower fruit is, in front of Logia ice fruit, they are all useless. "Okay. Remember what you said." With this benefit, Robin immediately fulfilled the condition without thinking too much. "Then, let's start now." As soon as Robin finished speaking, she crossed her arms and activated the flower fruit ability. Massive arms appear on Akiji's body, trying to hold Akiji. Akiji's body suddenly overflowed with cold air, freezing all the arms that appeared on him. At the same time, Robin quickly finished the seal. Bunshin no Jutsu. Wow! 4 Robins suddenly appeared on the field. The 4 Robins ran in 4 directions. Oh! Is this also the ability of flower fruit? Wow! Robin turned into 4. It's amazing. I can't tell which one is real and which one is fake. It's the one running south. Zoro's observation haki was released, and he immediately sensed Robin's real body. That's right. It's the one running south. You 3 idiots. The enemy has heard you. Shut your mouth. Nami was furious, and the big card was used, and immediately punched Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp all over their heads. Luffy and Zoro looked hurt, almost crying. Why did you beat me up too? I just asked casually. Chopper on the side tightly covered his mouth, shivering. He silently swears in his heart. You can't never provoke this woman. At this time, Akiji leaped forward and grabbed the real Robin. If Luffy and Zoro's observation haki can sense the real body, of course Akiji can sense her too. It's over. Accompanied by the freezing cold, Robin in front of Akiji suddenly turned into an ice sculpture. But the next moment. Don't be naive, a voice came from Akiji's right side. Aokiji took a look, isn't that Robin? Looking at the Robin who was frozen by him just now, it was just a piece of wood. It seems that these ninjutsu are very suitable for Robin. For Robin's fight, Nick Pin secretly praised her. Just relying on body replacement technique Kawarimi no Jutsu, Robin can easily escape. What happened? Looking at the ice wood in front of him, Akiji hesitated. He just used the observation haki fully, but he didn't realize when Robin's real body left. This is kind of scary. This time we have to see clearly how you transferred your real body. Thinking of this, the chill in Akiji's hands shot out instantly. Ice time capsule. The shock wave of icy cold air rolled towards Robin against the ground. Akiji's eyes fixed on Robin, and his knowledgeable cooking spirit also firmly locked on Robin. He wants to see exactly how Robin is transferred. But at this moment, Robin had finished printing. Great fireball technique. Open her mouth, billowing flames spurt out from Robin's mouth. The moment the flame spewed out, it grew when it saw the wind, and instantly turned into a huge and monstrous fireball. The fireball collided with the cold air on the ground. Showdown of ice and fire. The two elements with completely opposite properties immediately formed a tacit balance. At the junction, the cold air and the flames are constantly smiling. You have 15 seconds. Robin reminded. Said, she crossed her arms. Dazzling 100 blossoms. Immediately, a large number of arms appeared around Robin's body. In addition, there is a rather strange picture. On those arms, there's a lot of Robin's face. At first glance, it looks a little weird. Akiji didn't move, he thought for a moment. If he continues to pounce on Robin now, it is estimated that Robin will still use that ability to escape. Thinking of this. Don't say I bully you, I can only retaliate. He immediately pressed his hand to the ground. Mini Ice Age. Clatter. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. The cold air, like a glacier bursting, rushed to the surroundings in an instant with the force of bursting the embankment. Of course Robin's direction is also included. From Akiji's point of view, no matter which direction Robin moves, she will be frozen. This time, however, Robin didn't dodge. She also guessed that Akiji was going to use a large area attack. Close to 200 arms. At this time, the hand seal is completed at the same time. That about 100 blooming faces opened their mouths at the same time. The formation of the Great Fireball. 100 monstrous great fireballs appeared at the same time and gathered together, causing the temperature that had dropped sharply to rise sharply at this moment. The flames piled on top of each other, making the temperature of the flame court terribly high. The range is even wider. Moment. The ice on the ground was evaporated dry. The turf below was directly reduced to ashes. Glacier burst and great fireball fight together. The majestic mist rises into the sky. When the mist gradually dissipates, Robin and Akiji appear. At this time, Robin's face was pale due to the exhaustion of physical strength. She adjusted her breathing, then looked at Akiji, and calmly announced, 1 minute is up, you lose. Chapter 142. Akiji touched his own head, and said with some annoyance, what a shame. Robin in front of him was already pale at this time, obviously exhausted physically. As long as Akiji continues to attack, whether or not Robin can dodge the next attack, her physical strength will be slowly consumed. When the time comes, she can easily capture her. Akiji said earlier that if he doesn't subdue Nico Robin within 1 minute, he will give up the capture of Nico Robin. Nickpin activated the rubber fruit ability, his arm stretched instantly, grabbed Robin's arm, and pulled her to his side. Although the outcome has been decided, it is more reliable to keep Robin within the range that he can protect. After all, who knows what Akiji thinks? Akiji was annoyed for a few seconds, then looked at the Straw Hat Pirates. Just as he was about to speak, he saw everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates reaching out and pointing in the direction he came from just now, go. What Akiji wanted to say was blocked in his mouth, he immediately shrugged his shoulders, okay, I'll go. In the evening, Tunjit packed up his luggage and was ready to go. Looking at Tunjit's lone figure, Nami had a sore nose, and suggested, anyway, we still need a few days to wait for the log pose, why don't we escort Tunjit together? I think that's a good idea. Nickpin gave Nami an appreciative look. It's Nami-chan's idea, and I support it unconditionally. Sanji had little hearts in his eyes. Yeah. This way we can even see a few more islands. With the help of the Straw Hat Pirates, it took only 3 days for Tunjit to join his tribe. In order to celebrate the miracle of Tunjit being alive, and to thank the Straw Hat Pirates for their help, the nomads slaughtered sheep and cattle, and held a grand bonfire feast. Luffy had a great time this time. A few days later, the log pose was recharged, and the Straw Hat pirates continued their voyage. About 3 days after leaving Long Ring Island, Going Merry arrived in of Water 7. Before approaching the port, Nickpin routinely opened the system. Your fan Nami has conquered the maze cards in the world of the manga cardcaptor Sakura. You simultaneously gain the maze card ability. You get points too. Your manga fan Roronoa Zoro has improved his world strength in the manga Zaraki Kenpachi biography. Observation Haki has been upgraded to a high level. You get its observation Haki ability simultaneously. You get points 3. Your manga fan Usopp trained the ability of the god-killing star Shirkai in the world of the manga Bleach, Otsu Nemea Falling Mountain Crystal. You get the god-killing star Shirkai ability at the same time. You get points 2. Your fan Nico Robin has improved his world strength in the manga Uzumaki Naruto biography, and practiced sea-level ninjutsu wind-style Rapusho Gale Palm. You simultaneously obtain sea-level ninjutsu Futon Rapusho. You get 1 points. Your fan Nico Robin has improved his world strength in the manga Uzumaki Naruto biography. And he has trained sea-level ninjutsu Futon de Tapa Great Breakthrough. You simultaneously obtain the sea-level ninjutsu Futon de Tapa. You get 1 points. Need revision. Okay. The MVP this time is still Robin. Although the 2 ninjutsu mastered by Robin are all sea ninjutsu, they are very practical. In particular, these 2 are offensive ninjutsu, which can well make up for the lack of long-range attack methods in Robin. Other than Robin, there are only 3 people who have improved this time. Nami is still contributing points steadily as before. A maze card is an auxiliary function card that creates a maze, similar to an illusion, but not quite the same. The inverted mountain crystal star that Usopp trained this time is a very good ability to preserve the battlefield. From Baikud 73, Inverted Mountain Crystal to Zansho. A cone-shaped inverted triangle defense array can be summoned in the air, which can not only resist attacks, but also serve as a temporary medical room on the battlefield. Zoro's Haki also finally made a big step. Luffy with his Armament Haki Advanced Mastery, and Zoro with his Observation Haki Advanced Mastery. These 2 are now complementary. Benefiting Nickpin. Collect Luffy's Armament Haki, Zoro's Observation Haki, and Nickpin's 2-type Haki have reached Advanced Mastery. When Nickpin comes to the deck, he can have a panoramic view of the capital of the Water 7. It has to be said that this is an island with a very industrial aesthetic. The highest point in the middle is a large fountain, from which the sea water sprays out, and then divides into 7 currents and rushes to the sea. But don't think that this is just for aesthetics, more importantly, it is a means of quickly connecting to the inner city traffic, which is very convenient. Awesome! This city is famous for shipbuilding and repairing ships. I announce. I want to find a shipwright to be our crewmate here. In the original plot, when the Straw Hat pirates sailed to the capital of Water 7, Going Merry was dilapidated and overhauled. But now, not only is the Going Merry more than 10 times larger than the original one, but it has not suffered any terrible damage along the way. If Nickpin have to say, Nickpin can only give Going Merry a maintenance here. I got it, the Galley-Law Company is the largest shipbuilding company on this island, and the shipwright in it are the best shipwrights on the entire island. Robin withdrew her crossed hands, and the ears that had bloomed just now gave her a lot of useful information in an instant. On the way to the capital of Water 7, they met the platform of the sea train and the station master, Granny Kokoro. When she learned that Luffy and his group were looking for a shipwright, Granny Kokoro strongly recommended Galley-Law Company to them and wrote a letter of introduction to them enthusiastically. Okay. Then let's go to Galley-Law now. Leave this matter to me. I will find a beautiful woman with a great body and good looks to be our shipwright. You idiot with curly eyebrows. Are you looking for a shipwright or a wife? Sanji is not a backing out either, and immediately responded, Green Moss idiot, if you don't understand, just shut up. Then Sanji looked at Nickpin, Nickpin, do you think we should find a beautiful shipwright? In his opinion, Nickpin can at least be regarded as half of his comrades, and he should agree with his ideas. However, Nickpin shrugged his shoulders, we are looking for a shipwright. Of course, we need to find a strong man like a mountain. These words were copied by Nickpin himself from the original plot of Luffy. Even if they are not exactly the same, the meaning is definitely the same. Nick Pin is right. The shipwright should find a strong man like a mountain. Then let's go. Afterwards, Nami distributed money to everyone. The financial power is still in the hands of Nick Pin, but Nami is already the accountant of the ship. After the distribution, everyone went ashore. Sanji, Usopp and Chopper form the purchasing team. Robin, Nami, and Kaya form a shopping group. Nick Pin, Luffy, and Zoro form the recruiting group. This time, Nick Pin didn't go shopping with Nami because he was going to find a shipwright. It was important to do business. After all, the plot has changed now. If Luffy is allowed to find it by himself, what kind of weirdo will appear? However, when the three of Nick Pin came to Galley Law Company, something happened. What's going on? What happened here? Zoro glanced around, a thoughtful look on his face. It seems that there was a big fight just now. Luffy also saw the problem. Bastard! How dare you come? Luffy dodged casually, and the man staggered and fell to the ground with blood on his stomach. Ah! Why did you break your stomach? Idiot! That's a wound he had before. What's going on? Isn't this the Galley Law Company? We came here just because of the reputation, and we want to give our ship a maintenance. He has seen the original plot, but the problem is, there is no such scene in the original plot. And it doesn't look right in this workshop. What? Are you here for ship maintenance? It's gone, the Galley Law Company is gone. Chapter 143. What? 3 question marks appeared in Nick Pin's head. Galley Law Company gone. What kind of plot is this? He asked with a puzzled look. What do you mean it's gone? Yes. Granny Kokoro said that Galley Law Company is the largest shipbuilding company on this island. Why did it disappear? The largest shipbuilding company, hee hee. The miserable smile on the strong man's face became even more tragic. He murmured. Yes, it is indeed the largest shipbuilding company. If you had come one day earlier, any kind of ship do you want to build and any kind of ship do you want to repair? We can handle it. Hey! Can you speak clearly? Well, let's find your boss, Iceberg, where is he? Seeing that the shipman's mood was not right, Nick Pin felt that it was better not to waste time here. But these words angered the shipman all of a sudden. Bastard! You are sent by that group. The mayor of Water 7 is already dead, why don't you let him go? Do you still want to see if he is completely dead? Regardless of the injury on his stomach, the shipman was about to pounce on Nick Pin and the others when he left. Nick Pin activated the shield casually and blocked the shipman grid. Don't be impulsive, we don't know what happened, we just arrived here today, and we were recommended by Granny Kokoro. Nick Pin tried to appease the shipman's emotions, and then said, if possible, you'd better explain the matter clearly, maybe we can help. Do you want to help? Ha ha ha. Do the pirates want to take care of the world government's affairs? Go away, just go away. The shipman laughed wildly, and then cried again. Seeing him like this, the three had no choice but to leave. After leaving, Zoro analyzed, it seems that something big happened yesterday, which caused a devastating blow to the company. Nick Pin nodded, just now he mentioned that the mayor of Water 7 is dead, I think we have to investigate this matter. Looking at the way the man spoke just now, Nick Pin felt that the mayor of Water 7 should not be dead, but was seriously injured. Could it be? Did CP9 already taking action? Thinking of this, Nick Pin immediately asked a girl walking across, excuse me, was there a storm yesterday? Yes. Aqua Laguna was here yesterday. That's it. Although Nick Pin can't remember the specific time in the original plot, there are some things that can be used as a reference for the time node. For example, this Aqua Laguna, in the original plot, a storm occurred on the day when CP9 performed their operation. And now, this storm happened yesterday. No doubt. The people of CP9 have already attacked Iceberg. What is that, Melon? Where did you buy it? Don't ask so many questions, let's go to the mayor building. Before the girl could answer Luffy, Nick Pin pulled them up and ran away. When they came to the municipal building, Galley Law Company's shipmen are all here. And, besides them, Nick Pin also saw Frankie's family. But Frankie was not seen. In front of the municipal building, a man in a wheelchair covered in bandages was talking to everyone. Nick Pin took a closer look, isn't he the mayor of Water 7, Iceberg? Who are you? Suddenly seeing 3 strangers barging in, everyone present became vigilant. We came in peace. We were recommended by Granny Kokoro to find iceberg. Don't lie. We won't believe it. Don't even think about hurting the mayor again. The crowd was excited, as if they wanted to swallow Nick Pin and others alive. But at this moment, Iceberg weakly shouted, "Let them come over." Mayor. Boss. Everyone refused to let it go. Iceberg raised his hand and waved it weakly, "Don't worry, the people in the government have already got what they want, and my life is worthless to them." At this time, the mayor of Water 7 was not worried about someone coming to assassinate him at all. Because from the beginning to the end, the target level of the world government is not him, but the blueprint he knows. Iceberg has a high prestige in the hearts of these people. Since he insisted on saying this, everyone had no choice but to make way. Looking at the 3 people who came over, Iceberg asked, "What are you here for?" "We're here to find a shipwright to be our crewmate." Luffy showed off directly. "Let me say it." Nickpin grabbed Luffy, and then explained, "We really want to find a shipwright to join our pirate group. We met Granny Kokoro at sea before, and we chatted with her for a long time, and then she recommended us to come to Galley Law Company." As he said that, Nickpin took out a letter and handed it to Iceberg. "It was written by her, and I just leave it to you." The mayor of Water 7 took the letter, which contained only one sentence. "Find them a shipwright, Mura." A kissable red lip print on it. Tear. The mayor of Water 7 tore the letter into pieces immediately. Asshole. The people at the bottom of the steps were furious, thinking that Nick Pin had done something outrageous. Be safe and don't be impatient. Iceberg quickly reached out his hand to signal everyone not to panic, and then explained, "It's Kokoro's letter, no mistake." "But, why are you so angry?" Barry, one of the ship's foremen, asked worriedly. "Oh, that's because Kokoro kissed a lip print on it, which made me feel uncomfortable." Iceberg explained, and then he looked at Luffy, "Since it was recommended by Kokoro, then I can find one for you." "Great, uncle, you are such a nice person." Luffy was very happy to hear that Iceberg was willing to help. "Don't worry, I haven't finished talking yet. Although I promise to find you, you are pirates, whether the shipmen here are willing to join you is beyond my control, it's gone." As he spoke, he pointed to the crowd below and said, "The best shipwrights in this city are here, you can find it yourself." "Is this okay?" Zoro expressed his confusion. "How do you feel that this crewmate is so casual?" But Luffy didn't think so. He immediately looked at everyone happily, and shouted, "Everyone, my name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Who wants to be my crewmate?" A moment of silence. The atmosphere at the scene was awkward. "It seems that they are not interested in joining the Pirate King crew," Zoro whispered to Luffy with a black line on his forehead. But when these words fell into the ears of Iceberg, it made him feel really excited. Pirate King. He remembered his teacher, Tom. The fishman who used to build the pirate ship for Pirate King Roger. And now, the kid who appeared in front of him also kept shouting to become the Pirate King. Could this be some kind of fate? And just before this, his fellow apprentice was also captured by CP9. If there is such a thing as fate. Maybe, give it a try. Thinking of this, Iceberg immediately asked, "Your name is Luffy, is that what they call you?" "Of course, uncle." Luffy has a good impression of Iceberg and thinks he is very nice. "Luffy, let me tell you the truth, these shipwrights already have a steady income and good life here, so they are definitely not willing to join the pirate organization," Iceberg said. Huh. Luffy opened his mouth, a little depressed. The mayor of Water 7 continued, "However, there was once a person who built a battleship for the Pirate King Gold Roger." "Great. I want this guy." Iceberg shook his head, but that person has had died for several years. Ah. Luffy felt that his heart couldn't bear this torment. Hey. Since he died, why do you mention it?" Without meeting the look of dissatisfaction in Zoro's eyes, Iceberg continued, "There is one apprentice who is still alive. If there is anyone who will be the best shipwright in the world, it must be him." The originally slumped mood was filled with passion again. "Okay. That's him." The mayor of Water 7 spread his hands, "But he is going to die soon." Puff. Are you a devil? Why do you keep playing with us?" The mayor of Water 7 smiled, "But you can save him." Huh. Great idea. Tell me, where is he? Let's wait for someone to finish talking first. Zoro pulled Luffy back. Iceberg took a deep breath. Let me tell you a story first. Then. Iceberg began to tell his past, a story of him, Frankie, and Tom. These government agents are so hateful. Grandpa Tom built such a good sea train for everyone, but they killed Grandpa Tom. Hey! You told this story on purpose to let us save your fellow apprentice, right? Yes, Iceberg didn't hide anything, and then said. But you don't have to go, this is your choice, I can guarantee what I said is true, Frankie has perfectly inherited our Master Tom's shipwright technique, even without recognition. He is definitely the best shipwright in the world. But, it is true that he is going to die soon. And you don't have to be too sentimental, the opponent is the world government in Enies lobby. No pirate group is stupid enough to go against the world government. Okay, I'm done talking, just treat it as a small talk, you can leave now. As he spoke, Iceberg made a gesture to see off the guests. The reason why he said so much just now is because Luffy shouted, I am the man who is going to be the Pirate King, which made him feel emotional. But after he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that his idea was simply unrealistic. That is the world government. Who would be stupid enough clash sword with them? However. Okay, I've decided. The StrawHats pirate wants this Frankie. Chapter 144. When Luffy chooses a crewmate, the first impression is very important. Although he has never seen Frankie until now, he learned from Iceberg's words just now that Frankie would rather be tortured by the CP9 people than tell the whereabouts of the blueprint of the Pluton battleship. This alone makes Luffy approve of him. The key is. This man is also the world's best shipwright. Nanny. Are you sure what he said is true? He knows Luffy well. Know that once Luffy has made a decision, it won't change. But the problem is. They have never seen this person before. Hey. You have to say something. You can't let this idiot, Luffy, be fooled. Nickpin smiled, it's okay, what he said is true. Nanny? How do you know what he said is true? Because a person's eyes can't lie. When he spoke just now, I couldn't see any deception from his eyes. As soon as these words came out, Iceberg was slightly shocked. He suddenly though. Maybe. Can these three people really save Frankie? Looks like we'll have to go to the Enies lobby. Nickpin showed a troubled expression, and then asked Iceberg, when was Frankie sent to Enies lobby? He was arrested yesterday, but CP9 did not find the blueprint. So the interrogation continued until this morning before he took the sea train to Enies lobby. If there is no accident, he will not be tried. But continue being interrogated by CP9, until he says the blueprint of the Pluton whereabouts, or death. In this case, there should be still time. Rubbing his chin, Nickpin quickly made a judgment. Let's go to Enies lobby. Luffy was so excited that it didn't look like he was going to fight, but like he was going on a trip. Etc. Iceberg stopped them and seriously reminded, are you sure you know what CP9 is? I know, Nickpin waved his hand, interrupted the topic, and asked a more important question. It's just that if we go by our pirate ship, it will take a lot longer, as far as I know, from here to Enies lobby the fastest way is to take the sea train, if possible, I hope you can open a separate train for us. I'm afraid this won't work. Iceberg shook his head, his expression not very good. Hey! You bastard! We are going to save your friend. We're going to help you save people, why are you not helping? Don't get me wrong, what I mean is, there is only one sea train to Enies lobby, and it has been used by the people of the world government this morning, and it is going to Enies lobby, Iceberg immediately explained. But Nickpin waved his hand, it doesn't matter. We can borrow the sea trains leading to other islands. Moreover, we only need to connect the front and a section of the carriage. Are you kidding me? Sea trains all have fixed routes, how can you borrow them? Do you really know what a sea train is? If you can change the route freely, then the entire ocean will be covered with tracks. No need to be fanciful, no matter which island it leads to, the track of the sea train is fixed, it can only travel between islands. Yes. Once the train leaves the track, it will sink directly into the sea, there is no way to borrow it. Don't worry about this, as long as I borrow it, I have a way to put the sea train intact. Ignoring the shipman below, Nick Pin looked at Iceberg instead. Hearing what Nick Pin said with such certainty, Iceberg fell into deep thought. Okay. I'll make arrangements for the sea train, those guys should agree. Okay, then please hurry up, let's go back and gather some people, and we will meet up at the platform for Eni's lobby later. In addition, please use the power in your hand again to help us broadcast and call our crewmates, so that the crewmates of the Straw Hat Pirates can return to the ship immediately. After speaking, Nick Pin called Luffy and Zoro to go back to the ship. The plot of the capital of Water 7 has undergone great changes now, and time waits for no one. If it delays, maybe Frankie will really die. Maybe it's dangerous now. Quick! Connect me to the radio station. Although he can't participate in the battle, but the support must be played well. The city of the capital of Water 7 is not very large, and the broadcasting system also covers the whole island. When the three of them returned to the Going Merry, the others also came back because they heard the announcement. What's going on? Is there something wrong? Sanji looked at Nick Pin expectantly. Have you found a beautiful shipwright? Chopper said with a look of admiration, you can actually broadcast the announcement to the whole island. Nick Pin, Luffy, you are amazing. Everyone's focus is really something they are interested in. Nick Pin glanced at Luffy and asked, should I say it? Yeah, talk. Luffy urged. He knew that he couldn't get to the point, so it was more convenient for Nick Pin to say it in detail. Nick Pin said, then let me make a long story short, the thing is, we have now found a shipwright with the best skill in the world, and his character has also been affirmed by me, Luffy and Zoro. Hey! I'm not sure yet. That's not the point. The point is that this person is indeed an excellent crewmate who can be our shipwright. But now he was arrested by the world government in the morning, and has now been escorted to Eni's lobby. Luffy and I decided to rescue him and set out immediately. Ah! Did you make a mistake? That's the world government. Yeah. What about the world government? You are still the sniper king who shot the flag of the world government with a slingshot. That's right, we will become the world government enemy. So, at present, I, Luffy, and Zoro have all decided, what do you think? Ah, why did you help me make a decision again? Zoro was about to go crazy. Luffy picked her nostrils, then are you going or not? Zoro said angrily, of course. Oh. I'm going too. The three women looked at each other, and sweat suddenly appeared on their foreheads. Nami raised her eyebrows lightly, I have no objection. Nick Pin has decided on things, and Nami will definitely not object. I have no objection either. Robin also expressed his opinion. Kaya smiled and said, I don't even have an opinion. Chopper, you must not agree. Usopp seized Chopper, seeking only one ally. I still agree. Looking at the eyes of everyone, Chopper expressed his compromise. Okay. Then I have to lead my 80 million subordinates to go with you. Chopper was shocked, there are so many subordinates. Usopp, you are so amazing. Nick Pin continued, although everyone agrees, but this time the time is tight, we are not going by Going Merry, so someone needs to stay to protect the ship and Kaya. I'll stay and protect Sister Kaya. Sanji was so excited that he volunteered to stay. Nick Pin reminded, Bounty. Sanji immediately changed his words, I'd better go fight. Just let Chopper stay and protect Sister Kaya. Sister Kaya, I will come back and I will make you a seasonal ice drink as an apology for you. Thank you Sanji-kun. Kaya's smile is sweet. Subsequently, Nick Pin arranged the distribution of personnel. In the end it was decided to keep Nami, Chopper and Kaya on board. If only one Chopper is left, Nick Pin feels unsafe. But if you add a Nami, it will be safer. Nami actually wanted to be with Nick Pin, but after Nick Pin explained the truth, she was willing to listen to Nick Pin. Usopp wanted to stay, but Nick Pin insisted on taking him. After all, although the classic scene of Luffy yelling making Robin yell, I want to live, in the original plot will not appear now, the flag of the government of the world still needs Usopp to shoot it. It also makes Usopp have more impact. Robin also has to follow, because there is someone there who needs Robin to clean up by herself. After tidying up, the fighters of the Straw Hat Pirates came to the sea train platform leading to Eni's lobby. The mayor of Iceberg, the shipman of the Galley Law Company, and the Frankie family are already here. Iceberg was in a wheelchair and was pushed in front of the Straw Hat Pirates. He looked at Nick Pin, I have recalled the sea train to the Spring Queen's Island according to your request, and it is now parked at the platform near the No. 4 dock, but there is nothing I can do about it. Okay, that's enough, Nickpin nodded, and then, he stepped on it. The big card of Klau's card floated in his hand. Wow! Everyone just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and saw two pillars appearing in the sea. Hey hey hey! What is this? Why do two pillars suddenly appear on the sea? Wait! Look up! Suddenly, someone exclaimed. The next moment, everyone except the Straw Hat pirates widened their eyes in shock. FK. That is, giant. Nickpin bent down and reached out to pick up the train head and put it on the platform leading to the Spring Queen's Island. It seems to be holding a toy, and then gently placed on the platform track leading to Eni's lobby. Iceberg was completely dumbfounded. But the next moment, his heart was suddenly so excited that it was pounding. With such a powerful strength. Maybe. These people can really save Frankie. Chapter 145. The sea train departs. People from Galley-Law Company and Frankie's family also followed. The Frankie family were going to save Frankie. And the reason of the shipwrights of Galley-Law Company is more interesting. As the current vice president, the reason given by Polly is that he wants to fire Lucci and Kaku face to face on behalf of the president of the Galley-Law Company. Because of the Aqua Laguna yesterday, the sea today seems to be extraordinarily calm. When everyone arrived at Eni's lobby, the journey was almost uneventful. The Eni's lobby is right in front of it. I came here when I was repairing the track, and the terrain is probably like this. Polly put a hand-drawn topographic map on the table and introduced it to everyone. What's that black thing? Luffy pointed to the circle outside the main island of Eni's lobby and asked suspiciously. Polly replied, that's a waterfall, you'll understand when you see it. Attention everyone. We are almost here. But the gate is still blocking us. Leave it to me. Zoro pushed his way through the crowd and stepped forward. He jumped lightly and jumped onto the front of the car. Wado Ikamanji come out of its sheaths. Itri, Daishinkan. There are no fancy moves, only a sword slashing forward. However, when this unremarkable sword fell, the sky and the earth changed color. A terrifying momentum followed, like a demon from hell, brutally suppressing it to the front. The gate made of steel has stood in the sea for many years and has not been destroyed. At this time, under the attack of Zoro, it was cut like a piece of grass. Together with sea water. All were cut off. The sea water blasted to both sides, exposing the railroad tracks below the sea level. Mini Ice Age. The ice card appeared in Nickpin's hand, and the cold air instantly froze the separated waves in front of him. The name of this skill is directly borrowed from Akiji. Ka. It froze for a moment and passed the Eni's lobby in the distance on the ship, freezing all the sea water around the Eni's lobby. Oh. Oh my god, we're flying. No, we are still orbiting in the sea, but the sea water below was split just now, and now it has become a canyon. Is this the ability of Devil Fruit? It actually froze the sea. It's too powerful. Great. With such a strong teammate, we will be able to save Frankie. We must let those bastards taste the punishment too. The shipwright shouted excitedly. On the other side, Eni's lobby. There are a large number of marine soldiers guarding here. Suddenly. The surrounding temperature dropped suddenly, and the icy chill made them shiver subconsciously. Next moment. Ka. The sea freezes instantly. Nani. What's going on? It's Admiral Akiji. Oh yes. It must be Admiral Akiji, no one can freeze the sea except him. Facing the sea freezing like a natural disaster, almost everyone thought of Akiji immediately. Woo woo. With the sound of a whistle, the sea slowly stopped. Isn't it? Could it be my eyes? Why is there another sea train? When did Eni's lobby have a second sea train? Admiral Akiji should be on this train, wait for him to come down and ask. Under the confused eyes of these marine guards, the car door opened. Goma no rocket. What appeared in front of them was not Admiral Akiji, but Luffy's greeting. Boom. The marines in front were instantly knocked out. Frankie. Where are you? Hearing Luffy yelling like this, the marine guards all changed their colors. No. He wants to help the prisoner. Someone even recognized Luffy immediately. Ah. He is the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Monkey D, Luffy with a bounty of 150 million belly. What? It turned out to be such a big pirate. Hurry up and inform the officer. Wait. That is, the pirate hunter with a bounty of 140 million belly, Roronoa Zoro. Ah. Not good, their vice-captain is here too. That is the existence that offers a reward of 180 million. Call for help from the main HQ. When the Straw Hat Pirates got off the train one by one, the marine soldiers guarding the place went crazy. What kind of evil did this do? Why do we have to see so many pirates with bounty on the same day? They were all extremely nervous, holding the guns and swords tightly in their hands, a little at a loss. And the shipwright of the Galley Law Company and the Frankie family who came out immediately after hearing the exclamation used by the marine soldiers were all frightened and stunned. These guys who've been smiling all the way with us. Are they all such a powerful pirate? Nickpin came to the crowd, he looked at these marine soldiers. Theoretically speaking, these marine soldiers are not too sinful. Listen, we are here only to find the group of CP9 people. I think you all know what kind of bastards other people are. If you don't want to lose your life for those bastards, then all of you squat honestly in the corner over there. And we won't kill you. As he spoke, Nickpin pointed to the corner on the right side of the Gate of Justice. Marine soldiers are all dumbfounded. What a shame this is. But it is also true that if you act rashly, you will die. Although everyone is wearing the cloak of justice, there are not many people who are willing to die for the word of justice. However, when they were still hesitating, Nickpin shook his head slightly. Sorry, we are in a hurry. As soon as the words fell, he activated the rubber fruit ability, and his arms stretched out. With a big hug gesture, Nickpin hugged all the marine soldiers and guards in front. Next moment. The magic power of the Clo Thunder card was used by Nickpin. Zizizi. A billowing electric current emanated from Nickpin's body and poured into the marine soldiers. They were hugged tightly by Nickpin at this time, crowded and close to each other. When Nickpin connected the current to them, there was a collective conduction in an instant. Zizizi. Everyone fell to the ground with green smoke. Ah! Who dares to make trouble at Eni's lobby? A giant marine with a not-so-aesthetic appearance appeared with a mountain axe in hand. Afterwards, another giant marine carrying a club also came. Hey! It's a giant. Don't be silly, they are enemies. Zoro reminded. Leave it to me. Sanji volunteered to show off. After all, he wanted to show off so he can finally got a bounty to surpass the Moss Head. Wait a moment. Nickpin shouted to stop Sanji, and then he stepped on, moonwalk. When he reached the height of 2 giant heads, Nickpin took out a large stone from the system space. He held the stone with both hands, and then threw it at the 2 giants. Hey, hey, hey. Damn Nickpin, you asked me to wait, then you attacked them alone. Sanji stomped his feet angrily. Usopp was very confused. No, Nickpin shouldn't attack in such a silly way. Yeah. This is not Nickpin's style. Now she knows Nickpin well, so she is very sure. Damn little guy, you actually want to fight, huh? This is... Giant Oimo was about to get angry, but his eyes still fell on the big stone Nickpin threw. He grabbed the big rock in his hand. Yes. For Nickpin, it is a boulder, but for their giant, it is equivalent to an accessory. This is the stone sculpture made by Brother Dory. Ah. Yes, it's really Brother Dory's creation. Kashiai, who was holding a mountain axe in his hand, also exclaimed suddenly. Say. Why do you have something from Brother Dory? He gave it to me. Nickpin shrugged and said calmly. Before leaving Little Garden, Nickpin specially asked Dory and Broggy for a token, saying it was a souvenir. In fact, Nickpin was considering that he might come to Eni's lobby in the future, and when he met Oimo and Kashiai, he couldn't beat them to death. After all, these 2 people are not lackeys of the world government, but were deceived by the world government. How come? Aren't you pirates? Brother Dory and Brother Broggy are currently being imprisoned in the Impel Down. How can you get their creation? Although they were sure that the token was real, they couldn't believe Nickpin's words. Because the reason why they stand here to guard Eni's lobby is because they have reached an agreement with Marine and the world government. As long as they guard Eni's lobby for 50 years, Dory and Broggy, who were captured by Marine, can be released. The impel down. Who told you? We met Dory and Broggy on an island called Little Garden, and the two of them had already dueled on that island for 100 years. That's right. The two of them are great. They even invited us to eat meat. Both of them are real warrior. Thinking back to Dory and Broggy, Usopp was filled with emotion. Ah! Oimo suddenly figured it out, and he roared angrily. We have been lied to by these bastards from the world government. They said that Brother Dory and Brother Broggy were captured. As long as we guard Eni's lobby for 50 years, they will just let Dory and Broggy go. He was sure that the token in his hand was real, so he was more willing to believe Nickpin's words. What's more, they didn't trust the world government very much. Great! Brother Dory and Brother Broggy were not caught by Marine, that's great. Kashiai cried happily. Is there such a thing? It seems that the world government had lied to you guys. But, I don't have time to chat with you now, we are going to save people, if possible, please step aside. No. Oimo's expression changed immediately, and he said angrily. Ah! This bastard, it seems that I, Sanji, should be the ones that take them down. However, before he had time to move his feet, he heard Oimo roaring angrily, I will go with you to find those bastards to settle accounts. Chapter 146. Eni's lobby is primarily divided into three distinct sections. Positioned at the rear is the Justice Tower, serving as the headquarters for CP9. A specialized agency operating under the world government. Inside the Justice Tower lies a labyrinthine interior, making it challenging to navigate without frequent visits. At present, within the chief's office of CP9, Spandam, the chief of CP9, sits behind his desk with a malevolent grin, legs crossed. Lying before his desk is a burly man, Frankie, the individual sought by everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Such reliable subordinates to gift me with such a prize. Spandam exclaimed while glaring at Frankie, a mix of anger and delight evident in his expression. 8 years prior, Frankie's powerful blow had inflicted a severe facial injury on Spandam, necessitating the use of a special steel mask to hold his bones in place. While Spandam's original appearance was not particularly attractive, it was at least average. Now, he had transformed into a masked figure, perceived as a monstrosity by others, all courtesy of Frankie. Reveling in the moment, the man who had shocked him so profoundly, now labeled as criminal, lay before him. Spandam relished the opportunity to torture him mercilessly. The office boasted sofas aligned against its walls, where 7 individuals, 6 men and 1 woman, the official members of CP9, were seated. Leaving his desk, Spandam approached Frankie sprawled at his feet and let out a nearly perverse laugh. Ha 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 ha. You bastard. Finally, you've fallen into my grasp. Ha ha ha. In a defiant gesture, Frankie spat out a wad of thick phlegm at Spandam, catching him off guard. Reacting swiftly, Spandam tried to avoid it, his own cohorts visibly disturbed by the act. Ah! I'll kill you. Lucci interjected coldly, if you kill him, the whereabouts of the Pluton blueprint will vanish. What's happening? Why has the sea suddenly frozen? As the lone female within CP9, Khalifa promptly approached the window to investigate. Her countenance immediately shifted to one of shock. What's happening? Inquired Jabra, his tone tinged with suspicion. Turning from the window to face her CP9 companions, Khalifa spoke in a hushed tone, the entire sea has frozen, it must be the arrival of that individual. Why would Marine Admiral Akiji come here? Lucci questioned, his voice deep with perplexity. Ha ha ha. It's all for my benefit, of course. Didn't you know? Akiji granted me access to a buster called Den Den Mushi. Do you comprehend the significance of that? Jabra rose in astonishment, exclaiming, surely, he didn't authorize such an extreme measure for you. Lucci, while considering Marine admirals as allies of CP9, found such unexpected actions disconcerting. Amidst the conversation, a hurried ring emitted from the Den Den Mushi. It's Judge Baskerville, what does he require? Spandam muttered in discontent upon seeing the Den Den Mushi's display. Hurry! Come to this island for a rescue. CP9 members exchanged bewildered glances. Ridiculous. This is Eni's lobby. With Admiral Akiji's presence, who would foolishly cause trouble here? No, no. They came after Frankie, they demanded we give him the criminal. No, they've invaded. It appears something bad has occurred, Blueno remarked. I'll investigate. Kaku declared, preparing to depart. Hold on. You've just returned from a mission, you should rest, allow me to go instead. Utilizing Jeppo, he swiftly arrived at Eni's lobby's main island. However, what greeted him astonished even further. Eni's lobby lay in ruins. Yet, the true shock came from the culprits. Eni's lobby's giant guards, Oimo and Kashi. Jabra witnessed them wrecking the buildings. Infuriated, Jabra shouted, "Halt, you two! It's Jabra from CP9. We'll crush you traitors." Two giants simultaneously attacked the building. Idiot! Jabra swiftly ascended, attempting to evade their assault. But just as he about dodged, suddenly a thunder struck, he was immobilized. Oimo's club struck heavily, leaving Jabra stunned and unable to use Soru, a technique he usually relied upon. Jabra employed Tekai to defend himself. Jabra realized the giant's strength was beyond his expectation. Nickpin's expression shifted oddly. He summoned the Clow power card, directing it toward Oimo. Boom! The impact was powerful. When the debris cleared, Jabra lay unconscious, his body likely bearing multiple fractures. Oimo, unsatisfied, grabbed Jabra and flung him into the air, shouting, "Giant home run!" With a heavy swing, Jabra disappeared into the sky. Chapter 147. Inside the Justice Tower, CP9 Chief Office. I thought I heard Jabra's scream just now. Fukuru unzipped his mouth and said. I seem to have heard it too. Khalifa also frowned slightly. What? Jabra, that idiot, won't be defeated by the enemy, right? Damn it. Spandam grabbed Frankie's hair and asked. Do you have any help? Frankie himself is confused, he doesn't have any strong helper. But whatever can make Spandam unhappy, he will act like it. Of course. I have a group of brothers. Now they come to save me, are you ready to die? Hateful. Spandam knocked Frankie's head to the ground. Caw caw. There was another freezing sound outside. When everyone looked outside, they immediately saw a piece of frozen pathway connecting the island to the Justice Tower, forming an ice bridge. Spandam was confused, how did Admiral Akiji freeze the ice here? He looked towards the ice bridge from the window, and saw a group of people coming in mighty force. Blueno frowned, it's really those useless shipwright in the capital of Water 7. Frankie. Where are you? Bastard. That is your helper. Frankie was really confused. He swear, this is definitely the first time he have heard this sound. Well, it's him. At this time, Khalifa pushed his glasses. He stared at Luffy who was walking on the ice bridge, pondered for a moment, and then said. I have seen his bounty, and it seems to be a newcomer who has a bounty of over 100 million, his pirate group is called the Straw Hat Pirates. Because of the image of Luffy wearing a straw hat, Khalifa immediately came up with the name of the Straw Hat Pirates. You actually know a pirate with a reward of over 100 million? Bastard. Spandam kicked Frankie a few times, and suddenly laughed maniacally again. Ha ha ha. My luck is really good. I caught you, a criminal named by the government of the world, and now there is another one with a bounty of over 100 million coming to me, it seems that my promotion is just around the corner. Boom. There was a bang. Apparently, the doors of Eni's lobby were blown open. Come on, let's go and see, Lucci let out a cold voice, and walked outside the door. The other CP9 people immediately followed. When they came to the lobby of the Justice Tower, the Straw Hat Pirates and the shipwrights had already arrived. Lucci. Kaku. When he saw these two people, Polly roared angrily. Oh, it's you trash. Lucci didn't take it seriously, as if he was looking at a piece of grass. Stop being self-righteous. Don't think that I will be grateful to you if you spare my life. Ah, you misunderstood, since you, an insignificant little character, survived by chance, we left because we didn't care about you at all. Lucci's face was cold, and he couldn't see any waves. Ah. Bastard. But Lucci completely ignored him, but looked at Luffy, Straw Hat Luffy, offering a reward of 140 million super rookies. Is this why you come to Eni's lobby? Hey! The guy with the pigeons on his shoulders. Where's Frankie? Luffy's dialogue is also jumpy, and the two are not at the same point at all. Frankie is here. At this time, Spandam's voice came from behind the CP9 people. He grabbed Frankie's hair with one hand and dragged Frankie here. Frankie. Seeing Frankie's horrible appearance, everyone in Frankie's house roared angrily. You, with a swollen face, Frankie looked at everyone and yelled worriedly. Run away. You can't possibly be their opponents. He looked at Luffy again, and that kid in the straw hat, I don't know you at all, you don't have to risk your life to save me. Nonsense. You are the shipwright that Uncle Water 7 himself said he would give to me. A man like you is exactly the shipwright I need. I have already decided for you to join my crew. Hey. How did I join your crew? But just as the words came out of his mouth, he suddenly froze again. Wait. Water 7 Uncle. Suddenly realized what Frankie was overjoyed, Iceberg is not dead, is he? Luffy replied, yes, Uncle Water 7 is seriously injured and in a wheelchair but his life is safe. Ha ha ha. Great. He's not dead. He's not dead. Shut up, you bastard. Spandam went up and kicked Frankie in the head. You bastard. Luffy was furious, and shot out with his right hand instantly. Gomu Gomu no pistol. Spandam only felt as if his head had been hit by an earthquake, and his body was smashed against the wall with a bang. Fortunately, the building material of this Eni's lobby is strong enough, otherwise, Spandam would probably be smashed through the building. Califa's eyes narrowed slightly, her heart was filled with surprise. You are naive. Lucci's face turned cold, and he immediately stopped Luffy who wanted to rush over. The guy with the pigeons on his shoulders, let's fight. Luffy punched Lucci. Kami-e. Lucci didn't hesitate at all, and immediately used the dodge technique of Marine 6 styles. Luffy's observation haki allows him to catch Lucci's dodge route. The moment his fist blasted out, he used his ability, and directly redirect the attack, which hit Lucci after the dodge. Boom! Lucci was hit, knocked toward the wall. What? Everyone in CP9 was shocked. Don't think about it. Komodori aimed his hair at Luffy. Before his hair could reach Luffy, an outstretched hand attacked Komodori. Boom! His head was pressed hard on the floor, smashing the floor into pieces. The arm just now, is not Luffy, but Nickpin's attack instead. Ibra rode. When Khalifa saw her crewmate being beaten, she instantly transformed into a long whip full of thorns, and aimed towards Nickpin's arm that had not been retracted. Clatter! The whip of thorns entangled Nickpin's arms completely. I have him under control, quickly subdue him. Khalifa grabbed the whip of thorns with both hands, and said to Kaku and Blueno beside him at the same time. What are you talking about? Who subdued whom? Nickpin pulls hard. Under the influence of the power card, the huge power is not something that Khalifa can stop. The terrifying force instantly pulled Khalifa to Nickpin's side. What? Seeing that there was no scar on Nickpin's arm that was entwined with the whip of thorns, Khalifa's red cheeks suddenly went up in shock. However, she suddenly found herself being grabbed by Nickpin's arm, and she was furious. You're harassing me. As she spoke, she kicked Nickpin's neck with lightning speed. Stop joking around. Nickpin then grabs Khalifa's ankle and throws her away. Khalifa was thrown, and then staggered a step forward. The next moment, Nickpin opened his right arm and gave a fierce slap to the hem of the skirt. Snapped. Bang. Hiss. In the entire hall, there was a sudden sound of gasping. FK. The shipwright of Galley Company and the people of Frankie House all stared at Nickpin in horror as if seeing a peerless demon. This. And Khalifa's pupils suddenly froze at this time. 2 or 3 seconds later, with a thud, she fell to the ground and passed out from the pain. Bastard. Sanji kicked Nickpin. I'll fight you for such a beautiful lady. Zizizi. Sanji was forced to calm down. Rankyaku. Kaku and Fukuru attacked Nickpin from left to right at the same time. Leaf Whirlwind. Itoriu Ie, Shurshur Sun Sun. Immediately Zoro and the calm Sanji shot from left to right at the same time. Zoro appeared behind Fukaru, and a blood exploded on Fukaru's body, and he collapsed to the ground immediately. Kaku's Tempest kick just came out and Sanji kicked Kaku chin hard and threw Kaku to the air. Kaku's head buzzed, and his eyes went dark. In the next moments, just as he regained his sight a little, he saw that Sanji had already appeared in the air behind him. Front Lotus. Sanji hugged Kaku and turned him upside down. Boom. Like a piling blow, Kaku fell unconscious on the spot. Air DOA. Seeing this, Blueno didn't hesitate at all, and immediately opened an air door and got in. Lucci stood up at this moment. The muscles on his body bulged instantly. His face also changed, showing the appearance of a leopard. Beast form. Huh. You still want to fight? Boy. You are the first difficult enemy I have encountered so far, I will let you experience the taste of death. With a heavy sound, Lucci clenched his fists and attacked Luffy at the same time. Rokushiki Yugi, Roku Ogan. Boom. Boom. Luffy stretched his hands forward and firmly grabbed Lucci's fists. He frowned slightly, it seemed weak. The power of this move is the impact behind. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying impact burst out from Lucci's fists. Luffy's face changed slightly, and the jet-black armament hockey instantly protected his arm. Boom. Luffy nodded and said affirmatively, still too weak. Lucci's eyes narrowed suddenly, and he said in shock, impossible. With such a powerful force, only one sentence is mutter. As Lucci, who has been hailed as the first genius of CP9 in the past 800 years by the world government, how can he accept such absurd things? He wrapped his tail around Luffy's body violently, and roared. Seidaren, Roku Ogan. Boom. An indescribable shock wave instantly penetrated Luffy's body. It seemed amazing. But, now it's my turn to make a move. Nanny. Lucci is dumbfounded. Gomu Gomu no elephant gun. Just as Lucci recovered from the shock, he suddenly saw a black shadow covering his eyes. Boom. With Luffy attack, he lost consciousness. Chapter 148. Boom. Under Luffy's attack, Lucci smashed the wall behind him with a bang, and fell into the ruins. But at this moment, a door suddenly opened in the wall beside Lucci. Blueno appeared and dragged the unconscious Lucci into it. Hey. Luffy was taken aback, and rushed up, but bumped his head against the wall. He looked at the wall in bewilderment. What happened to that guy, where did he go? Be careful of that bastard Blueno. Iceberg said that Blueno is a door fruit user, and he can open doors anywhere. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a door opened on the ground beside Kaku. Still Blueno. He grabbed Kaku and shrank in. But before he could completely succeed, Zoro's sword was already on his neck. You are too slow. Under the perception of the advanced observation hockey, Zoro completely locked Blueno's movements. Whoosh! Luffy stretched out his fist and grabbed Blueno out. There's another one in there. Seeing this, Polly rushed over with one step, throwing out the rope in his hand. Half knot. The rope was thrown into the door below the ground, and the end of the rope was wrapped around Lucci's neck immediately, pulling him out. Probably because he was strangled and suffocated, Lucci woke up leisurely. Polly grabbed Lucci by the collar, and then took out a letter from his arms with the other hand. You bastard, this is a pink slip written by the mayor of Water 7 himself. As he spoke, Polly slapped the letter heavily on Lucci's face, and then yelled, You are fired. Lucci is now injured. More than 100 bones in his body were smashed to pieces. Not to mention wanting to make a move on Polly, even if he moved, he would feel severe pain all over his body. And you? Kaku. Kaku was vaguely conscious, but he vaguely heard Polly's words. He didn't know if it was a conditioned reflex, so he reached out and grabbed the dismissal letter that fell on him. Bastards! Are you crazy? Don't you know where this is? He sat there with a terrified face, but said threatening words in his mouth. You are asking this, we are not illiterate. If the sign outside is not wrong, isn't this the Enies lobby? Ah! Hearing Nick Pin say Enies lobby's name so plainly, Spandam couldn't believe his ears. You bastards! Since you know this is Eni's lobby, you dare to commit crimes here. Snapped. Aren't you stupid? We are pirates wanted by the government of the world. Why would we be afraid of committing crimes against the government of the world? At this time, Frankie staggered up from the ground. Judging from his miserable appearance, it is completely conceivable how much abuse he has endured. Please, can you let me deal with this guy? He staggered toward Spandam and asked Nickpin. Are you sure? Nickpin turned his head slightly and looked at Frankie. If you do it, you will be wanted by the world government too. Even if I don't do anything to him, the world government will not let me go. He was originally born under the name Frankie, but now, his real identity, Cutty Flam, has been uncovered by the world government. In this way, it is impossible for him to stay in Water 7. That being the case, what else does he have to worry about? Hey! Boy, did that fellow iceberg really want me to be your shipwright? Of course. Uncle said, as long as we rescue you, you will be our shipwright. We were also there at the time, and it was indeed what Iceberg said personally. Kiwi, the square head, nodded vigorously. That's right, that's it. Blockhead Moz also agreed. Galley Law Company's shipmen and people from Frankie's house have testified for Luffy. That bastard really likes to make his own opinions. Patting himself on the head, Frankie was a little upset. Afterwards, he said, but I can make it clear that these guys will not let me go. If I really join your pirate group, I may bring you huge troubles. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. When these words came out, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates burst into laughter. Hey hey hey. I'm not kidding you. Frankie yelled gravely. We're not kidding you. Nickpin smiled, and then explained, to be honest, your crime is not the worst in our ship. Then, Nickpin pointed to Robin, and introduced, she is Nico Robin, the person the government of the world would dream of killing. Compared with her charges, your charges are nothing to mention. This week you guys really don't give people face. Waha. I like it very much. Super. As he said that, Frankie couldn't help but make a pose with hands close together, pointing to the sky slantingly. Then, it's up to me to deal with this hateful bastard. Putting his pose away, Frankie came up to Spandam and grabbed his face with 10 hands. When you tortured me crazily just now, you didn't expect this situation to happen, did you? Boom. Spandam was pinned to the ground by Frankie. Ha 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 ha. But unexpectedly, Spandam laughed crazily. What are you laughing at? Frankie's iron fist was hanging in the air, doubts appeared on his face. You idiots. Don't you know that Admiral Akiji has arrived? Hearing this, Frankie showed horror. He has lived in the capital of Water 7 for so many years, of course it is impossible not to know the name of Akiji. If he came, no one would be able to leave here today. Akiji is here. Nickpin also frowned, curled his lips. Why don't I know? Spandam grinned and sneered, can't you see that the sea outside is ice? Hearing this, a strange expression appeared on Nickpin's face. Pfft. Ha ha ha. So that's how you judged. I'm dying of laughter. Ha. You idiot, I thought it was really Akiji. Everyone laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? Bueno, who was pressed to the ground by Zoro with a sword, also said in puzzlement, the sea outside has been frozen by the power of ice fruit, isn't this enough to prove that Akiji has arrived? Nickpin smiled, I'm really sorry, the sea outside is not frozen by Akiji, so, the rescuers you imagined, don't exist at all. Impossible. Only Admiral Akiji who can freeze the sea. Idiot. The sea outside was frozen due to Nickpin. The Admiral you thought was actually Nickpin. This idiot. I thought it was Admiral. Ha ha ha. Everyone can't stop laughing. And at this time, Nickpin stretched out his hand, and he was awe-inspiring. Caw caw. Spandam's legs were immediately frozen with ice. He don't know if it's because his legs are frozen, or because he saw Nickpin using the ability of ice fruit. Spandam's terrified screams are more miserable than killing a pig. This is really good. Looking at Spandam's ice legs, Frankie's eyes lit up. Then, he took off the fake skinned glove on his right hand, revealing the iron fist made of steel inside. Strong hammer. Boom. In Spandam's frightened eyes and screams. Frankie comes down with a punch. Chapter 149. Ah! Both of Spandam's eyeballs were about to explode. After his heel was frozen, he was smashed by Frankie's hammer. Nickpin used the ability to freeze cards again, and the cold air gushed out again, freezing Spandam's arms again. Wakaka. Frankie looked comfortable, and this time his arms showed the iron fists inside. Frankie double hammer. Boom. Boom. Two fists smashed into Spandam's ice arms, and it shattered. Ah! Bastards! Bastards! Spandam is going crazy. Now that he has no limbs, he is completely handicapped. But he doesn't want to die yet. After all, even Frankie can be brought back to life with a mechanical transformation, so why shouldn't he? The most important thing right now is how to survive in the hands of these people. At this time, Frankie once again raised a pair of iron fists. Looking at it from Spandam's point of view, it was obvious that the pair of iron fists were coming towards his head. Don't kill me, I don't want to die. But how could Frankie talk to him? The iron fist came crashing down. Boom. Nickpin stretched out his hand and blocked Frankie. Ah. Spandam thought he was going to die, and his whole body twitched in fright, screaming in horror. Thank you. Thank you for not killing me. I will definitely cooperate with whatever request you have. Frankie looked at Nickpin with some confusion. Why would you save him? Oh, you misunderstood. Nickpin shrugged his shoulders, then smiled and said, You can't kill him, there is someone more suitable than you. I'm coming. Let me beat him to the ground. But Nickpin looked at Robin and smiled slightly. Robin, your deep hatred, now come to collect some interest. Hearing this, Robin's pretty face showed a look of doubt. She asked inexplicably, I haven't met him before, where does the hatred come from? Yeah. Nickpin, you idiot, why did Robin-chan have any grudge against him? The slap that Nickpin gave Khalifa just now left a huge shadow in Sanji's heart. Luffy also asked in a dazed way, since Robin himself said he didn't know him, could it be that you remembered wrongly? Nickpin bit her lower lip and sighed slightly. Although I don't want to mention your sad past, this is a good opportunity for you to relieve your hatred, so I have to mention it. Nickpin put his palm on Robin's shoulder, with a sorry expression on his face. This person's name is Spandam, think about it carefully, don't you have any impression of such a name? Spandam. Robin frowned slightly. What she can be sure of is that there is absolutely no such name in her memory. Spandam. Spandine. When these two names appeared in Robin's mind, she was taken aback. Having said that, she will not link these two names together. Although these two names are very similar, how many people with similar names in the pirate world? But now hearing what Nickpin said, her expression suddenly changed. Could it be that he? Nickpin took the words and nodded seriously. Yes, he is Spandine's son, Spandam. When Nickpin confirmed this, the memory of O'Hara suddenly resurfaced. The gunfire, Robin will never forget, the man put the bullet into her mother's body. Now, his son is in front of him. And his son is the same as the father. O'Hara's dead, just let me take back a little interest. On the white cheeks, veins popped out, Robin gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, and quickly formed seals with his palms. Fire-style great fireball technique. She opened her red lips, and a ball of fire came out of her mouth. The moment the fireball left the mouth, it suddenly exploded. Ah! My God! What a horrible temperature! The sudden fireball made everyone in the Galley-Law Company and the Frankie family startled. No! Spandam screams in horror. However, he lost his hands and feet, unable to move at all, and could only watch himself being swallowed by the raging flames in horror. After the violent burn, all that was left was a pile of ashes in the corner where Spandam had just sat. As the only person in CP9 who is fully awake, Blueno was so scared when he saw the scene in front of him. This group of people. Terrible. Robin looked at the ashes of Spandam, clenched her slender jade hands. The slightly sharp nails were also embedded in the palm due to excessive force, but the pain of the nails was far less than the pain in Robin's heart. I'm sorry to remind your past. Nickpin walked behind Robin and patted her on the back of the shoulder lightly. Wow! Robin turned around suddenly, hugged Nick Pin, and burst into tears. Robin, Nick Pin was stunned. Ah! Bastard! Why did you make Robin cry? Sanji was furious and rushed over immediately. Robin, throw yourself into my arms and cry. Why do you flirt so much? Zoro stretched his legs and tripped Sanji. Bastard green moss head, I will fight with you. Come on, whoever is afraid of whom. What about those guys? At this time, Frankie looked at Nick Pin and asked. Are you going to kill them? If you want to, it's no problem at all. Being hugged by Robin, Nick Pin poked his head out to make a face to Frankie. Let me handle it. Frankie walked up to everyone in CP9, he looked at Blueno and said. I really wanted to kill you guys before. When I just learned that Iceberg was not dead, there was no hatred between us that we had to kill each other, yes. Now that you have been fired by Iceberg, then. I will respect Iceberg's decision. Remember, you are not allowed to come to the capital of Water 7 in the future, you are not welcome there. Saying that, Frankie turned to look at everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. I'll ask again, do you really want me to join your crew? Super Frankie asked as he do his signature pose. Yes, we like you to join our crew. Luffy and Usopp shouted almost simultaneously. I have no opinion. Zoro put away the sword, then pointed at Sanji. You won't have a problem with this guy. Stop making your own decisions. Sanji kicked Zoro's finger away, lit a cigarette, and looked at Frankie. So, from now on, you will be the shipwright of our Straw Hat Pirates. My name is Sanji, please take care of me. As for Nick Pin, he looked at Frankie and said, welcome abroad. Super. Wahahaha. Ah. You guys are really a group of crewmates I can count on. Super. Frankie laughed excitedly. Chapter 150. City of Water 7, Mayor Building. The Straw Hat Pirates are enjoying a super feast there. It was already the 5th day since they returned from Eni's lobby, and the log pose had just recharged. After eating this meal, the Straw Hat Pirate group is ready to leave. At the same time, a huge marine warship sailed into the port of the capital of Water 7. On the bow, the shape of a Doberman Pinscher biting a bone is really eye-catching. If it weren't for the marine sign, at first glance, you might think that the circus is coming. Not long. The guards outside the mayor building tensed up. Oops. They must have come to catch pirates. But those pirates are Mr. Iceberg's savior. It's over, I have to tell them to escape quickly. It's too late. That warship belongs to Vice Admiral Garp. What? Garp. Is that the legendary marine who put the pirate King Roger in danger many times in Roger's era? Why did he come here? In front of the guards, many citizens felt that the situation was not good, so they spontaneously formed a human wall to block in front of Marine. Master Marine. This is the mayor building, and only the mayor of Water 7 is working. Seeing Marine Vice Admiral approaching, an official hurriedly tried to stop it. Stop talking nonsense. The pirate must be here. Behind him, followed by 2 young people. The city officials breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the gates closed. Fortunately the door is locked, but suddenly. Boom! While the official was still rejoicing, Garp punched out. The entire gate, including the door frame and door beams, were all blown up. Ah! The guards and citizens outside also opened their mouths wide. FK. Is this a marine or a pirate? In the lobby. It was originally a happy meal, but Luffy then sleep while eating. Eat while sleeping. But suddenly, accompanied by a loud noise, the chaos splashed. What happened? Who? Everyone stood up almost instantly, looking at the door vigilantly. You are Straw Hat Pirate, right? With his hands in his pockets, Garp strode forward with a look of dislike for anyone. It's the Marine. Noticing the cloak of justice on Garp, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was on edge. Don't do it, Nick Pin said calmly. Everyone looked at Nick Pin together. Nick Pin said lightly, just don't do anything, this is a famous scene. Don't miss it. While everyone was talking, Garp had already walked to Luffy's side. Seeing this, Zoro came rushing in to attack the Marine, but suddenly a young Marine behind Garp too rushed toward Zoro. The young Marine have a long blonde hair and wear sunglasses. The original timeline, this marine might be able to defend against Zoro, but in this world where Zoro had trained hard, the manga world, it's easy for Zoro to knock the young marine. As the long blonde marine fall, another figure rush out to defend against Zoro, but this time this young marine with pink hair and a Google managed to hold back Zoro with his lightning fast sword attack. Seeing this attack, Zoro remembered that scene a while back where he saw a pink hair midget with the same sword style. "It's you," Zoro say as he stopped his attack and sheathed his sword. The other crewmates of the Straw Hat Pirates were not too worried about the situation. They are not shocked seeing the pink hair marine since only Nick-Pin, Zoro, and Luffy know about this marine. But they did shocked to see someone defend against Zoro. After all, they knew very well about Zoro's current strength. What's more, Nick-Pin also said just now that everyone should not do anything. At first everyone thought it was weird, but now that I think about it, maybe Nick-Pin is going to let Luffy fight back to train. A few people want to meet Monkey D. Luffy. Looking at Luffy, who was sleeping and eating, Garp raised his fist and punched it down. "Get up." Boom. This fist landed firmly on Luffy's head. The table and the ground burst instantly. FK. Everyone was shocked. What's the situation? Where is the invincible captain? How could it be so easy to be hit by a Marine Vice Admiral? You know, even Rob Lucci, the most talented CP9 in 800 years, was beaten in front of Luffy and had no power to fight back. How can a Marine Vice Admiral hit him? Ah! It hurts. Hey. Are you kidding me? You are Rubber Man, how could it hurt? Luffy, what's the matter with you? Why did you get hit? This is too unreasonable. Hey! The fist of love is impossible to defend. While talking, Garp took off his dog hat, then looked at Luffy and said, "You're making a fuss, Luffy." Ah! Grandpa. Puff. FK. It turned out to be his grandpa. Wohaha. Hi everyone, I'm Luffy's grandpa, Monkey D. Garp. Garp crossed his hands in front of him, and then looked at Luffy. "Luffy, you kid, seem to have done a lot of things that need to be apologized to me, right?" Wait. Garp. Isn't that the name of the marine hero? Nami suddenly discovered the knowledge point, and immediately opened his mouth. Sanji couldn't believe it, and asked in shock, "Luffy, is he really your grandfather?" "That's right, don't fight him, you will be killed." Luffy's face became serious. "I almost died in his hands several times." "You little bastard, don't speak so harshly. Although I once pushed you off the cliff, tied you up in a balloon into the sky, and threw you into the forest in the middle of the night, but that was all to train you become a strong marine." Listening to Luffy's complaints, Garp is not happy. Everyone's faces are wonderful. Good guy. No wonder Luffy's vitality is so tenacious. Then, he suddenly thought of something, and he was furious. "I didn't expect you to become like this. I wanted to train you into a powerful marine soldiers at the beginning." Luffy replied, "Didn't I keep saying that I wanted to be a pirate? Forget it, don't mention this. It is useless to talk more." Garp waved his hands annoyedly, and then said, "By the way, I heard you saw your father." "Huh? My pop? I have a father. Who is my father?" Luffy suddenly became confused. "What, didn't he show up? He said he saw you off in Logue Town." Logue Town, Zoro's eyes narrowed slightly. Sanji froze for a moment. Where was Luffy's father at that time? Luffy's expression was confused. Who is my pop talking about? I really want to know who is Luffy's father. Nami was equally curious. Oh. Then Garp remembered that he didn't tell Luffy his father's name, so he said, "Your father's name is Monkey D. Dragon, he is a revolutionary." Ah. Everyone present. Whether it's the Galley-Law Company or the Frankie family. Or the officials and guards of the Mayor building. And the marine soldiers. Even everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Everyone screamed hysterically. Chapter 151. Despite Garp's declaration of intent to pursue and capture the pirates, he merely aided Luffy and departed. But before that, Luffy, Nick-Pin, and Zoro finally have a reunion with the now changed Kobe and Helmeppo. Nick-Pin still shocked seeing the wimpy kid that he and Luffy rescue becoming a man, and due to the manga that Kobe had, he is now becoming a renowned swordman among the rookie marine. Kobe did mention that he will keep the manga secret from other, even Helmeppo didn't know about it, and they have been trained by Garp together, becoming fellow apprentice. The banquet is over, and it's time for the Straw Hat Pirates to embark on a journey. But when Frankie looked at Going Merry carefully, he said to everyone with a serious face, "We have to change the ship." Hey, hey, hey. What are you talking about? Are you talking about changing ships? Stop joking. The others also frowned, feeling very dissatisfied with Frankie's words. Damn, you just joined, you have such an outrageous idea. Nickpin also frowned. In the original plot, the Mary was too small to withstand the toss of the big wind and waves, so it finally stopped in the capital of Water 7. But the current Mary is not that little one. Today's Mary is at least 20 times the size of the original Mary. Although it can't be compared with those super battleships, it can be regarded as a big ship. Why does it need to be replaced? But he also understands Frankie's personality. He is indeed a shipwright with extraordinary talent. Since he said that, there must be his reasons. Immediately, Nickpin also looked at Frankie suspiciously. Mary is fine, why change it? It can be seen that this ship was very taken care of when I saw it. Frankie rubbed his chin, looked at Going Merry, and commented seriously, "It's just that the material used for the construction should be a wood that grows in the temperate zone." Zoro nodded, "It's indeed sword wood." Luffy picked her nostrils, "I seem to remember too. It's not that, it's the Yamanashi wood. It's the best wood around Syrup Village." When the Going Merry was built, the three of them participated in the shipbuilding site, so they were very impressed with the Yamanashi wood. That kind of tree is really strong as a material, but its impact resistance is not strong. If you just do things like fishing in the sea, then this kind of wood is more than enough. But if you have to face strong winds and waves for a long time, this kind of material will not last a long time. There will be problems. As he spoke, Frankie walked to the bow of the ship and tapped the hull with his fingers one by one. Then, he deduced, from the sound, there are small cracks inside the hull. If I'm not wrong, the ship must have suffered some kind of strong impact before, causing the whole body of the hull to suffer damage. At first, everyone was very angry at what Frankie said just now, but now seeing Frankie's professional appearance, he suddenly felt that he was not talking nonsense. Nickpin immediately understood. It seems that it was the time when the knock-up stream launched them to the sky. Although Nickpin had the ability of a shield at that time, he couldn't use the shield when the knock-up stream hit the bottom of the ship. Otherwise, the knock-up stream be blocked by the energy barrier of the shield, and would not be able to become the driving force for the Going Merry to fly to the Skypiea. It's just that he never expected that Mary would be hurt so much that time. Ah! It's a sea current. At that time, we were rushed into the air at a height of 700 meters by the knock-up stream. The impact must have been quite large. Nanny? 700 meters. Frankie looked at Luffy with disdain. Stop lying. There is no doubt that it is true, we really reached the Skypiea at an altitude of 700 meters through the knock-up stream. Nickpin took out a video shell, clicked it, and saw the scene of Skypiea appearing on it. Oh oh oh. Frankie's eyes lit up, there is such a magical place. Let's talk about the Mary first. Nickpin put away the video shell. Okay, Frankie came back to his senses, and he continued. Now the ship can hold on, but if it suffers from a few more waves or shelling, it will risk disintegration. But, aren't you a shipwright? Can't you solve this problem? Sanji asked with a heavy emotion. Yeah. Now that we have you, this kind of small problem should be very simple for you. Stop joking. I'm just simple shipwright, but I'm not a god. The current situation of this ship is, what I want to say is, the whole ship is made of Yamanashi wood, including the keel, do you understand? Keel. Hearing this word, Nickpin suddenly felt his scalp explode. He remembered that in the original plot, the Going Merry was unable to continue sailing because of a broken keel. Will we now have to change ships again for this reason? For this situation, Nickpin was really not mentally prepared. Let's not listen to this. Red Underpants. Take back what you just said. The Mary is obviously fine. Bastard, you did it on purpose. Do you have to say something so outrageous to show how good you are at shipbuilding? The members of the Straw Hat Pirates were unwilling to accept such a situation, and they began to criticize loudly. Nickpin sighed slightly in his heart. He understands the big guy's mood very well. After all, if you can't solve the problem, then get rid of the person who found the problem. This is a traditional virtue. Is there no way to remedy it? What if it is reinforced? At this time, Zoro asked seriously. It can be said that Zoro is always the one who can keep calm every time he encounters chaos. Frankie patted his head, and said with some emotion, since you participated in the construction process of this ship, you should understand that the only thing on the whole ship that cannot be strengthened is the keel. Because the whole ship is built based on the keel of. Of course Zoro understands. It's just that it's hard for him to accept this kind of thing. No. The Mary is our crewmate, we cannot abandon it. Luffy's face is serious, he is very serious when he is angry. That's right. I firmly support Luffy's decision. Nickpin pouted slightly. In the original plot, when Luffy made the decision to change the ship, you could become the only black spot in the history of the Straw Hat Pirates. There must be a way to remedy it. Nami's eyes are glowing red, she is also one of the people who participated in the construction of Mary, and naturally has a very deep bond with Mary. Nickpin took a deep breath, and then asked, if we continue sailing, where do you think the Mary can last? If you don't suffer heavy shelling or the impact of a tsunami, the first half of the Grand Line will be fine. But if you want to enter the New World, you must pass the Fishmen Island below 10,000 meters below the seabed. This ship can't bear that pressure. Frankie gave the answer. It can. The Mary will definitely be able to. We have all sailed such a long distance, and it will definitely be able to persist. What to do, Luffy? Zoro looked at Luffy with a heavy look on his face. Seeing that Luffy didn't speak, he looked at Nickpin again. What should I do? If you are willing to listen to me, let's build the best ship in the world while we are in the capital of Water 7. I have already inquired about the black market information of Atom Tree, the same material used to make the Pirate King ship. Luffy, don't you want to become the Pirate King? Then in terms of the standard of the pirate ship, you must at least be on par with the previous Pirate King. If this is really the case, then, considering the rationality of it, it is a rational choice to change the ship. Robin sighed. Seeing that everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates seemed to be moved by him, Frankie immediately said while the iron was hot. I'm going to get someone to contact the black market now, as long as you can get 200 million belly, we can buy the best wood in the world that is going to the black market. 200 million belly, we can afford this. Hearing this, Nickpin nodded. Money is not a problem. But, give us a little more time. Mary is not just our pirate ship, in a sense, it has become our crewmate. Everyone is upset now, so let's not go out to sea today. Everyone think about it, and we will discuss this matter tomorrow. After speaking, Nickpin walked towards the cabin. Chapter 152. Back in the studio, Nickpin sat on the chair distraught. As early as when he was in Syrup Village, Nickpin thought about the situation before him. In order to avoid this kind of thing from happening, it can be said that it took out all the wealth of the family and built the most expensive version of Mary at that time. But who would have thought? Even so, the body of the going Mary is still too weak. It's a matter of material. It can't be solved by any means. Do we really need to say goodbye to the Mary? In the situation in the original plot, the going Mary is already dilapidated, and it will fall apart if it is not replaced. The current going Mary has cracks on the inside, but the surface is still intact. It's like telling you that a beautiful little girl is actually terminally ill. Who can accept this? Damn it. The more he thought about it, the more mad he became. Nickpin kicked the wall. But after kicking, Nickpin suddenly felt guilty. I'm sorry, Mary, I didn't want to kick you. After a while, Nickpin sat down again. He don't know what to do, he turned on the system reflexively, and checked the system mail. He have also stayed in the capital of Water 7 for several days, and sure enough, there are still new system emails. Your manga fan Nami conquered the shadow card in the manga card captor secure world. You simultaneously gain the shadow card ability. You get points too. Your fan Sanji trained the 6th gate of 8 inner gates in the manga book Might Guy biography. You simultaneously acquire the ability of the 6th gate. You get 6. Your manga fan Ace has upgraded his flame dragon slaying magic in the world of the manga fairy tale, Natsu Dragneel. You simultaneously acquire the upgrade of Fire Dragon magic ability. You get points 5. Your fan Nico Robin has improved his world strength in the manga Uzumaki Naruto biography and practiced B-level ninjutsu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. You simultaneously obtain the B-level ninjutsu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. You get 2 points. Nami can really be called a model worker. Every time Nick Pin opened the system email, there is her. And the shadow card obtained this time is also a very good ability. In addition, Robin obviously has a tendency to come from behind. But if you think about it carefully, Robin's way of training is indeed very efficient for practicing ninjutsu. After such a long time of suffering, Sanji finally opened the 8 inner gates to the 6th gate. For Ace. Nick Pin had only one idea. The fact that he can still receive his system mail means that he did not drown in the sea. If it were normal, Nick Pin would be in a very good mood every time after receiving the system email. But this time, because of the incident on the Mary, he couldn't feel better. After closing the system mail interface, Nick Pin casually looked at the main interface again. The achievement draw is on again. It seems that a treasure chest can be opened again. Open the score achievement interface, and sure enough, the icon of the 4th treasure chest is lit. Compared with the 3rd treasure chest, this 4th treasure chest is still golden, but there are some mysterious lines engraved on the top of the treasure chest. It looks taller than pure gold. Without too much hesitation, Nick Pin opened the 4th treasure chest. The golden light is blooming, and the sense of ceremony is still in place. In a flash of dazzling light, a fruit full of mysterious patterns jumped out of the treasure chest. A devil fruit? Nick Pin frowned. He don't know what kind of fruit the system will give. Logically speaking, this is already the 4th treasure chest, and its value must be at least higher than the first 3 treasure chests. Judging from the rewards given by the 3rd treasure box, if the devil fruit given by the 4th treasure box is not of a mythical zone, then it will be worthless for the value of the 4th treasure box. Nick Pin checked the information of this devil fruit. Ship Spirit Fruit possesses the heaven-defying ability that can integrate the ship Spirit Clobotoman. And the ship itself. How to use: just place the fruit in any part of the ship. Conditions of use: the ship must have Clobotoman to have the effect, otherwise, once the fruit is used, it will be invalid. What? Looking at the introduction of this fruit, Nick Pin suddenly realized that this fruit was not for him. But for the ship. But, the conditions are very harsh. It must be the ship produced by the elf's ship when using this demon will have an effect, otherwise it will be given for nothing. For example, now that Nick Pin randomly finds the small wooden ship that has just been built, and integrates this fruit into the small wooden ship, it will not have any effect. Nick Pin was taken aback suddenly, and there was a look of hope in his eyes. Since the role of this fruit is to combine the legendary Clobotoman and the hull itself, wouldn't it just say, "The Going Merry is saved"? What is a Clobotoman? In simple terms, it is the spirit of the ship. If a ship is to be born with a Clobotoman, it must meet 2 conditions at the same time. First, the crew must truly care for each other. Second, the crew has extremely deep feelings for the ship. These 2 conditions seem to be not complicated, but in fact they are very difficult to achieve. The sea is so big, it is almost never heard of a Clobotoman appearing on any ship. In people's eyes, the Clobotoman are just things that exist in legends. If the above 2 conditions are fulfilled, the ship will turn into a person like a crew member holding a mallet and wearing a raincoat. It sounds like a ship is a Clobotoman, and a Clobotoman is a ship. But Nick Pin, who has watched One Piece, knows that the Clobotoman is more like a crew member on a ship. Even if the ship breaks down, it can only work hard to repair it. But the ability of this fruit can make the Clobotoman ship. Nick Pin can probably guess that it should be in the same form as Capone Beach's body and the big castle. Capone Beach is the Great Castle, and the Great Castle is Capone Beach. Of course, everything is still unknown until the fruit is actually used. With a thought of Nick Pin, the ship Spirit Fruit appeared in his hand. Today, the Going Merry is terribly ill. Nick Pin is not sure whether this fruit is really capable of turning the tide. But Nick Pin can't just watch Going Merry parting like this. Nick Pin squatted down slowly, holding the ship Spirit Fruit in his hand. He looked at the ground and called out with emotion, "Mary, if you really have awakened, please respond to me." The next moment, Nick Pin seemed to feel the hull tremble slightly. It's Mary. That feeling. Definitely not from the crew. Instead a response from Going Mary. In the original plot, Going Mary had already appeared as a Clobotoman in Skypiea. But now, because the protection along the way is very good, so he haven't heard anyone mention seeing the ship spirit repairing the ship. Nick Pin is not sure whether the Clobotoman is produced or not. But when he sensed Going Mary's response, he understood. Going Mary must have produced the consciousness of the Clobotoman. Thinking of this, Nick Pin didn't hesitate anymore, he gently placed the ship spirit fruit on the floor. He saw that the fruit of the ship spirit suddenly burst into a strange colorful light. The entire fruit turned into a streamer, gradually sinking into the hull. Next moment. On the floor in front of Nick Pin, golden lines bloomed continuously, outlining the shape of a child in a raincoat. Could it be that the ship spirit fruit hastened the awakening of the Clobotoman? Seeing this scene, Nick Pin secretly guessed in his heart. After a while, the golden light gradually solidified, and a cute little girl in a yellow raincoat and holding a mallet appeared. Nick Pin said with some trepidation in his heart. After all, this is the first time he has seen a Clobotoman, and he doesn't know if it is Mary. Mary, a milky voice came out of the cute mouth. The moment she looked up, Nick Pin saw her face. Exquisite little girl like a porcelain doll. If judged by the appearance of a human being, it is about the size of a 6 or 7-year-old child. Only. Judging from her words, it seems like a 2 or 3-year-old baby. Dad. Going Mary opened her arms and planned to hug Nick Pin. Puff. Why are you calling me Dad, Nick Pin though? Nick Pin felt sorry, because he remembered that the Clobotomen were untouchable. Looking at the porcelain doll in front of me and wanting to be hugged, Nick Pin is also very helpless. He also want to give her a hug, but Clobotoman can't be touched. Little Mary's hand touched Nick Pin's arm. This touch. No way. Nick Pin looked at the little Mary in front of him, and suddenly realized one thing. FK. This Clobotoman has a physical body. I see. It must be because of the ship spirit fruit. Thinking of this, Nick Pin immediately gave Mary a big hug and picked her up. At the moment of contact, Mary information was instantly transmitted to Nick Pin's brain. Nick Pin could clearly sense that this information was sent to him through the system. If he is not mistaken. Because it was the ship spirit fruit given by the system, the little Mary in front of him had a special connection with Nick Pin. Some of her information was completely shared with Nick Pin. For example, Going Mary's physical condition, hunger level, mood, etc. At this time. Why is this like the electronic pets I played with when I was a child? Nick Pin looked at Mary data, and his expression changed slightly. Because there is an injury sign shining on little Mary's data panel. Judging from the information, there are 4 types of injuries: white injuries, yellow injuries, orange injuries, and red injuries. At this time, the injury sign of little Mary is orange, which is obviously serious. Wait. Before Frankie said that the hull of the Going Mary had small cracks, and now the little Mary has hinted at orange damage. Could it be that? Suddenly, a possibility emerged in Nick Pin's mind. Chopper. The next moment, Nick Pin picked up Mary and rushed out. Chapter 153. Chopper. Nick Pin rushed to the corridor, directly to the throat. I'm here. Hearing Nick Pin's urgent call, Chopper rushed over. Not only him, but the other crewmates also rushed over when they heard Nick Pin's hasty shout. What's wrong? Nick Pin, what happened? Where did the child come from? Everyone saw that Nick Pin had not left for a long time, and even hugged the child. All of them were stunned. Don't worry about it so much. Nick Pin didn't want to explain for the time being. He grabbed Chopper. Quick, take a look at little Mary's body, can it be healed? Her name is Little Mary. This name, it seems that Nick Pin is the one who hates leaving Going Mary the most, and actually named his child Mary. Yeah, I just don't know where this child came from. Amidst everyone's discussion, Nick Pin and Chopper went to the medical room. After the examination, Chopper said with a distressed face, "It's so pitiful, she was seriously injured. Can it be cured?" Nick Pin asked hastily. Yes, and the injury is not difficult to treat. As he spoke, Chopper took out his toolbox and asked Nick Pin to put Mary down. However, when Mary saw Chopper taking out a syringe, she was frightened and threw herself into Nickpin's arms again. Don't be afraid, Chopper is healing you. Gently stroking little Mary's back, Nickpin comforted her. But Mary was still huddled in Nickpin's arms, holding Nickpin's clothes nervously with her two little hands. Or you can hold her, as long as she doesn't move around. Chopper held the syringe and said in a low voice. That's okay. Nickpin found a comfortable angle and sat down, watching Chopper start the injection. After a while, little Mary fell asleep. Luffy poked his head in through the doorway, bared and asked, "Can we come in?" Nickpin glanced at the sleeping little Melee, then used his spiritual power to cover his ears, and then said, "Come in." Wow! Nickpin, who is this kid? Luffy asked loudly as soon as he came in. Duong. Nami landed on his head with one punch and scolded, "Stupid Luffy, keep your voice down, didn't you see that cutie is sleeping?" Nickpin said, "It doesn't matter, I have blocked her ears with my ability, it won't wake her up." What the hell is going on here? Sanji also asked curiously. Nickpin looked at everyone and asked, "Have you ever heard of the legend of Cloboterman?" Cloboterman? Everyone looked at Nickpin with confused expressions on their faces. But there is one person who is different, that is Frankie. Cloboterman. Ah. This kid is wearing a yellow raincoat and rain boots, and is holding a mallet in her hand. Wait. She, couldn't it be the ship Cloboterman? Yay. Nickpin nodded, yes, she is the Cloboterman of the Going Merry. Hey. What is a Cloboterman? What do you mean? Why do only you two know? Everyone realizes something, and is even more eager to be popularized as soon as possible. The Cloboterman. At this time, Frankie began to explain it to everyone. After Frankie's explanation was over, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was in shock. Cloboterman. Not one in a billion exists. However, they were met by the Straw Hat Pirates. Or. It was the Straw Hat Pirates who awakened the Cloboterman. But. Shouldn't the Cloboterman be seen but not touched? Why can this child be held by you? I couldn't touch her when I saw her before, but I used some abilities to make some changes to her. In short, she is Going Merry's Cloboterman, and she is a living existence just like us. Nickpin explained. What? Can you do this to a Cloboterman? Usopp replied immediately, if it is Nickpin, he can indeed do many things that people think are impossible. Nami also nodded, that's right, although this kind of thing sounds outrageous, but if Nickpin did it, it's not too outrageous. She just got a shot, right? Why is she hurt? Looking at little Mary, Robin's face showed maternal concern. Nickpin's face was heavy, her injury is actually our fault. Us? Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper tilt their heads at the same time. The sky is full of question marks. Yes, Frankie said that when we went to Skypiea, the strong impact of the knock-up stream cracked Going Merry's hull, and little Mary was injured at that time. Speaking of this, Nickpin looked down at the sleeping little Mary, and touched her head with some distress. What do you mean? The hull of Going Merry was cracked, what does it have to do with little Mary's injury? Why are you so stupid? Sanji answer. Don't you understand yet? The injury on the ship we were on was the injury of little Mary. Isn't it? Sanji is the only one who thinks so. Look, everyone is silent. Everyone showed a speechless expression. Is not it? Still not giving up, Luffy scratched his head and asked everyone. Of course not. Idiot, you are the only one who thinks that. We can all hear it, okay? Luffy's perseverance finally won him a meal of scolding from everyone. Wait a moment. At this time, Robin suddenly spoke, with some excitement on her face. She looked at Nickpin and asked, if the wound on Merry's body is healed by Chopper, then the hull of our Going Merry. She didn't say anything later, because Robin also felt that the situation was too unrealistic. But full of hope. Nickpin smiled and said, if there are no accidents, when little Mary's injury is cured, our Going Merry will be back to normal. Really? Wow, that's great. Mary is saved. Wow, huh? That night, little Mary slept peacefully. In desperation, Nickpin could only hold her and sit there all night. Early the next morning, Nickpin felt someone pulling his mouth. When he woke up, he saw little Mary playing with his face vigorously. This vigor. Is she cured already? Thinking of this, Nickpin immediately checked Little Mary's property panel. The original orange injury icon now turned green representing health. Chopper. Soon, everyone came. It's amazing. Little Mary's recovery speed is really fast. Frankie. Quick, check the hull of the Mary. After confirming that Maylee's injury is indeed healed, Nickpin looked at Frankie again. Good. Frankie lay on the ground directly, put his ears on the ground, and tapped lightly with his fingers. Luffy also followed him, lying next to Frankie. After knocking a few times, Frankie's eyes showed a look of horror. Then, he moved forward close to the ground, knocking and listening. The more he knocked, the more excited he was, until his head hit the bulkhead and the food stopped. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's all back up. Now the ship is like new. Wow. The crew of the Straw Hat Pirates all jumped up excitedly. When Frankie was beating just now, everyone raised their hearts to their throats, and they didn't even dare to take a breath. Hearing Frankie's affirmation at this time, he shouted excitedly. At this time, Mary hugged Nickpin and shouted, "Hungry, Dad, hungry, hungry." Puff. Everyone was sure, and immediately exclaimed, "Dad. Hey. Don't be so weird about your focus, okay? She's hungry now." Nickpin's head was full of black lines, and he looked at Sanji immediately. "Sanji, you haven't shown your skills yet." "Wow huh. It's cute little Mary who is hungry, watch your Sanji uncle cook you a big meal." Sanji suddenly turned into a whirlwind. He came back in a blink of an eye and made a set of children's meals. Luffy subconsciously reached out to grab the hamburger. Snapped. Sanji kicked Luffy's hand away. "Sweet little Mary, please eat." As long as the object is a female, Sanji becomes a gentleman and full of manners. Not good, unpalatable. Little Mary tossed the burger with just one bite. Luffy quickly caught it, and gobbled it into his mouth. "Hey! Sanji, what's the matter with you? Did you put too much salt? How is it possible? I specialize in making children's meals. Wow! It's so delicious. Sanji, I want more. Who say you can eat it?" Sanji grinned angrily, and then turned his head, showing a gentleman's face to look at little Mary. "Don't be afraid, Uncle will make else for you." But Going Mary hugged Nickpin and shouted, "Wood, wood." Everyone was taken aback. Afterwards, Nami showed a look of surprise. Could it be that what little Mary wants to eat wood? Everyone looked at Nickpin and they all nodded vigorously. It's very possible. Wood is it? Nickpin thought for a while, and then looked like Frankie. Can you contact the seller of the Atom wood? Ah. Don't you mean? Okay. I'll get in touch right away. Chapter 154. The next day, the Going Merry sailed to a hidden island not far from the Water 7. After waiting for about half an hour, a super huge cargo ship sailed on the sea. This freighter is at least the size of 30 Going Merry. Coming. Seeing this big ship, Frankie jumped up excitedly. This is the first thing he has done since he joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Hey! Here it is. Frankie stood at the front of the deck, waving to the big freighter ahead. Soon, the large freighter docked beside the Going Merry. The corners of Frankie's mouth trembled. I'm very excited. I really don't like to wait. I'm really worried that you guys will run away with the deposit. Super. Yesterday he went to the black market in an island nearby, and Frankie found the black market dealer that sell the precious atom tree. But even if it is just a section of the trunk of the precious tree atom, its volume is very large, and it is impossible to pay for it with one hand and deliver it with one hand like buying vegetables and clothes. According to the rules of the black market, Frankie has to pay a 30 deposit first, and then the black market boss will deliver the seller's goods to the buyer's designated place, and then make up the balance and deliver the goods. Now that it is finally confirmed that the seller's items have been delivered, Frankie's hanging heart relaxes. In fact, if Nickpin hadn't given Frankie the confidence, Frankie wouldn't even have dared to hand over the 30 deposit. You can rest assured. We are an industry under the Don Quixote family, and our reputation is absolutely fine. Nickpin curled his lips. It turned out to be Doflamingo Industry. Well, there is really no problem with this reputation. The muscular man glanced at the wasteland next to the Going Merry, and asked suspiciously. Are you sure you are going to unload such a good thing here? If you are willing to listen to my opinion, I suggest you contact the shipyard first. We can ship this piece of material directly to the shipyard. After all, it is Adam Tree. It is something that can be encountered but not sought after. Even if you meet one, you must have sufficient financial resources to be eligible to get involved. But the guy in front of him wants to unload the Adam treasure tree here. Isn't this a waste of money? No need. I'll get it myself. Nickpin said something calmly, then stepped on his feet and Soru. His figure instantly appeared on the deck of the large freighter. The top of the deck is like the takeoff platform of an aircraft carrier, with a smooth road from front to back. Rows of huge steel frames are neatly fixed like dominoes from the sky to the back. There are huge cables hanging down from each steel frame, and together they suspend a huge piece of wood in midair. Seeing this situation, Nickpin was very satisfied. The other party did this obviously to protect the wood from wear and tear to the greatest extent. Hey! The muscular man's face changed, and his anger suddenly surged. The employees on the deck also immediately drew their swords and guns and pointed at Nickpin in unison. Boom! Nickpin flicked his palm forward, and a large treasure chest was thrown out of the system space and landed in front of the muscular man. Relax, I'm just here to save everyone time and energy. With that said, Nickpin put his palm on the precious tree atom. The mind used up enough space in the system, and immediately took this section of the treasure tree atom into it. Ah! Seeing the disappearance of treasure tree atoms suddenly, the surrounding crew all exclaimed. The muscular man also froze slightly, feeling shocked. But after all, he is the representative of the Don Quixote family, and he has seen a lot of devil fruit user, so after being a little horrified, he quickly adjusted. My friend, although you are devil fruit user, please don't forget that we are the property of Don Quixote family. Forget it this time, it is best to follow our process in the future. The muscular man reminded with a stern face, then glanced at the big treasure box, and said, there are 170,010,00 berries, plus the 30,000 berries you paid earlier, there is an extra 10,000 berries. As he spoke, he took out 2 packets from the neatly packed belly and handed them to the attendants beside him. The entourage took out the money, walked up to Nickpin, and put it on with clean hands. Sir, this is the extra money. No, you can tell at a glance that there are 10,000 belly more. Nickpin wrinkled his face and looked at the muscular man in puzzlement. Are you making fun of me? Nanny! How could it be 10,000 more? That was counted by the accountant of the mayor building. This guy is pretending. How can anyone know the amount of money just by looking at it? Sanji leaned against the frame of the ship, shook his head, and then smoked leisurely. Usopp grinned and said, that's right, he's better than Nami. He is so good. I don't know that there were 10,000 belly more. That's amazing. Chopper followed suit with a face full of admiration. Hey! Can you two be normal? You can tell he's talking nonsense. But at this time, the muscular man explained, I am a man who has eaten the smart fruit, anything that needs to be calculated, I can see it at a glance. Puff. Everyone sprayed the old trough together. Nickpin looked at the other party with a sympathetic face. Smart fruit, does this fruit have any other functions? The muscular man replied, there should be, but I haven't developed it yet. Okay, good luck. Nickpin doesn't know what to say. After accepting the 10,000 belly, Nickpin stepped back to Going Merry. Not long after, the large cargo ship in the black market disappeared on the horizon. Little Mary is crying hungry again. At this time, Robin came out of the cabin holding Little Mary. What a cute little girl. Nami's eyes were full of doting, and he took Little Mary from Robin's hands. Wow, I really want to hug you too. Sanji, Usopp, and Luffy stood aside, posing as if they were going to die or live. Whoa, ah. Little Mary burst into tears. Hateful. Nami's magical fist landed, and the 3 of them were immediately covered. Luffy shed tears. Why isn't she afraid of Nickpin? Usopp rubbed his hair. I really want a hug. Sanji thumped the floor. Asshole Nickpin, what kind of magic did he cast into Little Mary? Hey, Nickpin raised his eyebrows at the 3 of them, and took Little Melly from Nami with a smile. Dad, hug, Dad hug. Little Mary hugged Nickpin's neck happily, her little head kept arching against him. She even patted her stomach, hungry. Ahaha. Everyone laughed heartily at the cute appearance of little Mary. Good. Mary is hungry, so we bought the best dish. Nickpin said softly and dotingly, and then Nickpin communicated with the system space. Wow. The gigantic treasure tree atom appeared in the open space next to it with a bang. Even if it is placed vertically, this piece of atom wood is as wide as a city wall. The moment she saw treasure tree atom, little Mary suddenly showed a cute look, shaking her head and staring at treasure tree atom. Eat, marry me, to eat. Nickpin came to atom wood with Mary in his arms, and also wanted to know how the benefits would be when the atom tree eaten. Everyone else stared curiously. Ah woo. Mary opened her mouth and just took a bite. Seeing the incomparably strong atom wood, with a bite mark. FK. Everyone exclaimed in unison. This mouth. Better than Luffy. And, little Mary's expression of enjoyment made it impossible to tell that she was eating wood at all. Especially the silky smoothness of her mouth, it's as silky as eating cream puffs. Ah. Usopp couldn't hold back, and took a bite as well. Crack. The sonorous sound directly turned Usopp's eyes white. Ha ha ha. This is the precious atom tree. Even the best steel is not as strong as it. Ah. There is also an unbeliever. Luffy took a bite and, like Usopp, rolled all over the floor with his teeth. Seeing that Mary was eating deliciously, Nickpin opened Mary's attributes to see. FK. What value is soaring? Nickpin quickly rubbed his eyes and looked over carefully. On Mary attribute panel, there are 2 more attribute values at this time, and these 2 attribute values are crazy 1, soaring crazily. Chapter 155. Hey, 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 it seems like something has changed on the Mary. Frankie lay on the deck of the Mary, shouting in shock while beating. What's wrong? Usopp was the first to approach. Later, Luffy, Chopper, and Sanji also rushed over. Listen to the deck like Frankie. Frankie's eyes widened. It's amazing. What happened? Seeing Frankie's appearance, everyone felt uneasy. It's amazing. Frankie said excitedly. Tell us. What happened to the Mary? Everyone listen to me. Frankie looked at the impatient guys in front of him and announced excitedly, this is really amazing. Ah. Asshole. Everyone couldn't bear it anymore, and immediately they punched and kicked. Mary, the material of the going Mary has actually changed, somehow the wood composition has changed into that of an atom tree. After being beaten up, Frankie can speak easily. Frankie spoke more fluently. I guess, if little Mary can eat up the whole piece of Atom's tree, I'm positive that Mary's material will be completely transformed into the material of the treasure tree. Wow! This is really great. In this way, does the Mary have the qualifications to continue to shuttle through the wind and waves? Luffy clenched his fists and looked at Frankie expectantly. That's right. If it is completely transformed into the material of the treasure tree atom, I'm sure that no matter how big the storm is, it will never be able to destroy the Mary. Wow! Usopp, Sanji and Chopper hugged each other. Hey, hey, hey! You should first think about how long will it take little Mary to devour all the atom tree. Everyone looked back. Compared with that towering giant tree, little Mary's small mouth eats it bite by bite. They really don't know if I will be devour in a short time. It's okay, we'll just wait here for her to finish eating. We can wait as long as we want. Nami rolled her eyes upwards. I seem to have a good idea. At this time, Nami's eyes suddenly brightened, and he spoke with a smile. Of course, Nickpin could also think of the method she thought of. It's just that Nickpin is looking at little Mary's attribute panel at this time, so his attention is not on the big girl. Ah! I thought of it too. Nami-chan must be using the method used on Laboon, right? Yes. It's the method used on Laboon. When they left Cape Twins, Nickpin decided to bring Laboon with him because he had the small card of Crow. Laboon is currently living in the fish tank in the lounge hall of Going Merry. When the weather is calm, Laboon will put it in the sea to have fun. Under normal circumstances, just rely on the ability of the small card to keep it in the fish tank. Nickpin also deliberately found many beautiful little goldfish to put in the fish tank. Now Laboon is being chased by a large number of little goldfish sisters every day, and his mood gradually improves. Nickpin's small card is now maintaining Laboon's body shape, so it's up to me to help Mary. Talking, Nami used her magic. A small card appeared in her hand. The spirit communicated the magic power of the Clow card, and the small card instantly acted on the treasure tree atom. Wow! Just like a great transformation into a living person, the towering giant screen disappeared in an instant. But if you look carefully, you will see a small wooden stick in Nami's hand. It's like the Pocky stick usually sold on the market. Woo! Bite the air, little Mary cried again. Ahaha! Seeing the pitiful appearance of little Mary with her upper and lower teeth biting together, everyone immediately laughed. Mary doesn't cry, come on, open your mouth. Nami took the small stick and brought it to Mary's mouth. Ah! Little Melly bites off half of Adam's trunk. Nickpin, who was looking at going Mary's data at this time, was shocked. FK. On the attribute panel, Mary's durability and armor exploded in a blowout. In addition, there are 2 more attributes, which are also soaring crazily. Capacity 100. Expansion point 100. What's the situation? Nickpin turned off Mary's property interface with a dazed expression. What the? Looking at the small wooden stick that Nami held in his hand, Nickpin immediately guessed that it was the trunk of the precious tree atom. In fact, he had thought of making the treasure tree atom smaller with a small card before, but Nickpin was more cautious in thinking about the problem, worried that little Mary would not be able to bear the whole treasure tree atom at once. So he planned to let Mary eat it 1 bite at a time, and then gradually increase it. Unexpectedly, in a flash, little Mary ate half of the tree trunk in 1 bite. Ah! At the moment when Nickpin was in a daze, little Mary took another gulp. The remaining half of the treasure tree atom is gone. Hey! Nickpin was in a hurry. Don't rush to swallow. Chew on it carefully. Hearing Nickpin's words, Nami also realized that she was a little reckless. Yes. Although Atom Tree has become smaller, it will not change its property. If such a large capacity is consumed all at once, what if Mary dies? Nami's eyes turned red immediately, and he went blank. Yes, I'm sorry, I. But next moment. Burp. A burping noise came out of Mary's mouth. Ah ha ha. Everyone was amused. Nami's eyes were red, and she hugged Mary all of a sudden, her head full of guilt. Fortunately, Mary is fine, otherwise she would definitely blame herself to death. Ah, probably full, little Mary yawned with her mouth open. Then fell asleep on Nickpin's shoulder. Nickpin, is little Mary okay? Nami looked at little Mary with some concern. She should just fall asleep, don't worry, I don't mean to blame you. Gently patted Nami's head, Nickpin relieved. He checked Mary's property interface. Durability, armor, carrying capacity, and expansion points have increased dramatically again. In addition, there is another attribute value, growth point. Growth point, 10. Although the growth point is also soaring, compared to the other several attribute values, the growth rate of the growth point is limited. Attributes such as durability and armor are fixed attributes at first glance. However, expansion points, transformation points, and growth points are more likely to be expendable. I don't know how these are used. However, Mary is in a sleep state right now, let's wait and investigate again. After thinking for a while, Nickpin then looked at Nami. I'll take Marito rest first, I'll leave the matter of setting sail to you. Well, don't worry, I will grasp the course. Seeing that Nickpin didn't mean to blame her, Nami's mood improved a lot. Wow! Take Mary and set off together. Usopp followed suit and yelled, go. Back in the studio, Nickpin's task for today has not been completed yet. But seeing that Mary was sleeping soundly on his shoulder, he didn't put her down, just hold her and continued to draw. Wait until the evening. Aha! With a long little yawn, Mary woke up. Huh? Mary, are you awake? Nickpin temporarily put down the paintbrush in his hand, unconsciously, his face was filled with the love of an old father. Full and full. I patted my stomach, Mary's movements are very funny. Ah ha ha. Nickpin laughed happily. Manga. The little head turned to see the bookshelf next to it, and Meili pointed to the bookshelf. Oh. You even know manga. But he thought to myself, Mary is Klabotoman born on the Going Merry, it seems normal to know about the book. Mary jumped off Nick Pin, and then jumped to the bookshelf. She turned her head to look at Nick Pin, and pointed to the manga book with her finger, the manga, read. Ahaha. Mary's appearance is so cute, he smiled, you can read whatever you want, this entire bookshelf is yours. Mary was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand, and plunged into the pile of books. Nick Pin looked at it for a while, then picked up the brush again. Chapter 156.